When I go on stage like that, it's taking off.
Social media marketing, right?
For me? Me, a little bit. Just business. What's up, man? How you doing? You probably don't remember me. You might just
I do. What's going on, man?
The mentors.
I've got to keep quiet because I'm mic'd up. You doing, buddy?
How you doing?
Should we go?
I think 11:10, absolute. Get on stage.
Well, my thing is 5 minutes. My intro.
Okay.
Hello?
Keep getting everyone.
Where's that? Cheers, right here. Where's Alec? Shall I go? Should we do it? Check. All right. Guys, if we could all start taking our seats, please, I think we're going to kick it off. Guys, can you hear me in the back all right? Put your hands up if you can hear me all right in the back. Excellent. So just a couple more minutes, and just while we're getting started, a phone's just been handed in. Anyone lose a phone? Anyone lose a phone? And I've also got an ID saying Shannon M. Anyone? Is that it?
Yeah, we just texted it too.
Oh, perfect, man. And who's Shannon M? I've got Shannon. Oh, yeah, you got it? There you go.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Guys, we're going to get started. If you could all keep quiet just for a second, and we'll kick this day off and get it going. So, welcome, everyone. My name's Terry. I'm the head consultant here, working directly with Tai and the rest of the team. It's going to be a fantastic day. I'm actually going to start off by asking a question for you guys. For you guys that were just in the VIP part of this day, James already spoke a little bit about it, but I'm curious, now we've got the bigger crowd here. So far, even though the day has just kicked off, how many people here have already swapped contact information with someone else here? Boom! Oh, look at that. All right. That's good. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, so keep that in mind because I'm going to come back to that in a little bit. But again, you know, welcome, guys. We have a phenomenal day set up for you, and I'm not just saying that because I'm the MC. You know, I've seen all of these speakers before. I've met them all. They are all entrepreneurial badasses. We, of course, also have the big dog, Mr. Tai Lopez, in the house. And, you know, what I really want to do now is, well, first of all, guys, are you ready for today? Yeah. All right. You know what? I think the morning coffee's still kicking in for a couple of you. So I'm going to do that again, and this time I'm going to put it on Instagram, all right? Of course I am, okay? So here we go. You ready for it? All right, guys, you ready for today? Whoa, all right, hell yeah. That's more like it. Okay, so guys, again, my name's Terry. I'm the head consultant here working directly with Tai. I've got my own business up and running, importing crystal glassware from Taiwan with my own branding and packaging. But more importantly, I've helped thousands of people, much like yourselves, get these businesses off the ground, up and running, or whatever your goal may be. And before this, just to give you a bit of context, I was working as marketing director for one of Universal Music's labels, and I started in London, where this lovely accent is from, and that's correct. I'm in fact not Australian, because I know some of you are probably thinking that. But, right? Yeah. I get it all the time. Even 10 times outside, I was like, oh, so where in Sydney are you from? But no, from London. And with Universal, I worked in London, New York, and Los Angeles. And it was a great job, but you know what? I started getting a bit bored, to be honest, a bit frustrated. I had that whole small cog in the big machine mentality. And you know what I'm talking about? And I started thinking a little more entrepreneurially. Until one day, I was online, scouring the internet for some new artists, some new bands to find. And okay, you know when you're online, you're trying to watch a video, you get these ads popping up all the time. You know, no matter what it is, you know, the Dollar Shave Club or the new pill by Alpha Brain or Here in My Garage. And and it's all right to admit this, what's your first reaction, right, when these videos pop up? You know, yeah, right? You know, they pop up, you're like, skip. But then there was just this one guy that kept popping up over the next few days, just kept coming at me, right? I mean, we're talking about relentless. Can anyone here relate? Yeah, so eventually I was like, okay, Mr. Lopez, you obviously got something to tell me. What would that be? And ever since I made that decision, I went bang, down that rabbit hole. Started reading more, doing the programs, went to a conference. And the crazy thing is, it was actually 2.5 years ago, the first conference he ever put on in this room at this venue, that I was sitting where you guys were, just thinking, you know, what the hell are my next moves? What's my game plan? So you know what, it's very surreal to be standing here talking to you guys now, because I'll tell you what, I didn't see this happening. But you know, from doing that, I managed to meet some of the team, and I got my networking on, and you know, long story short, I ended up getting an interview with the Knowledge Society, ended up quitting my financially secure job in the music industry, and again, fast forward to today, helping people like yourselves get these businesses off the ground, up and running, or whatever your goals are. Because that's what you're here for, right? Maybe, that's what you're here for, right? You know, maybe you've already got that business up and running, and you're just looking for the next steps. Start implementing some new strategies, tools, techniques, building the right team, starting to make some of that income a little more passive maybe, right? And maybe you're in that 9-to-5 grind like I was, and you're sick of it, and you're just looking to make that transition to be an entrepreneur. Or maybe you're in college or even high school, and you don't know what the hell you want to do, but you know you just want to get to that point of freedom, right? And I'm not just talking about financial freedom. I'm talking about freeing up your precious time to travel the world, spend more time with friends and family, do incredible stuff for charity, right? Because that's what it's all about as well. It's not just about personal financial gain. It's about getting to that place of wealth and impact where you can truly make a difference. You know, Tai is always talking about this. And if you guys knew the half of what Tai and the Knowledge Society does for so many different charities and organizations, I mean, it's mind-blowing. And I myself am just putting a team together internally to go help the Ronald McDonald Foundation, Ronald McDonald House, helping very, very sick children. But the reason I'm saying this is, guys, it was when I was sitting where you guys are now, 2.5 years ago, that literally changed the direction of my life. So as James mentioned in the VIP section, that don't be afraid, for the love of God, don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Start meeting people. This is such a golden opportunity for you guys to meet potential business partners, whatever it is. Just start growing your circle of influence, growing your network. So you know what? I'm going to take a little time now for you to, if you'd like to follow me here, look to the person to your left and look to the person to your right. And I'll give you, I'm going to give you just a couple of moments to introduce yourselves to each other. So go for it, guys. Okay, that's enough, that's enough, that's enough. Guys in the back, can you hear me? Raise your hands if you can hear me in the back. Guys, I think, that was a good experiment, all right. Guys, I think we're ready for our first speaker. Guys, are you ready for our first speaker? All right, guys, well, I'm really excited to introduce him to you. Come on, guys. I know, that was exciting. I know. I asked for that one, didn't I? I'm really excited to introduce him to you. I've introduced him many, many times now, and every time I do, the guy blows my mind. He is an investor, an entrepreneur, an author, an award-winning speaker that has spoken well over 3,000 hours live on stage and sold over $200 million from those stages. He has also been instrumental in helping us build our real estate program and coaching it as well. One of Tai's business partners and very good friends. And on top of all of that, he's just released in the last month or so a phenomenal, and I mean phenomenal TED Talk, which all of you guys should check out. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you, and please help me give a very warm welcome to Cole Atter.
What's up, bro?
Pretty good.
Good morning. How many of you have never been to a Tai event before? Raise your hands. Wow. Look at that as far as measuring metrics. Do that again if you've never been in one of these before. Awesome. So you are definitely in for a treat. Just want to thank the team for putting this together. It's always an honor to get a stage for a few minutes to share things that matter to me. Just want to, while I'm on the stage, just got back from Vegas, was out there at my own event last weekend called Thrive. And sounds like some of you were there. And obviously we know what happened in Vegas, so it's worth at least mentioning a lot of those that were injured or died are actual Southern Californians, so maybe even some of you in this room were affected. So my heart goes out to you guys. I was in Mandalay Bay when that happened, and so it was a crazy experience. I was never at any risk or fear, but I was there and got locked down, and so wasn't just in the area, was actually in the hotel. And it was very real, and so I just want to, at least for anyone in here who's been personally affected by that, give you my condolences and just recognize the people that were just trying to have a good time and that somebody had different plans. So I want to start that off. Oh, and give a shout out to Alpha Red, by the way, who's in the building right here, the security guys. Just so you know, I worked with this team last week in Vegas, and while I was stuck at Mandalay, they put me on lockdown for like 9 hours in the room, and I was separated from my family, and I texted Vic, who's in here somewhere, and said, dude, I'm not with my wife, there's shooters, help her out, and they all ran into my room and had their guns and the whole deal and kept her safe. So definitely nice to see you guys again, and thank you guys for being here. There they are. So yeah, give them a huge round of applause. That was, a lot of people are asking me, what was the scariest part? And it was just not being with my wife or daughters. But as soon as I knew that these guys whose biceps are bigger than my waist were there, I was like, no, we're good, we're good. I dare him to go into that room, right? Like, go 10110, I dare you. But so let's get into this. They asked me to talk about, hey Joel, good to see you. They asked me to talk about persuasion, sales, negotiations. That's something that I love. And while we're on the topic, I highly recommend all of you do that. Other than being a professional athlete or whatever, as far as a career, sales is the highest paid industry there is, and so if you're not in sales, I recommend it. And then Alex showed me that you guys did a poll before you got here where they said, hey, what are you most interested in learning? That was number 2. the second most popular topic of interest. Number one was how to automate income and how to make as much or more with less time. And that's something I'm equally passionate about. So let me kind of poll the audience real quick and ask you guys, for those of you who know me and know what I talk about, I'm just here to serve you today. I'm still in my post-Thrive, I don't know what you'd call it, rest period, where I'm not working, just hanging out, but was happy to come here and support Tai. As Terry said, and as many of you know, we're business partners, and that's what partners do, is we've got each other's back. But that being said, since I'm in this period of rest, I'm up here to just serve you guys today. I'm not here with any agenda other than there's an audience of hundreds of people, and maybe something that I've learned or something I've personally experienced can help you. I don't want to assume what that is, so maybe we can kind of poll the audience. We'll talk about sales negotiations and persuasion and all that stuff, but are there some things that maybe you know I speak of that you would like me to cover now? Just anybody shout it out or raise your hands. Yeah, what's up? Money thing. The money thing? Well, how to make it, how to manage it, how to invest. Just the money, okay. All right, so we're just talking about money. All right. So I don't know what you're talking about. Do you want to expand on?
Just how you talk about where money came from.
Oh, got it. Actually, okay, got it. All right, cool. Money, we'll say origin. Cool. Okay. Who's out? Who else has maybe something? Yeah. How to get angel investors? And I don't know if someone's talking about that. I just heard someone maybe. We'll put that on here, and not that it's not important, angel money, but that might be a topic, and I don't want to repeat what someone else is doing, so we'll see. Yes, sir?
Finding deals using social media.
Finding deals. Are you speaking like real estate deals specifically? I can make that general enough. Okay, deals with social media. Okay, anybody else? Let's do maybe one or two more. Yes, sir? So I know when it comes to social media, I've been hanging out with Jaden this morning, and that's a huge topic. I don't think there's anyone in the world that owns more of credibility in the social media world than Tai. So I've got a lot of thoughts on this and what you're talking about of beating out social media saturation. But since there are so many experts, come talk to me on the break and I'll share that. But I don't want to take any stage time talking about something that I know other speakers are going to talk about. I want to be special. Yeah. What? What about them? How to save in taxes? Okay. Are there people here? Are there people here from other countries? Raise your hands if you're not from America. Okay. So maybe 10% of the audience. Obviously, here in America we have the IRS, or if you, depending on what state you live in, the state tax as well. One more. Yeah.
What about the pros and cons of a real estate license versus?
Okay, that's real specific. I'll do this. Right when I asked that question, I figured I'd get a lot of real estate questions, real estate license. And that's obviously specific to some of you in here. So here's what I'm going to do. I cleared it with the wife. I was going to talk and bounce because we have some plans tonight. We're going to the Improv. However, the same comedian from tonight is going tomorrow. So we moved it to tomorrow night. So I'm going to be here all day for you guys. So for real estate, since this is a diverse audience, that's my niche, that's my background. I'll not talk about real estate on the stage, but I'll be here on the breaks for you all day long. My plans were to take wifey out to the Improv and dinner and stuff, to the show. But we'll do that tomorrow. So, okay, that's a lot of stuff outside of what I originally was going to talk. Again, the number one thing that came up was automating income. And so everyone go ahead and write this down. Let's get started. There's a great book about automation, about how to, I don't want to say do less and make more because that almost sounds cliche, but how to, through automation and through systems, have less of the minutia, less of the grind, and go on to the big picture. And the book is called The E-Myth by Michael Gerber. Anybody in here read The E-Myth by Michael Gerber? Handful of you have. How many of you have read it within the last 6 months? Raise your hands. Okay, the 10 of you raising your hands are excused from the assignment. The rest of you either read it or reread it. Because even if you read it 3 years ago, this is one of those timeless books that are just filled with knowledge that's applicable for all of you. And so I'm going to briefly cover what that is real quick. The E-Myth by Michael Gerber, just to plant a seed to hopefully encourage some of you to go ahead and grab that book. And I think it's like $9 on Amazon. You guys got this. So when it comes to automation, systemizing, and doing less and making more, everybody start taking some notes. Let's write these things down. The only way to do less of the grind of your business, and this applies to scaling as well, is to create systems. Write that down. To create systems. And if you've ever heard me speak before, you know that I do what's called participation. So I'm going to say things and have you shout it back. Got it? Say yes? Yes. I'm going to start a sentence and have you fill in the perfect. So if you want to, again, scale a business, whether it's revenue or clientele or whatever, you can't do everything yourself. Here's what a lot of people do. They get in business, it starts to grow, and then it goes like that. What's that called? What's that called? And what is the shape of every plateau? What happens on the other side? It goes back down. That's called out of business. That sucks. And so to be very brief, there's a million different variables, but two main reasons why businesses plateau. The first is that you've reached market saturation. I live an hour and a half south near the beach. I'm a beach bum, born and raised Orange County, Newport Beach, California. And here's an example of potential market saturation. If you've started a business and it was making money and you can't grow, one reason is that you're doing as much business as you can with the people that want your product, service, or industry. I went paddleboarding with my wife in Newport Harbor, I don't know, a year ago, where we went to a little shop. And they had canoes and kayaks and paddleboards. You guys know stand-up paddleboarding, right? Where you're on a huge 13-foot surfboard, not laying down, but standing up with a paddle. And we rented it for like 20 bucks an hour or something like that. An entrepreneur got the idea, hey, it's the Newport Harbor, so there's no waves, there's no currents, it's safe. Let's rent watercraft like surfboards, kayaks, etc. to the locals and tourists to start a little business. So the first day they rent 6 boards. The second day they rent 20. The third, and then all of a sudden, they've reached market saturation. As many people that actually want to go and exercise on the harbor are, and that's the most they're going to get out of it. And they can itch their heads and try to figure out how are we going to do this more, and through some great marketing, maybe they can convince someone that never would have thought of it otherwise to come, but ultimately, they're going to plateau because they're in one location providing one service to a very defined niche. People that want to go out in the ocean and exercise. Got it? Say yes? So one question for anybody in here who maybe has experienced a plateau is, are you in something like that? In something that's such a unique niche that you've just maxed yourself out? In that example, how would they go and make more money? Anybody have any ideas? If they're there in Newport Harbor, geographically in Newport Harbor, and they've plateaued, they had a great start, and now every month it's the same and they're not growing, what would that, in that case, need to do? Yes, sir, in the blue. Oh, perfect. They would have to open additional locations. You guys got that? Say yes? Yes. So how would you do that? How would they in Dana Point Harbor going south, or in Long Beach Harbor going north from Newport, or Huntington Harbor I guess is there as well, how would they do that? Well, they would have to create systems, and they would have to create a flow chart and an explanation of what every role and every responsibility and every activity of every individual there is doing to be able to duplicate. Got that? Say yeah? Yeah. And so Einstein has a quote, and he says, if you can't explain something to a 6th grader, you don't understand it. And I kind of made that my own, and I say, you have to create systems so easy that a 6th grader can understand it. And so let's just say that's you and your wife, and the two of you are technicians, as Michael Gerber calls them. We're going to talk about that here in a second. And together, one of you works morning, the other of you works the afternoon, evenings, and it's just the two of you. How do you open your store? How do you advertise? How do you prop the boards up so that people driving by are like, oh, what's that? What do you do? Create it so itemized and so detailed documented that I could literally hire Chris right here in the front row and say, bro, you work for me now. And by the time he gets through his employee manual, he can literally run my store like I'm there myself. Cool, say cool. So that's called systems. It's called what? The other reason that people plateau is that they reach what I call MOP, maximum output potential. You can write that down. And each of us have that. Some of us have a greater work ethic than others, but at the end of the day, we can all only be in one place at a time. You guys agree with that, yeah? Has anyone else figured out how to be in more than one place at one time? Of course you can't. It's impossible. But what you can do is duplicate yourself. So let's get back to the point. One reason that businesses plateaus, they've reached their market saturation. And in that example, yes, you can open new locations. But there are some industries that are just so defined, so narrow, that that's it, right? I'm trying to think of something that's ridiculous. What is something that's so niche that like very few people in the world would ever want it? I'm trying to think, okay.
Nonprofit wolf sanctuaries.
Nonprofit wolf sanctuaries. Well, that's pretty niche. And so the problem is it's nonprofit, so it doesn't have a product or service. But yeah, in something like a nonprofit wolf sanctuary, where there's only so many people that want to come, you might just You just got to take that plateau and enjoy it. But when it comes to your MOP, that's your maximum output potential. And there's a lot of actual brain science on this. Tim Ferriss on his podcast, if you guys haven't heard of Tim, I recommend listening to his podcast. It's long format. Some of his episodes are like 3 hours, and I've got too much ADD for that. But he has what he calls in-between episodes that are like 20 minutes long. And there was one that he released maybe a year and a half ago about decision fatigue. And it's actually a blog that he wrote that on his podcast, he's just reading his own blog from his archives, one of his most popular blogs he then takes on. And he talks about how our brains, at the, what do you want to call it, chemicals, and I'm not a neurologist, so spare me on this, but the moral of the story is each of us can only make so many critical decisions each day until we run out of serotonin or whatever it is that makes that little thing in that brain go. And so that's why you see people like Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook wears the same clothes every day, because he doesn't want to use even a smidgen of that decision-making ability daily on something as ridiculous as clothes, so he wears the same thing every time. You can see that there as well. But there is science that says your brain can only function at a high level for so long at a time. And for a lot of people that plateau, they've reached their maximum output potential. You've given each day your best, and you're just not going to get any more out of yourself. You can't get blood out of a turnip, as they say, right? And so, once again, whether you have geographic boundaries where you need to open new locations, or you yourself are in Tai's social media marketing agency, and you're on the phone doing sales calls trying to get more clients, but then you're doing the actual fulfillment where you're posting and creating funnels and creating Facebook ads and then measuring those metrics, and then you're doing accounts receivables, calling your clients saying, yo, you didn't pay, and an accounts payable, paying whoever you got to pay, and you're doing all of that yourself, and you're working hard, and you're kicking butt. At the end of the day, you too will plateau because you're a solopreneur doing everything yourself, and you yourself, even though you can work on a laptop from the Caribbean doing the social media marketing agency, still have plateaued financially because you've reached your own personal maximum output potential. Got it? Say got it. So what's the solution to this? Again, outsource to scale. You've got to create systems and begin to outsource. What if at first you hired a sales guy? I'm just saying for that social media marketing agency world. What if you hired a sales guy where now you didn't have to do any of the sales calls, follow-up calls, or any of that anymore? All of a sudden you had lead flow just coming in, new onboarding clients every single day. And now you just focused on the back end of fulfilling what somebody's selling. But then you realize you can hire 3 or 4 guys or gals to do the fulfillment as well. So you've got a sales team bringing in new clients. You've got a fulfillment team doing their Facebook, their Twitter, their Instagram, all the social media fulfillment. And you're just the glue, manage it together. You're operating the business. But then you find someone really detail-oriented, real into the minutia. Someone like my father in my business, who then becomes the operator, making sure the sales guys are hitting their numbers, doing the calls, their minimum call requirement, whatever, making sure the fulfillment and the quality control is there. Now all of a sudden, you have someone manage that, and you just became what's called an entrepreneur. But you've got to be able to create those systems. Cool? Say cool? So this is something I'm passionate about. That's normally an hour talk in and of itself. I just did in like 8 minutes, actually, exactly. But all of that stems from the E-Myth. So that was my sales pitch to you to go and buy that book, because that's the thought process that you're going to want to take yourself through. I'll give you 2 more tips, and then I'll get into sales and persuasion, all that stuff. The first tip is, all right, Cole, you've sold me. I need to begin to create systems, very detailed, so easy that who can understand it? And by the way, you might say, Cole, a 6th grader can't log on to Facebook. I get that, but you need to be able to explain it to your child in a way where they can explain it back to you and it makes sense. For those of you that came to Thrive last week, I brought my 4-year-old on stage, and she explained to the whole audience what passive income is, and that when she gets a lot of money, she says she's going to buy shoes. And I was like, okay, then what? She said that she's going to buy assets, cash-producing assets. She doesn't know what any of that means, but I created something so easy for her. She understands that when she makes money, she wants it to be passive, and she wants to continue to buy assets, right? So create systems so easy that a 6th grader can do it, or understand it. Doesn't mean that they can do it, they just understand it. Okay, so step 1 is, now that I know I need to create systems and outsource, the first question is, who should I outsource to? Write these things down. Technology and people. That's it. If you want to stop doing something in your business, you outsource to technology and people. So think about this for a second. I'm going to keep using the social media marketing agency since that's Ty's one of his big flagship courses, and this is his event. If you don't want to do the sales calls, that's something a human being has to do. So that particular role within the company, you would outsource to a person. You would find someone who's just a gangster on the phone, who dials for dollars, bring them in, create some type of a compensation plan, and have a human being doing that portion for you. Got it? Say yeah? Yeah. But I imagine if you have a social media marketing agency that it itself has its own funnels. It itself has its own campaigns trying to attract new people. And all of your new inbound leads that give you their name and their email, maybe you personally are writing them. Well, why not integrate a CRM, aka technology, to capture that lead and then auto-respond and then drip mail that person going forward? So the point is, if you are a technician, and I guess I should go back and draw the E-Myth triangle, but if you're a solopreneur doing everything yourself, and you're done, and you want to make more money, continue to scale, and have a better quality of life, and let me just ask that real quick, who, like me, has been in the position where the money's great, but what it's costing you emotionally, physically, mentally, it's no longer even worth the money you're making? Who knows what I'm talking about? Raise your hands real high. Okay, about 2/3 of the room. And I've been in that career before. I owned my own business. I was an entrepreneur, but I hated it so much. Although my bills were paid, I was so unhappy, I actually quit my own company. I then came back to it 10 months later, but I did. In 2010, I quit my very own company that I started, that it was named after me, left it with people, and I said, I'm freaking out, I'm done. I would rather be unemployed than continue to do what I'm doing right now. And I moved to Mexico, and you guys know that story, that's for another day. Came home, restarted my business, and blew it up. But the point is, scaling your business isn't just about making more money, it's about having a better quality of life as well. It's about not just making the money, but having the time and freedom to enjoy it. Because if you can't, what's the point? Okay, so step one, or thought one was outsource. Step one is outsource to people and technology. One thing I want to say about technology, bless you, there's more of it today and it's cheaper than it's ever been. You guys know that. And I'm sure every entrepreneur in the history of the world, Joel, you'll probably agree with this, has always said this is the greatest time in history to be an entrepreneur, right? They said that in the 1910s probably. They said, but really today is the best time that there's ever been. Today is, right, for sure. I mean, can you imagine doing business before even fax machines came along? Like when the fax machine first came out, can you imagine our parents or grandparents, how their minds would have been blown that you can write a piece of paper and magically through the walls it went to someone else's location. You don't have to have couriers anymore. Just today is the best day in history to be an entrepreneur. And technology is easier to use, cheaper, and more available than ever before. And a lot of you in Tai's demographic have businesses that can rely heavily on technology to do a lot of the day-to-day grind and minutia for how you generate income. So network with each other on the breaks. I never call it competition. Write that word. Actually do this. Watch this. Right, competition, and draw a line through it, and then draw an arrow to it, and write collaboration. Do you know how much I've learned from people who directly compete with me? Because we don't have scarcity mindsets, we have a mindset of abundance. And by shooting the breeze and chatting with somebody about our businesses, I mean, I'm going to use Jaden as an example. Where are you at, Jaden? He's going to be up here later. There he is, right there. So Jaden, I started a company that is basically a blueprint photocopy mirror image of something Jaden's already doing. But he understands the business in a way that my team doesn't. I have relationships with people that he doesn't, and together we are collaborating. We sat on the couch for an hour this morning figuring out how we're each going to be generating each other tremendous amounts of money, doing the exact same thing, but collaborating his experience and knowledge with my network. Does this make sense? I don't have competition. I have collaboration. So keep that in mind. So the point is, as you meet people on the breaks, share what technology you're using. There's always the newest something that's coming out that's making our lives better. And the point of coming to conferences, guys, there are people that are live streaming this right now. What's up at home? No offense, but they can't network with anybody. They're sitting on their couches. And glad that you're joining us. But why it's worth buying the airplane ticket and paying for hotel rooms and coming to live events. I mean, I host my own event, I had 1,000 attendees just last weekend. Why I do that is because something about being with human beings and being able to have face-to-face conversations is a way that you can't ever duplicate through digital streaming or whatever. On the breaks, share with each other. Because what I have found, and again, I keep coming to Joel because he's iconic and has been in business a lot longer than most of us. This is a quote from Zig Ziglar: the more you give to others, the more you'll get what you want, right? Give to others what they want and you'll get what you want. The more open and generous I've been with the ways that are making me money, the more doors have opened to me. It's not magic. It's not like hocus pocus stuff. It's just called the law of reciprocity. It's the way the world works. So you don't have competition. You have collaboration, share. That was number one. What do I outsource to? People, when you need a human to do it, or technology. Cole, what technology? Man, if I had a chance to pass the microphone and survey the room, I'll bet you we would find that those of you in here are using technology that can really change a lot of our lives. The second part is, okay, so Cole, I'm doing everything. I've reached my maximum output potential. I literally am grinding it out. I've got a great work ethic, but working hard and working smart is different. I've reached my maximum output potential. I'm going to outsource to people and technology. The last question is, what do you outsource first? What do you stop doing and start letting go? And by the way, if you guys are control freaks like I am, I get it, but you're going to have to start to let go. And so what do you outsource first? Write this down. You outsource the stuff you hate to do. You do. That's where you start. And to each of us, it's different. You might be super introverted. You might wear like super tech. You like analyzing things. KPIs get you aroused, right? Like all you want to do is put numbers in spreadsheets and the numbers tell you a story. I freaking hate the numbers. I like knowing I make money. Chris is my general manager who's in here somewhere. He's in the back of the room right there. There's Chris. He's like, hey, I got to take a call real quick. And he walked out of the room, bless you. And then he came back in shaking his head. And what did I tell you, Chris? Unless I just made money, I don't want to hear about it, right? I'm about to go on stage. Don't give me drama. Either tell me I made money or tell me after I get off stage. I don't care about any of that nonsense anymore. I care about the numbers as far as money going into my accounts. I don't want to hear about anything else in my business. But that doesn't work to be an entrepreneur. So I hired a CFO. I have a full-time CFO that does 100% of my numbers. Guys, I don't even pay for my own cell phone anymore. I'm like a child again where everything's just there. Like my 4-year-old doesn't pay for anything. She's hungry, there's food. She goes to bed in a mattress, like, or whatever. Not in the mattress, but on it, in a house. And children don't comprehend money. It's just available. My life now looks like that now. I don't pay for anything. I work, and magically everything's paid for. And then, don't get too carried away like, oh, what about embezzlement? If you have that far away, of course we do weekly check-ins and stuff like that. Like I've got to watch the numbers, but I don't manage them. Does that make sense? For me, I hate the numbers. Now for you, like I said, you might be like, oh my gosh, all I want to do is think about numbers. I dream about numbers. They're really exciting to me. But you might hate sales. Guess what? I'm a freaking G at sales. And so you would want to hire someone like me. I would want to hire someone like you. So the first thing was outsource to people and technology. The second thing is, what do you outsource first? The stuff you hate. I hate numbers. To you, it could be sales. Outsource what it is you hate. And then the last thing that you outsource is stuff that you're just weak at, things that you're not strong at, things that you're not great at. Got that? Say got it. Oh, that sucks. Say what? Got it. Outsource what you're not great at. And I think Gary Vaynerchuk's a friend of mine. He and I agree and disagree on many things, as we should. That's what makes us people. We're not robots. One of the things that he and I see eye to eye on is tripling down on strengths and outsourcing the rest. Right? Ty and I agree and disagree on things. Grant Cardone was just at my event. We were arguing like crazy about cap rates for commercial real estate. I think he's crazy. He thinks I'm crazy. So it's fun to have differing opinions. But one thing that Gary V and I 100% agree on is triple down on your strengths and outsource the rest. And so giving credit to Gary, I think he says it best. And he says that so many of us are marketed to through fear. Like that's and I'm going to actually teach you that works in a second. And that, oh, you're not good enough at this, so your competition's going to beat you. And you're not good enough at this. And because so much of marketing is catered towards our fears, then all of us spend our whole lives trying to be great at something that's just not within our skill sets to only ever be mediocre at best. If I went to tax classes on the weekend, and I went to TurboTax class and all this crap, I would only ever be mediocre at the numbers at best. It's just not my skill set. I'm not going to sit still long enough to do it. My CFO was working for a $100 million company that was acquired through GE in corporate finance. The guy's, he is so overqualified for my business, it's insane. He handled a $100 million merger on the NASDAQ when his company that he was a CFO for was acquired by GE. He brokered the whole thing. Like, this guy's brain is nuts. And now he's sitting there working for me. Like, hey, how many tickets did we sell today, right? Like, did you pay for my cell phone? Because, well, and I don't say that to disrespect him by any means. I'm saying that he went way down as far as his mental challenge. Because back to what Richard Branson said, I feel like I'm Tai Lopez. I'm quoting everybody up here today. So what Richard said is that when he walks into a boardroom, he wants, for everyone that works for him, he wants to be the dumbest person in the room. When Richard walks into a room and sits at a table and there's a long table of people sitting in front of him that are all there working for him on his payroll, he wants to be the dumbest person in the room. So I stole someone out of corporate America that's used to $100 million mergers to pay my cell phone for me. My numbers are beautiful now. So step 2 was, who do we outsource, or what do we outsource first? Things you hate. For me, it's numbers. Number 2, things that you're not great at. For me, that's social media. I understand it. I could talk to you guys about social media all day long, but I suck at consistency, and I suck at engagement. Somebody comments, I read the comment like, oh, that was nice. I'm supposed to be like, oh, thank you so much, Knuckles, or whatever, right? I don't do that. And so I've outsourced that. Tori, stand up real quick. She's sitting here holding my phone, doing my Instagram Live for me. So someone say, hi, Tori. So I suck at consistently posting. So like literally last week at Thrive, I'm in a conversation, I'm having a good time. She's like, grab your phone right now, snap this. I'm like, oh yeah. What's up? I'm here with Uncle G. We're arguing about real estate because I like making money, he likes spending money. So yeah, whatever. And then, so I've outsourced something I understand, but I'm just weak at, and that's social media. So now what does my 9 to 5 look like? I'm only doing things that I'm great at and I love. Period. I hate the numbers, and there's other things I hate that I don't do anymore. And let's be real, there are always days I'm having to do something I don't want to do. It's not like this is some magic formula to never have to have any challenges in business. But as far as the grind, the stuff that never goes away, I don't do any of the stuff that I hate. And I don't do any of the stuff that I'm not great at. So when I show up to my office, which is as rare as possible, all I spend my time doing is the stuff that's naturally easy for me and that I freaking love doing. Period. Got it? Say got it? Okay, so that was 15 minutes. I got to move on now. But if you want to scale, and that was what the number one question was in this room, is not scale, it was automating your income. If you want to automate your income, hopefully that just helped you a little bit start to think of the steps you need to take. Recommendation number 1, buy the E-Myth, read it. I read it 3 years ago. Read it again. Bless you. If you just finished it, you're off the hook. Everyone else, read it. That's step 1. Step 2, create systems in your business for everything. So easy that who can understand it? Sixth grader can understand it. And then now that you've got every process within your entire organization line itemed and detailed out, for every role and responsibility within your company, one at a time, unload the things you hate and you're not good at. To someone who loves it and is good at it, by the way, right? Like, oh, I hate the numbers, so let me give it to my buddy who can't do math. That doesn't work. It's to someone who's great at that thing. And then now, your business is growing, you're making more money, you have more free time, and you're loving the work you do. Got it? Say got it? Got it. Okay, so that wasn't what they asked me to talk about, but that was the number one thing you asked for. So hopefully that created a little bit of value. Did that help anybody in here by raise of hands? Raise your hands real high. Awesome. Give yourselves a round of applause. Okay. Any quick questions on that real quick? I need to re-look up what my topic is. Yeah. How much do you spend on outsourcing? Question was, how much do I spend on outsourcing, like payroll or technology or all of the above?
Yeah, say you want to hire somebody to do work you don't want to do.
Right. So the question is, cool, if you want to hire someone to do the work that you don't want to do, how much should you spend? Man, that's a loaded question, obviously. It would clearly depend on your product, service, or industry, and also the role. My CFO is the largest item on my bill, whatever, because he came from corporate America. You wanted benefits and all that stuff. I was like, just don't get sick, bro. Like, come on. You already had all your kids. You don't need that anymore. Like, just stay healthy. Drink green juices. But he wanted all these benefits and all. So it really depends, right? And maybe Joel, who has way more experience than I can, you can make a note to maybe include that. There isn't some mathematical formula that I am aware of where it's like, okay, you want to allocate this much towards blah, 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 blah. It's a moving target, but I would say that you want to make sure you're still making money, right? Like, you could be selling pencils, right? Well, but how many pencils do you need to sell to make a profit? And then in that profit margin, what do you have the budget for to start allocating immediately? And just so you know, I was in business for 11 years before I hired a CFO. I've been doing this for over a decade. I'm going into my 13th year now. I just hired the CFO somewhat recently. I did all that myself for a long time. I had a bookkeeper and then my accountant, but now it's all taken care of. So again, the question, just to summarize, was how do you know how much to spend? I would say whatever you can afford to spend while still being in business. We'll leave it there because I've got to get onto my sales conversation with you as well. And then come and talk to me on the break, but that was a fair question. My answer is, depends on what your margins are. and depends on what you can afford to spend and still stay in business. Okay, yeah, last question. Then we got.
What kind of backfires you might expect of this outsourcing business?
Were you speaking the mic? I heard you, but were you asking the mic?
What type of backfires you would expect when you start doing this outsourcing thing?
Question, well, you heard it. Question is what type of backfiring, and just as a note to everyone in here, and I blew it, I apologize. The people at home can't hear unless you speak into the microphone. So when you ask questions, speak into the mic. The question was, what kind of backfire should you anticipate? So I would say the first one that comes to mind is what's called a mishire, where someone looked good on paper, they did well in their interviews, you hire them and they're just not a fit. And Joel will probably agree with this. That's one of the most expensive mistakes you can make in business. Hiring the wrong person is very expensive. So one thing is that your screening process, your interview process, wasn't thorough enough, or that person just snuck through and you've mishired, because now that's lost revenue, that's lost money. So that's one possible backfire. The other possible backfire is that even if they're the right fit, you're a control freak, and that was my problem. I have this amazing, talented team of human beings that believe in what I'm fighting for and want to do it alongside of me, and I keep too much to myself in the sense that, like, I don't let them do their jobs, and then when I do, I micromanage, and then finally I'm like, okay, you got this. So letting go could be a potential backfire. And I would say the last backfire is that you didn't create a clear enough job description, roles and responsibilities that do this, then do this, then do this, then do this, and you expect people to be able to fill in those gaps on their own, and many cannot, because they don't have your vision. That's not to take away from their intelligence. But when I have been vague, like, hey, here's the big picture. Sell tickets to my event. Go. They're like, And I'm like, why is that confusing? Every person you meet at Starbucks, tell them to come to the event. When you meet somebody, hey, what are you doing? I'm selling tickets. Like, to me, it's natural, but to me, it's my passion. So assuming that other people can fill in gaps on their own is probably the third and the last thing I'll say. And this is not to take away from Tori or Logan, who's here on my team, or any of the team that's here or in my office. Nobody, and this is a fact, will care about your financial success or your business as much as you. And assuming that they will. Like when I'm calling Chris at 1 a.m. last night and he didn't answer because he had the audacity to go to bed. What the heck was he thinking, right? Like, because I was already up here last night and I forgot my shoes. And so I was about to come up here in just my flip-flops, right? Which is my style for any of you who know. And I wasn't bothered by it, but I didn't want to be offensive to Tai. So I'm calling Chris to remove my shoes. That freaking slacker was sleeping at 1:15 a.m. Like, who does he think he is? So to ever think that someone's going to care as much about your money, your business, or your success as you do is another failure. When I started expanding my team, I assumed that everybody wanted it as badly as me, and they don't. And that's no disrespect to them. Why would they? Last question, yes.
Can you hear me? Oh,
yep.
There we go. For the systems and processes, like, is there a website or like maybe an app that is like the best delivery to give that to your employees or to
like a job description?
Yeah.
So
like
question again was, is there an app or some type of service that when you've documented the do this, then do this, then do this, then do this, to give it to them? Here's what I do, and if somebody has a better suggestion, please find me on the break. I'm coachable. That's one of the reasons I think I've made any money, is that I don't have ego when it comes to suggestions. That being said, what I do is do you guys understand the question? How do I teach the new employee what to do? I do, not voiceover, what is it called? Like Camtasia, where I'm speaking into a microphone and recording my screen, and I load it to Vimeo, which is password protected for my audience, where I'm explaining to them anything that's an online thing, like how to do refunds. When you sell 1,000 tickets to an event like this, people get sick, people have to cancel, there's refunds. I didn't want to deal with that anymore. So I had to teach my CFO how to log into Stripe, how to log into all the different merchant processors I use, and how to process a refund. I would have had to explain it to him 8 or 9 times. Instead, I explained it once. I spoke into a microphone. I did a refund on the computer. I then took that recording. If you don't know what Camtasia is, write it down. It's just a screen capture. And then I put it in a Vimeo, whatever you call it, video, I guess. And I sent him the link with a password. He watched it 800 times if he needed to. Never had one question ever on how to do a refund. So when I can, if it's on the computer like processing refund, I do it that way. When it's not, I use Google Drive. We have a Google Drive for calendars, documents, PowerPoint presentations, things like that. And a lot of also what I do is I'll be doing a training like this right here. It's all being captured. I'm going to get this footage from Tai somehow, some way. I'll make my team watch this too. poor people have to hear me all the time, right? I feel bad for them. At least my wife is married to me, and she has some type of an upside, hopefully, to it. But my team has to hear my trainings all the time. Because I'm not making this stuff up, guys. This is stuff that people who are way further down the road of success have all shared with me. Got to say, oh yeah. All right, we're moving on. We're going to talk about sales, negotiations, persuasions. Hang on, I got to remember what they call. I know what I'm talking about, but what it's actually called was persuasion and sales strategy for closing deals, negotiating, and business networking. They make it sound so good. You guys ready for that conversation now? Yeah? Yeah. How many of you guys would like to be more persuasive? Raise your hands. How many of you would like to have a higher close ratio? Raise your hands. Okay, so what I have found is sometimes we have to do the exact opposite. The exact what? We have to do the exact opposite of what we've taught or what's intuitive. We have to be a little bit counterintuitive. And for me, sales is that way. When I look at copy, like actual website copy, and my friend Lewis Howes, for any of you who know Lewis, I help him with when he's on his video sales letters. I help a lot of people, including Tai actually, with their video sales letters language. But Lewis was the one that coined this. He says, you know what you have, Cole? You have the art of spoken copyright. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to give you credit one time, and that's mine the rest of my life, right? In the sense that there are probably copywriters in here. But guess what you have the luxury of doing? Editing. Guess what I don't when I'm on stage closing or in a conversation over a beer in the hall or on a video sales letter. I guess you could re-edit those. I don't have the ability to edit. And it's on the fly out of my mouth, spoken copyright. And what I've found is that when I look at what a lot of copywriters are doing on text on websites and even people who are on stage selling is they're doing the exact opposite of what they should be doing. And so I'm going to, with my remaining 36 minutes, share with you what I have done that has worked well for me on stage, on camera, and in person. Terry gave you guys some of my statistics. I've been on stage for 190 days. Do you know how crazy that is? I did the math with Chris actually a couple of weeks ago, and with how many talks I've done, and a lot of the talks I do will be for 3 straight days. I'll be on stage for 9 hours, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 27 hours at a pop. When you add it all up, I've been on stage for 4,500 hours. When you divide that by 24 hours in a day, it's like 190 days, 180, like 9 days. Crazy, right? And in that time, I've sold over, it's not 200 million, it's 150 million, so let me just be transparent. The fish got bigger as the story kept getting told, right? But now that we're all eye to eye, let me have integrity. It's 150 million that I've sold from stage. Now, some of you in here might say, well, Cole, I don't actually ever get a chance to speak on stage, and when I do, it's like you're doing today. I'm not selling anything. I'm here to teach because I've got a lot of appreciation for Tai and his team. So I don't need to be able to sell from stage. Well, guess what, guys? You might have a video sales letter on your website convincing someone to just give you an email. That's a sale. It might not be a monetary sale, but to have somebody on all the interwebs find your website, see your video, and say, screw it, here's my email address, is a sale. You might say, I don't even do that, Cole. Awesome. How many of you are in a relationship with somebody else? Raise your hands. You had to close that deal too, didn't you, right? And if you've seen my wife, I went way out of my league. So that should be enough credibility. Forget the on-stage hours and how much I've sold. If you've seen my wife, you know I can close deals, right? I mean, come on. My dad says I kicked way outside of my coverage, and I was like, just like you, Dad. Yeah, my wife, and I don't say that to make my wife sound like she's some deal, but I mean, you guys know Sonia is amazing. So let's get into this. First things first. Write this down. When it comes to selling somebody, if you want your conversions to go up, if you want to be more persuasive, and you want the end result to be closer to what you had hoped it would be, you have to create desire. Write that down. You have to create what? Desire. You have to create desire. And what I find a lot of marketers do that I disagree with is they only speak to fear, but they don't speak to desire. Now, fear is an amazing closing strategy. Go ahead and write this down. The 2 greatest human emotions, at least when it comes to sales, is hope for gain. Write this down. And some of you may know this, but many of you won't. And who knows the other one? Fear of loss. Fear of loss. Yeah, so you guys know. Which of these is stronger? Which of these is a stronger emotion? What is it? Fear of loss. Absolutely, it is. Hope for gain versus fear of loss. Fear of loss is a stronger emotion. So many people already know that. I mean, about 50 of you were filling in that blank for me. that that's the only narrative of their sales copy. If you don't do this, you're going to be broke. If you don't buy my course, you're dead. Right? Like, it's all this crazy amount of trying to create fear, and that's what I mentioned earlier when I said, I remember what I was talking about, but the narrative of people working on their weaknesses. If you don't learn how to be an accountant, Cole, your business will be insolvent. I don't want to learn how to be an accountant. I want to hire a CFO and focus on what I do, right? But that being said, hope for gain and fear of loss, I don't know if you guys can see this down there. This is a wide room. Are the two emotions that you're going after in sales. But nowhere, and maybe you could say that this is a little bit of the hope for gain, but I think even stronger than both of these is what I just said, is desire. And there are ways, like, guys, you can scare the crap out of me and paint this beautiful picture for hope of gain, but if I don't desire what it is you're selling, if I don't want to do it, you're not going to get my business. You can talk to me about how we're in a changing economy and we have a new administration and how cryptocurrency or whatever, like you can pitch me and you can have statistics and you can have facts and you can have all this stuff. And then you can tell me why, like that's the fear of loss. Cole, if you don't get into this now, you're going to miss the biggest transfer of wealth. I can't tell you, and I have some, by the way, investments in cryptocurrency, but like I can't tell you the bombardment I get of people that want me to pay them to teach me how to pay. And you're going to miss the biggest transfer of wealth. That's all fear of loss. And a little bit of hope for gain. If you would have invested in 2011 $100, you'd be worth Warren Buffett today or whatever it all is in Bitcoin. So there's all this hope for gain. So think about 5 years from now, Cole, if you put 100 grand into Bitcoin today, you will be worth billions in the next 5 years. So they give me this hope for gain. And I'm just using this as an example because I was literally pitched in the lobby by one of you this morning on this. So it's fair. So where are you at, right? He's like, not me. Wasn't me. But so fear of loss, I missed out. If only I would have in 2011, oh, how rich I'd be. Hope for gain. But think of where you will be 5 years from now. La, 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 buy my course. You guys got that. But none of that makes me desire to want to do it. And so much of desire is the actual words. I think what I do well in sales and negotiations is I'm what I call a wordsmith. You don't need to write that down. But I'm very careful of the words I use. And there are some very, very obvious and easy parameters to use. That no matter if you're talking Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, social media marketing agency, real estate is obviously my long-term background, or any of that, this will work for all of you in here unanimously, regardless of your product, service, or industry. Cool? Say cool? So what you want to do is to create a desire. Is to create a what? Desire. So let me give you an example with some chickens. These are easy to use. Let's just say that you're farming, right? Oh, I should ask Joel, we should give Joel a microphone. What do you think is easier? You want to get your chickens in your coop, right? And those little things are fast, they're running all over the place. Would it be easier to A, chase them down, grab them, and put them in the coop? Or B, is it easier to just leave some seed and walk backwards and go into a line, into the coop, and let them on their own walk in one at a time? A or B? B. Why? Well, because you gave the chicken a desire to want to go in there, right? See, fear of loss, you're chasing them down. You're trying to grab them by their legs or wings or however you handle a chicken. I don't do a lot of that. But you're chasing chickens, fear of loss, or you just put seed and lead them to their coop, and now they have a desire to want to go in. Does that make sense? And so you want to do that with people, too, in the real world, right? We're not chickens. But how do you create desire? And so much of that is in your words. And so there are different desire words that if you watch me on stage or see any of my videos, you'll see me use them a lot. Here are some examples. Write these down. These are desire words that you want to include in as much copy as you can. Things like love. Write that down. Want. Not need. Want. What is a better desire word? Want or need? Want. Want is a desire. Need is back to fear of loss or hope for gain. So love, want. What else is universally applicable as far as desire words in your copy? Love, want. Yeah, deserve. Deserve could be a good desire word. What else? I mean, that is kind of desire. What?
Reward and free.
Freedom. Yeah, freedom could be a desire word. Not dream, not adventurous. What creates desires? And so watch this. Here's an example. Let me give you two back-to-backs. let's pretend I have a Bitcoin course, okay? And I don't know if Ty does, because I just saw him posting something in his house, so this is no disrespect to that, but here we go. You need to buy my course because it's going to make you rich, okay? That's almost a threat. Watch this instead. Watch this. You're going to want to buy my course. Instead of you need to buy my course, you're going to want to invest in my course. Do you see the difference there? And guys, this is where people screwed up, I think, the most. I watch people on stage, including Grant, just at my event. He was on stage on Sunday, so what was that, 5 days ago, talking about his 10X conference. And he's like, you guys need to be there. You got to be there. And it's like, no. It would have been way more powerful, and I told him this. And I'm actually, just so you all know, if you guys, has anyone here heard of Grant Cardone? Yeah? I'm meeting him in Miami in like 20 days to give him this lesson one-on-one. For him to do better at 10X. But he's out there on my stage like, you guys need to come, you need this, you need that. What if instead it's like, hey, this is going to be the greatest conference in the world, right? Next to Thrive, of course. And you're going to want to be there. So these are desire words. So go back, and if you're actually going to do a script, change all the needs, have-tos, musts to you're going to love it if you come. You're going to want to be there. And by doing that through an entire 2-minute VSL, video sales letter, 20-minute face-to-face conversation, or hour and a half on stage, what it does is it moves people into the desire versus feeling the threat. Got that? Say got it? Got it. So, and then you might say, well, Cole, like, it takes practice. I now can do it on the fly. You're not going to hear me tell you what you need to do ever anymore. Because I've worked and spent so much time on stage practicing this, the way I'll even speak to you out on the breaks. Let's be clear. If we're just talking about, oh, nice belt, thanks, love your shoes, there's nothing there. But if I'm trying to get you to do something, I'll now snap right into using what are desire words. Got it? Say got it. Okay, another thing you want to avoid are words that have, there's this thing in your brain called the RAS, the Reticular Activating System. You guys may have heard of that. Tony Robbins talks a lot about it. But you don't want to plant things in your RAS that are bad. For instance, watch this. A lot of times when somebody has something for sale or they're trying to get a sale, they use words like the cost, the price, the fee to get started. And in our brain, even though we're excited about the offer, like they're giving us something that will help us and we're interested in it, what do our brains associate cost, fee, and price with? Yeah, that's money that's lost. Fees, like I don't like fees. Cost, I don't like things that cost me money, right? Price is not as bad of a word, but still, I don't like things that have a high price. So what do all of us love to do? We love to invest. We love to invest in ourselves. We love to invest in products. We love to invest in real estate. Because invest, we have power. We have what? Power. So there's some certain wordsmithing things that you're going to want to do as well, where you don't say, hey, the fee to get started, the cost of my program, the price today. And I see that all the time. Hey, the price today, X amount. Price tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Now they're catering to fear of loss. Oh my gosh, if I don't get started today, it's going to be more tomorrow. But why call it a price? Why not call it an investment? So the point I'm trying to make in these 5 minutes is try wordsmithing and look at what you say and replace commands with desire words. Hey, you have to do my program. To, hey, you're going to love my program. Or you must sign up today. To, hey, you're going to want to sign up today. Are you guys following me right now? Say yeah? Yeah. And then, so those are replacement words. And then the do not say words are like the, hey, this is going to cost you X amount, blah, blah, blah. Now, when you do this, throughout the whole course of your video, your conversation, one-on-one with someone else, on stage, whatever it is, what it slowly does is it moves them into the desire phase of your sales and persuasion process, etc. And that's where you get better results. Now, there are always people that aren't going to buy. There's no such thing as if you use these words, you're going to have a 100% close ratio. But I know from personal experience that this has a dramatic impact. Any questions on that so far before I move into this next part? So, when you're having conversations, I'll come to you in a second. When you're having conversations with people, keep this in mind. And okay, I am a We have a financial plan. Guys, going to talk about financial planning. Let's just say that you have your series, whatever license, and you're in the financial planner game, and your goal here this weekend was to network, learn, and if you find the right person where you can create value in their life, ask them to consider coming over and using your financial services, right? Let's just use that as an example, because obviously we want to serve others here this weekend, but a lot of us would love to find clients within our businesses as well. And so hey man, this is my chance to talk to Isabel on considering moving her assets or her money over to me. Keep in your mind, hey, you know what, Isabel? The reason people love doing business with us, and the reason you're going to want to do business with us as well, is because we have better communication, transparency, and integrity than anyone else in there. We're the only one in the industry with an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau, blah, blah, blah. But by practicing that first, and then doing it again and again and again, it's just going to come natural. I could say, yo, Isabel, the reason you have to do this, no. The reason our existing clients love, desire word, working with us, and the reason you're going to want to work with us as well, and you could even get into, I don't have time for that today, but that's an embedded command. The reason you're going to want to move your money to us as well, it's called an embedded command, is because, and then your reasons that you're better. Cool, say cool? And we can talk about embedded commands as well. There's NLP, there's so many conversations we can have that I would need 9 hours to go through it all. I'm trying to stay up to something you can literally start practicing on your first break at the bathroom, right? Hey, you're going to want to go after me, because if you don't, no, I'm just kidding. I'm going to pee on your feet. Yeah, what's up? Can someone run a mic to my man here? And let me see. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, Cole.
Good morning.
One question I had was, at some point during the conversation with a client, you need to mention price. You need to mention
Sure.
what the cost of the program is. How do you weave that in with desire words to...
So cost and price, that was the opposite. That's not about desire. That's about the RRS and negative associations. When I have a fee, the only thing that charge me fees are people taking money from me. ATM fees, right? Like the only time there's a fee, it's someone taking money from me. So when you tell me that there's a fee to get started, in the back of my brain, in this little thing called the RAS, even if it's subconsciously, I'm going to have a negative association with that word. So that's just replace it. I haven't found an offer out there yet that I couldn't use the word investment. Investment is a positive action. Everyone wants to be an investor. So you just said, Cole, if there's a cost, blah, 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 and you don't want to say fee, blah, 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 just replace both those words. Cole, if there's an investment to get started, and I don't want to say that there's an investment, I use investment 100% of the time. There are other words that you can use in replacement of even investment, but I like investment because people who invest, like it's fun, it's powerful, you have control, you're taking action. So to your question, find me a scenario and bring on the break of where you couldn't change those three words, cost, price, or fee, with the word investment. I have yet in my life to find it where it wouldn't perfectly switch out and still be grammatically and contextually accurate. Find me one, bring it to me on the break. You'd be the first person in the world to do so, that I couldn't, without any effort, just get rid of the word fee and replace it with investment. Just use investment. This is very, again, superficial stuff. I'm going to be here all day long. We can go deeper maybe on the breaks, etc. But yeah, so that would be my answer to that. Cool? Yeah, right here, and then we're gonna move on to the next part.
Hey, cool.
Oh, there's two of you. Sorry, you'll be next, and then we'll move on. Just because I feel bad pointing at you
Hi,
and
hello.
saying no.
Yeah, hey, Cole. I think what he wanted to know is, how do you transition into actually explaining to him, from your product to actually saying, hey, you want to join? I think that's what
the transition, like to when you get to, instead of explaining features and benefits, to the actual pitch.
Yeah, I get that word investment itself, it changes the game, but how do you get to that point from, okay, I do this, and this, would you like to join? What's the transition?
That sounded good to me, right? You just kind of answered your own question. So I think the question is, how do you get out of listing the products and features and get into the pitch? Is that the question? The part where you're actually asking for the money. Well, that's the most important part, yeah? A lot of people have a problem asking for the money. And so, write this down. Do you have the internet on this? Can you put the internet on the screen or no? Who's controlling these screens? Well, don't worry about it. I'm gonna just draw it. This is a book, and it's called Pre-Sales Persuasion. Looks like that. And it's got a line right here. And who is it? Ken, or I forget the name of the author right now. What? Yeah, exactly. Read that. And so the gentleman's question was, and I love Q&A because I wouldn't have even brought this up if it weren't for that. And if you've ever come to Ty's house, I recommend this book almost every time. So the book is called, not Persuasion, it's called Pre-Suasion. This is what I want to emphasize that the author is making very obvious right on the cover of the book. It's called Pre-Suasion. You guys see that right there, yeah? You guys see that over here? Yes? And if you've read the book, the question again was, I need space. The question was, hey, Cole, you've just listed out your products and services, the features and benefits, all the reasons that they're going to want and love your program. Now it's time to ask for the money. How do you transition? And the answer is, there shouldn't be a transition. You should have pre-sold them through something called framing all along. And so this would have been an hour-long conversation. I mean, this would be an all-day conversation. But I don't sit there and talk about products and services and then say, so in order to get started, here's what the investment looks like today. I've already sold them. They already want it. I just explain to them what it is that they're getting. I'll give you an example. And there's a couple of you here from Fortune Builders events. I speak for a buddy of mine. His name's Than Merrill on occasion. I think I have one coming up in a couple of weeks. And I bought his course. It benefited me. I guess there's one thing I probably should have opened up. You'll never do well selling anything you don't believe in. We can all see it. You know, they say dogs can sense fear and bees can sense fear, whatever it is. We can sense inauthenticity, right? So I only sell things ever that I either have created myself, like Thrive, where I know what the product is, or that I've bought myself and benefited from. And people can see that coming through my conversation. So that should be the first thing that we talked about. But that being said, when I speak for Than, I have an opportunity to invite people to join his coaching program. Watch this. I've already pre-sold every feature and benefit. I'll be talking about, it's a real estate related educational program. I'll be talking about walking through a property. And this is answering your question. I don't know where you're sitting anymore. There you are. I'll be talking about walking through a property. And I'll tell the audience as I'm teaching them how to walk through a property and look at repairs, wouldn't it be awesome if you had like coaches doing this with you? Wouldn't it be cool that if you got to walk through the next property you were going to buy, if there were people walking through that with, and I would sell them on that idea. And they're like, yeah, that would be so rad. I would totally love that and want that if someone could walk my properties with me. And then I leave it alone. Okay? And I move on to the next one. Do you know, wouldn't it be awesome to be in a room of investors and learn how to find money in every way that investors raise money? How many of you would love to not just talk about it for a few minutes, but spend a couple of days learning how to raise angel money, learning how to raise blah, 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 blah. How many of you would love that and you're all into it? I'm like, yeah, me too. And I leave it alone. Then guess what? I get to the pitch and there is no transition. I say, oh, by the way, you know how you all said you would love to have someone walk through your properties with you and look at the repairs with you? That's what this is. And you all said that you would love being in a room with investors for days? Yeah, that's what this is too. And they've already, I'm not going to flip back, but they already have the desire. They already want it. I've already done trial closes along the way and gotten strong affirmation that they wanted. So then I tell them, hey, that thing that you've already told me you wanted, here's the investment to get started, and there's no pitch. Does that make sense? That's a little bit of a deeper question. So to re-summarize that very quickly, if you are just telling somebody what you're going to give them and then hard right turn pitching them on buying it, that's a rough transition. And it's going to be up to you to have a lot of rapport with that person for it to feel smooth. So what this book talks about, and if you read it, and this is a hard read, like it's tactical, this is not fun, this is not like some novel where there's, you know, a climax and an antagonist. This is like a workbook, basically. But if you get through it, because a lot of people start it and don't get past the first chapter, if you get through it, it teaches you all of this. And so in my conversation, I'm going to already have beforehand, swayed them to want to be in my program. So there is never a pitch. They already want it, and I just tell them what the cost is. Exactly, what the investment is to get started. Okay, did that just make sense to you guys, yeah? So now the question is, how do you individually implement that in a room of 800 people that are doing 800 individual businesses? I'm trying to create frameworks that you can then implement into your own businesses. So I used the real estate one. Oh, cool, I'm not in a real estate business. I'm in a social media marketing agency business. Awesome. Wouldn't it be awesome if somebody managed all your accounts? If you had organic and paid, organic, not granic, organic and paid growth in your account. Wouldn't it be awesome if that it was posting for you and interacting with it? How, blah, 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 you know, like that's it, right? Do you know how that would distinguish you and identify you? You know how you get through the noise of the market, blah, blah, cool. Oh, and by the way, that's what my business does. And why everyone else loves working with us and why you will want to as well is everything we've been talking about I do. Got it? Say got it? Okay, one other thing I'll say. No. He started. That was all forced. And but why? One other thing I'm going to say, too, as far as tactical, and I share this at Ty's house, is creating an us and them. This is the last thing I can explain. I've got 12 minutes left, and having just ended an event where every freaking speaker went over, I'm going to end on time. Because there's nothing harder as an event organizer than having each speaker go over. Like Ty, who's like, oh, I'm just going to go 42 minutes over my talk time. Thank you very much. We freaking ended that night at like 9 p.m. instead of 6. So the last, and by the way, Ty and I are homies. As you know, we're business partners, so I give him a hard time, not to be disrespectful. That's what friends do. But literally, he's like, we had 55-inch TVs that were flashing, get off stage rap, right? 5 of them. 5 TVs, and I'm backstage pacing like, come on, dude, seriously, come on, dude, seriously. And Ty's out there drawing things. He's like, hey, Cole, can I go another few minutes? I'm like, no, but he went for 42 more minutes. Okay, now I just wasted a minute, so I'll take one extra at the end. But that was a good story. Us versus them is so powerful, and this is the last thing I can share with you this morning and trying to just bring as much value to you guys as I possibly can. And this is what I teach at my mastermind a lot and my speaker trainer that we do. This is probably what we spend the majority of the day that when I do my speaker training workshops of what I teach people to do is us versus them. So check this out, everybody. Back to the desire question. You want to create a profile of the actions and thought processes in a way that an ideal client would act. So think about this. It's going to be a lot of words right now, right? So you're not going to be able to write this down in notes. Just let me explain this to you and then summarize it in your notes, if that makes sense. Okay, so watch this. We want our clients, we have a target audience, we have a demographic. They invest in themselves. They like your product or service. For me, I'll just use the real estate course because that's what I do with Ty. So who would be that? Someone that wants to make money in real estate, someone that wants to invest in themselves. Let's say I was up here selling the course that Ty and I created on real estate. Okay? Watch this. That's what I'll do, and that'll be the easiest. By the way, I'm not here to sell you that course. You get it. But so I would want my audience to be people who want to make money in real estate and who like education and who want to invest in themselves. And anybody else, that's bad behavior that I'm going to demonize. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an us versus them. And it's going to sound like that. See, people like us, we like getting ahead. People like us, they like investing in ourselves. People out there, they're the ones that try to take shortcuts, don't invest in themselves, and they're the ones that in the next 15 years will only be halfway to where you and I will be in the next year or two. Because people like us like finding people who are where we want to be, doing what they did to get there, to have their learning curve, their expertise cut our learning curve so we get the results faster. Bless you. While people out there are the ones that are too cheap to invest. So you see what I'm doing? I'm doing us versus them, us versus them, us versus them. Okay, now watch that. I'm then going to help all of you in here form an identity. Form a what? Identity. That you already are the person I want you to be. I'm going to say, see, you and I, we get it. Why did you come to an event like this? You've already paid money to educate yourselves by being here. You've already set aside time to learn. And that's why I like hanging out with people like you in here, because birds of a feather. But people out there, nope, they wanted to sit in LA soul-crushing traffic today to show up to a job that doesn't challenge them, that doesn't fulfill their purpose, to work for a boss they want to punch in the face. But you and I, we know better than that. See, people out there are doing that. But people like you and I in here, we're willing to make short-term sacrifices for long-term gains. And we gave up some money and some of our time here today to be able to impact ourselves and our families forever. So I love that you do that. Go ahead and give yourselves a round of applause. Don't really clap, don't really clap. No, no, no. That was an example, but I'm glad you guys feel that way about yourselves, right? And so now I'm just solidifying the behavior I want. Watch what else I'll say. You know why I like people like us in this room? Because we're action takers. We're what? People out there, they're fence sitters. When they see an opportunity to come to an event like this, they say, oh, let me think about it. You didn't. You pulled out your credit card and you swiped, didn't you? Say yes. Now I'm planting in your minds that you take action and swipe credit cards. Oh, did you hear that? People out there, they're like, yeah, let me think about it. You and I, we saw an opportunity. We pulled out our credit cards and we swiped. We what? Swiped. Now I'm even planting in your mind you're about to pull out a credit card and swipe, right? So I'm solidifying the behavior I want to elicit in the room and getting you to believe that that's you. And out there, I'm just demonizing everybody else. Those people out there, they probably don't even have a credit card, right? They whatever. Like, they've got debt. That's all they've got. And so now I'm going to go back and forth, back and forth. And then now it's us versus them. Now I get to the ask, where I can offer them the right to invest in my financial services, in my real estate program, in my whatever it is that I'm offering, right? And so when that happens, I say, I mean, I should tell you this. We don't have time. I was going to talk about fans. It's 50 grand. But coming back to this, where there's the option, where they're now making the decision on whether, oh man, am I going to invest in this or not? Do you know what I do? So the investment to get started today is, let's just call it $10,000. The investment to get started today is $10,000. Now, people like you and I in here, we look at that and we say, that's it? But what would people out there say? Oh, people out there would say, oh, I'd rather go buy a car, or I'd rather go on a nice vacation, or I'd rather go to Vegas. But that's why people out there never get ahead. See, people like you and I in here, we're going to write that check or we're going to swipe our cards because we know that that's one client in social media marketing agency. That's one deal in wholesale. That's this and that. And that's why I like people like us. And then, this is where things get really gangster. Get your room, not you, get your room or your audience to condemn the bad behavior themselves. And now I get you guys to say, you know what, guys? So watch, this is like speaker mode. Let's say I'm on stage. So you know what, guys? The people out there that see a $10,000 investment to learn how to invest in real estate, or a $10,000 investment to learn how to do social media marketing agency that really only need to flip one house or do onboard one client to get their money back and profit, you and I see the value in that. People out there don't. Now you tell me, what would you and I tell someone out there that's sitting on the fence and doesn't want to get started? What would we say? And now you're all going to yell, you want something for nothing. You're cheap. You're never going to succeed. You're this. And I'm like, you know what? I totally agree with you guys. I totally agree with you guys. And that's why people out there aren't in rooms like this. Because they don't think like you and I do. You and I, we don't see a $10,000 investment. We see a pathway to financial freedom. All they see is, oh, that could have been a tan in Hawaii. Oh, that could have been a fun night in Vegas. Oh, that could have been, and that's why we're different than people out there. Because people out there don't make investments like that. People like you and I, we pull out our credit cards and we what? You guys want to buy something for I don't have anything for $10,000, but. And and again, this is what we teach people at our speaker trainings. But this is super powerful stuff. Now that right there obviously takes interaction. So if you're on stage or in person, that works. How do you do that in videos? How do you do that on like podcasts? If you've heard my podcast, I do it all the time. Right? I say, hey, if you're listening to this podcast right now, I appreciate that because, people out there don't even take the time to do personal education. So whether you're at the gym or in your office or on your way to work or wherever you are right now, I just want to thank you for being someone who wants to make the world a better place. So you can do it always. Getting them to condemn the behavior only works if I can hear you. But this even works in a one-on-one. And I had someone at Ty's house ask this. It was a bike shop or something for any of you that were there, if you remember this. Watch. Somebody raise your hand and tell me what, if you're in a service-based industry, what service or product you offer the world. Your hand went up first. What do you do?
Mobile apps.
Mobile apps for like what?
Consulting businesses on how to generate leads with mobile apps.
So your client is a consulting business. And you're trying to tell the consulting business why they need an app? Okay, what is it?
I'm the consultant.
Okay.
Consult them on how to generate.
Oh, so any business anywhere, why they need an app. Okay, got it. All right, I thought it was just consulting. Okay, so his business is he is a consultant that goes into any business and tells them why they need their own app. Yes? Pfft, easy. Watch this. You're too far away. I'm going to pretend it's Ali instead. All right? Or no, I'll be you. I'll be you, and Ali is your future client. Ali is in a business of, what is it? So your clients, do you have at least a niche that you focus on, or just giving anybody an app?
I do a lot of work with speakers.
Speakers? Okay, watch this. All right, so I'm you. Ali is your target audience. Here we go. Ali, man, you want to be a professional speaker? Ali says yes. I say awesome. And listen to this all come together now. Ali, here's why you're going to want to work with us. Because how many people have on their Twitter profile, Facebook, Instagram that they are a professional speaker? Like 4 out of 4 people, right? And so how are you going to distinguish yourself in a noisy marketplace where everyone is saying that they're the greatest? See, what we do and why people love working with us is we create mobile apps, or whatever he said, for speakers. Now, Ali, everyone else out there that's trying to be a professional speaker and trying to act and market like they're somebody who's important, all of them are fighting and saying the same things and fighting for that same part of the market share. But what you and I do is we realize that one thing that distinguishes us from all the rest is that we take the time to invest in mobile apps. That when you are on your website saying, hey, I'm a professional speaker, blah, 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 and download my app right now, that's why we look differently than them out there, right? So I'm just teaching you how it works in a one-on-one context. So Ali, the reason that you're going to love working with us too, and why everyone wants to, is because we help bring your brand to the top. So when people are looking at everyone else out there, and they're looking at you, you're the only one that has the brand credibility and the I guess you'd call it distinguishing aspects of having an app, etc., so on and so forth. And so I'm going to use all the language I just taught you guys in a one-on-one conversation as well. And this is where it's applicable to every single person in the room. So you always want to create an us versus them. So Ali's the speaker, I'm you. Here's again what I'm going to say, just wrap that up, and then I'll get off stage because I'm over now, and that's not cool, as you know. So Ali, you want to be a professional speaker, so does everyone else. I totally get that. And so why everyone loves working with me particularly is I help you create an app. And so when everyone else out there says, I'm a professional speaker, hire me, I'm going to come on your stage and blow up, and they're wondering who they're going to book for the next big event, and then they see that you're the only one with the app, that's why they out there are going to want to hire you, because you're different, because you took the time to do things that others out there won't do, which is a distinguishing factor of your brand and your credibility that brings you up in a noisy marketplace of a bunch of Me Too's. Yeah, how many professional speakers have their own custom branded app? And so that's why you're going to love working with me, and that's why we're going to want to get started immediately. I'm really emphasizing, I wouldn't talk like this. We're going to want to, just making that point to you guys. So why we're going to want to get started immediately? Because we don't like being like everyone else out there. We like having stronger, better, unique brands. That's what I would say. That's how I would put it together. Okay. Here's Terry. Okay, here's how I'll close, since, again, I want to respect this time. All this is great. Everything I talked about is important to me, as you guys know, but my brand and what matters most to me is making money matter. So here's the one last suggestion that has nothing to do with what I was talking about before that I really recommend you guys do. Have you ever heard that saying, money can't buy happiness? It's total baloney, and by the way, poverty doesn't buy happiness either. But I have found that money can buy happiness if you make it matter. And so what that means is I recommend everybody in here take some time thinking about how you can leverage your business to make a difference. I'll give you one example. Tom's shoes, when it first came out, for every pair of shoes they sold, they gave a pair of shoes away, so that the more successful and the more money that that brand did and more money that brand made, conversely, the more shoes they were giving away. They had a for-purpose element within their business model. So take what I just taught you, go make millions of dollars, but realize that never will you find happiness in your things. You'll find happiness in what you're using your things for. So with that, I'll be here all day. Appreciate the time, guys. I'm out. Peace.
Yeah, man. Good job, man. That was awesome. Is this thing on? All right, everyone. See? I told you. How good was that, right? Did you guys learn some stuff? Excellent, excellent. All right, guys, well, we're going to roll straight into our next speaker, and I'm very excited to introduce him to you. He is the founder of True Measure Wealth Management and True Measure Advisors, and he runs his 7-figure wealth management business out of Omaha, Nebraska, and has adapted his very elegant business model to an amazing new online program teaching people how to basically be entrepreneurial financial advisors. And today he's going to be talking about some very, very important stuff, the fundamentals of financial planning as an entrepreneur. So it's very important stuff. On top of that, he's also a bit of a family man, and he has 6, yes, count them, 6 sons from the same marriage. So, you know, good effort. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you, and please give him a very warm welcome, Patrick Tucker.
Thank you.
No worries, man.
How's everyone? How about Cole Hatter? Woo! He is amazing, and it sucks following him because he's a great speaker. So I'm glad to be here. I'm the practical guy between Cole and Joel Salatin. So I heard earlier, how many first time at Ty's events? Damn. How about first conference ever? Anybody? Nice. All right, I want to do something that Cole did. He gave you a lot of practical stuff, and I saw the notes were flying. My very first conference was in 1999, just to do a little OG stuff. My first mentor had to pay for me to go, and I came out of the first sessions in the morning. It was one of these conferences where you're Thursday through Saturday, and there's breakouts, and you can choose between the conferences. And I came out of the first morning, and we were hooking up after lunch, and I'm all excited. I got my notebook out, and he's like, "What did you learn today? What did you do?" And I pulled out 20 pages of notes. I had bags full of the tchotchkes, you know, all the pamphlets and all the koozies and all that stuff. And I had so many ideas I was ready to roll with. And he said, "What's the one big thing that you're going to implement today before you go home?" And I was like, I don't know. I don't know which one. And he said, "The rest of the conference, I want you to focus on finding one thing that you can implement before you get home, because if you're like everybody else at this conference," and he was talking about the conference I was at, 99% of them are going to leave as soon as the conference is over. They're going to have their bags full of things. They're going to have all their notes, right? They're going to have all their notes, and they're going to get back, and guess what's going to happen? Amen. Life is going to take over. I have 6 sons, man. They got a lot of stuff going on. I've got a business full of employees. I've got clients. I've got email. I got voicemail. So what's going to happen is life is going to take over. So I want to give you one idea before we get going that you can implement when my talk is over, not during my talk, right? But that you can implement right away. And it's an idea. Who here it's Ty's thing. Who's a reader in the room? Yes. Okay, those of you that didn't raise your hand, I hope you're learning in another way. Okay, you got to be reading. You got to be learning. Who's read this book, Give and Take? Adam Grant? 1. 2. Oh, damn. All right. This is as good as Influence and Persuasion from Cialdini. Adam Grant, Give and Take. And it's the idea of the book is why givers is the way to go from a success standpoint. So he goes through this whole idea of what a giver is, and a giver is somebody who pays more attention to others. Cole Hatter's a giver, right? He wanted this to be about value to you. Today, I want this to be valuable to you guys. I don't care about telling you my story and my successes. I want you to walk away here and be better for listening to me. So I try to practice this idea. There's also takers. Takers are more interested in their own needs than the needs of others. And then there's this group that Adam Grant calls matchers. Let me get this thing figured out. And matchers are people who really want to be a giver, but they're not comfortable with being vulnerable, right? It's too vulnerable for them. So who do you think rises to the top of the success chain? Givers? Who's at the bottom? Takers. I heard takers. Actually, givers are at both the top and the bottom. Okay? And the reason is there's some learning that you have to do to protect yourself if you're a giver. If you're a giver in here, have you ever been taken advantage of? Yes? Yes, you got to read this book. It'll save your life. Okay? But if you want to rise to the top of your profession, of your business, whatever you're in, you need to be a giver. So in this book, Give and Take, there's a gentleman that has a technique called the 5-minute favor, and this is not a sexual thing that you go down to Hollywood. Okay? So a couple of years ago, Fortune magazine wanted to find out who was the most connected to their Fortune 500 CEOs, their Fortune 50 most important tech, their Fortune 50 most influential women, and their 40 most influential under 40. So out of these 640 people, they wanted to find out who was the most connected. And they went through the data, and when the person writing the article got that result back, what came back was a gentleman named Adam Rifkin. Anybody ever heard of Adam Rifkin before? One guy. All right, because he's read the book, right? Adam was what's called the programming panda, right? He's kind of a heavier set guy, so he looks like a panda bear. And he's a nerd. He likes 2 languages, JavaScript and Klingon. He's a nerd. But what they found out is that the author of this article laughed when she saw the result, because she had already been referred to him for another article that she had written in the past for Fortune. So Adam takes giving so seriously that he actually sold his company and is a full-time giver now. And this guy is one of the founders of Twitter, and he's been super successful, and this is his idea, the 5-minute favor. And here's how it goes. The 5-minute favor is, I can take 5 minutes to help you. There's a couple guys in this room I helped over coffee this morning, right? I want to introduce people. My Uber driver's in here somewhere. I was going to get coffee earlier this morning. He's an architect trying to learn how to go independent. He's in the room now. There's no way I can't take 5 minutes to help as many people as I can today. And Cole said I'll be around all day, right? He's willing to give of himself. So the 5-minute favor is just that. Why would you do this? Why would a person do this? I think that giving and caring for another is ingrained in the human heart, right? It's been around a long time. It's part of who we are. We desire to help one another. Most of us in here are in business because we're service-minded. Amen? Absolutely. How many's in the service industry in here? Anybody in financial services? Keep your hands up. Okay, look around. Those financial services people are going to need, you're going to need these guys in a little bit when I get to my talk. Okay, so I'm going to have you guys raise your hands a little bit later. Most of us are in service because we want to give to the other. So why would we do this? I think it's ingrained in us. Look at this happy camper. This is an example from 300 years ago. This is Samuel Johnson. Samuel Johnson was the most lettered man in England in his time. He's a poet, a writer, and he had a famous quote. Whoa, got a little ahead of myself. A famous quote about the true measure of a man is how much they're willing to give without any reimbursement, without any recourse. That was 1704. Anybody know who this is?
Reid Hoffman.
Thank you, Reid Hoffman. Reid Hoffman is the founder, co-founder of LinkedIn. He's a partner at Greylock Partners, right, venture capitalist, and a co-founder of PayPal. Reid Hoffman is a billionaire, 3.1 billion-ish, right in there. He talks in the book, there's 2 quotes in the book about the key to success is being somebody that is helpful. He's known as the philosopher of Silicon Valley because he gives of himself all the time. So how do you do this? How would you start to be a giver if you aren't right now? Earlier this morning, there was a guy, he was very introverted. I don't know if he's still out here. He was shy. He didn't want to ask the question. I think he said, fuck it, I'm going to ask the question anyways. Right? He just started. I don't know where you are. Are you over here still? Right there. Proud of you. It's awesome. So how did he do that? How did he get started? Why did he do that? I'm sure someone encouraged him. I'm sure that he just saw some of these guys up here that were talking to encourage him. So there's 4 things that you need to do to be a giver. Physically, you got to conduct yourself like you care about people. Right? When you enter a room, you can't do this. I don't want to really know you. Okay? You got to hold your head up, and I got to look at you, and I got to see you as a human being. That I want to know you, right? I really do want to know you. So I have to appear like I'm interested in you. Right? That just sounds fundamental, but it's key. So much today, average age in this room, I got to believe, is right around mid-20s to 30s. You guys have grown up with only knowing this, right? Those that are older had a little bit of time before that. But it's a very unskilled thing right now to be physically present to people. Super important. Emotionally, how can I know the other person? Got a physician right here I met at the coffee this morning, right? She was just on sabbatical. I wanted to know her, right? So emotionally, she knew it was safe to speak to me, right? We were sharing a little tea. We were mixing our tea together. How can I know her? I want to really know her. I don't want to just small talk with her, right? Small talk sucks, okay? Can we all practice giving up small talk, please? Amen. Amen. I hate small talk. Really ask deep questions of people. It's not nosy. My wife is German. She grew up in a German household where they thought it was nosy to ask questions. Get rid of that mentality. Love another person by getting to know them. Action, you have to listen. Okay, Cole is so good with his words, right? I'm in an industry that describes themselves as Cole in the back. My industry describes themselves as fee only. That's no good. So I was listening to him because his words are so clear. So you have to listen to know the other, right? Not to just to respond. So many of us want to hear what she has to say just so I can quickly get back to her, right? So I have to hear you. I have to know what you're saying. I have to pay attention. And then lastly, where do you need the most help? Where can I help you, right? Not what can I do to get something for myself, but how can I truly help you? Where do you need the most help? And Adam Rifkin makes a living out of doing this, okay? So I want you to implement this today, right now, well, after my talk, okay? And here's my challenge to you is on the breaks, as soon as these talks are over, I want you to see how many times you can do this today, how many people you can help with this little 5-minute favor. And here's my deal. I'll be here all day, all night. I hope Ty's the last speaker, Cole, so I hope he doesn't go till midnight, but he might. But I will be here all day, so at the dinner break or whatever, I want you to come find me at the end of the day. And whoever's done the most 5-minute favors, I want to give you a reward. I'm going to have you a Benjamin, okay? So I want to challenge you to see that you get these rewards immediately. You can implement it immediately. You have something you can do right now, okay? So not when you get back on Monday or whenever you're returning to wherever you're from. I'm from the Midwest, so I got to fly somewhere. But right today, all right? 5-minute favor. All good? Amen. All right. Let me get to the talk. So Tai asked me to speak on financial advice for entrepreneurs. So I had a hand. Who are the financial advisors in the room? Financial services. 1, 2, okay. Try to pay attention to where their hands are because financial advice is very, very personalized, right? And Cole was talking about how do I give you ideas for 800 people in one room. It's the same with financial advice. I'm going to try to stay up here, but I want it to be practical, and I will be here all day, and I promise you, if you have questions, I will try to help you, or these folks that had their hands up will try to help you, okay? Who had a finance class in high school? Look at that. That's pathetic, okay? One of the things I'm trying to change is high school curriculums, and there's plenty of them that are very good. Dave Ramsey's a huge phenom in our industry. He has a high school curriculum. It should be taught in high school. This should be taught. I homeschooled my kids until they went to high school because I wanted them to be clear thinkers, right? I didn't want them to just kind of take something for a test. I wanted them to learn, right? So I'm sorry that you didn't have this, but all of you should be taking a finance course now through your reading and through your learning and through the people that you work with. So what is the best place for financial advice? Is it on the internet? Recent search, you know how many hits came up? 229 million. That is too many. Okay, so a lot of people, entrepreneurs or just individuals out in the world are confused about where to get their advice. And I think that these numbers, and this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, say there's a lot of people, there's a lot of information out there that's available to people. And it becomes so much so that you have a paradox of choice, right? There's so much choice that I choose to do what? Nothing, right? So instead of doing nothing, you have to start to learn. You have to surround yourself as an entrepreneur with different kinds of advisors. Those people that raise their hands that are in financial services in here are the kinds of advisors that you want. Your CPAs and your attorneys that are, I don't know, are there any CPAs in the room? Got a few. Hey, same guys. All right, he's 2 for 2 right here. Find advisors out there that are entrepreneurial as well, because advice for you guys is different than if you're an employee. Yes? Yes, it's huge. I had a couple conversations, my doctor friend here and others, about, hey, I don't understand finance at all. Like, I just blew through my money. I don't get how taxes work. When Cole was up here asking, what do you want to talk about? Somebody in the back said taxes, I think. just plain old taxes. Well, there's lots of taxes, right? Lots of different kinds of taxes. So I got 4 principles for you today, and then I'm going to leave a lot of time for Q&A because I want to make sure that you guys have, my services, right? So the first principle for financial planning, financial advice for an entrepreneur is that there's absolutely no answer that's the answer. You can't look it up on the internet, okay? So whether it's Ali trying to look up what's best for me, he can't do it because every situation is different. Joel's tax situation as a landowner is way different than me as a services business. Right? I have way different depreciation and different issues to deal with than Joel does. Right? Tai's businesses are way more complicated. So there is no answer. Every situation is different. Principle number 2, I want you to think about the dollars that you earn in your business, however you're earning or business is. I want you to think about how you utilize those dollars like an investor would. So resource allocation. Tai likes to talk about the rule of thirds. Who's heard the rule of thirds before? Yes? Okay, so the rule of thirds is his way of saying basically there's 3 ways you can spend your money. You spend it in your lifestyle, and that might be personally and your business. You can give it away, and the financial services professionals in here can talk to you about really formal ways to do charity, like charitable remainder trusts, all kinds of fancy things that you can do. But charity can be simply just writing a check to someone at the church, at the school. It can be helping a friend or family member, right? So there's a lot of ways to be charitable with your money. You'll see Tai in some of his videos just handing people money or phones or laptops or those kind of things. That's charitable giving in a sense. And the last way is investments, right? Whether I'm saving, I'm reinvesting into my businesses. Those are the only 3 things that you can really do with your dollars. Now, spending over time changes. All right, who has kids in here? You got some kids? All right. So this is what Saturday night looks like as life changes, right? When you're a kid, you got the sleepover, right? And then pretty soon you're hosting the sleepover, and then you're out partying with the old people, okay? So spending changes over time. So when Tai talks about the rule of thirds, he's not saying you should always just live on 1/3 of your earnings, right? So my expenses right now are high. I have children in college. I have children in private high schools. My spending is higher. Joel's spending might be different. His kids are older. They're on their own. Cole's kids are little. His daughters are young. Right? So life is different. Those of you that are single, those of you that have maybe parents you're supporting or whatever it might be, times change that. So a rule of thirds may be applicable to you, but it may just mean that you need to pay attention to how you're spending your money. Okay, so that you're not taking in 100% of your dollars and they're going right out. So to think like an investor, with every dollar that comes in, you have to think about return on investment. Who's heard of ROI before? Yes? Who knows what ROI is? Yes? Okay. There's a lot of ways to calculate ROI, but here's the simple way to think about it. It's the profit on every dollar that you spend. Okay? So if you're spending $1 in your business, what's your return? If Joel's spending $1 buying chicks and he grows those things up and he sells them for $22, that's his ROI on $1. That's a pretty good return. Okay, so every dollar, whether you're giving it away, you're spending it, or you're investing it, you have to learn to think like an investor. All of you in this room want to be investing like Cole's doing in angel investing someday, yes? Yes, absolutely. Here is what I would call the 3 different categories of people, particularly in the US, but this is pretty applicable around the world. On the left, what you're seeing is an income statement, right, of someone that has a job and has no assets, right? The money comes in, they spend it all on their expenses, their rent, their food, their whatever. I'll leave that up there for a little bit. In the middle is about 95% of the United States population, the middle class. The difference, if you notice, is that they're spending not only money on their expenses, but they have something else, what is called liabilities. What is a liability? Yeah, it's debt, right? It's because I spent money on a car, right, that I can't really afford, so I'm paying somebody for that car. So that's the middle class. So they look like they have something else going on. And the last category is where we all want to be. We invest in our land, like Joel's done, paid it off, and I have now assets that are producing income for my lifestyle. So no longer am I trading time for money, right? So if you're an employee, you're trading your time for money. If you're self-employed, you're trading your time for a job that you now own. All right, I'm going to get a little deeper into the investing with your cash in just a minute. I want to get to the third principle, though, so I don't run over allowed here. I'm an old UPS guy. So if you're not on time, you're over allowed. So I'm watching the clock here a little closer than Cole did. Principle number 3, you have to protect your assets. Okay? How many are in business less than 5 years in the room? Okay. So there's a lot of things to think about when you're getting into business that you may not think about because you're just getting going. You're trying to produce income. There's a lot of different ways to protect yourself. And one of the things is that you have to think about the types of organizations or entities that you can set up. LLCs, corporations, partnerships. Think of these as your bodyguard. We got the Alpha Red guys around the room. Big Vic in the back. Where's Craig? Craig's my guy. So they're like, you know, you go out and they've wrapped you up, right? So no one can harm you. An LLC is the same kind of thing. If the bad guys try to get into your business, they can't get there, right? Or if they're in your business and they're trying to get your personal assets, they can't get there. So say somebody like Tai that has a lot of business assets, he has a lot of personal assets, he's got those things protected from lawsuit. You come after him for some kind of, you slip out on the front step at one of his parties and you sue him, right? He's got protections in place. He's got those liabilities in place. You hire an employee that didn't like one of your jokes, like the 5-minute favor. Hopefully nobody was offended by that sexual comment, right? But you can have employee lawsuits for the littlest things anymore. So you've got to have all these things thought about, and these kind of corporations are very easy to do. I would recommend highly that you find yourself a corporate attorney, okay? LegalZoom and those kind of things are cheap, and it's a way to get started, but don't cheap out here. One lawsuit can put you down, okay? To make a lawsuit go away can cost you $50,000 easy. So this is not a place to be cheap on. Here's another thing that you have to think about when you're talking about protecting your assets. There's a lot of different kinds of insurance out there, and many of you that don't have employees and things may not be exposed to all of this. But if you own property, like Joel owns a lot of properties, he's got property insurance, he's got liability coverages, there's health insurance. Cole was talking about a CFO wanting benefits. That stuff's expensive. But you've got to look at all of these things. Business continuity, identity theft is a new one, right? So in the financial services realm, in my realm, I have all kinds of new things that I have to do, right? So that if somebody hacks into my system, I could be liable if your accounts get taken away. That's not cool. So you've got to not, again, skip on the insurance. I was advising a client the other day, been in business 25 years, hates insurance, didn't have any insurance. None of his property, his farms, he's got all kinds of stuff, and he's kind of like one of these conspiracy theorists. I don't need that damn, But he was restoring steam engine tractors, Joel. And Joel would know what these are, but these are tractors that run with a boiler. And he was going to like fairs and things, state fairs, and letting little children ride on these. Right? Basically riding on a boiler bomb with no insurance. And these things are worth a ton of money. He had a whole museum full of them. So you got to have this stuff covered. All right, debt is another area to cover your risk management around. And there's this thing about, is debt good or bad, right? So you may have heard Tai talk about the use of debt inside of your business. And I would recommend that all of you, while the economy is good, and while your business is good, if it's good, is to try to get yourself in a position to have access to debt. And this is different than the message you might hear from, say, a Dave Ramsey, whose audience is employees who can't afford the lifestyle that they're living. In business, there is never a time when you can't use more cash. Amen? So get a line of credit in place. Everybody know what a line of credit is? No. Okay, that's not very many hands. Lines of credit are different than loans. Okay, a line of credit acts more like a credit card in that they only charge you for it when you're using it. So you go out and get yourself a $100,000 line of credit for your business. If you're not using it, it's not costing you anything, but it's available to you. So an opportunity comes along, the market's correct. I'm in the business of financial planning where some of my fees are based on the assets that I manage. So in 2008, what happened? Market crash, that's right. So it was the biggest crash in a long, long time. And so the markets went down a lot and a lot of portfolios were impacted and my revenue was impacted by that. Now I have other businesses and I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but I also have a line of credit available to me. So it can be a life preserver. It can be that guy on the right. Yes, he's on the right, the smiley face guy. So debt is not a bad thing, but get it when your business is good. And if you don't know how to talk to bankers, ask the financial services people in the room. If there's any bankers, help these people out. Come see me. Part of this kind of thing is being prepared and using the right language. Cole talked about the words. When you go to talk to a banker, you have to be able to close that deal, like he closed the deal on Sanja, right? He married up. So my father said something similar, that I punch outside of my weight limit. So marrying up, doing these things, being prepared ahead of time is super important. So think about debt as a tool. It's not bad. It's actually very, very helpful. It could help you survive, and it can help you thrive, okay? So number 4, entrepreneurs should invest differently than employees. So one of my theories is that you, as entrepreneurs, should work with people that are also entrepreneurs. So most of my industry, unfortunately, are financial salespeople. So you need to be aware of this, right? So if my solution for Ali is that I think you ought to do this thing because I think it'll really help you out, but that thing pays me a commission, you're going to start to wonder, Patrick, is that better for you or is that better for Ali? Right? Like, is that really advice or is that sale of a financial product just that? So find yourself entrepreneurs that understand business. They know how to read P&Ls. They know what a balance sheet is. They know what it is to make a payroll. They know what it is to have to do some marketing spend because they can speak your language. So find yourself other advisors that act like consultants. So my whole coaching program that Terry mentioned is to teach financial advisors how to do this because my industry doesn't do it. So I want you to be sensitive to this and be aware of it as you approach others for help, right? So watch the costs, watch these things, but really look at this advisor. Tony Robbins, everybody knows Tony Robbins, yes? Money, his book. Have you read his book, Money? Okay, until that book came out, I was never asked. I've been doing financial services for 20 years, almost, 19. Never asked if I was a fiduciary before. Anybody heard of the word fiduciary? Yeah, woo! So fiduciary means I have to care about your money like it's my money, right? It's very easy to sue a fiduciary. I've been a fiduciary since 2005. Never asked until Tony's book came out. So it was a great service. So fiduciary is somebody that really, where's Cole? I can't use the word fee. You invest with me, right? You hire me as a consultant, right? So my industry, again, likes to describe itself as fee only. I like to say that I'm advice-based, right? So my service to you is that I'm going to sell you advice, right, for a fee. I'm not going to close you on a product that you might buy. So you guys need to invest with people like that can help you. You also need to study. I don't know if you've ever seen Peter Bevelin's books. He writes a lot about Warren and Charlie Munger, Warren Buffett. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. These two guys, they actually used to live in my hometown. Charlie lives here in California now. But every year the Berkshire Hathaway meetings are in Omaha, and I'd love to host any of you. Every year I host a big group, so if you're interested, look me up, and I'll make sure you get in. It's a great event. You need to find people like this that you can learn from, and Warren learned from the great Benjamin Graham, right? So these guys are amazing. They know a lot about behavioral control, right? So there's really, as an investor, 3 things you can do to give yourself an advantage. You can have an informational advantage. So I would say Tai, did you all see him hosting those guys over the Bitcoin, right? He had the founder of Bitcoin. He had Dan Fleischman there. He had a lot of guys. Alex Muir, who's going to speak later. Very smart people. He has an informational advantage over most of us, right? He knows something. I bet you Joel learns a lot about farm deals in his area and around the country, probably around the world, before any of us would learn about them. That's an informational advantage that he has. So you all think about where you can get an informational advantage as an investor. You might have a technical advantage, right? So there's hedge funds that are what are called quants. They're mathematical or they're analytic. So they have an analytic advantage, right? So that's a technical advantage. You might have a technical advantage in that you know a particular industry super well, and you could invest in that industry differently than maybe I could. The other thing is you can have a behavioral advantage. And Warren and Charlie arguably have the best behavioral control of anybody on the planet. That's why they're as wealthy as they are. They do not freak out when the market's correct. Actually, Warren's famous for saying, when the market's correct, I get to see who's been swimming naked, right? So the thing is with Warren and Charlie, when the market's correct, what are they doing? They're buying when everybody else is freaking out, when they're selling, right? So they have great behavioral control. So I teach that in my courses and for my clients how to have that. So find ways to learn this. All right, many of you are probably somewhere in this, this chart. Yeah, this is Rich Dad stuff right here. Okay, if you've read his books, and they're good books. So many of you are going through this pattern and working towards the I on the end. Cole and Ty and Alex, many of the people in his network are there. They're investors. And this is where you want to be. This is the differences between each of those categories. Time for money, owning a job, leverage. If you're a business owner, you can leverage other people's time and money, right? Gives you a lot more resources. And then, of course, where only 5% of the population is, in that upper right-hand corner, is where we all want to get to and where I want to help you get to. So how do you do this? You guys are business owners, entrepreneurs, about to be business owners. The average multimillionaire in the westernized world, so that includes the United States, but it includes other countries, has between 4 and 7 sources of income. Why would they do this? Well, most financial advisors, those of us in the room can agree to this, I would think, talk about asset allocation, investing your portfolio in different categories, domestic stocks, international, emerging markets. What I'm talking about is diversifying your sources of income. If my entire income was based on the equity market, for example, and the equity market's correct tomorrow, my income's going to get crushed, right? If I'm completely a follower of Cole's real estate program and all I've done is real estate investing, and the real estate market's correct like they did in 08 and 09, I could be in very big trouble, right? If all I do is sell chickens and there's the bird flu coming through and everybody's afraid of buying Joel's chickens, he's damn happy that he has pork and, you know, beef and all the other stuff that he's doing, right? So diversify your income stream. Here's an example of mine, and the only reason I throw this up here is invest in and grow your income streams in things you're familiar with, where you have an advantage. So TM is True Measure. So that's my wealth management business. I make well over 7 figures there. I do my coaching program that is related to my industry. I have an advantage. I know the industry. I know the types of people that are in the industry. I know who's training those people, right? I know that they're trained only on sales, and I know that they desire to really be entrepreneurs, that they really want to help other people, but they're kind of hogtied by what the industry says they can and cannot do. So it's a natural advantage. That's why it's my second largest. I have a social media business, right? Because I'm naturally talking to other entrepreneurs. They want this help. So like half this room is social media. So I'm doing some social media. I have social media for my business. Why not do it for others, right? It's just leverage. I have my SaaS area. So I've gotten into software. So I mentioned earlier I do behavioral coaching. So I'm building a tool that's a software-based tool to help measure and manage people's behaviors. Because if I know your behavioral tendencies, I can manage them better, right? If I don't know them, if you lie to me, if you fake me out, right, you're tricking me, I can't help you, and you're going to blow yourself up financially, and I don't want that for people. So it's related to my industry. It gives me an advantage. Then the other ones are areas that are a little bit outside of my thing. I've got a little bit of another software program we've just started, and it has to do with cancer drug rebates that are out there that most people miss, and it's hundreds of thousands of dollars per doctor. So we've built a tool to go plug this in oncology offices so that their patients have this money available to them, and we take a cut of that, right? It's a cool thing. And then in my business, One of the things I try to do is I steal everybody else's ideas, but Google has the 20% time. Everybody aware of that? No? 20% time means at Google, 20% of your time, you're free to work on whatever you want. It's a great idea. It's how they innovated Gmail. It's where a lot of Google apps come from. They allow their engineers and everyone there to do and work on whatever they want to. So I've implemented that in my business. And I have one of my youngest employees is a non-college educated person. She's super intelligent and has been self-taught. And so we've built an uncollege, right, a program. So Tai talks a lot about how maybe college isn't necessary for everybody today, right? And you're hearing about this from other people. We're actually putting together a curriculum to actually say then, well, if college isn't right for you, what should you do? So we're testing that. I don't know if you've heard of the book, The Happiness Project. Gretchen Rubin is the author. So Gretchen and I and a couple others are partnering with her to try to help her take her book story and develop it into a curriculum, into a course. Right? So these are other things. And I've done other things. I'm a Minnesota guy. I used to play hockey, so I had a hockey training business. Didn't do so well in Omaha. Okay? In 2001, if you guys have ever heard of co-location sites, this was pre-cloud. This is where you used to host your servers off-site. Right? So in 2001, we had 9/11, a tragic event in our country's history. That was a great idea back in 2011, or 2001, excuse me. It was too early. Right? So you try things, but diversify your income. Diversify your income tax. Somebody in the back asked Cole about tax. Right? I don't know who that was. I can't really see very well. But there's a lot of taxes. There's dozens of kinds of taxes. There's people from outside of the U.S. I'm mainly speaking to the United States. But there's payroll taxes, right? There's ordinary income taxes federally. There's state income taxes. There's capital gains taxes. There's excise taxes. There's federal unemployment taxes. There's a lot of kinds of taxes. Gift and estate taxes. You give money away at too high a level, they're going to tax you on it. You die with too much money and you don't have your stuff together, like Joel has his together, he could pay a lot of taxes just for dying, right? And the libertarians hate that, don't they? So here's why businesses have such an advantage, though, with taxes. And this is why earlier I talked about you need to have your entities set up, your LLCs, right? Is businesses get to earn money, they get to spend money, and then they pay taxes on the net. And this might sound, oh, duh, Patrick. Wow, thanks. Really big insight. This is huge. Most business owners don't understand this. This is huge. For me, it's 50 cents on the dollar. Every dollar I spend in my business, I save 50 cents. Right? So everything you can do legally, you know, you're marketing your Lamborghini like Tai is, that's a marketing expense. That's not a thing he drives to the basketball game in. And I'm not talking about his personal taxes, but I'm saying those are things you can do. Right? Tanner Fox, he's got a Lamborghini. I'm sure Tanner's writing that thing off. It's on every other post. Right? Why wouldn't you? Right? You get your monogram shirts, that can be a uniform. So this is a huge thing that you need to spend time with. You need to have good tax counsel. Don't cheat yourself here. Cole doesn't like taxes, so he has a CFO. You don't have to hire a CFO, but get yourself somebody that's an entrepreneurial CPA that really knows this stuff. Can save you bundles of money. Here's the opposite. As an employee, you earn money, you pay taxes, you get to spend the difference. That sucks. Not into that. All right? All right. So there's a lot of different types of income. This is just an example. Schedule C is business income. Right? Capital gains are at different rates. There's passive income. All the real estate investors in here might know what passive income is. There's qualifying dividends that are taxed differently. And then, of course, there's IRAs and what is known as qualified money. These are retirement accounts. A lot of people ask me, should I invest in or should I put money into a retirement account? And I think that you as entrepreneurs, your first dollars should go into your own business. And then they should go into another stream of income. And then another stream of income. And keep doing that. And then when your income's so large and you need a little bit of tax breaks and you got extra income, then you can use retirement accounts. Retirement accounts are for when you're older. right? So all of you, if you're average age in here, let's say it's 30, you can't even access those dollars for almost 30 years, 59 and 1/2, right? When you get a little further down the gray hair train, you have to start taking those dollars out when you're 70 and 1/2. That's a long time. You don't know what that stuff's in. Now, those of you that have IRAs and have old jobs where maybe you had a 401k or something like this and you rolled it over, one of the things Cole teaches in his real estate course is how to use that to buy different kinds of assets like real estate. So there are things you can do in an IRA, but again, for me, it's a small thing for an entrepreneur. It's not something I would lead with. Okay, this is, I think, Joel's thing. So one of the principles with financial planning, with financial advice, is you have to start. This is the grow where you're planted, right? So you have to begin where you are. If you know nothing about finance, then start to learn. If you know somebody that's great at this, learn from them. But you have to start where you're planted, because if you don't, you guys will be sitting in these guys' offices with this one. I retire on Friday, haven't saved a dime. Here's your chance to become a legend. All those people with their hands up earlier, they're the ones. So don't be this guy, right? So be proactive, begin where you are. So I've got a few minutes here. I want to do some Q&A because I know there's a lot of questions around finance. I promise you I'll be around all day. I've had a lot of coffee. I'll keep drinking it. I want to help you guys. So do we have microphones? We got this guy right here. Here we go.
Hi.
Hey.
All right, so I'm Will. I'm still in the very beginning end of all of this. I don't have a business yet. I have ideas.
Okay.
So this may be a very basic question. Maybe you could point me to a book, or maybe you can answer it. But basically, is we're going and testing different business ideas, and we don't know what we want to do yet. At which point should we transition and do something more formal, get advice from a lawyer or a CPA, make some sort of business structure? When do we make that transition?
Okay. Yeah, so when do you want to set up the LLCs and that kind of thing?
Yeah.
That's your question? I would say you can set that up while you're testing it. And it's very inexpensive. So an entity can just be a holding pond. You can have lots of things within it. And then later on, if you find that, hey, I'm going to do this thing, and I'm going to do this thing, and I'm going to do this thing, you can put them in different entities. So I'm going to use Joel again. He probably has different farms, and he has different partnerships, and I bet he has different entities for those things. And there's reasons for that. If I'm at his farm and a cow kicks me in the face and I want to sue him, he wants to protect all his other assets so that just that farm is at risk, right? So I would say do it now because you're exposing yourself to risk and you want to be formal about this and you want to learn how it goes. So maybe you start with a cheaper way of doing it, but I would say get it done right away. And LS, what state do you live in? Are you here?
Seattle, Washington.
Seattle, Washington. Don't know Seattle that well. I don't have any clients in Seattle. But there's a lot of reasons to have it. And you can, most of you are fine to have your entities in the state you live in. But your attorneys can talk to you about the reasons to maybe think about another state's entity, like a Delaware or a South Dakota or Texas, these kinds of things. And that has a lot to do with the types of business that you're in, where you do business, and the kinds of industries that you're in. But I would say there's no reason to not have a little LLC set up. Formalize if you're doing it. I don't know if these guys next to you are together with you, but it's a way to formalize what you're doing too. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
My name is Jake Smith.
Jake.
Obviously aware that taxes are very important, but for somebody, and I'm sure most of us, people that aren't familiar with it, what books would you suggest? And then if not books, would you suggest maybe calling an establishment like yours and getting consulting?
Well, sure, I'm happy to help you, and all these guys in here too, okay? So reading about taxes sucks. I'm just going to tell you, like, there's not a lot of good books on taxes. And part of the problem is tax law is always changing. It's a great question. Tax law is always changing. Excuse me, I just spit on the whole front row. Just put a shield right here, like, security. So they're always changing, and they always change it right at the end of the year. You've heard about Trump and all this stuff, right, that they're trying to change on tax law. So I would read fundamentals of business books. Like the one I had up is a great one. It's lessons, it's quotes and such from Warren. It's lessons on how to be a manager and how to lead. So I don't really have a good like tax book. There's good fundamental economics books that are out there and those kinds of things. But I would say get yourself a good friend or a good consultant that understands tax. And you really can know it at a fundamental level. You don't have to be in the weeds with it. You want to be in the weeds with your thing, whatever it is you're doing. And maybe one of you, if you three are partners, can be more focused on the tax and some of the structuring stuff, while the other guys are sales or whatever it is. But yeah, I would do it that way. Yeah. You got somebody with a microphone somewhere? You got a microphone? All right.
Hello, Patrick. Great talk.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Blazevich. I'm currently in a startup app business. What do you think about starting a business on like an SBA loan?
Yeah, that's a good question. SBA loans are great if you can qualify for them. And banks love them because they protect the bank. They cover the bank's ass, if you will. So the SBA loans are great. Find a banker that knows how to do this. This is typically going to be in the commercial lending division of a smaller bank to mid-size or larger bank. And there's a lot of really cool SBA loans, but you got to find a banker that knows these things. And a lot of bankers don't know very much about it. So I would not be opposed to it if you can get it done, if you can qualify, right? So I'm good with that. Make sure that you've got the ability to service the thing. You don't want to screw up your reputation and your credit and all of that if you go under. But again, it's a low-risk loan for the banks.
Got one right over here?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Hey, my name is Haji.
Yeah.
My question is, when Cole was talking about like implementing new systems and employees in your business, outsourcing, how do you calculate the ROI on employees? How long to hold on to them before you see the ROI from them? And when do you know like when to pull the trigger of like, all right, this is not producing ROI right now?
Yeah, it's a great question. And the answer is it depends. Depends on the employee, right? What they're doing, what you're asking them to do. So one of the things that my team all knows is I ask them to be the CEO of something, right? Whatever it is they're doing. So they have to operate whatever responsibilities they have as if it's their own little business unit. So it has to be profitable, and there has to be a return to the business from what their efforts are doing. Otherwise, we have a not-to-do list, right? So sometimes in my industry, there's all kinds of things that people do because they think they have to. It's sort of I don't know if it's Ty's story with the ham, where he cuts you guys all heard this, where somebody cuts the ends of the ham off, and it's supposed to make it taste better, and they finally ask, why did they do that? Well, that's because Grandma's pan was too small. Right? Like, why do we still do this? So what not to do? So ROI on an employee, it has to bring value. And if it leverages you to go get more sales, that's a measurement of ROI. Right? So they have to bring value. It's a tricky thing. If they're in sales, it's an obvious thing. Right? It's easy to measure. But if they're in a support role, if they're an assistant to you, if they're doing some kind of computer work, you got to follow up.
So yeah, what they're supposed to be doing is like booking more appointments, helping me get meetings and stuff like that. But so for the first month, it's kind of counterproductive because you're spending so much time training them and not doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So like how do you get past that phase and put in?
So a lot of things. So I would do one of the things Cole talked about was the screen capture training, so you don't have to replicate yourself so much. But yeah, you've got to have a window of time in which you expect them to get up to speed. Maybe you give them a 6-month window or whatever it is in your industry. And if they're not there, then they're not there. The other thing that Tai talks about a lot is hire in tandem. So hire 2 people, give them both the same task. It gives you perspective between how they're doing. And I do this a lot. Sometimes you can do it even with outsourcing. So in the creative space, if you're going to hire somebody to do some social media marketing, I can hire 2 of you, right? And see where I'm getting my biggest bang for the buck. Okay, I'm getting the hook. So one more question right here.
Hi, my name is Z. Scott. I'm from Long Beach, California. I have a business called The SEO Queen. My question to you is cryptocurrency. Can you give us any tips on that? I just learned that there's over 100 cryptocurrencies.
Right.
And I that blew my mind, so I want to know more. Do you have any books you could recommend?
Yeah, there's a lot of them. So I was expecting I thought it'd be the first question, honestly. So yeah, you're going to have to do a lot of reading and a lot of learning because it is a new thing. And it's going to be a disruptive thing. I agree with that. I think that informational advantages like Tai has And if he has any programs, I would follow those. I would read everything you can get if you're interested about it, and be smart about it, right? So don't go all in and pick the wrong one. There's a lot of information. I've read a few books on it. I'm no cryptocurrency expert right now, but I would say it's something that you have to learn, because it's going to be like Amazon was to retail, Google was to search, right? The internet. It's a big thing. I think it's a real deal. But I would be reading a lot. I've got a few books at home that I'm going through myself to try to learn and get up to speed. What are they? It's the Bitcoin Founders book. That's a good one. Can't think of the title. Anybody know it? I can't think of it. Find me afterwards. I'll look them up. I've got it on my Amazon app. I'm supposed to wrap up. Terry's going to jerk me off. And
no worries, man. All right. That was awesome.
Let me be clear.
That's fair, man.
He is not going to do that.
No, not going to do that, man. That was awesome, man. Thank you. All right, let's give it up again for Patrick. That was great. You guys still learning some good stuff? Yeah. All right. Well, let's keep it going then. And then after this, we are going to be breaking for lunch. But yeah, you want to hang around for this next speaker, because it's a doozy. He is first and foremost a farmer, an entrepreneur, a lecturer. Yeah, you guys know who it is, right? An author. He raises livestock using holistic management methods with the goal of emotionally, economically, and environmentally enhancing agriculture. Yeah, it's a mouthful, right? But he is also one of Tai's mentors and the basis of a lot of his stories and quotes. You know, if you don't have it in your head, you've got to have it in your heel, right? Has anyone heard of that one? Yeah. There we go. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you guys the one and only Joel Salatin.
Thank you. I'm going to move this over here. So I've got some notes here because I made a new speech for Tai. Here we go. We're fine. I'll get it. Yeah, I'll get it. And what an honor. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Thank you. It's such a pleasure to do these things with Tai. I'll never forget the first one I did with him several years ago. And he gets up and he says, "We're not going to allow any questions at our conference because you ask stupid questions." And everybody goes, "Yeah!" Amazing. So, I don't know if we'll get to questions or not. But since then, of course, he's put a lot of emphasis on good questions to ask. You know, and actually coached on question asking. But what a joy, you know, to see Tai. I mean, he was an apprentice at our place, 22 years ago. He was just learning to talk. And we didn't take him till he was potty trained. And to see what he's been able to do, what he's been able to accomplish since, I just honor and respect and appreciate being a part of that. It's a real blessing. It's always interesting for me to get to incredibly different kinds of people and audiences. So I have to ask the question today, is there any full-time farmer in the audience? Not a single one. This is a first. You know, I've been doing conferences for 30 years, about 50 a year, I guess, for 30 years. That's a lot of yakking on a stage. And I don't think I have ever been in a room where there was not a single full-time farmer. So, this is a good day, an exciting time. So I asked Tai, I said, "Look, you know, what do you want me to talk about to these folks?" And what he wanted me to talk about was, who are you going to play with? Who are you going to play with? That's my rendition of it. He said, choosing and building a team, but that wasn't nearly as fun as who you're going to play with. So I want to talk about who are you going to play with. And the first thing that you have to understand is what I call game specificity. So what I'm going to zero in on is how do you read people and how do you choose partners? Because not a single one of us can be as successful by ourselves as we are with a team. All right? That is a business axiom. We all know that. And so, when people ask me, they ask me, what if you could go back and change anything about your, history, what would you do? And my answer today is, I would have not been so long waiting to develop, to generate partners, to bring people on the team. But we farmers, we're known for our being such an independent cuss. And of course, most farmers are farmers because they don't like people. And so most of us have a much better relationship with our, tractor than we do with our spouse anyway. So I'm speaking to myself when I'm telling you this. I'm telling you as an early business, knowing what you're playing and bringing on people. Okay, so the first one is specificity. Know your game. What are you playing? If you don't have a one-sentence mission statement for your business, you're not ready for a partner. Because if you can't boil your business down to one statement, one mission, here is our soul, here's what we do. Terry he quoted half of ours. Ours is to develop economically, emotionally, and environmentally enhancing agricultural prototypes and facilitate their duplication throughout the world. Okay? That's our mission statement. It's on the refrigerator, it's on my desk, it's on our everything, okay? Why? Because that is what keeps you focused. And if you don't have your mission statement down to a sentence, remember 12th grade composition class. I had a wonderful, we homeschooled our kids and our grandkids are being homeschooled, but I was in school and I had a couple of good teachers. And one of the best ones was a 12th grade advanced comp teacher. And boy, I can still remember her today. She was an old maid, English marm. And she said, if you can't put your essay in one sentence, you're not ready to write. Remember hearing that? I've written 12 books. If I can't condense the book into one sentence, I'm not ready to write. Okay? It is the specificity that creates compelling messaging. Otherwise, we're just up here fooling around, shooting the breeze. Well, I don't know what we're doing. If you want to attract a partner, you got to know where you're going. Nobody's going to join you on a journey if there's not a roadmap there and a clear destination. So, what's your game? What are you playing? One sentence mission statement. And then objectives to get there. What's your strategy? So you've got your objectives. How are you going to accomplish this mission? And it's okay to have a list of what we're not. Sometimes what we say no to are more defining of our business than what we say yes to. Because everybody's going to pull that. As soon as you start doing something, anything, everybody's going to have a good idea for you. Right? Because, boy, we love to come and give other people advice. I can tell you a lot more what you ought to do than what I ought to do. That's a lot easier to do. And so the world of unsolicited advice is quite large. And so, for example, I'll give you an example from our farm. We get a lot of flack, actually, a lot of pushback from people that say that complain at us, say we're not really true blue because we're not into heritage breeds. Have you heard of heritage breeds in food? You know, you got to get some unpronounceable, exotic something or other. Well, the reason that we're not into heritage breeds, and I don't mind it, it's fine to have heritage breeds. I'm fine with that. But one of our objectives in accomplishing this mission statement that I said is that we want to create credible alternatives to make factory farming obsolete. There's no reason for it. We don't need it. But if I'm going to say that, I have to have a credible alternative. And a credible alternative is not a $150 10-pound razor-breasted, dark-meated heritage turkey. You have to have something that's credible. In persuasion, we talk about. We talk about a 10 being a person who has a grain mill in their kitchen, sprouts going on the windowsill, and a raw milk cow share. That's a 10. A 1 is a person that eats food out of the gas station. On that continuum, if you're eating your food out of the gas station, that's like the bottom feeder, okay? So when we talk about persuasion and marketing and getting customers, one of our problems when we're messaging is we try to move people too fast, and we run away from them. That's why entrepreneurs at midlife have a midlife crisis when they start hating their customers. Why? Because we've got new customers coming in every day that we're having to tell the story to. Well, we've already progressed and refined and tweaked our ideas and our modeling way out here, and we get tired of telling somebody, here's how you make a hamburger. And so our strategy, our objective is to actually have a credible alternative to the factory farm, which means we, as much as we'd like to be a 10 for everybody, in the marketing triangle, 10 being at the top and 1 being this broad base at the bottom, a lot more people, buy their food from the gas station than have a grain mill and a sprouting jar on the windowsill. Are you with me? Okay. So if we're going to have a credible alternative, we can't just sell to that 10. We've got to move down that ladder. Now, we're not interested in the 1. If we tried to sell to the 1s, we'd be out of business and there wouldn't be any differentiation. That's what Tyson does, okay? So we come down that to make a little broader base. The heritage person that just wants to sell to the 10s, the problem with it is anybody that's doing, these real exotic, weird, and very, very expensive heritage breeds and odd, is the first question I get all the time from them is, where do you find people to buy stuff? I can't find anybody to buy anything. I can't, these people won't buy anything. Well, $150 turkey that's 10 pounds and all dark meat and doesn't have any breast is hard to sell. And you need a really savvy customer, somebody that really drinks the Kool-Aid to get it. Another one of our strategies is that we want to increase the commons. The commons, it's funny to hear a libertarian say the word commons, but the commons, the air, the soil, the water, the social equity in a community. So we want to increase the commons. We believe that as a result of farming, we should have more soil, more breathable air, less carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, more biomass, more hydration in the landscape, and more social equity. That's a very specific objective, all right? And it means that we don't do some things. That's what I'm getting at, okay? And so having specificity in your objectives and your mission statement. Another strategy is that we want to germinate land caressers, not conquistadors. Okay? So one of our distinctives is that we're germinating farmers. Now, what that means is that that while financially it would be better if we just worked with full-time people on our team and didn't try to do an educational component through interns and apprentices, which is where I'm going to end up in this talk, is how we pick our interns and apprentices. Even if that were financially, or even if on paper as a business that looked better, that wouldn't meet the strategy of germinating young farmers. Plenty of times we've sat around and said, man, we should just shut this thing down, get some good, folks with us that stay with us, and because these young people, they come, they go, they get married, they like Tai, they go do stupid things. So how do we retain them? How do we keep them? All right, so that's a problem. But this strategy of we want to duplicate this throughout the world means that what we want is to teach, bring them in, and then yes, the fact that they go out and start their own things, that's a positive. And so these are just some interesting strategies. What that means is when we get an applicant for an intern or apprenticeship, and their application shows that they're using terminology like creating memories and interesting experiences, we don't take them. We want to hear things like, my dream is to be a full-time farmer in Oklahoma or whatever, right? Yeah, okay. We got a contingent from Oklahoma here. Good. All right. But what we're looking for are people who actually get this strategy. And then the third thing is to define your need. Know your strengths and look for your complementarity. Let me just draw something here. So there are kind of three areas in life, and Cole touched on a couple of them. One is what you love and what you know and what you're good at. Okay? And if we draw these as universes, okay, this right here where all three of them intersect, that's your sweet spot. And one of our goals in life is to always figure out where this sweet spot is for us, because when we talk about strengths and weaknesses and strengths finders and leveraging your ability, this right here is your best leverage in the world. See, the thing is, a lot of times what we know is not what we love. 80% of Americans hate their job. 80% of Americans hate their job. Now, they've got a job. You think they know something? Yeah. In fact, some of them are really good at the job, but they don't love it. And a lot of people love things they don't know anything about. Some of you are here wondering, what's my next step? Where's my spot in this thing? And you don't know anything yet. You're going to know something, but that's why you're here. And so when you leverage all three of these areas of your life, that's your sweet spot. And so everything that's outside that area is where a partner comes in. Okay? That's where the partner comes in. So, we've got specificity. Now, the next part is complementarity. We want complementary people. Now, the first part here is this gets a little bit touchy, because remember, opposites attract. So if you're a starter, you need a finisher. Okay? These are kind of themes of life, okay? Some people love to start projects. Other people like to finish. I mean, we see this in the farm, I can have half a dozen unfinished projects around. If your partner is a finisher, having a half a dozen unfinished projects around looks like a junk pile. It puts them into apoplectic seizures. And meanwhile, the person that just plods along to finish a project to a guy that's always wanting to start things, it looks like an incredibly long pathway to, to finish. But hey, we can start something else over here, all right? So you need that compatibility. How about planners versus spontaneous people? Okay? Planners. I mean, there are people who plan things, and we can be very, very thankful that Tai does not plan this conference. We talk about real time and we talk about Tai time. Okay? So we can be very thankful that Tai doesn't plan. We need planners. Maya tells him which shoes he's going to wear. Okay, so he can get here. All right? But there's something about spontaneity that's also special. And so if you're an impetuous, spontaneous kind of person, you need a planner. And if you're a methodical planner, what we call paralysis by analysis, okay? I'm in a partnership in a small community federal inspected abattoir. That's a pretty French word for slaughterhouse. And Joe and I own this together. We could not be more different. Okay, we've owned this thing now for going on 7 years. Joe is an engineer, landscape architect, planner, spreadsheets, all this, just minutia. Loves the paperwork. I can't stand to read a piece of paper more than a couple minutes, And over the years, we've come to really appreciate, and he says, man, I wish you were here more. You just walk in here and you just spend 5 minutes and intuitively you spot 5 things that we could do that would help our efficiency and our margins. You just see it. And my problem is, if I'm there too much, I go crazy over all the paperwork and the boxes to fill and the little circles to check, and the inspector that might have had a bad night at the house or whatever and got up on the wrong side of the bed and wants to cause trouble. So planners and spontaneous. How about people that are detail-oriented and dreamers? Some people love working on the details. Others are out here in la-la land, all right? In our family, I'm the dreamer. In fact, it's now in my official job description. I am the visionary dreamer, okay? Daniel, our son, is the detail guy. He's a manager, okay? That's a perfect combination. And it's been interesting to watch him. He's, when Tai was an apprentice, Daniel was about 4 years younger and was his boss. Don't you think that caused some exciting times? And Daniel was about 14, Tai was 18, so there you go. How would you like to be 18 and work for a 14-year-old? But Daniel grew up managing, and it's a great symbiotic relationship. How about introverts versus extroverts? See, what I'm trying to get you to understand is when we start talking about finding partners, 9 times out of 10, we're not looking for another me. We're looking for a not me. That's critical to understand. Because if we can't get over the hump of appreciating, if we're the extrovert and we can't appreciate the contribution of the introvert, if their silence bothers us, that's a problem. We need to come to the point where we appreciate the differences. How about, the impetuous person versus the meditative person? Would you please make a decision? I'm thinking about it. And we have to wait until I'm thinking about it. Okay. And you know what? 9 times out of 10, it's better than we would have done as an impetuous person. I'm the impetuous. Hey, jump off the cliff. let's see, what should we have gotten here? Maybe a parachute, maybe a hang glider, you know, something. No, just jump off the cliff, you know. Cut the tree down now, should we have cut it? Well, we'll ask tomorrow, you know. I'm that impetuous person, but I have come to deeply appreciate, you know, my wife Teresa's meditative, let's sleep on it a couple of days, you know. And of course, she's constantly, I'm not asking you to fix it. Let me just rant. And so she complains or rants, you know, we men, we got to fix everything, right? No, just listen. That's plenty. That's just enough. Just listen. All right. And of course, we've got the personality types, the old historic, you know, going back to the most ancient writings of Greece and Rome. You know, you've got the choleric, which are the hard-charging leaders. Their asset is their leaders. Their liability is they tend to run over people and upset people. The melancholic, you know, is the thinker. You know, they're this meditative. They're the artists. They see things that other people don't see, but it takes time to see things that other people don't see. The sanguine, you know, they're in sales. Sanguine, everything's great, doesn't matter. Tomorrow's another beautiful day. Doesn't matter how bad the day was, tomorrow's greater. The phlegmatic, those are the engineers, you know, the ones that fold all their underwear and put it all the same tags running one way. These are the 4 basic personality types throughout history. You can read more about them. But all I'm getting to understand is that you know, you wouldn't have a very good basketball team if everybody was a point guard or if everybody was a center. Are you with me? The reason a team works is because they're different. And part of the biggest challenge for us as entrepreneurs is to build relationships, close, intimate relationships in our businesses with people that are different. That's hard. Yeah, that's hard. It pushes us. Okay. And then, so we want the opposites to attract. That's good. And we want community relational fits, if you will. Too much diversity is not good. You know, if you build a partnership with somebody who is going a totally different direction or has a totally different belief system than you, that can actually be a liability. I remember when I was talking about this with Tai when he was an apprentice, and he had the little, you know, he was already into, you know, little phrase. He says, "Oh, so you mean like ponds are good and trees are good, but trees don't grow in a pond?" Yeah, Tai, that's pretty good. So while I say that opposites attract, you can't get so opposite that there's friction, okay? So there must be a shared compatibility, an ability to work together. Can you be friends? Can you be friends? As Daniel asked, he says, our question when we're picking these interns is this a person I want to spend the summer with? Is this a person, you know, and let your intuition guide you, okay? And then we have character, all right? We're looking for character. Now, character is all about attitude. And if you've ever taken a Dale Carnegie course, have you ever taken a Dale Carnegie? A few, all right. They're pretty good. Dale Carnegie was a pretty successful fellow. And this is my adaptation. I've taken that idea. They talk a lot about attitude. They say, look, you know, if you do any exercise in your business, say, what are we looking for? What kind of traits are we looking for? Very few times will a person yell out technical expertise. What they're looking for is, you know, are they enthusiastic? Are they generally happy in mood? You know, are they can-do spirit? It's all about attitude. And so here's my little take on that. So what we've got over here is knowledge, and we've got a lever here, and over here we have skill, and the fulcrum here is attitude. And so if you're trying to leverage knowledge, where this attitude is in this lever, in this fulcrum, it can buy you a lot of forgiveness. You can you know, you can move this across this scale and it'll compensate. You know, if you have very little skill and a lot of knowledge, it doesn't take very much skill to get some leverage from your knowledge. If you have very little knowledge and a whole lot of skill, so you move attitude way over here because you don't know very much, but you have a lot of skill and a good attitude, boy, you can leverage very little knowledge, okay, and make movement. So attitude I see as a movable fulcrum between skill and knowledge to allow you to get somewhere. What is attitude? What is attitude? Several things. First of all, it's gratitude. Saying thank you. I'm so glad just to be here. We want team players that are just excited to be here. I've heard actual people who part of their selection, their vetting process for new prospects is to take them out to dinner, to a diner, and have a meal. And if a person doesn't say thank you 5 times to the waitress, they don't hire them. Gratitude. You know, we had an intern once who we had to let go because if we praised, if we all eat together at the evening meal. There's about 25 of us who live on the farm. My sister calls it the compound. So if we happen to call out, and you know, John over here, I just want to praise him for doing this particular thing today. It was really great, and I appreciate it. She came to us and said, I can't handle that. You can't praise one person, not praise all of us. Really? Out. You know, you just need to be thankful for being here and thankful that you didn't get called out for being an idiot today, because that happens too. So gratitude. Number 2 is service. Our whole goal is a servant's heart, self-sacrifice. It's interesting, you know, watching these speakers up here. You know, I know you guys think, oh, these are high achievers, you know, hard drivers. They've really, you know, achieved all this. But I hope that you have appreciated the theme throughout this is we have gotten where we are because we've given a lot. We've put in longer hours, more time, and we've been more. We just give a lot. It's not, service means you're not watching the clock. You know, you're asking, how can I make everyone's life on the team easier? In the wonderful book, Small Giants, they talk about Zingerman's in Ann Arbor, Michigan, as a small giant. And one of the things that they do is when they have a prospective employee, they set up the appointment and, okay, hi, come on into my office. And as you're walking into the office for the interview, you just casually drop a piece of paper from your pocket. It flutters down. So the interviewee is behind you, right? And if the interviewee does not immediately stop and pick up the paper, he just turns around and says, thank you for coming, the interview's over. Gone. If they pick up the paper, you go on into the office, and they've got a few boxes there and an empty shelf. And he says, "Oh shoot, I forgot. I got to talk to this guy in the other room over here. I've got to go over there. I want to put these boxes on the shelf first, and then we'll sit down and we'll chat." He goes around the door. If the person doesn't immediately start picking those boxes up, put them on the shelf, he just walks in and says, "Thank you for coming. The interview's over." So those are tests of servitude. You're not getting paid for this. This is just, do you serve? Do you have a servant's heart? If your first question is about pay and retirement benefits, I don't want you. Who volunteers for stuff? You know, this is about volunteering. We had one intern this year. We had 10. We usually take about 10. And this one girl, every single time we said, I need a volunteer, I mean, it wasn't even out of our mouth, her hand shot up. Didn't matter what it was. We could have said, you know, shovel poop, clean the toilet, clean the blood out of the, you know, bleeder at the, what we call our wheel of fortune, where we kill the chickens. She didn't wait for the job. All she heard was, I need a and her hand went up. What's that worth? We have learned that people like that always give a good return on investment. Always. Always. You just can't pay them enough. A servant's heart. Number 3, integrity. Okay, integrity. You know, in old LP record days, we called this high fidelity, hi-fi, right? Fidelity. I like the word fidelity. We don't use it much anymore because very few people have fidelity. But I like the word fidelity. We tend to use the word integrity. But this is called honesty to a fault. This is called, I don't pinch a paperclip from the boss because it's his paperclip, it's not mine. It's called loyalty. While you're here, we watch each other's back. As soon as you leave, you can say anything you want to about me. But while you're here, we're on the team. No disparaging remarks, no offhanded things, no surreptitious agendas. We're loyal. And taking responsibility, no excuses. There's a great book out. The title is Extreme Leadership, written by one of the Navy SEALs in Iraq. And part of that is taking extreme ownership of whatever happens. Our most egregious example of this was we had an intern one time who came from an extremely conservative, patriarchal, homeschool family, very religious, and in his house they didn't watch movies. Well, we have up in our attic in our house, we don't have a TV. We don't have a TV, but we do have a screen that we can watch movies on, and we have our stuff up there. And unbeknownst to Teresa and I, at night while we were sleeping, he was sneaking in, going up and watching movies. He comes to me partway through the internship and says, "You guys are destroying my spirituality because you have these movies that I'm watching." That's not taking ownership of responsibility, okay? That's making excuses. Oh, I could fill your heads for a while with apprentice stories. Anybody that says, oh, you're successful because you have all this free help, has not had interns. And fourthly, perseverance. All right? Perseverance. Stay through the slog. Alan Nation, another one of Ty's mentors and my mentor, Alan Nation, who founded Stockman Grass Farmer magazine. He died last October, quickly and unexpectedly. And I'm now the editor of the magazine. But he's coming out with a great book on creating family business legacy. And one of the words that he's using throughout that is slog. We don't use that word much, slog. But he uses it, and I think it's just a wonderful word. What it means is, one of the big problems in the millennial generation, many of you are millennials, okay? You want community, and you're getting community through your social networking. That's great. And you care. I can't tell you what a joy it is to go and speak at college campuses and talk to young people who I think care more than anybody else, partly because they fear more than anybody else. They think this will be the first generation that, that is worse off than their parents. And the third thing, but here's those are wonderful. Community, caring, I love it. All right, about millennials. Here's the downfall. Convenience. I want it all right now. In fact, if you don't get a like every 30 minutes, suddenly you go into a depression. Oh no, the world forgot about me. Nobody liked me for 30 minutes. And so this word slog is a good one. I want to dwell on it just a moment, because when Tai comes up, I come up, these other guys come up, you know, Terry, and we're up here. It's so easy to think, oh, I want what they've got. But you don't want to hear about Teresa and I living for 7 years in an attic, driving a $50 car, living on $300 a month. If we didn't grow it, we didn't eat it. I always said if we could have grown toilet paper and Kleenex, we could have, you know, pulled the plug on society. But this was the slog. And every successful person has a slog story. That's why you have to persevere. Stay with it. It takes time to develop mastery. Mastery does not, you can't Google experience. Thank you. You guys are pretty sharp. All right. How many of you are familiar with the 10,000 hours and 10-year deal, right? Yeah, that's called mastery. That's called repetition. Repetition in all types of circumstances. I tell people, look, I can teach you how to gut a chicken in about 20 minutes. But you won't be a master until you've gutted it on a hot day, a cold day, a chicken with a full crop and a bad crop, a young chicken, an old chicken, a big chicken, a small chicken, a scalded chicken, an unscalded chicken, one that has all the skin off, one that has the skin on, all right? I mean, there are a lot of nuances, and it's until you experience and you persevere and you, when people ask me, what's your one piece of advice for me, I always say, don't quit. Because it's always darkest right before the dawn. And right before the breakthrough, remember the famous quote from Edison, you know, when they came to him and they tried 150 ways to make whatever it was, the light bulb or something, and they just, the team just was downtrodden. Oh, okay, well, we can't tell him, we failed again, you know. And they put off telling him for a couple days. They finally went in and they told Edison, well, this didn't fail. And he jumped up, he was excited, he says, great! That brings us one experiment closer to the one that does work. You know, at our farm, nothing impacts a farmer or is depressing on a farmer as much as a drought. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just dry, and it just is, okay, a drought. At our farm, I've made a point of, instead of being depressed about no rain again, I'd jump out and tell the team in the morning, guess what, we're one day closer to rain. It's all about, is it half full or half empty? Right? Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. How long do you stay at something? You stay until you develop mastery. That's how you stay at it. It's never as easy as it seems. Stay until the job is done. We had an intern applicant one time that we made a mistake in our scheduling. He came on the train, which is in Stanton, which is 10 miles from the farm, and he arrived and nobody was there to pick him up. It was, we felt awful about it. But somehow we missed it. So we're there, I don't know, we're eating supper or something, and here comes this guy, toting a satchel, and he's walking in the lane. Wonder who that is. Well, nobody was there to pick me up, so I walked from the train station. We took him. We have people that say, oh no, I can't come to checkout because I've got an exam on Monday morning. Listen, we had a guy whose family was in the Air Force in South Korea. He flew from Seoul, red eye, got to us Friday night, did not go to bed, worked all Saturday, was with us all Sunday. Sunday afternoon, took the red eye back to Seoul for his exam Monday morning. We took him. Okay? You do what it takes. Number 5, creativity. Creativity. Are you a problem solver? Do you figure, what does it take to stop you? Daniel's got this little technique where he puts some Legos or children's blocks on a table and says, oh, I got to go out and do something outside for a couple minutes. I'll be right back in. Guy sitting there at the table. And if the person or gal, the prospect, if they're sitting at the table, and as soon as Daniel leaves the room, if they don't start fiddling with the Legos and building something with the blocks, gone. I mean, who can sit there with a stack of children's blocks or Legos on a table and not pick one up? I mean, this is like a serious flaw. I don't want to work with somebody who can sit with a table mounted up with blocks and Legos and not touch one. That's crazy. Creativity. Don't tell me what the problem is, tell me how you fixed it. Overcoming obstacles, the ability to adapt. Tell me how you fixed it. It includes situational awareness. Do you see the big picture? What has to happen next and next and next? This is part of efficiency. Change your routine if you need to. How stuck are you in this routine? You know, I was here in California. I was doing a consult for a big farm up in Petaluma. And some of the hills were pretty steep. They were doing pastured poultry up there. And they said, oh, this is just so arduous. I said, what's the problem with moving these chicken shelters? And so what? You know, they showed me they start at the bottom of the hill and they moved them to the top. I stood there and I said, why don't you take them to the top and move them to the bottom? Oh, never thought of that. Folks, creativity. We want people with creativity. And we had one apprentice that was just wonderful, one of our best ones ever. And he was making a delivery one day with our delivery truck, and the front tire, he had, if you can imagine, 2 flat tires. So he had a flat tire on the front. I must have run over some nails or something. Had a flat tire on the front, took the spare, put it on. Shortly had another flat tire on the other side. Now there's no spare. That's all right. He just took one of the dually wheels off the back and put it on the front. Came home, you know, on whatever, 2, 4, 5 wheels instead of 6. But that's creative. You know, think it through. All right, so we need the community, we need all that, compatibility, and we need the culture. That's the fit. It's a great word. I appreciated that earlier word, fit. Every business organization develops a culture, all right? Every business has a culture. You, in your business, you are creating the culture of your business. At Polyface, at our farm, you know, most organic farms are kind of, Democrats, earth muffins, you know, that sort of thing. And at our farm, we're not like, our culture is different than that. We're professional, we want a clean look. We have dress codes. We don't allow any swearing. There's no earbuds. We take very seriously that we want a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, clean. We're in the clean food business. We don't want somebody with dreadlocks draping over the meat. You know, it doesn't present a good picture. All right, you can go to the other farm. That's fine. But develop a culture. Okay, understand your culture, and it has to be fit. Clearly defined expectations. Write them out. Make a manual if necessary. We have a whole manual for how they're supposed to keep the living quarters. We have a manual on how they're supposed to keep the shop. We have a manual on how to move a chicken shelter. Create these SOPs. It's important for everybody to be on the same page. Showing up on time, punctuality. You know, our culture at our farm is punctualness, okay? Show up on time and get her done, okay? Other places can be more about the process. I mean, if you're running an art studio, you'd have a different kind of culture. You'd have a culture of whatever. You know, this is a place for expression. You know, my older brother, is an airplane mechanic, and growing up, you know, I was constantly frustrated with his methodical slowness in doing everything, you know, and it still goes on to this day, you know. That's why he's not a partner in the farm, but he laughs and says, if you want to go up in an airplane, you don't want me to be in a hurry, do you? He's right, okay? So there's a time to be in a hurry and a time not to be in a hurry. So let's talk about making the choice and choosing people. Identify characteristics of the perfect partner. So write down, what's your dream person? What do they like? Write it down, identify it. Look, if you don't know what you're looking for, you won't find it. Again, we're talking about sometimes you do need a clone of you, but most of the time you won't need a clone of you. So identify, write down, what is it the person? This includes a job description, and be specific. If you want them to clean the cobwebs out of the right window pane every Monday, write it down. Nothing destroys relationships and trust as fast as unexpressed expectations. Nothing destroys relationships and trust faster than unexpressed expectations. But I thought, no. It's got to be clear, okay? And then we have to do some testing. Identify the characteristics you want the perfect partner, and then start testing. Put them in as close a situation as possible to what they'll actually do. It's not fair to give them, to throw them softballs when you're doing the vetting process. If you're going to expect X, test them with X. You know, our checkout, when we're vetting and checking out for our internships, we only allow our checkups to come in a group. Why? Because they're going to be in a group. Somebody says, well, I'm sorry, I can't come during that approved time. I need to come, a different day. Sorry, you're not eligible anymore. Because until we see how you function in a group, that's what you're going to be in all year. Now, if you're just going to be out here a lone wolf doing a project, by yourself, group dynamics don't matter. But there's going to be 10 of you. And we need to see how you function in a group. Do you hold back? Do you take leadership? Do you, see how little you can do? Do you yak all day and talk about it instead of doing anything? I mean, those are all things. So duplicate as close as you possibly can what they're actually going to do to see how they function. And of course, we do hard work. We don't just, throw a softball. We pick up firewood. We pick up rocks. We chip. We, grunt work. And it's amazing how much you can learn about somebody when you're sweating together. So let's wrap this up. And I want to go through very quickly our polyface vetting procedure for interns and apprentices, just to show you how I take these principles and use them on the farm. Let's put this all together now with a very practical illustration. Okay, so we have a website, and the website has very clear instructions on how to be an intern and apprentice. This is the first vetting principle. Can you follow instructions? You would not believe how many people, even followers of Tai Lopez, who call us outside the time frame. The website's very clear. It explains the internship and apprentice, and it says, we will take queries from August 1 to August 10 midnight. That's it. We don't want to hear any queries otherwise. You'd be surprised how many people contact us in June. I want to get a leg up. I want to get in first. If you can't follow a simple direction to wait till August to do it when we're accepting queries, what are you going to do when I say take this 5-gallon bucket of feed over to that barn door? You're going to say, well, I think I'll take it tomorrow. So following instructions, very simple. And if you make instructions, what I'm getting at here is part of the vetting process is to be so specific with the instructions that if they miss one, in our information-dense society, people don't read emails. Take time to read the email. Are you all familiar with the famous test, where you get in a classroom, everybody gets the test and all these different questions, and the last question of the test is, this is a joke, disregard the test, put your name on the paper and stand up. Nobody ever does it, right? Because we don't read through. So we want to know, are you listening? Are you paying attention? It's very simple. The instructions are simple. Don't contact me and it doesn't ask for we don't ask for a resume. Don't send me one. It's just junk. Don't call me at midnight. I mean, I had a guy call me from New Jersey at midnight. I have to come and learn from you. He was a Thai follower. Said, do you know what time it is? Said, do you know what time it is? 1 o'clock. And you really think this is going to get you a leg up? Out. Don't, it's very clear. It doesn't ask for resumes. It says we're going to take queries during these days on this email with no phone calls, no resumes, and no letters of recommendation. Be specific. This is part of the vetting process. If you just say, contact me, you won't know if they can follow directions or not. Are you with me? This having just a few really specific things can help find out if people are willing to follow directions. Now, so they query, and then we send them out an application. It's a 10-question essay type. It's not multiple choice. It's not fill in the blanks. It's a 10-question essay type. Now, the website, there are several things that the website says and you're welcome to look at polyfacefarms.com. You're welcome to look at it. But it says very, very specifically that we do not take couples and we do not take families. And if you are married, you have to come as a single, and the guys live with the guys and the girls live with the girls. And there is a pond between the two quarters. And we sprinkle flour on the water every night to make sure there's no footprints on the pond. Not really. We're very specific about several of the kind of big picture items. This year, for the first time, unfortunately, we had to deny anyone who is not an American citizen. It's just become impossible to get through all the immigration. And in our country, unfortunately, we don't have a place. You're either a student or you're an employee. We don't have a place for a limbo. We don't have, and that's just, that'd be a one that I'd like to wave a magic wand and make go away, because we're both. We're a hybrid. Anyway, so answer the questions. So this year we had one lady wrote. She said, in her application, answer the other questions, but to the one about singles coming as one. Here's the reason. If you come as a family and you live off site, you're never going to be part of the team. Part of the intimacy and whatever loyalty and team aspect of this is that you're all living together at the compound, and so they have their pancake breakfast and they do, and of course they eat with us, but they assimilate. And if you're It's so intense. It's true immersion. It's an immersion experience. And if at the end of the day you go, if you don't eat with us and you go home to eat with your family, well, then you've missed all that communal dinner. You've missed and all of the after. I mean, I bring stuff and stories and we do debriefs and we do all sorts of things. We praise good people and don't praise everybody. We do this sorts of things and you just never get into the culture of it, the community of it. Okay, so she writes. She says, "Well, I have an 8-year-old son and I'll bring him with me and he'll sleep in my bed with me." Yeah, in the girl's cottage, an 8-year-old in the girl's cottage, in her bed, her bunk bed. I mean, it's just follow the directions, And our questions are some generic, and I can't give them every one to you because then I would have to shoot you. So, but there are, make them specific to your business. Like, for example, for us, one of our questions is, how do you feel about killing animals? Because we do a lot of butchering. And if you can't kill an animal, we're not a fit for you. Go grow tomatoes with someone. There's plenty of people looking for good people to grow tomatoes. It's fine, okay? Doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means you don't fit, right? Our culture. And I like the word fit because it's a non-inflammatory term. You know, it's a non-condescending term. It's a non-judgmental term. It doesn't mean you're good, we're bad, or anything like that. It just means we're not a fit. You know, what have you done for the past 3 years? You know, and the answer to that is not hanging out waiting for something to happen. That's not a good answer. We've had that answer. What do you want to do in 10 years? What's on your, what's on your horizon? You know, these kinds of things. So and trust me, reading between the lines is a skill that you develop. We've been doing this now for, a couple of decades, and we've gotten a lot better at it. All right, so when we read all these, we get somewhere between 130 and 200 of these queries, of these applicants. We read them all. I always say it's like reading Moby Dick every year. Daniel says, no, it's a lot worse, like reading Moby Dick with the same chapter over and over by a different author. But anyway, we read them all, and we have a prohibition of discussion between ourselves. We cannot discuss it, okay? So you can't prejudice somebody else. Hey, did you see this? Well, this is really good. No. We all four read, and we have a rating sheet, and we all, yes or no, yes or no. Then we all come together, the four of us, Daniel, Sherry, Teresa, and I. We all come together. We haven't discussed anything, and we just come together over, good raw milk and brownies or cookies, right? And we start 5 piles, 4 yeses, 3 yeses, 1 no, 2 yes, 2 no, all right? And 4 no's. And what we're looking for are about 40 to invite for a 2-day checkout, all right? And the beauty of this system is that if we get 40 of 4 yeses, session's done, okay? Makes it very simple. So we're not arguing among ourselves, okay? This is really important that we don't start, arguing among ourselves. Now, if we don't get 40 and we're lacking 3 or 4, then, we go to the 3 and 1 and start going through those, okay? But the thing is, we have to let the process work. Don't second guess it. If my favorite one, if the other 3 said no, it's okay. I have to have faith in the team and let the process work. And don't get frustrated or irritated about it. Okay. Then we invite them for the 2-day checkout. And the checkout then is a specific time, and it's for 10 days. Everybody, all 40 of them have to come in this 2-day period, and you have to come. I don't care how hard it is, how expensive it is, what it is, but you have to come for the 2-day checkout, and then you leave. This is critical. Don't come and if we like you, you can stay. No, once they're there, it's hard to dislodge them, okay? So have faith in the process. Have them come, all right? And they come for 2 days. They live with us. They eat with us. They work with us for 2 days. And then they go. Now, the reason this is important is because first impressions, we say first impressions are usually right. Don't change your answer, that sort of things. But there are times when your first impressions can be really, really wrong. I remember Heather, I picked her up from the airport. We will get you from the airport, get you to the farm. But, I remember Heather picking her up. And, man, I was ready to just go out the exit, go right back to the entrance and say, where's the next plane out of here? Heather's now been with us 8 years. She's the best one we've ever had. Okay? So sometimes the 2-day checkout is really, every single person has to do it. Each of us likes different kinds of people. I tend to like, well-read, conversationalist, idea kind of people. Teresa, she just checks for who takes their plate to the kitchen. Yeah, that's her acid test. All of us have acid tests. There are no exceptions, all right? And we expand the choosing time, the choosing people involved in the choice process. In the multitude of people is wisdom and protection. And so we expand that, and then we do the same process. We say, everybody come with your dream team. Who's your dream team? Don't worry about male, female, where they live, anything. Just put your 10-person dream team. And we go around the room, everybody gives their 10 names. Pretty soon, 6 names get all checks beside them, right? So there's this really top group. And half of them, normally, if we have 40 checkouts, among the group of us, 20 of them will not even get mentioned once. Okay? And so then we go into the final selection phase. And then, of course, this is a skill, and we're looking for, once we get down to the last couple, then we're looking for, who makes the team and where does it go. So just remember this. All the gifts and talents necessary for a successful business don't grow on the same pair of legs. I don't care what business it is, the gifts and talents necessary to be successful don't grow on the same pair of legs. And you will always get farther fastest when you have actually put together a team. Leverage your strengths. Find others who can compensate for your weaknesses. And it's always more enjoyable going through diversity, holding hands with a partner, than by yourself. Always. Now, may all of your...
Sorry, you've actually got time for a bit of question Q&A if you want.
Oh, they say I have more time. A bit of Q&A.
Guys, if you've got some questions
there's a couple
for Joel
questions.
as well.
Yeah, they're in charge, I'm not. I'm an old college debater, right? I live and die by the clock. So the clock says out. So you tell me when we're the last question. You be the judge.
Absolutely, yeah. So guys, if you've got
when
some
the last
questions,
question gets asked, then we'll close with a benediction. Okay. So does anybody have a question? Don't be bashful. It's a big group.
One right over here, Joel.
Okay.
Guys, mic runners.
Oh, our Norway friends.
Hello. I'm wondering, if you find your complementary person, how do you get to an agreement?
I'm sorry?
How do you get to an agreement?
Well, how do you get to an agreement?
Yes.
You mean
if you have a different...
What you mean, what they're going to do?
Yeah, if you're thinking different.
How do you work together? Oh, because they're different?
Yeah, how do you get to an agreement if you have different...
if they're different?
Perspective.
Okay. I mean, if you're different, you have to share a common vision, share a common goal, and you both have to share a servant's heart. Okay? And if you share those things, the fact that you like to make spreadsheets and I like to, be a wordsmith about ideas, those are actually compatible, they're actually synergistic diversity as opposed to conflicting diversity, okay? Look, if somebody drives into the farm and they're wanting to work with us and they've got a McDonald's wrappers in their car, you can just drive right on out the lane. We have so little in common that there's nothing to talk about, okay? That's what I'm talking about is diversity. Diversity is a good thing, but only to a point. Again, trees are good and ponds are good, but trees don't grow in ponds. And so you can only take that to a certain point. You have to be compatible in vision, value, and goal and direction. Good. And then all of the differences become synergies, okay, and symbioses rather than, competitive intense. Okay? Another question. Who's got the mic? I'll let the guys with the mic pick whoever goes. Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
I know that.
So I'm just gonna ask my question real quick because I have a microphone in my hand.
Who's?
Yeah. It's a ventriloquist trick. Okay. So, anyways, hey, what's up? I'll stand.
Gotcha.
Bernie
Okay.
Sanders
All right.
guy. Okay. This is actually a personal question, two-parter. One, how did Tai discover you? And two, what attributes did you see in Tai that made you want to select him?
Okay. So when Tai came to us, this was long time ago. And it's like 23 years ago. So his family had come, mom and stepdad and brothers, Ben, Christopher, right, the other guys. Okay, they'd come to the farm, and I had been writing articles in magazines and things, and the family came to visit the farm, and and was very interested in doing this. And Tai was very interested in it, and probably was happy to, he was 18 and ready to do something outside the home, and didn't have money and didn't have, a lot of other stuff. And so he was interested. Well, we started the apprentice program, and we had our guy picked who was going to come, and at the last minute he backed out. And so I just called up Tai's family and said, hey, our guy backed out. Are you serious? Are you really interested in this? And he said, yeah, I am. I said, okay. This was before we became this formal. I mean, we're very formal now because we have interns. Then they can become apprentices. I mean, we have a very, very formal. I didn't, describe it a lot, but there's a lot of formality here now. But in those days, it was, what do you think? Okay, we're good. And so that's how it happened. And then we couldn't get rid of him. It's kind of like when he speaks at conferences. You can't get rid of him. Yeah, he was with us for 19 months. He still holds the record for the longest duration. But the reason he stayed so long was because he did his year, and we had a guy come to us. This is a real tribute to Tai. A guy came to us. He had a piece of land nearby, and he wanted us to lease that land to teach him our farming practices, and then he would take it over after we taught him how to do it. And I told him no. I said, we don't need that. We don't need that extra whatever problem in our lives. Well, Tai, overheard it, got wind of it. He said, man, I'd love to be involved in developing a piece of land, raw land from the ground up, with water, electric fences, corrals, blah, 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 all the things that we do. He said, could we partner and we'll share, share the income at the end of the year? I said, well, if you're willing to run it and, be the CEO, sounds like a good deal to me. And so we bought the cattle and, developed it. And then he went over there in his car every day, moved the cows, and ran it. And at the end of the year, we split the whatever it was, $6,000. He got $3,000. We got $3,000, I guess. But anyway, that's how we got involved with leasing. So let that be a good lesson about these partnerships. Where I said no, he said yes and offered a way, not as an employee, no guarantee of any income. I'll be an equal stakeholder, and we'll see how it goes. And from that, a lot of things develop. Good. Very, very cool guy. Yeah, Teresa just remembers that you could always see the trail where Tai walked through the house. There was chaff and hay seeds and manure and whatever, just. But it's because his mind was always focused on stuff. There he is, right there. His mind was always focused on stuff, and that's where that's where this focus of vision comes in. You can't be everything and do everything. So successful people tend to be pretty focused on things. And as Mark Zuckerberg wears the same clothes every day, right? So he doesn't have to choose which clothes to wear. And so decisions take time and energy. Okay, another question.
Right here.
Yes.
I have a question.
We need a microphone. Oh, it's not working. Somebody's coming.
Thank you. How do you find the right partner when you yourself are multifaceted? I'm severely skilled in many different things, really detail-oriented, really spontaneous, out there, completely free, but yet know how to get things done, and I need the right partner. How do you find that? What's my missing link?
I think you have too high an opinion of yourself.
But very, very good. If you
Trust me,
want,
I mean that in all respect. I'm not
I'll
picking on
take
you.
it. I'll take it. I appreciate the criticism. I would rather you tell me what I'm missing so that I can find the right partner for my business.
Listen, the temptation for successful people, and this is a temptation for Tai, it's a temptation for me, it's a temptation for anyone who has, got a room full of trophies and leadership and, newspaper articles about, you're just something else. It's easy to get bloated on your own spit. That's a good one. Tai, you could add that one. It's easy to get bloated on your own spit. But the temptation is, as we become successful, is to start thinking we're more capable than we are. So a good examination. I think asking yourself again. We're back to what is it that you love? You can't love everything. You just can't. You can't love everything. And so you need to find out what is it that you don't, and that's where you kind of start. If you have a lot of knowledge and if you're good at a lot of things, zero in on what gets you up in the morning. What do you really love, and then find the person that loves the things that you don't. That would be my answer. Besides realizing that you're probably not quite as super woman as you might think. Another question. Who's got one? Where are we? There's one right here. Nobody's going to ask any questions anymore after that. That cools them off. Okay.
Mr. Salatin,
yes.
A fantastic speech. Thank you so much. I'm sure everyone here is grateful. Can we give Mr. Salatin another round of applause? Thank you so much for flying out. My question is, at the beginning, you were struggling with the podium. Was that a test?
Was the podium a test? You mean a test? What kind of a test? A test to see if I would get it done?
Test to see if anyone would help out.
To see if anybody would help out.
Oh, right.
It was not a test. It was not a test. It was just a spontaneous, serendipitous question of servanthood. Now, if I was a normal speaker, that's a good question. I like this. If I was a normal speaker, I would have said, hey, can somebody move this thing up here? I want this thing moved up. One of our apprentices one time, one of the greatest things that was ever said about me, he was actually speaking at a conference, and he said his most memorable thing about me was we were working together, we were digging a hole to put in a post, and I needed a tool from the shop, which was 100 yards away. And the easiest thing for me to have done would have been to say, Tim, go get the tool from the shop, right? Instead, I said, take a rest a minute, I'll run to the shop and get the tool. And he still tells that story today, incredulous that I went and got the tool. Well, to me, if you want to create a servant's heart in your people, you need to be the servant first. Remember, more is caught than taught. People watch your walk, they don't listen to your talk. They watch your walk. So whatever you want to see people, however you want to see people walk around you, you walk around them the same way. And that's one of the reasons I really appreciate Tai. People, you got to realize, again, Tai, you weren't here at the beginning, but I asked, is there a single full-time farmer in a room? This is the first speech I've ever done that there's never been a full-time farmer in a room. And so I'm humbled and just appreciative that Tai has remembered these roots and our time together. It's very, very special. I'll get weepy here in a minute, but it's very, very special. Very, very special. I think Tai's going to come up with me for a second. Okay. So maybe invite him up. Okay. Yeah. And so now I forgot my train of thought. what was I dealing with? Special servanthood, walking, talking. Oh, and people ask me, he's been very, very forthright about tossing my name around you guys. I mean, I still just can't believe I'll go out here and you guys think I'm something. And he tosses my name around, and I'm delighted about that. But as a result of that, you know, his influence is pretty broad, and so people call me from, you know, a Wall Street investment house or places, and ask me, is this guy for real? I mean, is he a charlatan? Is he the real? You know, what is he? You know. And my constant answer, because I don't know all of Ty's financial dealings, he's now bought a piece of property near us that we're enjoying managing, so that's kind of cool. But I don't know all of his dealings. I don't know all of his deals, and it doesn't matter to me. I tell these people, I've worked with him now, done these conferences and speeches, presentations for several years. So I've been back and forth out here, and I have never seen a single member of his staff, even the security detail, who was discourteous, inhospitable, short, proud. You know, name any of the negative adjectives you can imagine, never. They're all delightful. They're like when the Queen of Sheba came to visit Solomon. And remember, one of her phrases to describe Solomon's tremendous awesomeness was, even the countenance of the butlers is radiating. And you can tell a lot about a man by the kind of people he has around him. And so that's my answer to these people. What is he the real deal? His people are the real deal. He's a real deal. Thank you, Tai. Here he is. Hi. Good to see you.
So did everybody enjoy hearing from Joel? I caught the end here. I thought I'd come up just for a second because we're going to have lunch and then I'm going to come on and speak after. But it's a good room. We got it about, I don't think we could fit many more people. So a couple little things that I was going to say. You know, one of the things in life is that after I was with Joel, I went and lived with the Amish afterwards. Stayed kind of on a farm. And an old Amish guy told me once, I went to visit him after not seeing him for a few years, and he said, new friends are good, but old friends are better. So I want you guys to walk away with a ton of practical tips as well as, you know, philosophical things. And one of them to write down is rekindle an old friendship. So, and beyond just like Facebook kind of helps rekindle, but it's also somewhat superficial. Like, I'm not talking about liking a post on an old high school friend. So with Joel is really my first business partner on that farm. And so now it's hard to make new connections because it takes minimum of 1 year to know if you can trust somebody. And that's the minimum. It probably takes 10 years because people change. So I've known Joel since I was 19. And so a business partnership with him is a lot safer for both of us because we pretty much, like Joel pretty much knows my bad side and the good side. So I would hope in the next week, just go find somebody. It can be, you know, a high school friend. It could be somebody you did business with a long time ago, somebody you've kept in touch with, but not enough. Those are the people that you should rekindle business partnerships with. Because so many people are like, I just met someone, should I go in business with them? And I'm like, it's very early to tell. You know, it's hard to read people. Anybody read Malcolm Gladwell's book, Blink? You know, so Blink, the whole idea is like how to use your intuition and how you can read people. And I'm big on learning to read people. But even a master at reading people can be tricked if the person is sneaky enough. So what ends up happening is, it's kind of like they say about criminals. The best bank robbers are not the ones in prison. Because if they were the best, they wouldn't end up in prison, right? They're the ones running free. So it's the same thing with bad business partners, bad friends. The worst ones, they wouldn't have any friends if they were just very weak, very quick to show their colors. So that's one of the takeaways that I think you guys should do. A lot of you are looking for too many new allies. New friends are good, but old friends are better. And I bet you have a friend, even from childhood, that if you talk to 10 childhood friends, 1 or 2 of them is trying to become an entrepreneur like you. And it doesn't matter where they live now. Joel lives in Virginia, with modern airplanes and phones and email, it's basic. I'd rather have a partnership with somebody 3,000 miles away that I know everything about them versus someone who's very convenient physically, location-wise. So any other stuff so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to lunch. Those of you at the Diamond Lunch are going to come to lunch with us. For those of you who aren't, they probably already told you. There's a ton of restaurants around here because the promenade's right here. And then we'll be back at what time?
4 p.m.
4 p.m.
4 p.m. back here.
So what time is it now?
Look, it's about 5 to
2:50.
Yeah, so eat fast. We're going to try to pack a lot of stuff in. But I was going to do one thing. Does anybody have a question for me and Joel since we're both on the stage? I know there'll be a lot. We won't have time to take any. Just wherever we want to. And specifically a question like that's pertinent to me and Joel versus just Joel or just me. You want to yell it out? I'll repeat it.
Well, you had asked the question about what would be the advice that you would give somebody on your deathbed to you, Joel, to your child. So to either each of you, you said that was the best question to ask.
So if you were on your deathbed and you had to leave one message, one paragraph or less for your kids, what would it be?
Don't quit. Don't quit. Stay in the game. Keep participating.
I don't know if I can follow that. Let me see. What would I say?
You should just quit.
Yeah, I should quit. I think I would say, you know what Alan Nation told me one time. So I met Alan. One thing about good mentors is they also introduce you to other mentors.
Yeah.
So Joel was kind of my first, and then I met through him a guy named Alan Nation.
Who was my mentor.
Right. So he was like the grandfather mentor. Yeah. And he told me the secret to life is ignore 99 out of 100 people's advice. But when you find one person who actually knows what they're talking about, listen and do everything they say. And that's kind of what I've done. So it's twofold advice. Ignore most people. Most people are lost, and it's the blind leading the blind. And everyone that's lost loves to give advice. And when you seek enough, about 1 out of 100, you find these amazing people really adopt their advice. Because what usually happens, 99% of us, what we do is we democratize who we listen to. So let's say you're trying to decide if you want to start a business. You ask your mom, your aunt, your friend, your coworker. You ask too many people that are unqualified. If you had heart problems, would you go to everyone in this room and go, I got a murmur here. It's kind of messed up. What would you do? It's pointless advice. They're not qualified. So find qualified people, and they're rare. So let's do one more question. Right behind there, it looks like there's somebody a little younger.
Guys, can we get a mic?
I can repeat it too.
Okay.
What was it?
So I own my own business. I'm Isaac. If I start making money, what's the first thing that I should invest in?
How old are you? Isaac says, what's the first thing? He started a business.
And if he starts making money, what's the first thing I should invest in? And you're what, 11?
Yeah. No, I'm 10.
Oh, 10.
I'm going to turn 11.
Yeah, when he was back with a little kid at 10, what's the first thing you should invest in? I always think that the best thing to invest in is something you know about. I'll tell you a story about my dad, who was my number one mentor. The older I get, the smarter he was. You ever had that happen? And I miss him every day. He was a genius. But he tried, he had put together a little money and started playing the stock market. And now this was back in the early 70s. This is before the internet and day trading and all that stuff. Before the talking babies on E-Trade. And anyway, this was when a stockbroker would call you and say you should sell this one or buy this one or that sort of thing. He and I were up in the woods, I think cutting firewood or something. We were doing something. And of course, this was before cell phones. I know it's hard to imagine that, a lot of you people, but before phones. Anyway, we got back for lunch and the phone was ringing. He answered. It was a stockbroker. He said, if I could have gotten hold of you 4 hours ago, we could have made $10,000, but since it's 4 hours later, you lost $10,000. Dad looked at me and he said, that's the last I'm investing in the stock market because I don't know anything about it and I don't have time to do it. And so he started at that point investing in, for example, invested in a survey of the farm so that we would know where our boundaries were. We were up in this mountain land. We didn't really know, so we couldn't log, we couldn't build a road, we couldn't develop any of that land because we didn't actually know where the boundary markers were. Now, because of that survey, we now have a 3-mile road. We've got piggerators and ponds and all sorts of things in land that we didn't even know was ours back at that day. That was a major investment in the future of the farm. But he understood the farm. He understood the land. And so I'm not saying don't invest in the stock market. I'm just saying that I remember that advice very well. Whatever you invest in something you understand and know about. And I think Buffett says this. That's why he doesn't invest in some of this esoteric stuff, because he's scared to death of things that he doesn't understand. So invest in things that you understand.
Okay.
And I would add also, one of the things, now you're 10, I'm not sure exactly, this is probably good, but one of the first things you can invest in if you start making money is an assistant. Because basically if you figure out how to make money on your own, right?
How old's your sister?
Yeah, how old's your sister?
She's 2.
2?
2?
Might be breaking some labor laws here.
Might have to give her about 3 years.
Yeah, give her 3 years.
Ready?
Joel's did you tell about your grandkids?
Lauren,
all his grandkids have businesses since they were like 6. What is her current one? Is it duck eggs or something?
Yeah,
No.
well, Travis has duck eggs. Andrew is our shepherd. He has sheep. And Lauren has exotic chickens for backyard flocks. So, feathery tops. And she names them all for you. She gets these exotic chicks, raises them up to ready to lay, and then people can come and buy 2 or 3. And she's quite the entrepreneur. She was out there. We had an event at the farm with all these people. So she saw it as hey, I got all these people coming to me. I can sell some chickens. So she set up her little table and her little demo. She's 8, or she was 8 then. She's 9 now. She was 8 then. Set up her little table, and was dragging people over to see her chickens. I don't know whether she said, do you want to buy them or do you need to buy them? But anyway, she sold some. And anyway, because of what was going on that day, Daniel and Sherry had some friends over with a girl the same age as Lauren, and a play day, all right, with this friend on the farm. And this friend kept, come on, let's go play, let's go, And finally Lauren just gets up, says, look, I got a lot on my back right now. And she stayed with it and sold her chickens. So, these little ones can be pretty sharp sometimes.
An interesting, the last thing I'll say, then we'll close for lunch. Warren Buffett, I don't know where he got the statistic, but he said the #1 predictor of success is the age at which you start. So for anybody who's a parent, if you can start people at 5, 6, 7, 8, now because kids love to build little businesses. I remember when I was 5 or 6, I had a cherry tomato. There was all these cherry tomatoes in the backyard in San Diego. My mom's like, you could sell these. So I sold them. I tried to sell them. I remember I sold 1 bag for $0.25, and I was so depressed. And then the next day, I switched to lemonade with sugar. And that's when I realized the power of reward. I made like $10, and I was like, forget tomatoes. I'm selling lemonade. So anyway, I'll see you guys.
Wait,
no.
Terry's going to properly immediately dismiss everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Ignore.
I go first. I go first, and y'all can do whatever you want to now, because I'm known as the blessing guy. Okay. So now may all of your carrots grow long and straight. May your radishes be large but not pithy. May tomato blossom end rot affect your Monsanto neighbor's tomatoes. Those guys. May the coyotes be struck blind at your pastured chickens. May all of your culinary experiments be delectably palatable. May the rain fall gently on your fields, the wind be always at your back. May your children rise and call you blessed, and may we all make our nest a better place than we inherited. Thank you so much.
All right, give it up for Cole. All right. Thanks, Ty. All right, guys, so I know we're all hungry. We've been there for a while, but we just need to follow a couple of rules now just so everyone gets out in the right way. So, everyone that purchased the Diamond Lunch, could you please exit first out of the doors over there, please? And guys, if you just hang on for 2 seconds while they're leaving, and then we'll exit everyone else. It would be really appreciative. Thank you so much. So, Diamond Lunches, please head out of those doors over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, James, how's it going? Can we get his mic on?
Testing 1, 2. There we go.
All right. So,
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Why don't you introduce yourself a little bit, James?
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, top 25 network. That was a very nice accomplishment. I'm going to teach you guys. Well, we're going to do an exercise in a little bit, designed to make you master networkers, or what I like to, how I like to call it, master connectors. I kind of don't like the word networker because it implies that you're meeting people, making friends because you want something in return. Anyone feel like that, where they're kind of like, the first conversation in their head is, how can this person help me? Am I the only one who's guilty of that? Anyone else? There we go. So I like the word connecting because what happens when you use the word connecting is that you're always thinking about, how can I connect this person to someone else? How can I help this person? I used to be the person who would go in any new relationship, like at a conference or a seminar here, and I would introduce myself and I'd get talking, and the voice in my head was, who's this person? How can this person help me? Is it benefiting me to spend the next 30 seconds or a minute talking to this person? Should I be talking to someone else? Am I making the most of my time here? And I did okay. Like, I did all right socially, I did all right in kind of business. But in 2009, I read a book called Never Eat Alone by Keith Ferrazzi. And that book made me just switch everything in my mind, and I started going into each new relationship thinking, how can I help this person? How can I help this person? 2010, I decided to do a 30-day I'm going to help my friends challenge. So I literally, each day for 30 days, I was like, I'm just going to help my friends. I'm going to do something. It might be introducing them to someone. It might be asking them what they're struggling with at the moment and trying to help them any way I can. And I did this. And one of the guys I helped was a guy called Craig. And I helped Craig with something, and he was very grateful. 2 weeks later, he emails me, and he goes, hey, James, I met this ESPN producer recently, and ESPN is looking for an international anchor to host SportsCenter. SportsCenter is an iconic sports television news show. And even though I know, James, that you have no TV experience, I thought you'd be really good at it. Do you want me to introduce you to this ESPN producer? I'm like, hell yes, I do. He introduced me to the ESPN producer. 4 weeks later, I was hosting SportsCenter on ESPN with zero television experience. How did I do it? Well, there's a few things, but it came back to, I helped my friend, who in turn wanted to help me. I didn't go out going, I want to be on TV, I want to be a SportsCenter anchor. I didn't know that they were looking for an international anchor for SportsCenter. But because I'd helped my friend, I was in his consciousness, he wanted to help me. Does this make sense? A lot of people have been talking about, Patrick Tucker was talking today about Give and Take by Adam Grant, great book. The book I referenced before, Never Eat Alone by Keith Ferrazzi. I'm not a particularly smart man. I've probably got an average IQ, but I've reinvented myself several times. I grew up in Brisbane, Australia. I was a newspaper reporter. I got that job right out of high school by approaching my rugby coach, who had coached me from when I was 13 until like 16. He was a reporter at the paper, and I said to him, can I come in and do some work experience? And he said yes. So I went in and I worked for free for 2 weeks, and then a week after I'd finished that work experience, they were hiring, and I got a job as a copy boy, which is like the lowest rung in a newspaper, where I got coffee and I typed in the TV times. And I did that for a year. It was 1993. I made $17,500 a year. And after a year, I was promoted to being a cadet. And then after that, I became a political reporter. Then after that, I did general news. And I was a newspaper reporter for 6 years between 17 and 23. How did I get it? Well, I just used the power of relationships. I used the power of relationships. It's who I knew, and then I offered value by offering to work for free, coming in a new work experience, and then one thing led to another. Next thing you know, I was a journalist. I was a paid journalist. Too many of us are walking around thinking, how can this person help me? Start by saying, how can I help this person? Later on, I'd live in London. I've lived in Argentina, in Colombia. I hosted SportsCenter on ESPN. I then decided to become an entrepreneur. I didn't know how to be an entrepreneur, I had no idea. But I started helping people, I started offering value, I started connecting people, and people do business with people they know and like. People do business with people they know and like. I met Tai in 2013, and the way that I came to meet Tai was I was in an entrepreneurial group on a Facebook page, just an online entrepreneurial group around other, about 175 entrepreneurs in this group, all sharing stories, helping one another. And I wasn't living in LA at the time, but I posted in this group. I said, oh, I'm going to be in LA. Can anyone recommend someone I should talk to? And someone who I don't even remember said, oh, you should meet Tai Lopez. He lives in LA. So I reached out to Tai, and I said, hey, my name's James. Someone said I should come and meet you. He said, come on up to the house. Went up to his house up in the Hollywood Hills, not the home that he lives in now, but another one up in the hills. Maya, who's Tai's cousin and kind of runs the Knowledge Society now, greeted me. I met her, and then Tai came down, and we met. We had lunch. We went outside. Tai and I, we shot hoops together. We played some basketball. And I got to mentioning how I'd just recently done an interview, because I was still a freelance journalist, and I interviewed a guy called Pat Riley. He was a very famous basketball commentator. Any sports fans here who know who Pat Riley is? Yeah. And Tai loves basketball, And I said, oh yeah, I interviewed this guy, what's his name, Pat Riley. He goes, Pat Riley? I said, yeah, some basketball commentator. He goes, you interviewed Pat Riley? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. He goes, oh my God, tell me everything, because Tai loves basketball. And I said to him, Tai, would you like me to introduce you to Pat Riley? Like, I think that he would, probably want to meet you. He goes, oh my God, I would love that. And so I did. I introduced them, and about a week later, he came up to Tai's home, and Tai interviewed him. You can find that interview on YouTube. Has anyone seen it? Anyone seen that? So if you go back a few years to Tai's YouTube channel, you can see the interview he did, and that was facilitated through me and my introduction. And when you introduce someone to someone else and it helps them, like it did in this situation, you have a friend for life. Does this make sense? Fast forward, I then paid Tai to mentor me. Tai mentored me for 18 months. And then that merged into me becoming his chief salesperson. So anyone here buy the Accelerator program back in the day? Anyone here buy it from me in particular on the phone? There you go, there's a handful of people here. So I ended up being Tai's chief salesperson in 2015, learned everything about sales, and then I left to go and start my own company, a sleep business. I'm wearing my main product on my face right now. These are blue light blocking glasses, which they're called Swannies. Anyone here own a pair of Swannies? There we go, thank you. 4 months ago, Tai became a business partner of mine in my sleep company. So now Tai Lopez is an equal partner in my sleep business. Pretty cool business partner to have, right? And you can trace it back all the way to being likable, offering value, wanting to connect people, and then over time you build up that loyalty and connection. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do a little exercise. And that exercise is going to be getting to know 3 other people around you. So we're going to break up into groups of 4 in a second, okay? And what we're going to do is each person is going to have 2 minutes for the floor. Now, this doesn't mean you talk for 2 minutes. It means you might just talk for 10 seconds or 20 seconds. And you might just say, you know what, my name's James, and I have a sleep company, but I'm really struggling with social media at the moment, and I could really do with some, like a contact or a connection to a social media agency, because things aren't really doing that well with our social media at the moment, and yeah, just want to open it up to the floor. So I want you to just talk about what your biggest challenge is and your biggest problem. And then the other 3 people in that group, I want you to just throw ideas, throw suggestions. Oh, you should talk to John. Oh, have you considered doing this? Hey, have you tried this? And just do everything you can to help that person. And what that's going to do is it's going to get you thinking about how can you help people. And let me tell you something, when you help that person with something, that person is going to be so grateful, and the rule of reciprocity is going to kick in, and they're going to want to help you back in return. Make sense? Okay. We got time, right? We're going to do this?
Yeah, we've got time.
Okay.
And just before that, we're going to figure out some cool giveaways for you guys as well. But where is my friend from the VIP session from Sydney? Are you in here?
He's probably still eating lunch,
Probably in
right?
the diamond dinner? Okay, well, he doesn't get that then.
So we're going to give this to someone else. No?
Bad luck. All right, but yeah, take it, man. Let's get this new experiment going.
All right, so what we're going to do is I've got a timer here, okay? Everyone here is going to talk, is going to have the floor for 2 minutes. Don't be that type of person who knows they've got 2 minutes and goes, well, I was born in and I started here and blah, blah, blah. Because guess what? This is not going to serve you because then I'm just going to go, time's up, next. And all you've done is just hog the conversation, right? This is designed for you to get help. And it's designed for you to give help. Everyone here on this stage today has been talking about how success comes from helping other people. So this is going to train us to be always thinking about how we can help other people, okay? So just look around you. I want you to get in groups of 4 if you can. It might be 2 people here, 2 people behind. You can stand up. It's going to get noisy, but I'm going to shout, okay? So just look for groups of 4. I'll give you 10 seconds to get your group of 4. It's fine, right?
Mate, that was great.
Okay, all right, listen up. Listen up, listen up.
Shh. Guys, listen up.
Shh. Okay. Okay, everyone. Everyone. Okay. Okay. I'm about to start the clock, all right? It's going to go for 2 minutes. Someone go first, and this is what you're going to say. Something like this. My name is such and such. I have a such and such. I'm struggling with this. Does anyone have any ideas or connections or something that can help me with this? And then shut up. And let the other 3 people in the group help you, okay? Don't be super eager to share all of your story. Just shut up and let the other people help you, okay?
And then when 2 minutes hits, we'll let you know and then swap to another person and rinse and repeat.
All right, here we go. And 3, 2, 1, go!
That's right. That was good, that was good. Are you actually timing it? Are you timing it? Yeah, okay.
I really don't know how to introduce these guys. What do I say about him? Social media expert. I'll let them introduce themselves.
It's probably, yeah. Maybe just pick out the main.
I'll bring them all up at the same time and then I'll let them.
That works, man. That works. Is my water down? My water. Cheers, buddy.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Change
it up.
Change over. Change.
How many people do you actually think are doing it?
Huh?
How many people do you actually think are changing over?
Probably none.
still a bit of time after this, why don't I ask you a question on how you approach Tai Lopez?
Yeah.
Would you potentially want to take questions on that right
Yeah,
now?
sure.
So I think Alex is going to do a talk next. So, do you want to introduce him or
Sure.
you want to?
Is he's doing his own talk or is he being interviewed? Oh, you can introduce him. Yeah, you're fine. You just tell me when to get off. Okay, change.
I'm just going to quickly run and find out the deal with Alex.
Thank you very much. Want to try them? Thank you. I'm glad you like them. Okay, final change starts now.
It's not Alex doing a solo talk, it's straight into the pack. Okay, so maybe, but they still need like 10 minutes. So after this, what do you think we should do? Maybe ask if someone's got...
Yeah, I'll get an insight.
Yeah, get an insight. And maybe...
And then we'll say, now we're going to be talking about automating your income and scaling your business.
Yeah.
So I'm going to invite our three panelists, Alex Mayer, Jaden Gross, and Jay Soto, to the stage. Give them a big round of applause. Have them introduce themselves. And then I'll ask them a few questions about automating income and scaling the business, and then we'll throw it open to Q&A.
So yeah, we need to do that in 10 minutes. If we need to buy a bit of time, I'll just ask you the question about how to network with high level people.
wish there was a bathroom just around here. Is there one? I need to discuss.
And that is time. Let's wrap it up now. That is time. Everyone just stop your chatting. Please return to your seats. That is time. Please return to your seats.
All right, guys.
Do your whistle. Do your whistle. That is a...
There we go.
That is a very...
Don't make me do it again.
All right, can everyone take a seat, please? Everyone take a seat.
Go, guys.
Everyone take a seat, please. Everyone take a seat.
Shall I do it again?
No.
Yeah.
Hang on. All right, everyone, give yourselves a round of applause for doing that, by the way. Round of applause. Who here felt like they got help from the group? Raise your hands. Wow, look at that. Terrific. Well done. Who here felt like they were able to give help to the group? Great job, guys. Well done. Round of applause, everyone. Would anyone like to share an insight from something that they learned from that, or something?
Hands straight up over there. Can we get them a mic, please, mic runners? Guys, where are the mic runners? Oh, here we go. We got one coming.
Yep.
Right behind you, sir.
Good evening, everybody.
Hey. What's your name?
Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Or Jolif, whatever. I was with my... Hey, what's up?
What did you learn, Joe?
Hey, I was with my group. So one of them is doing music. I'm doing apparel. And then we got an analytic guy, Nathan. So I was saying, why don't you just put all three together? Because you need product.
Give him a chance to talk, guys. Thank you.
You need product and you need analytics. So you could put those two together and you got something.
Great.
It's just simple math.
Synergy.
Wonderful. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good job. Can we get a, Brittany, can we get a microphone over there? This gentleman here, please. Thank you. Yes, sir. What was your insight?
G'day, James. How are you, mate? I'm also from Brisbane. Another Brizzy lad. Hey, one of the things I noticed was we're here, and often we feel like we haven't really got something for someone else. I mean, you know, the problem's probably pretty complex because they've been stewing on it for probably 5 years or more. But the thing I realized was that as we got talking, something happens way back in the back of the head where you start to go, actually, I think I've got an answer for that. And somehow it percolates up out of nowhere and you wonder, where the frick did that come from? And then it's exactly what they need. And these guys got a big grin from ear to ear going, oh, that's fantastic. And I'm like, I don't know where it came from, but somehow in the giving process, you have access to a knowledge and an insight that maybe you never thought you had.
Yeah, well said. Well said. Thank you. How many of you in that group of 4 swapped contact details just now? Okay, 2 gold stars. That was only about a quarter of the room though, right? Who here did not swap contact details with the other 4? Put your hands up. Okay. Shh, guys.
Guys, keep it down.
Can we just have everyone to just shh, please. Thank you. Okay. Now listen, you helped 3 other people in the group, and 3 other people helped you. Wouldn't it make sense to stay in contact with those people? Yes? Yeah. Wouldn't it make sense to give ongoing help to the people in the group? Yeah? Wouldn't it be great to get ongoing help from the other 3 members in your group? Yes? So I would just implore you, a lot of this, okay, a lot of the success that you can get is by the simple act of swapping details. Now, I don't like this whole, give me your email, or email you, blah, blah, blah. No, I like text message. A lot of people come up to me today and have offered certain things or want to stay in contact, and I've just given them my cell phone number, text message. Because a text message gets a 99% response rate. Emails get lost, right? So add someone as a Facebook friend, yes. Get their email address, yes. But get their cell phone number and send a text. And try to outdo the other 3 in helping them. Hey, I was just thinking about what we were talking about at Tai's conference the other day. I had another idea. You should meet this person. Can I connect you? See if you can out-help the other 3. Gamify it a little bit. And what you're going to find is that the more you help someone, the more they're going to want to help you back. And it doesn't have to be a lot. It just has to be like an introduction or a book that you read. Hey, you were saying that you were struggling with your romantic relationship at the moment. I just read this amazing book. It's called, here it is. And then you attach like the Amazon link to that book. That's it. That's it. Who's not going to love getting that? Because you've indicated to the person that you're sending it to, I care about you. I'm thinking about you. I listened to you and what you were struggling with, and now I'm here trying to offer value to you. You'll have a friend for life. One more person here want to share an insight that they got from the group. Yes, sir. We'll just wait to. We got a microphone here, please.
I got those 2 bags.
Just down the front, mic runners. Here we go. Just coming up the back here. Microphone's coming. Yeah, this gentleman here in the white shirt.
I think this is applicable to everybody here. One of the gentlemen in our group asked for a logo, and I was actually doing a support call with one of my clients, and he said, hey, I started this logo, and I just said what I wanted online, and then a bunch of people bidded on it, and I had an amazing logo. So I just shared that to one of my colleagues, and he said that was helpful. So I think anybody who needs a logo, I'm not actually sure what the website's called, if anybody can help me. What is it? Upward. Okay, I'm sure there's a lot. Upwork, I'm sorry if I said that wrong. But yeah, if anybody needs a logo, outsource it online. I think for a couple $100 you can get a very professional logo done and actually see multiple and iterate. And I thought that was worth sharing, so thanks.
Thank you very much. Give him a round of applause. Now for the remainder of the conference, when you're out in the corridors or you're going to the bathroom or you're talking to someone at the end of the seminar, okay? When you meet new people, what's the first question that we're going to think about when we're meeting someone new? No, we're not going to ask that. Sorry, what's the first question? What's the question we're thinking in our head? No, not where you're from. What's the first question? Thank you. All right. How can I help this person? How can I help this person? Okay? Pretty simple. And to figure out how you can help that person, you have to take a genuine interest. You have to be a master questioner. And a master questioner doesn't mean where you're from. It means tell me about yourself. What are you struggling with right now? What's your biggest challenge that you have right now? And then shut up and let them talk. And then listen. Listen intently. And as they're giving you their response, be thinking, who can I connect this person to? How can I give value? How can I give value? It will completely change your levels of happiness because you get to help people. And more than that, your business and your network will grow. I didn't know anything about being an entrepreneur. I was just likable, and I surrounded myself with the right people, and I offered value all the time. And remember, people do business with people they know and like. People do business with people they know and like. So you have to be known, okay? And you have to be likable. And how do you be known and likable? By offering value first. The only way to get a genuine relationship is to lead with value. You have to get their attention with offering value. All right, I will take 1 or 2 questions, and then I'm going to introduce our next group of panelists. Yes, sir, with the cap backwards. Does it wait for a microphone here?
I just have a question. I'm curious, what's the most interesting thing that happened behind the scenes at ESPN while you were there?
What's the most what, sorry?
Well, what's the most interesting thing? What's the best story that you have from behind the scenes while at ESPN?
I got to have dinner with Magic Johnson one night. Magic Johnson is one of the all-time great basketball players, and I went down to the ESPN cafeteria, and I was going to be hosting SportsCenter in a couple of hours' time, so I was just kind of relaxing before the show. And Magic Johnson was down there, and I introduced myself to him, and he is such a charmer, like a charming man. And he told me a story about how when he went on a tour down to Australia back in the 70s or the 80s with some, like, I don't know what the tour was. It definitely wasn't a Lakers tour. It must have been like a All-Stars thing or whatever. And he was saying he was playing in this game against some Australian side, and the Australian side was leading miraculously with like 30 seconds to go, and they were like 2 points ahead. And Magic Johnson was like, there's no way that I'm going to let this Australian side beat me. And he said, just give me the ball, give me the ball. And then he just looks at the clock, and he's just waiting, he's just waiting, he's just waiting. And then like 2 seconds to go, he goes, boom, hits a 3-point, wins the game. And he's just like, I'm the man, I'm the man. I hope that's a satisfactory answer for you. Yeah, Magic Johnson, that was pretty cool. One more question? Yes, in the middle here. Can we get a microphone to this gentleman? Are the other guys ready, Terry?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, do you have a favorite affirmation that...
A favorite affirmation?
Yeah.
So when I feel fear about making a decision, whether it's business or social or whatever, I say, okay, I feel the fear, and then I say, fuck it, I'm going to do it anyway.
That's good, that's good.
And
Thank
people are always like, how do you overcome fear? How do you overcome fear? I'm like, that's it, fuck it. I'm just going to do it anyway. That's my affirmation. One more over here, yes.
How you doing? I saw your interview with Tai Lopez on his podcast, and I saw you mentioned also that you kind of had this battle of creating success, and then once you got the $1 million, you're beating yourself up for not making more than $1 million. And I think a lot of people here strive to at least make that first million. So along that path of where we are now to where we get to where we want to be, how would you say to keep our mental composure to be happy in our current existence?
Sure. So what I've learned is that I'm always doing better than I think. You know, I beat myself up a lot. I think we all do. Even this morning, I woke up at 5:30, and I'm staying here at the hotel, and at 5:30 in the morning, I woke up, and I was like, oh, am I doing all right? Like, is my business, am I crushing it in my business, or am I like struggling at the moment? I don't know. It's like that little voice, right? And it's mental diarrhea is what it is, right? It's fear, you're comparing yourselves to others, it's insecurity, it's an inferiority complex. It's this voice that's coming in. It's like, everyone else is crushing it. Everyone else is crushing it. I'm not crushing it. Why can't I figure it out? Anyone here feel like that? Yeah. But I come back to always, I don't think I'm ever going to get rid of those thoughts, right? I don't think I'm ever going to get rid of those thoughts. I think they're always going to come in. But I think what I've got better at is mastering how to handle those thoughts. So instead of me going, I suck, I'm no good, everything's going too slow, I'm not good enough, now I go, I'm noticing that I'm feeling like I suck. Or I'm noticing that I'm feeling like I'm not good enough. So I kind of like, I step back and I go, I'm observing that I'm feeling insecurity. I'm observing that I'm feeling fear, rather than I'm fearful, I'm scared, I'm no good. I'm going, oh, look, the story I'm telling myself is that I'm no good. And when I do that, what happens is the power of those negative thoughts just start to diminish. They lose their power. I wouldn't say that they just evaporate and I go, great, I'm so happy, I'm confident, I'm going to kick ass today. But it drops. And then that's replaced with, all right, I can do it. Let's keep going. We've had a setback. Persistence. Keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. And if I can do that, then I'm going to be happier rather than miserable most of the time. Is that helpful? Yeah. Okay, very cool. Now? We're doing that now?
We're doing it now? Yes.
All right. Cool. Was this helpful? Was this good? Yeah? All right. I'm just going to make me seem more popular than I actually am. 1 second here. So, was that helpful? That's what Tai calls authority bias, social proof. All right, so let me welcome to the stage now our next accomplished speaker. Very, very serious man. There's no comic value about him whatsoever. He tries a lot of jokes that fall flat a lot of times. I guess we should bring him up here. He's all right. I guess he's a lovable guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Zach Cookman.
That was nice, man.
I'm a little nervous because I didn't have enough to drink. So, hey, real quick, I want to ask a question. When y'all were waiting in line to come in down in the hallway and you saw the banners out there with Tai, his photos, raise your hands, how many saw those or noticed those and he's looking directly in the camera? Not everybody noticed that. All right, well, so much for that joke.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jake. Appreciate it.
No, I am serious. I wanted to let you know. I don't know if for those of you that raised your hands, you did see it. Just to let you know, as he's leering into the camera, taking that photo, it's actually a little sales trick. He's hypnotizing you. So he's going to try to sell you a lot of bull crap when he comes up here. I need y'all to do me a favor. Please don't clap. Don't stand up. Don't try to take photos. I need you to stare at him. As a matter of fact, if you want to take a knee, since that's kind of in vogue right now, I think that would be so funny. Please, please, for my sake, don't anybody applaud. Everybody, please refuse to show your love for Tai Lopez. No.
Who says we should do a roast of Zach one of these days? Zach roast. We'll put you up here. It'll be like The Office, Michael Scott. He'll run off crying. Good. Keep his mic off. I told him to do that. All right. That is funny. We got a lot to cover, a lot to talk about. We did a little survey on what everybody wanted me to talk about, and I'll talk on some of that. Okay, we have monitors if I write on this board. Good. Has anybody met anybody new? Potential business networking? Good. I'm telling you, conferences now, sometimes, like there's this one conference, Affiliate Summit, and you can buy different passes. You can buy a pass to go to the talks. You could buy a pass to just get in the exhibition hall and the halls. I just buy the hall pass and just walk. I never have been to although I think I'm speaking this year, so I shouldn't say that. But if I'm speaking, please don't just buy the hall pass. But there's a lot of, there's just as much in the halls as there is on the stage. It's not just what you know, it's definitely who you know. in life makes a big difference. I can't tell you how many things in life like wasn't a matter of me being smart, but just being able to make a phone call. And one thing, let's talk about this real quick, because you guys want to hear a couple things on business networking? Okay. The secrets, at least what I know, I don't know all the secrets, but I'll tell you the ones I know. Will this be able to be up there on the screen? Okay. So we have biz networking, just a few. As I told you, I want to do a lot of practical tips. Like, hopefully you'll walk away with like 20 to 50 simple 2-word notes. Don't take like long sentences, but it is good to take short notes. One of the things is, as I told you, hallway passes. So if you don't have a lot of money, a lot of conferences now you can literally just buy hallway passes. Or, I was at a conference, Traffic and Conversion, which is a good conference down, it's usually in February or March, is down in San Diego. It's at a big hotel, and they can't block off the whole hotel. So if you're completely broke, you don't even have to buy a hall pass. Just go hang out in the lobby. Seriously. I know there's all levels of people here. There's millionaires, there's people making 100 grand, and there's people with negative. If you got negative, there we go. All the negatives. So that's a good business networking tip. Just go chill in the hallways if you can't even afford it. The second thing that I would say in networking is it doesn't count as a real ally unless they smile when they see your text or phone call. So just because you get somebody's phone number, right, and you think, ooh, I made a contact at this, in the hallway at this conference of ties, it's not enough, because I give people my number a lot, and sometimes when they text me later, I don't remember who they are, I don't reply because I don't know who they are, I don't know what they want. So you have to have a strategy for, I call this like the smile test. If you met Elon, we were talking about Elon Musk in there in the diamond dinner thing, and if you met Elon Musk and you were able to get his phone number, and he took your number, and you texted him the next day, if he doesn't smile seeing your phone number, it doesn't, to me, count as a real networking ally, okay? And that's the third thing. Your mindset should be allies. That's the way to think about it. And business is a little bit like war. That's why almost the most popular book, and write this down, I'm going to give you a whole bunch of book reading assignments for the next 12 months or the next quarter. The Art of War. It's probably one of the most popular business books of all time, even though it was written by a general in China more than 2,000 years ago. But one of the things he says is the wise general wins battles without fighting. And the way you often do that is with allies. They fight your battles for you. World War II, Hitler lost because he didn't have enough allies, basically. He almost won. We almost all would be speaking German. I mean, really. Who saw Dunkirk, the movie? That's an example. The Germans would have basically beaten England if they had just actually attacked England. One of the problems in D-Day is Adolf Hitler was asleep till 2 in the afternoon every day, and no one wanted to wake him up and tell him that the Allies had attacked. So there's a lot of luck to war, but at the end of the day, America made one really powerful ally, a nice guy by the name of Joseph Stalin. Uncle Joe, yeah. Uncle Joe. He wasn't a nice guy. He led the second biggest genocide in history, I think. But he was on America's side. And the enemy of your enemy is what? Your friend. So American president went to this meeting in Yalta, I think it was. One was in Africa, and it was Winston Churchill, Stalin, and the U.S. president. And they said, look, we got to be allies here. And they won. And you got to think in your life, who are the people that are your allies? So they're not your business partners. I'm not talking about business partners right now, because that's more than an ally. That's like your generals. You're in the same army. Which allies do you have? Just try to think. So somebody said me. Yeah, but I'm a distant ally for most people here, right? Because what did I call this test? A smile. An ally smiles when you text them. Like if you guys got my number today, I wouldn't know who everybody is. So what do you think so let's reverse engineer. One of the principles of business is called inversion. Inversion, you just work backwards. If you want to make $1 million, it's too complicated, right? But if you invert it backwards, you only have to make like 12 bucks an hour, 24 hours a day, and you'll be making 100,000 to $1 million bucks a year. So it's a smaller goal. Anybody, how do you invert backwards? What creates a smile in an ally when they see your number pop up in their phone in a text? Something you remember you by, as specific as possible. Memories, somebody said. Serve, impressions. Okay, so feelings. So this is when I say specific, like going to a comedy club with them, as opposed to going in a conference room and setting up. Going to dinner, but even dinner can be too formal. Humans are emotional. What creates emotional reactions in people? Pleasure. Yeah, so who here goes to the basketball game, Laker games? Celtics, whatever. What I do, somebody say Hawks? You can have a rough year, my friend. Hawks ain't doing that well this year. What I do is I always buy 2 tickets to a game, and I bring people who I don't know yet. And I did this last year, and it's crazy. I became friends with T.O., you guys like football, Terrell Owens. And I didn't approach him about business at all. You know, I just said, yo, I got an extra ticket to the Laker game, buy extra good seats if you can, and you invite them there. I invited Josh Dunn, 21 Pilots. He won the Grammys. He won the big Grammy last year. I brought Top Dog, you know who he's Kendrick Lamar's manager. I brought Jay-Z's business partner, Jay Brown. He manages Rihanna. And these guys I didn't know before. But I'm just like, so one of the things you can do is try to corner the market on a relatively cheap but easy but hard to get access to something. And then you just try to invite like 30 people. And believe it or not, if you invite 30 people, one of them every time will say yes.
Can you give an example?
Concert of a person or what kind of event?
Kind of event.
Concerts, table at a nightclub, house parties. My main point is not business. You see what I'm saying? Not business. So basically anything fun. The way the human brain works, I mean, this is an oversimplification, but here's a potential ally. Even the smartest people are fully emotional. Trust me. There's a good book. If you want to read a more advanced book, it's called Descartes' Folly or something, or Descartes' Error. And it basically says, who here thinks they're a logical person? Raise your hand. Like you're more of a thinker, you're more analytical. Raise your hand. Okay, it's roughly 50% of people on a personality test come out as logical analytical. It's BS. It's very, 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 if you want to test this, you can bring a logical person to a scary movie. You ever seen you think no logical people jump in scary, who saw It? Logical people jumping all over the place. I remember the first time I saw Paranormal Activity, there was these bodybuilders sitting it was like 4 big bodybuilder guys, and they were straight, I'm pretty sure, because there was girls too. But one of the, in Paranormal, one of the scary things, the dude literally went, ah, and jumped and like hugged the guy. And I was thinking, this guy did not plan that, right? And it was funny afterwards. He was like, you know, flexing a little bit. So you have to understand that in business networking, even the most logical person is extremely emotional. And they succumb to the exact same biases as pretty much the most emotional person you've ever met. So what's in the 25, there's 25 main emotional triggers in your brain. There's 25 different stimuli that elicit responses. I call them the 25 cognitive biases. So number 4, you need to understand the 25, this is also for marketing, 25 cognitive biases, okay? Pretend there's 25 there. What, does anybody know a few of them? You just want to yell them out, some of you? Right. Scarcity, urgency, content, fair. What's the first one? The first one, not authority, reward. So what you want to do is you basically want to revert, let's say you have a potential ally, Elon Musk. See, I know exactly where to find Elon Musk. I've done it 3 times. 4. He loves movies. He likes Hollywood. He grew up a nerd, and he's very kind of socially awkward guy. I mean, he's somewhat, you can tell that he was not probably a super popular kid in high school. So now he's like a billionaire. Where do I find him? First time I met him was just at the Grove movie theater. Second time was at, with James here, was at the Golden Globes at the HBO after party. Third time was at Game of Thrones movie premiere. Oh, no, third time was at a movie, Coen Brothers, that one weird movie. What was it, that Coen one? Yeah, Hail Caesar. I sat next to, I went with Dolph Lundgren, and Dolph Lundgren sat next to, we sat down, and you guys know who Dolph Lundgren is from Rocky IV, the Russian? We sit next to Elon Musk. I'm like, dude, you're sitting next to Elon Musk. And he's like, who's that? Dolph Lundgren does not care about tech people. So I had an interesting conversation, and then the last time was at the Game of Thrones. So I know this guy is very motivated by movies is the place to find him. But I also know, because I read, who's read the book about him? There's a book, what's it called? Just Elon Musk. So I interviewed the author for a podcast, a YouTube episode, and he told me, Tai, Elon Musk only cares about SpaceX. Trust me, he just likes space. So the first time I saw Elon Musk at the movie theater, reward bias is the most important. What do you think is the first thing I talked to him about? Space. And struck up a conversation. So you need to know the ally, what rewards them. It's off. I am zero interested in space, believe it or not. I just don't care. I think it's insane. I think you can fix the world before it's expensive to go to space. So, I mean, I'm not 0%, but I don't want to go to space, I guess is what I'm saying. But when I talk to him, I pull out the 1% of me that's interested in space, and that's what we talk about. You know, so you have to understand to create a friend, which passes the smile test. Okay, you got to understand the biases. Primarily, this is number 5, reward, and that's where people usually go wrong. Perfect example: a kid. Rarely do I have to arrest people that come to my house, but we did recently. I get every day people show up outside wanting to talk about something, but I shot this thing. I'm on an episode of this little Comedy Central TV show, Snapchat show, and I was filming it. And I walked out of my house, out of the gates, and there's a kid there, and I'm like, oh no, because there's a film crew here. It turned out he had ridden his bike from Fresno, bicycle, not a motorcycle. Fresno is how far of a drive? 3 hours? He ridden for 1 day on a bike. Put it this way, he rode so long that the bike disintegrated halfway, and he had to hitchhike. I'm like, literally the bike, you have to ride a bike a lot for it to disintegrate, right? So he's like, yeah, I just kind of fell apart as I was driving it. And I was like, that's because you should have gotten a Greyhound ticket. But he was 17, and this is what he said to me, which is just he's 17, so he doesn't know better. But if you're 17 listening, you'll know better. This is what he said to me. He goes, Tai, I know you're filming. I need to tell you, I got to tell you something. I need to tell you my idea, my business idea. It's not going to take much time. I only need 2 hours. That's what he said. So if you're approaching people in a business network setting, what's the opposite of reward? Who here associates reward with talking to a stranger outside your house for only 2 hours about what nothing, you don't know what it's about. So he was coming at me with the second most powerful bias, pure pain. Literally, it's like pure pain to walk up to somebody that you don't know, that doesn't know you, and talk about a subject that you don't know if they're interested in at all. And I was like, I can't do it right now. There's 20 people, film crew. I said, okay, write me an email. I gave him my personal email. I said, write out an email. I can read fast, so just, give me an email. And he sat under a tree outside my house and wrote this long yellow notepad, and he was still there for like 24 hours later. Finally, I have security of the house, and they talked to him, and finally, I don't know what he did, but they called the police. I was asleep, and the police were nice. They just got him a Greyhound ticket and sent him back home. They called his dad. But the point being, like this is how most business networking happens. It's just like pain. Now, let me explain what I mean by emotional. So when you're talking to people, you think they're hearing your words, right? That's logical. I say to you, but you know what most people hear? You ever seen those things where it's like a dog, like dogs, what dogs hear versus like wah, 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 like that? Most people are not listening to the words. You are basically throwing your energy at them, okay? So understand this about interpersonal communications. Think of it like your mouth is a slingshot, okay? What are we on, 6? 5. Something like that. I do it in an ambiguous number there. You can't tell. It's either 5 or 6. You basically project energy. And I'm not talking about like hippie energy. I'm just talking about you project an emotion to people. One of my attorneys told me he's been practicing criminal defense forever. He's defended the biggest names the biggest cases in history. And he told me, on average, the jury decides in 30 seconds who they think is guilty. And he says, and then the rest of the trial, they just listen for information that backs up what they already believed. I'm talking, this is maybe the most famous lawyer in the world told me this. So this is not some BS dude. This is one of the OJ lawyers, put it that way. So what happens is, when anybody walks in the room, the jurors are just, and out of those 12 jurors, they're selecting some who are supposed to be logical. They're not. Some people pick a vibe off OJ, and there was a few people who picked up a vibe. You know what the vibe that certain of the jury picked up? These are crooked cops. In the OJ, who said what? The O.J. Simpson trial, that's what it came down to. One of the things that one of the lawyers did, so let's say, I don't know, in the U.S., all 12 people have to find you criminally, in a criminal trial, they have to find you guilty. Not all of them did, a handful of them. And the main thing is, right when some of the cops walked in and O.J. walked in, people were like, they're picking on O.J., crooked cops. And then what the lawyers did were smart. They found a tape of one of the cops, okay? 30 minutes spliced together of him saying the N-word on audio. Remember I told you you initially have your gut feeling, and then you look for evidence that confirms it? What do you think happened to those jurors that thought that the policemen were crooked cops, and then, that was their gut feeling, and then they heard 30 minutes of the guy saying the N-word. That trial was over. The guy that I know, the lawyers that I know said, I told OJ, you won, my friend. OJ wasn't surprised that he won. Because good lawyers in those situations, they know how to project emotion. And that's why people sometimes, have you seen this guy that's considered the most hated man in America, this pharmaceutical dude? I mean, this guy, what's his name again? Yeah, Pharma Bro, Martin something. This guy, Schlechte or so. I'm pretty sure he's like has like autism. That's what. So he doesn't have any social skills. So he basically bought a company that manufactures drugs for people with like HIV and jacked the price up 1,000 times. Now, no matter how logically you can explain why you do that, what do you think the mass of the United States, the energy you're projecting emotionally when you do that? There's no way you can do that and not be considered an idiot. And then he got charged with 17 counts of, of investor fraud. Then he got put out, he was found guilty, got put on probation, or not probation, but he got let out on bail for a teeny amount, $5,000, meaning they didn't think he'd run. While he was out, he went on forums and wrote, I'll give $5,000 to anybody who pulls a hair out of Hillary Clinton on her book tour. So the judge called him back in and put this dude in maximum security. He's a little dude. He is not going to do well in New York State. It was either federal or state, a maximum security prison because the dude didn't understand human emotions. He said, well, I was just joking around and it's going to be the DNA. I wanted to do a DNA test of Hillary's hair. And the judge is like, I call that assault. Grabbing people's hair is not a great thing to have and he put a bounty on it. 5,000, you're like a hair assassin, mafia guy, right? So the point being, that guy, a horrible example of knowing how to project energy correctly. The OJ lawyers, masters of it. That's why you pay big money to these guys. They come in and put you in that certain light that, and OJ probably, I don't know, but he might have done something wrong, but he did, So the point being, when you go up to somebody and say, hey man, I only need 2 hours of your time. Not only are you projecting pain, but you're projecting yourself as like, look how important my ideas are and your time's not that important. And people just take that in and it's like weird. So be very cognizant of your energy and your vibe. Good, the phrase good vibes? Be somebody with good vibes. Now, that's relatively hard to do if you grew up and had a crazy life. It's easy to come off as neurotic. It's easy. By the way, the three, let me define bad vibes here for you. One of the big psychology textbooks defines the 3 big classes of psychological ailments. So if you have any of these, you're basically not going to project good vibes. So, and we all know people like this. A, it's called dramatic. Okay? And they have subcategories of this. I forget what they call this. It's like the DVSM or some name like that. You have B, you have weird or eccentric. Okay? And C, you have fearful or anxious. Okay? All of us will tend to have at least one tendency of these. So you got to know yourself, be very honest, because the economic marketplace is very honest. People don't understand. If you want to make $1 million, almost always the guys I meet making $1 million or $1 billion, they are truly better business people with better ideas and better. It's not luck like you think. So your bank account is somewhat of a mirror of your financial skill. And it's very, mirrors don't lie, right? If you gain weight and you stand in front of your mirror, unless you have a Snow White weird mirror or something that you can cast a spell on, if you're fat, you stand in front of your mirror naked, it shows you're fat, right? That's what bank accounts do for your financial skill. That's what networking, if you're not good at networking now, I promise you it's one of these 3 vibes you give off. Because even if you didn't know all the other stuff that I talked about earlier, the hall pass and, understanding cognitive biases and all that, if you get these vibe things correct, all of a sudden people gravitate towards you. So who here, let's just be honest with ourselves, who here tends to be more on the dramatic side? The definition of dramatic is things that normal people consider this important or this big of a deal, you tend to make bigger. Who tends to be on the dramatic side? Raise your hand. Okay. When you are doing your business networking, you got to notch it down. Literally. If you come up to people and you're like, I got the next $1 billion idea. Like even that, it's just too much when you meet people. No, you're automatically suspicious of somebody who's like, I'm gonna make $1 billion, we're gonna do it together. Like it's just, relax. Yeah, millions and millions. Yeah, the Donald Trump thing. Okay. Number 2, who here tends to be a teeny bit weird or eccentric? Now everybody got to raise their hand at some point. We have a very small minority of people. If you had any of these flaws, just humor me. Which one? Weird and eccentric. The kid who rode his bike, you're automatically positioned not as somebody who's like, it's an awesome story. It's like, help me, security. This guy rode from Fresno. He's gonna murder me and wear my skin tomorrow. Like, that's what it's too weird. You see what I'm saying? And some people's business networking, it's just weird. I meet people of all of these classes. And weird, it's just like, are you kidding me? I mean, people, be careful of the gifts you give to people. If it's too weird of a gift, like it's a gemstone that you got from Pluto, or it's just too weird of a first gift. Unless the person you're meeting is like a hippie transcendentalist yogi or something, like watch. People judge. How long did I say it takes them to judge a jury? 30 seconds. So that first 30 seconds, and are people hearing your words, your explanation for your jewel you're bringing? Or what do you project? Energy, not words. So you can have like a logical explanation as to why you're bringing them a jewel. You're talking and they're hearing, wah, 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 I'm weird, I'm weird, I'm weird, I'm weird. That's what they're hearing. Okay? Trust me, that's how humans, the more I learn about, I can test it in videos. I've tested it in videos. It's like Instagram videos. Basically, the first 5 seconds project what the video is about, and I'm pretty sure I could take off all my clothes in the last 30 seconds and dance around naked. No one even gets there. They're not logical enough. They're kind of like, Ty's talking about business. Yes. That's it. And they stop watching. That's why most people never watch. Your average watch time, if you look on a YouTube video, rarely gets beyond 2 to 4 minutes. Even if you have the most logical approach to how to make people are looking for you to emotionally hit them. Okay, so weird, eccentric. You got to tone it back. If you're weird, if you like Mordor as an adult and all that, hey, that's all you want to talk about. Don't talk about it on your initial business, meeting a business ally. And then lastly, who here tends to be fearful and anxious? This is a bigger one. It's a bigger one. You must learn how to calm down when you meet people. Because if your hands are just soaking wet, and you're shaking, I get people shake their hand, and I don't judge them. I've done this more, okay? But it is an odd feeling to shake, or people shake, or you're just like, yeah, it's, even as much as I logically want to be like, they're just nervous, you kind of feel like, what's wrong with them, right? Just being honest. So in general, in the opening of a business ally, potential networking conversation, just be the most normal you've been in the last 1 year. Really. And everybody else, that will increase the chance that you'll get their phone number and that they'll smile when they see you. Oh, that was that one kind of. You know that it's been proven. You know what the number one, psychologists went into high schools. You know how there's always the kids who are the most popular, okay? And scientists try to figure out, why is this kid more popular than others? What do you think the trait was? Smile, someone said. Confidence, charisma, athletic ability. It was, and this is fascinating, the person who's emotionally deemed to be the most likely to not freak out in if there's a school shooting. The kid who's kind of all right, everybody, there's that. And you know what's the word, what do we call them in high school, the most popular? They are the blank kids. Cool kids. That word is the exact correct word. Cool. Cool under pressure. So one of the things, what's the opposite basically of all of these? Cool. I'm not talking about cool, how you dress. What's the opposite of dramatic? Who here's ever dated somebody who was dramatic? Would you be they're cool under pressure? Yeah, that's like why you call them drama queens or drama kings or whatever. Okay, if you meet somebody who's weird, would you tell everyone, dude, I just met this cool guy? You'd be like, this dude's weird. Me and Zach loves weird people. We were in, where is Zach? Like 2 years ago, we were in London for New Year's Eve, and we went to see, it wasn't on New Year's Eve, but a day or two after, we went to see the last movie of Taken. You guys know Taken with Liam Neeson? You know, he just retired. So it's Taken 3, which is a horribly bad version of Taken, but we didn't know that at the time. So we're standing in line. We found this theater. Nobody was there except this one couple walks in. And it's a dude. They were like vampire-ish goth people. And the girl, she literally looked, you ever seen those horror movies where there's like, the lights go off and the lights go on and there's a girl in the hall like playing with her hair? You know, that's how this girl looked. And then the dude was so weird. He had like a vampire jacket. And Zach, I've never seen Zach more mesmerized by people. And he's just like, we were in the candy line. We were done ordering our popcorn and stuff. He just stood there. And I was like, I asked him later, I'm like, what? Because we went in the bathroom for the movie. I goes, what? Why are you so fascinated? He goes, dude, they're so weird. It is fascinating. And then they had a balcony. So we go into a whole movie theater. It's me and Zach and a girl I was dating. And then this couple, of course, they're weird. They go in the balcony. You know, like an opera balcony? It's just all of us, and they're like in the little balcony. And we had this running joke during the movie because the movie's so bad. We're like, they're doing a suicide pact. They're going to kill each other right now while we're there. But that's just the vibe they project. This guy would be the worst business networker in the world. So, because it's not cool. And then obviously, fearful and anxious, the opposite of fearful and anxious, is someone who's cool, calm, and collected. So if you can take away one thing from everything I just said, the greatest thing which will project reward, it will project proper vibe, keep cool, calm. You will be remembered. In the long run, you'll make the most business allies that way. Just be the guy or the girl that you remember is like, yeah, they were just chill. That's the most likely person that if you go, hey, I got a Laker ticket, you want to come? If I was Elon Musk, I might say yes to the super cool, calm, chill person. I'm not saying it to the vampire guy that I met, right? I'm not saying it to the bicycle kid who rode his bike from Fresno. You're just no. So once you come off as cool, calm, collected, then you need to get phone numbers now. Practical tip, stop with the emails and business cards. It's just dumb. People lie, but numbers don't. So I could be lying, but I'll prove to you the number. Get cell phone. Only cell, by the way. I mean, some people still have landline. Because text, 95% of texts that are sent are read. Email is 20%. So if you want to be collecting emails, you're now lowering the chance by basically 5 times. You're 5xing your chance of failure. I get phone numbers of everybody. I don't care who it is. If I meet Elon Musk, I do not ask for his email. I don't have Elon Musk's phone number, unfortunately, but I didn't ask him. Should have. Not yet. No, but I got lots of powerful people's phone numbers. Now, the next thing is, if you're calm and collected, once you get the cell phone, will you be texting a lot or a little? Yeah, a little. Use it sporadically. Just don't text a lot. Don't text a massive thing. I pretty much give people my phone number now because people aren't afraid to give, and very important to tell them I'm going to text you, because calls can be intrusive, right? You can sit there every time they're like FaceTiming their wife, it's like, you pop up. But a text, if you don't like somebody that's texting you, you just never read them. So that's why I said in the modern world, you can have 95% delivery rate with text. Text them little, text them calm, text them, should you text pain or reward? So should you text them, yo, read my movie script. Yo, read my business. There ain't nobody on this planet who's successful who goes, you know what I want to do? Read strangers' business plans. There's just nobody. There's never been a person. Even VCs don't want to do it. So what are things you think that you should text them sporadically about? Yeah, what I talked about at the beginning, that's a great thing. You go online, Google them, or if they're not as famous, hopefully maybe in your conversation, found out what they're interested in. Tickets to stuff. It's so simple. Tickets to stuff. And you know a cool thing is tickets to stuff you can't even go to. Like, yo, I got some extra Laker tickets. You want it? You know, we met at this thing. Take these. What bias does that create? Reciprocity bias is a powerful tool. Reciprocity is so powerful that Walmart, Sam Walton, does not allow any of his purchasing reps to even take a pen from the person that they're buying or selling from. Because the second you get someone to take a pen from you, you win. Best example of this, who likes basketball? You guys know I like basketball. Charles Barkley got destroyed by a man named Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was smart. Before the Bulls played the Phoenix Suns in the finals, he took Charles Barkley out to dinner and paid for the steak meal and drinks the night before. Do you think, because humans are emotional and logical, that Charles Barkley played quite as hard against somebody who just bought him a great steak dinner? Like Michael Jordan spent like a $500 to win an NBA championship. So you want to be Michael Jordan. Give people stuff. I call it wage war with gifts. There was actually an Indian tribe a long time ago in the area that's now like Washington, British Columbia, and they actually waged war on their rivals doing these things called potlatches, which were basically huge. Like if I didn't like you, what's your name? Ivan. So I don't like you. I want to go to war. This is a much better way. I wish war was this way now. I'd invite you over to a festival. I would have food, killed, you know, lamb, sheep, beef, whatever, hunted deer. I'd give you a few of my daughters to marry. Literally, that's what they would do. It's like, and then if you couldn't trump me with a party, everybody in your Indian Native American world was like, Ty's the badass. He can give so much away. This guy isn't a big it's basically a big baller contest, right? And literally, that's how they'd wait. It'd go back and forth till it got ridiculous. You know, they were like taking everything they owned and giving it to the guy, and then the guy couldn't match it. Yeah, it'd be a great way for war. I think war should be either that way or the leaders should have hand-to-hand combat. That's like, you know, you send out Putin versus Trump. Putin's pretty tough. I don't know. We're going to have to. I think Trump would take Kim Jong-un or whatever. We'd win the North Korea thing. Trump's actually stronger. Do you see that video I posted where he shook the French Macron or whatever? Boy, he lifted Macron right off his feet. I was like, go America! French people are annoying anyway, so I'm like, yes. No offense to French, but they are very annoying people. Is anyone here French? Sorry. French women, no, but you weren't born in France. I like Corsicans. The first Corsican I've met, but I like you. Any questions? Let me take a few questions and I'm going to change the subject. Is this helpful though? Networking? That's okay. Yeah. Questions. Let's take 3 questions, then we move on. Yes, right here. We got a microphone for you. There you go.
Yes. Are you saying that when you encounter a person for the first time,
yep,
that their assessment of you is sealed in stone in the first 30 seconds, and that's it? There's nothing more you can do. In other words, the person that you're meeting, there's no chance of them changing their concept of you or their feelings about you?
So, a good question. So the question, if you didn't hear, was, it's locked in the first impression. The answer is no, but it's a bitch to change. So, if you go on a first date, guys, and you're an absolute idiot to the girl, 9 times out of 10, you ain't getting a second date. Am I right, women? I mean, if they're rude the first time you see them, even though you could just be having a bad day. If you're doing business with saints, and which I haven't found most of the world to be saints, yes, saints will give you a second chance, and occasionally people do, but it's usually in forced settings. So here's where I agree. If your point is like people do change, it's in forced settings. So here's an example of forced setting. You go to work at a job. First day on the job, your coworker who sits next to you, you think, man, they're an idiot. They're mean, rude, and smell bad, okay? So you have a bad first impression. 1 year later, they're your best friend. But the reason is because you were forced to sit next to them, and the next day, they came and were nice and had a nice smell to them, let's say, and acted nicer, and you realize after like 30 days of them being nice, oh, my first impression was bad. Business is not that way. If you go up to Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg the first time and you're crazy, he's not going to text you and be like, you know what, I kind of had you wrong. Let's hang out to see if you're really a way better person. So yes, in forced settings, people will change sometimes, but in settings with the kind of people you want to be networking with, the whole reason most people become successful is so they have freedom to not be around people they don't like. In fact, if you like top 3 reasons I wanted to become an entrepreneur, it's not Lamborghinis, okay? It's not Ferraris. It's to control my social circle, for sure. Because now anybody I don't like, I have enough independence that I'm just like, I sometimes tell Maya, make sure I never see that person again. I literally say those words. So maybe that's overly judgmental, but like, why, if there's 10 good people that are good, why would I give an annoying person 100 tries? That means I'm taking away tries from the good people. So I don't think it's fair. So, yes, next.
Ty, I have a question. So if you're working on your skill as networking and you can go to a room and you can network really well, how then do we learn to network up? So how do I come to a network and network with people like you or the other speakers or any event you go to? How can you learn to then take that networking skill to the next level? What's your advice for that?
So one of the best things for networking is stepping stones. So like try to get to the gatekeeper. Become friends with, Nathan or Rome or Maya. That's a better chance to become long-term allies with me. Because if Maya's like, hey, my brother Ben is a good example. Where is Ben? He likes to network a lot. And Ben has introduced me to a lot of people. He's kind of like a gatekeeper. If my brother Ben's like, hey, even Mike Crouch. Mike Crouch is one of the guys here speaking. That's how I met Mike. That's how Mike Crouch and me connected, was through my brother vouching. So you don't always want, to get to Elon Musk, you're way better to get to his secretary first, or his friend of a friend. When I first met Chris Paul, I got to know his dad and his brother, right? And I didn't do it on purpose. You don't want to be totally cunning and just like using people. You have to have a genuine interest in everybody. But it's great if you have a circle, because then most people are pragmatic. Pragmatic, for the most part, means psychologically you go by other people's opinions of stuff. So try to get in with friends of friends. That's my answer. Yes. We got someone piping in from Spotify. Yes, Joe.
Yes, Ty, slightly related. In sales.
Yep.
In a sales situation, I've been reading the recommended list of books are great. One of them is Pitch Anything by Warren Claff.
Yep.
How much stock do you put into rapport? Because he talks about hot cognition and kind of overcoming the sort of like the needy approach. Is there a balance you recommend between? Because I don't want to come off too needy in my presentations, but I also don't want to be so divorced from them in terms of like, rapport, so to speak, even though he kind of says that's sort of a cheesy 80s sales tactic.
Yeah, so
do you have any take on that?
There's a book, Warren Claff, Pitch Anything, on how to raise investment money, and he talks about how, rapport can be very cheesy. You ever met somebody and it's just like, oh, you like dogs? I like dogs. Like that's like 1980s way. Like, even in The Office is such a great life lessons and everything. Michael Scott goes in and he sees a picture of the guy fishing or something. He's like, oh, fishing. Like, oh, you. And that, I don't do that. What I tend to do, because that's not cool. Think of the coolest kid in high school. Would he come up to you and be like, oh, you're wearing red shirt? I wear red shirt. No, because that comes off as like kiss butt, right? And kiss butt, by the way, in those 3 I was showing you, let's just do a guess. Which of the 3 psychological problems would somebody who's kissing butt come under? Yeah, fearful and anxious. You come off as like low status. You have no value to yourself, so you have to take on their value. So yes, I would agree with not going crazy on you ever seen the thing about mirroring? Yeah, mirroring. It's like if somebody's like talking fast, then you talk fast back. I don't think. Let's talk for 1 second about website optimization. I'll show you how these are related. I'm gonna pull up some websites. You ever read an article or a book that says like, we changed the button on the website from red to green, and we made 73% more money? Lies, 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 lies. They're all lying to you. I don't believe one of no, that is not what changes things, okay? And I'll show you how this is related to business networking. It's not minor things that make major changes financially for you, okay? Let me repeat that. If you want to go from making 0 to making 1, do you think you'll need a minor change in your routine? Will take you from $0 to $1 billion? No. So everything's pretty proportional. Let's say you're completely out of shape, or just not in good shape, and you want to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Will a small change in your gym workout? Oh man, I've been doing flat press. If I do declines, all of a sudden I'll work my lower pecs and look like Arnold. No. That's what changing a button on your website is like. Oh yeah, turn up the pinkies up on the lateral rate. Now, man, yes, that helps a teeny bit. That helps. What's actually the thing that gets you the strongest in the gym? It's the big heavy things. Deadlifts, squats, big heavy benches, pull-ups. Big things get you big. It's the same in business. If you're thinking you're going to optimize your website because you read some of these articles, me and Alex were talking about, it's just like these articles are so bad. First of all, you need about 52 conversions per sub-split test to even have statistical significance, like at the minimum. So you'll see people like, I tested half of my website traffic, seeing a green button, half here, and we had 7 sales here and 12 sales here. Like, there's people with articles like that. You can't even tell. It's just randomness. It's the same way with networking in the sense that a little trick, like, oh, I'm just going to, if they sit like this, I'm going to, we got to, pull up, see if you can find on The Office where Andy Bernard, his first day on the job, and he goes, I will soon take power in the office through the precise use of mirroring and whatever and handshaking. So he goes into the office and like Michael Scott's like, hey, how you doing? He's like, I'm doing great. He just starts mirroring. And then Dwight Schrute comes over and they're shaking hands and neither one will let go. And they're just like that doesn't make you the leader in the office. No gimmicky things work. Same with business networking. It's not a gimmicky technique. That's why I'm giving you big sweeping things you have to do. Because for some of you, you're coming off as you're gonna have to make a big change. You're coming off as weird. Some people in this room are weird, anxious, and dramatic. Like, that is a guarantee you will be the world's worst business networker. And it's funny, for the most part, the more successful people I meet, I always tell Maya, like, these people are just so much more normal than the worst entrepreneurs are mid-level entrepreneurs. God help you if you're stuck with somebody making 200 grand a year as an online entrepreneur. They just think they're awesome. It's just, and then you meet people making $200,000 a minute, and they're just like, hey, how you doing? Just like, it's really normal. And you just go, wow. You know, that's why a lot of times I tell these stories of powerful people. Sometimes people think it's for name dropping. It's not. Think of it this way. I didn't grow up even knowing about top business people. It wasn't in my mom or my dad's world to even think about business people. I never met a millionaire until I was in my 20s, so it's more of an exploration thing to me. And it's exact proportion. Of the people I've met, the richest I've had one-on-one dinner with is Steve Ballmer, and he's worth $32 billion. I mean, he's a next level, you know, Mark Cuban's $3 billion. He's $32 billion. He's double the wealth of Elon Musk. He was the jolliest, just nicest, normal. It was normal. If someone's like, what's a dinner like with Steve Ballmer? It's like, yeah, very normal. Now, in business, he can be a little crazy, right? But he's a master, because think he was the CEO of the largest company in the world for 20 years. Microsoft, when he was the CEO, was the biggest company by market cap for a long time. And he's just normal. And so a lot of you have to understand it's not a minor thing. And so I would agree with Oren that if you're thinking, no, I'm just going to pull out my one mirroring technique, or it's not going to do anything. One green button change on your site. What'll make you more money for the most part, it's a good transition. Let's talk about websites. Who wants to talk about that? Internet, social media. Okay. Let's pull up, who has a website that's selling something? We're going to pull this up, and I'm going to deconstruct some things. I found people like this when it's like let's be real practical. Who was the person who yelled me? You're not dramatic at all. So, what's the website? SuperiorCashOffer.com. Okay, let's go to SuperiorCashOffer.com. By the way, Google is a pretty normal looking site. It's just normal. Remember Yahoo was like this frantic, dramatic site before? It's like 10,000 new. Google's like, let's just be cool and calm kid in the room, and everybody was attracted to Google. Google spent no money on advertising, became the biggest browser, the biggest search engine in the world. Okay, let's talk about good and bad. I'm gonna focus more on bad because you already know the good. So I'm gonna try to show you what I don't know. I mean, well, maybe some of you don't know. Always have faces, human eye. Even a 1-month-old baby will be attracted to faces if they do these eye tests, gazing tests, where they put it over, and little kids will look. We're hardwired at a DNA level to see people. You need a person in there. Landscapes are great, but people would be better, specifically eyes. I'm gonna show you guys something, a little technique. I'm gonna put myself neck on the line. Can you pull up Kim Kardashian's Instagram? I did this at my house. Who here has been to one of my master plan seminars at my house? I do small group seminars. Were you there who was there when I did Kim Kardashian? When I went through her Instagram. I did this and everyone was blown away because I can tell you which ones get the most likes. Let me show you. Now hopefully I'll be right this time. Last time I was 17 right, 1 wrong. Let's see if I can keep that pace up. Slippers, very low amount of likes. Can you click on clicks? Wait, the slippers right there, bottom right. 490,000 likes. The one that will have the most, go to the close, that has a watermark on it. I'm gonna go, let's do bottom middle, 1.7. I was right. Now you guys, I'm gonna teach you how to do this. This isn't some magical genius thing, but people don't know this. What's the difference between right and left? One has 4x. What I love about social media, you can learn about split testing on Kim Kardashian's page. People are buying these books by people. You know who knows about traffic? Kim Kardashian. Use her site. It's free. People sometimes are like, Tai, you sell stuff. I'm like, yeah, but I sell stuff that helps, and I give a lot of stuff away for free. This is free. Anybody with Instagram access can see this. Okay, I can tell you the one to the left didn't do so good. Of the left of the one we're on now, bottom left, 1.3, less than 1.7, correct? Okay, I would guess these top 3 are going to do pretty well. Let's go to upper right. I would say it's pretty strong. Was I right? About the same, 1.7. Okay, and what am I, 4 for 4 here? I want you guys to go along. The goal is not for me to show off. It's for everyone in this room to be able to be a master of this when I'm gone. I'm going to say the next one will be very close, possibly slightly higher. No, next one. Oh, okay. Now let me just say something. Did you guys see that I said earlier, I don't know, it has a watermark? Okay. So, I'm going to give myself a half wrong. Because I'm going to tell you why I'm half wrong. What do I know? Why do you think I brought up watermark would have an effect on it? Do people like to be sold to? No. Does that possibly feel like a sponsored type post? Okay. So I'm not familiar. This is new. I've never seen the Kardashians post this. I'm not as familiar with a watermarked clear logo. I'm going to say the left one did better than the middle.
She only posted that 9 hours ago.
But it already beat 9 hours ago. It already won. It already beat the one to the right. So you're learning too. Click. How long has the middle one been? How long has that been available? Okay, go back. 4 hours. So the upper right, 4 hours? Yeah, it'll still hold. This picture is great. It has two faces in it. Now, let me show you another thing. Going back, can we go back to the original website? By the way, each of you should learn how to do this. You got to put in some time. I just go on social media networks. 9 times out of 10, I can get it right. I get it wrong sometimes, as you guys see. But you guys can all learn to do that. You do not need special business skills. Look at enough of these posts, be observant, and you'll know. Now, one of the things that's wrong here, what do we notice? Is there any faces? No faces. Another thing, write this down. Action sells, man. On my Snapchats, if I can do something, it is just infinitely better than, hey, can you pull up my Snapchat from yesterday? I don't know how you can get that on the internet. I mean, on the monitor where I was playing basketball with Gabby. You know what I'm talking about, Josh? Do you need me to send that to you? Okay, I want to show you guys something that is just, and I keep my Snapchat open because then I can see people's responses. I check every day at least. I probably get 10, 20,000 snaps, but I check at least 200 of them a day to keep this is called finger on the pulse. See, I keep my finger on the pulse of Kim Kardashian. Not because I necessarily approve of everything she does, but I'm not God. I'm not some more. People look at Kim Kardashian as very moral. I'm like, don't play God. Let God be God. Learn what you can learn in your own life. You'll be good. You know, people judge everything. All right, let me pull this up. I want to show you this snap. And this is the snap that's by far gotten the most comments of what I've posted in the last 24 hours. Who here is not on Snapchat? Josh, you want me to just put it in WhatsApp? All right, I'll put it in the video chat. I want you guys to see this. So what's missing, everybody here? My goal is not to be the smartest person in the room. If you guys could surpass me, I would be happy because then you'd owe me one and you teach me what you know. It's true. Don't ever try to be too smart. Anytime I just put a tweet, it's not posted yet. Anytime someone acts like they're smart, just say, what's 98 divided by 17 and what does cogent mean? Shut them right up. Because if you're smart, you can do both of those. So where's Madagascar? Oh, you don't know? You're not smart. Okay. We're all dumb together. Level the playing field. Does anybody know 98 17 off the top of your head? 98 divided by 17. Cogent. What's cogent mean? I use this word a lot. See, stump a whole room. You guys, okay. Let me show. I said robbery. I got robbed. Now, if that kind of thing's on your homepage, you think it's going to do better? Go back to the idyllic seaside thingy. I'll destroy any website that's competing with me by it's just like you land there. This is what you want sometimes people writing you, comments from fans and customers. What is this, Tai? They're like, I don't understand it, but I like it. That's what they say about the girl dancing like that. People are like, I thought I was getting business advice on your Snapchat, and there's basketball and a girl dancing around to techno music. But they watch, and that's the key. So this website is good in some ways. Okay, let's look at other things that could be improved. Yeah, font's no good because it's also being washed by the background images of sale, whatever those are. Is that, looks like, is this concentration camp in the background? It looks like pipes or something. You might want to change that because that looks a little scary. Now, even that call to action button, so remember I said buttons aren't going to revolutionize your life, but some simple things like the font, it's too much in the button. And you could test that. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just giving you guys my gut. That I would put the phone number up on the top. There's been a lot of tests that phone numbers on the top increase trust. Because when you see there's a phone number, you're like, it's a real company. And then just put, now call us today is who here just is like, you know what's missing in my life? I need to call Superior Investment Properties now. Like, it's like there's no reward there. It's more like press this button to receive pain. That's what it is. Do people hear words or do they feel vibes? Call us today. What's the vibe you feel? It's like, I feel the vibe of possibly like the little like I'm getting anxious thinking about calling, like who's gonna answer, like why do they want me? It's just, it's not right. It's okay to have a phone number. It's even okay to have a call. Well, how could we reposition the button to be, what is the most important and powerful of the 25 calling devices? Reward. So one thing, go back to the website. I'm not 100% sure what it does. Okay, sell your house. Yeah. So it's like, who said that? That was smart. The button is like, get cash for your house today. Now, it's not reward for everybody, but I will tell you, what's almost the most Googled word in the world? Free. Free? What's the second? I actually did some research. Free has now been passed by something. Lottery. Lottery. You know in Spain, they have a lottery. And I'm talking, they have a lottery. Like, they give away like $1 billion a month. It's a kooky lottery. 70% of Spain shuts down. Like, almost everyone buys a ticket. Lotteries are powerful enough because what's another word for lottery, another phrase? Free money. You might want to try a button. It's like, want some free money? I mean, it's probably not technically correct, but like for sure, let us wire you, where should I wire your cash? That works better. Where should I send your cash? The first form is like, where do we mail the check? Or like, what bank do you bank with for us to set up the wire? Now you're starting to talk about reward. Some people are like, dude, you only have a big social media following because you do contests. I'm like, okay, maybe. But, you know what people remember about fights? Any fight. Boxing, UFC, NBA championship. Who lost the Super Bowl? Zach knows all Super Bowls. Who lost the Super Bowl 10 years ago? 2007, sorry. Who lost? The answer is, who cares? Who won? Who won? Who ran against Ronald Reagan? Who ran against the second time Clinton? Who was Bill Clinton's second adversary or challenged him? Bob Dole. Does anybody remember Bob Dole? Anyone here ever heard of Bill Clinton? Okay. So when people are like, dude, well, you're social media, you had to do contests. I'm like, because I'm smarter than you in that way. Or I would say because I know more about psychology than most people. Some people are like, no, I'm going to create a painful social media platform and grow faster than you. I'm like, no, you're not. I know how the brain works. Just like you each one here each of you will learn how to pick what post will get the most likes by understanding psychology. So it's good, but it could be better. What's one big thing? Then we'll move to another website. Do you guys like me doing these websites? I find people tend to like this because it's like visual. Video. Welcome to the age, write this down, The age of video. My Google reps, I have a couple dedicated Google reps that fly down once a month or two from San Francisco. They told me they're projecting by 2020, 80% of internet use will be watching a video. It's not going to be reading anymore. By the way, I know this from neuroscience. Remember how I told you people aren't logical? What takes more logic, reading or watching a video? What's the most watched genre of video on YouTube? Music. Music. Despacito, the most streamed video in history. 2-3 billion. Is music logical or emotional? If you look at somebody I admire a lot, Tony Robbins, he's logical. Look at his YouTube video views. They're like 10,000. Some dumb rap video will be like, Despacito will have 3 billion downloads. It's like half the world's downloads. So you have to, that's what I'm saying. Understand the emotion game and interject it into your logical business. You be logical behind the scenes, but this is your front face to your business. Video's an emotional play. You can convey, you don't even have to talk in some videos. You know? Do you think most people remember all the words? A lot of people remember Tai, Lamborghini. My initial video, that's like people, oh, Lamborghini guy, Lamborghini guy. They don't remember what I was talking about business-wise. Some people do. But they were hooked in by emotion. This needs emotion. I'll tell you a great video. Have you ever given cash to somebody for their house? Did you video you handing? What's the largest check you've given somebody?
We just closed on a $42,000 deal last week.
42 grand you've handed them. Is that their profit? No, how much you gave them?
$330,000 probably.
You write them a check?
Yeah, it goes to titles, so we don't hand them
But I'm saying you could give a symbolic check. It would be honest that you're going to get. Where's my video with $300,000, them crying and paying off their, they were going to be bankrupt. Dude, America's broke. You 300, even, what would be better than a check? Dan Bilzerian style. You roll up. Did you see LeBron James rolled up in a pull up the LeBron James delivering $1 million to someone's door in cash. I don't even know how he did this without being murdered, but yeah, that's good. It'll come up. Sorry, 1.3.
Yo, what's up, y'all? Just coming in to check in with y'all, and this right now is the best part of the show because I'm actually on my way to John and Angel's house right now to drop off their $1.3 million. How about 1.3 and $10? So y'all see the 10, but y'all don't know that I actually got the 1.3 sitting right next to me, ready. Do you see that? They have no idea that I'm showing up. The kids have no idea that I'm showing up.
This is a good video right here.
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys notice this is
30 feet away.
10 for 10, man. 10 for 10. Like, just do an exact video like this, my friend. Just yourself instead of LeBron. You'll be a little bit shorter.
I feel like I'm the real Brinks truck, man, for real. Like, I feel like, Ted DiBiase right now. You know what I'm saying? WWF back in the day. It's like a good neighborhood. The doors may be open.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
I'm teaching how to optimize your website. We're watching LeBron James give $1.3 million. How to build a website that converts. What do you guys think of that video?
Hello? What's going on? What's up, man? What's up, man? What's up, man? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? I know y'all ain't even know nothing about
thank you,
this.
Josh. So, moral of the story. People like this so much they can't even take their eyes off when we pause it. Because what has more reward? Watching me? I mean, seriously, watching me or watching that? That's more interesting than me. You got LeBron. I had to take it off to get you guys to look back on me. So the point being that don't Good artist copy, great artist, Pablo Picasso, the most well-known artist of all time. He produced about 60,000 pieces of art before he died. The greatest, most prolific artist of all time. Good artist copy, great artist still. You should do the same frame, that little black bar frame, you know, where it's like a phone, bronze starts out. Yo, I'm about to deliver what'd you say the biggest was? 300? 330? What you can do, I've done this with large amounts of cash. I used to hire an off-duty cop to drive with you so you don't get murdered, and literally go to the bank, call them ahead of time, say, if you can, we need 330,000, or you can just get 20,000, put it on top of the bag, and put Monopoly money or whatever under, right? And just go deliver it. I mean, it's not a lying video. It's you're using props like they do in all documentaries and movies. And just show up and have them yell and scream, and that on the front of that? Yes. What do boats have to do with it? I don't even understand the boat analogy. Like literally, you're using your prime real estate as like boat. I at first thought you were selling boats. Nobody cares, trust me. Like 330,000, Dakota Harbor. Which one would you rather have? Image, I mean, people want reward. This is what Charlie Munger says about rewards. He said, my whole life, I thought I've understood how powerfully people react to reward. And every year I get older, I realize I underestimated it the year before. You know? Yeah, you can get a lot of social media followers. I gave away 11 cars. I can grow my Instagram 1 million followers a month. Easy. Give away 4 cars. I mean, some people act like that's unethical. I'm like, why? I'm giving people cars. It's like, yeah. Okay, let's do another website. We'll just, wherever the microphone people go. Oh, how do I? Okay, this, by the way, always watch for a response. Lots of people here are liking, oh, hey.
Dreamtrips.com.
Dreamtrips.com. Yeah. By the way, we have one of the top CEOs here. His company makes $980 million a year?
926.
926, yeah. Sorry. Not bad. I told you there's good networking in the room if you know where you go. You could be like Alex, my business partner. You were over at the house.
Yeah.
He handed business card to Alex. Alex threw it away. Then I was like, yeah, he makes $926 million. Alex was like in the trash trying to pull it back out. Alex is not the master networker yet. That is one of the great stories of all time. I met this guy. His card said, Mark Zuckerberger? I threw it away. I don't. Okay, let's look at. Yeah.
The video that you did with Dan is the reason why I'm here.
Awesome. So you saw that video and you're here. Yeah? That's awesome. Sweet. Okay. Dreamtrips.com. Is this selling into the main product?
Yeah, this is selling. This is kind of a replicated site for a rep. So
again, it needs people.
You got to scroll.
No, but I want to look at a top of the fold. So when you have to scroll, it's called below the fold. If you don't know that, if you're beginning the internet, you need to understand that. Below the fold means people have to move their mouse or their finger to see more, okay? So we're going to look today mostly above the fold because are most people you know lazy or energetic? Lazy, okay. So people are lazy, and they're very lazy on the internet.
So if you fix this, then I can increase sales? Is that what you're saying?
I think so. Anything can be optimized. I think the main thing here, yeah, I mean, we can look at mobile separately, but book a dream trip, book other travel. I still think it's somewhat, it's work right away. And it depends, what kind of people come here? Is it people who already know what the website's about?
Pretty much. I mean, somebody's referring a friend.
Yeah.
That is going to look for a trip.
So that's a little different. You got to know your traffic source. So there's 3 types of traffic I classify, if you want to call this, visitors to your website. There's cold, warm, and hot. Okay, the definition of cold is never heard of Dream Trips before. They saw a random ad on Google. They click it, they go. You really want 3 different funnels. That's what I do. On my website, I have 3 different funnels. Cold, and sometimes it's crazy. What wins on cold loses on hot. Almost always, actually. So this is what I classify. Hot traffic is people who are trying to buy, like they're ready today. Warm traffic sounds like what this is, where I say to Frank, yo, Frank, go check out this company I'm part of. You get discounts on trips. So warm traffic, this to me almost feels a little bit more hot. Is there a way to have a LeBron James-like thing right there? Where it's just like, I know you, how many people go on trips with you per year?
About 400,000.
Yeah, 400,000. Imagine the videos that could be collected of people crying on a trip, people hang gliding, people, it's like sexy sells. So I would say this isn't bad, and it needs to be tested against. I'm 100% sure one thing, a certain type of visitor will convert better, more, if right above this they see that LeBron James overwhelmed. Didn't everybody, it was like an overwhelming experience with LeBron James. First of all, it's LeBron James, who's the best basketball player probably right now in the world. Okay, number one. Kevin Durant's, Warriors are a better team. We'll go with that. They won. I had 5 of the Golden State Warriors at my house the other day, and I was like, You know what? I only get starstruck by one thing. I like basketball, man. Ever from a little kid, I've loved basketball. I never made it to the NBA, but sometimes the NBA makes it to you. And so I think a great test would just be a quick montage of some of the wildest, most amazing stories. People, for example, double emotion. Amazing trip, and they met their husband or wife. I know people have gotten married off trips.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. You know, people, remember I said, what is one of the things I said? I showed you a video from my Snapchat. What did it have a lot of? Action mesmerizes the eyes. Action. So maybe like somebody parasailing, hang gliding, someone running or swimming with the dolphins, and then just like a montage of like, this changed my life. I used to not be able to go on vacations, but now do you have any amazing stories of how cheaply people have had like an amazing trip?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're 25% less than Expedia's, best on.
But I'm sure on some certain things, there's even like once in a while you get a huge, huge, huge discount where people go on a trip for like $300 or something like that.
Yeah, there's those deals. I mean, we try to stay away from them a little bit. You don't want to overpromise enough.
Yeah, if you were trying to get maximum conversions, you show one of those, and like you said, you got to balance it out with compliance. Yeah. But for sure, emotional stuff, people getting married. You know what drives humans? Pull up real quick, Josh, please, Maslow's hierarchy. And one of the things you can do, and there's some guys here that we'll have a little panel later, Juan and Samir, and they came to one of my seminars, conferences just like this about a year or 2 ago. And then they met each other, became business partners. Then they came, I do these master plan seminars at my house. They came to one of those, and they're 21 and 22, they're gonna make $1 million this year. Their best year, a month, they made $220,000 drop shipping, and last month they made $75,000. Not bad, right? Drop shipping, 21, 22. Well, one of the things that they do that they said they learned from me is you take your website and you go through the 25 cognitive biases and you try to, is there a reward? Is there pain? Is there reciprocity? Is there social proof? Now let's do the same thing with this, because Maslow hierarchy needs is another framework of psychological understanding. What's at the bottom? Food, water, warmth, rest. Okay. Security, safety, intimate relationships, friends, prestige, and feeling. Now, your business, World Ventures, Dream Trips, that we were just looking at their website, is not providing the bottom of the triangle of the pyramid, right? It's not a food, water, sustenance thing. It's also not security and safety, but there's 3 there that you need to hit on. because intimate relationships, friends, needs to be conveyed on the homepage. Like you're going to make friends. Because what this basically does, I don't know how to point to this, but what it basically does here, this defines how the brain works. There's a part of your brain, okay, you have the back part of your brain, right? You have like your spinal cord in your brain. You know, if you mess this up, you die. This is the primal part of your brain. Your fight or flight stuff starts way in the back of your head. And you have the medulla and the cerebellum and all that. And, oh, is this a pointer? Oh, sweet. Okay. Okay, thank you. So you have the medulla, and then you move all the way. You have like the amygdala is like more in the center of your brain, which is where you store your memories. And it goes all the way to this PFMC, your prefrontal median cortex. That's the logical part where you do. So what this is basically showing, I don't know if you can even say it, physiological needs down here is the very back of the brain. Okay, moving up, moving up. Now right here is still the primitive part of the brain. Intimate relation, even animals, almost every animal, Helen Fisher did a study, animals fall in love. You would know that? Sometimes elephants, at a zoo, they'll bring a male and a female in, and one of them will be like, have a crush on the other. And sometimes, just like in real life, they bring a male in to mate with the female, and she's like, hell no. And they cannot get him to mate. She's not attracted. So this is still an animal part of the brain. Now, as we move up, these become human things. So that means they're using the more of the prefrontal median cortex. Most animals are probably, we don't know exactly, but they're probably not driven by feelings of accomplishment per se like a human. And they're definitely not into self-actualization. My dogs don't read self-help books by Tony Robbins and try to figure out how to become the best version of their own dog or something, right? So your website is operating on these three. I would always start low first, because you'll get the most people excited the lower you go on the thing. You don't need these bottom ones because that's not related. Travel is the opposite of these two, really. It's almost the opposite of security. But there is one thing you can do. If you go low, you realize that people need to know that it's a secure and safe website. So one thing that in split tests continually raises your conversion rate is having signs of safety, like a BBB emblem, or having a trust seal showing that the credit card is protected by 256-bit SSL encryption. So it is good to add security and safety, but on this particular website, so maybe in the corner, go back to the website, please. So maybe up here, you have a kind of, by the way, this right side is called the God spot. A lot of times the eyes there, you want some good stuff up there in the upper right. Don't waste your upper right spot. I would put maybe something, what does McDonald's have on their signs? Blankety and blankety served. Billions and billions served. Almost the most well-known brand in the world. Go back to the triangle, the Maslow. What does it do that you to know this restaurant has billions and billions of people served? Well, food, but all restaurants have food going up. That it's a safe place. If billions of people have eaten there, I'm probably going to be okay. Humans are very risk averse. So going back to the travel website, maybe up in this other spot, 300,000. How many people have ever gone on a trip total?
My biggest trip was 22,000 people on one trip.
And how many do you think for the whole company, cumulative, all trips?
Oh my gosh, millions. So
yeah, but put 3.3 million. Put a counter up there.
Right. Oh, that'd be cool.
3,753,433 travel trips, and then below it you put something like I don't know, even a little security seal somewhere. It doesn't always have to be on the top. And then so we covered that on Maslow. Go back to Maslow. We covered security, safety. Now we need people, intimate relationships, friends. If I'm going to see a stock image on this, I'd rather see a couple holding hands with two kids. How many, do people go with kids? Is it common?
Absolutely. We got tons of.
Yeah, cool looking family, a real one, not models. I wouldn't use models. I would find a real family. that actually went, and put in the bottom corner the Jameson family from Harrisonburg, Pennsylvania, 6 kids, Borneo or something like that. That'll be good. Going back to Maslow, please. So now you have intimate relationships. Prestige, feeling of accomplishment, maybe even a little blurb. Read more about their trip. It's like, you know, they'd never been out of America now, and their kids got to see the world. Like that, parents get a feeling of accomplishment from their kids being bettered, right? And up here, self-actualization. Those go together in this. So you need to tell a human story. Boy, human story. And this is more important than ever. It's called what media that we're using nowadays, the Kardashians use? Social. What's the definition of social? People. No sailboats or concentration camps. Definitely not. Stovepipes for making people into soap. Not allowed. Okay, let's do one more. Are you still getting value from this?
I'm here.
Yes? I'm going to let my microphone guys pick.
I got one. Hello.
Yes, let's get a female. We need a female.
I'm a female.
What do you think about giving away free?
We can tell you're a female. You don't have to state it.
Tai. What about?
I'm going to go with my mic guys. Where are
Look
they?
to your left. Look to your left. Look to
Okay,
your left.
you got a mic.
Hi.
Hello.
What's up,
What's
guys?
your website?
Soulmedicine.com.
Soul Medicine.
S-O-U-L.
You need that soul glow thing from back coming to America. Soulmedicine.com. Let's see. What do we got? By the way, get good at looking at other people's websites, because then you learn all this stuff on their dollars. Okay. Well, first problem, no faces. Never have people backwards. Okay. People are obsessed with pictures backwards. I never understood it. It's the most common thing. When people have a picture or video, they have these walking away. I think it feels like it's like somehow, it's not sexy. Turn the people around and have the camera on the other side for sure. The other thing is, it's a little hard to read. Detox your way to the divine. Join hundreds of other women. What is this, a retreat you go to or an online course?
Well, that one's the free challenge, 8 days. Online.
Okay, so, by the way, is there a water cake I could get? So, yeah, it's kind of a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good. Protein shake. Arnold Schwarzenegger's like, drink a lot of protein. Adrian, did you do your Arnold Schwarzenegger thing yet? Impersonations? Drink your proteins. He didn't do it? Okay, this website, so the good about it, it's kind of clean up here at the top. Again, this God spot it's okay. I mean, it's fine. Soul Medicine, I think the logo's okay. So why do people do this challenge? So let me show you guys something. Let me go kind of more advanced here with you guys. My buddy, I have a friend who I can't get to speak at these conferences. I think he's the best marketer in the world by far. He probably nets $5 million a month on his companies. He lives in New York. I always try to get him on Snapchat. Did you guys see when I went to see the Book of Mormon in New York on Broadway? I was with him. And one of the things, this is how he thinks about marketing. This guy, just trust me on this. He is the best marketer in the world that I've ever met. He is, like, some people think I'm good at marketing. I'm like, Ryan is twice as good as me. And this is how he thinks about marketing. So this is important. This is advanced stuff. I don't think there's a book, because he hasn't written a book about this. He's very well qualified to do this. And he's a money-making machine. It's insane. So here's the way to think of marketing. So you have underlying desire. Okay? And different people have taught about this. Underlying desires, that's not what Ryan came up with. Underlying desires, like, go back to the Soul Medicine. So what's the underlying desire? And just know this, it's never, ever what you're selling. Never what you're selling, ever. So just cross that off the list. Not a human in the world has woke, and here's a good way if you know it's a valid underlying desire. Is there anybody on the planet woke up and said the statement, you know what I'm missing? A free 8-day challenge to open my design, to detox my divine. 0. I promise you. You could survey 7.3 billion people. Did you wake up today? So what are things? Think about it. This is important. It seems subtle, but it's not. What are things people have woken up today and said under their breath about themselves? I feel like shit. Okay. I wish I was healthy. Let's be more specific. That's good. Man, I wish I was skinnier. Be real specific, by the way. Try not to be general. Do you think, what percentage of people looked at themselves this morning in the mirror and go, God, I need to lose some weight? 50%? 30%? Huge. Okay, speaking to your website, Dream Trips, has anybody in this world woken up and go, my life's boring? Yeah, not as many probably as said they want to lose weight, but a lot. Millions of people are like, my life's boring, it sucks, it's monotonous. Has anybody ever woken up today, any person on the planet, and said, I want to travel more? Yes. So travel would be a valid root desire. Underlying, I'll call it root desire, okay? Nobody has ever said, I want 67 steps. Just nobody. Very few people, very few have ever said, you know what's missing in my life? A conference at the Fairmont in Santa Monica. Is this like, it's not, so here's where people go wrong. They sell their product. Now, this is subtle, but if you take away one thing from this, in terms of those of you trying to learn, I know people are here for different things, but those of you trying to make money online or with any business, please pay attention right now. This is core stuff. Nobody wants your product, but they want root desires. I showed you Maslow's hierarchy because Maslow's hierarchy is like root desires. Has anybody woken up today and said they're hungry? Anybody on the planet? A lot. Okay, what's one of the biggest industries in the world? Food. Massive industry. Massive, massive. $1 trillion. Has anybody woken up and said, I need a place to stay or a nicer place to stay or a better place to live? Do you think real estate is a big industry in the world? Trillions. Trillions. Let's talk about, has anybody woken up and said, I need to date somebody. I'm single. I'm lonely. I just had, 2 days ago, I had the co-founder of Tinder at my house. You know how many people use Tinder? It's like Tinder changed a whole generation. Because people wake up and go, my underlying desire is I want to meet somebody to go on a date with. It's a huge underlying desire. Nobody cared about Tinder. You see what I'm saying? So don't confuse root with product. Nobody really wants to fill out a form to find out where they're going to go travel-wise. Definitely, no one wants to detox their divine unless you explain it correctly. So let's just go through this. I want all of you to be smarter than me by the end of this, or as close as you can to knowing more about business than me by the end of this talk, or tonight when you leave. What's a core root desire happening right here that would show up in the Maslow hierarchy of needs? Just health? Okay. Go back to Maslow's, please. Let's look. Whenever you're lost, go back to simple mental frameworks. Maslow. Which of these? Is it physiological, safety, belongingness, esteem, or self-actualization? I think this one's easy. Thank you. Self-actualization. I mean, anything spiritual, for the most part, is definitely not food, water. You cannot go to church and still, you still need food. This is the top of the pyramid. It's achieving one's full potential. Maybe it's esteem needs too. And maybe it's a little bit intimate. What is the average woman buying your program for? Better relationships? Spiritual reasons? It seems spiritual. It's called soul medicine.
Happy. Yes. They want to feel connected to spirit and happiness.
So let's go here to the root. So let's say, is it finding God within themselves?
Yes.
Or is it feeling in touch with nature, creator, the divine, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what needs to be sold. So go back to the website. The second I get there, and you have about 3 seconds to convey that root that I'm going to solve your root problem. And what's the quickest way to get people to focus on a message? Have a lot of words or a little bit of words? What do people do when you cut them off in traffic? What's the common 2 words that people say? F you. They convey the message, the root, you get it instantly. They don't go, you know what's bothering me about your angle? Oh my, it's straight to the point. You need to get to the point here. Find God or something like that or whatever. Now, here's the tricky part that Ryan developed that's more advanced. We try to get, are you guys burning out or are you okay? Okay. Try to give you more than your money's worth, hopefully. Okay, right here we now have, this is a keyword, and there's no book on this. You're getting it. It's called the mechanism. This is key. I meet some entrepreneurs that understand the root, and they get to that, and they've heard that, and they've read, but nobody understands mechanisms correctly. So let me just show you a great mechanism at work here. Let's talk about, can you pull up Netflix, please? Who here thinks Netflix is a great business? If you could own a business. Wouldn't be a bad business. They have 100 million people paying them $9 to $12 a month. So making over $1 billion a month on autopilot. So basically they're getting about $30 million wired into their business bank account daily, minimum. Not bad, right? See your business bank, Bank of America, going to hit 30 mil, hitting $1 million an hour. That would feel good, right? Just, oh, I was asleep. Oh, it's still got $1 million. Okay. Now, obviously, Netflix is such a big brand that people already is the traffic cold, warm, or hot in your guess? Hot, or occasionally it's warm. So they design, you can't always copy this website if you have cold traffic, because your company is probably not such a well-known brand that everybody already knows what Netflix is. Okay, so I'm going to say it's mostly hot traffic. But notice some things here. What do we see? Do you see any faces? Do you see backs of heads or people walking away from you? Right. You see faces. Eyes recognize eyes. The next thing, do we see long messaging or FU type short messages? Yeah. It's just short. See what's next. They're using what's called an intrigue bias. Okay? Watch anywhere, cancel anytime. What? Go a little more advanced. Go back to Maslow's hierarchy of need. What is that phrase? Yeah. They went to the bottom. Security and safety. By saying, what does it say on the website one more time? It says, watch anywhere, cancel anytime. We got your back. You're safe. We're not going to lock your credit card in. Cancel anytime. Okay. Is free a word with reward or pain? Does the button have pain? Does it say, call us? It's just join free, man. For a whole month. It's also specific. I always like specific things. Join free for a month. Now, in the God spot, what do they have? Why would that be important for this company? It's hot traffic. So a lot of these people are already going to Netflix because what? They're already customers. Do you want your customer support inundated with, I can't find the sign-in button? If you're Netflix, you don't want any calls about that. So where did they put it? In the lower, did you have to scroll to find it? Where is it? What's the name of that spot? The God spot. I didn't name it that. I don't know why it's called the God spot. I'm not trying to be sacrilegious if you are. So now, what do you think is the underlying desire of Netflix? No, listen, what's the root reason people buy Netflix? Just primal, animal reason. Fun. What's the shorter word? Entertainment or fun? Fun. I mean, Netflix is a great business. It's going to be it's a tough one to compete with. It's just pure reward pouring at you. Pick your biggest reward. Oh, you like the off? Oh, you like this? Oh, reward. It's just a reward mechanism, and it's through it's the reward route. and the reward is entertainment or fun. We could use fun, right? Everybody agree on that? It's not painful at all. It's not like school. That's why people are, okay. Now what's the mechanism? And this is what I want to teach you guys now in this little, the mechanism is what? How do they accomplish fulfilling the root desire? Let's imagine Netflix didn't exist. You are Reed Hastings, the founder. You're walking up to some investors. So you go, hey guys, I got an idea. People want to be entertained. It's a pain in the butt to go to movies. You got to drive. You got kids. I can just make it where people can just Netflix and chill. They can just lay in bed and just watch stuff. And they want to be entertained. And I'm going to do it the simplest mechanism ever. You put in your email, your password, and you pick and you press a button and it pops up and you watch it. All you want. Because remember back then it was Blockbuster, charging you per stupid thing and late fees, and I hated that company. I'm glad they're gone. They're like taxis. I'm like, good riddance. People are like, what about the taxi drivers? I'm like, go drive for Uber. I mean, that's my answer. Or do something else. But the core mechanism is very simple how it's going to solve your, is anybody confused how the mechanism of how they solve and accomplish the goal for you on Netflix? Has anybody ever bought Netflix? Like, I don't know what to do. What do I do? No, the mechanism is obvious. You press a button that says play and you watch. And if you don't know what to watch, you press search. And if you don't know what to search, based on what you've liked in the past, it shows you new stuff. They're making the mechanism even easier. So let's go back to soul medicine. So we know what the root underlying desire of the customers are, people coming in who want a spiritual experience. But is the mechanism clearly understood? Does anybody know what a divine detox is? Yeah, so it's not simple enough of a mechanism. Here's an example. I don't know anything about your business, so I'm not going to act like I'm an expert. But just off the top of my head, I'd be like, do you go places? Is this like you go to a camp or something?
No, it's all online.
Okay, let's pretend it was, because this might be a way for you to expand your business. Just say, get in touch with God. Come to our 50-acre retreat in the mountains of San Diego with 40 other like-minded women. Does everybody understand what the mechanism we're going to accomplish you finding God? Is it simple? Does everybody understand the word San Diego, mountains, other women? So you see, when you do that, conversion rates go through the roof. You know who here is in my social media marketing agency? That thing made got a lot of customers, more than I expected. It was a very successful experiment that I tried. Not all my experiments are successful, that one was. And it was just simple. It's like the underlying mechanism is you want to start a business online without much money or experience that pays the bills, right? That's what I do. The mechanism was, and for those of you who don't know what the social media marketing agency, tell me if you understand this. The mechanism, I'm going to show you how to walk up to business owners and get them to pay you $1,000 to $10,000 a month to manage their social media, email, and website. You see the mechanism? It's not that complicated, right? I'm going to show you. There's restaurants, there's doctor's offices. They'll pay you $1,000 to $10,000 a month to manage their Twitter, to manage their Facebook, to fix their website, and get them more customers. And who's had success? Raise your hand. It's insane. Not everybody, because not everybody's actually, some people are new, but the success stories pour in. I would venture of anything I've ever experienced selling an online business you can start, a course on how to do a business, it's got one of the highest success rates. I know, because our refund rate is crazy low. It's like people love it. So the mechanism's easy to understand. It's not easy there. I still don't know. So if it's online, I would say something like, who here's in my Millionaire Mentor? Okay, so here's another simple one. This is what I said. This is even easier. So there's a group of people who follow me, and one of their underlying desires is what? For me to do what? Teach, guide, whatever. Simple words, right? Teach, guide. Never, your underlying desire can never be a long sentence. It's just like people want to be led or taught or shown some insight, right? So this is what I said. I got on Snapchat. I said, If for the next 12 weeks you want me to go on the phone every Tuesday with you for 1.5 hours live and personally mentor you, click this button and buy. Made $1.2 million in 2 days. That's how much the desire was. I didn't know it was going to make that much. It made more, but something like that. That's what I remember. In a couple days. Because was it a real underlying desire? Do you think there's anybody out there who feels lost running a business? Most people. That's why 80 to 90% of businesses fail in 5 years, because you're lost. I've been lost, and you're lost. You don't know what. It's not like you can just work harder. You're lost. That's like being lost in the middle of the desert, and someone goes, walk faster. You're like, dude, I don't know which way to go. If I walk farther, I might make it worse. In fact, when you're lost, what are you supposed to do in the wilderness? Sit down. So all the advice and work harder, this is my big objection. All this advice online, just like work and hustle and grind, I'm like, when you're lost and you work hard, you create more debt, more nightmares for yourself. You reprogram the brain to fail. You shed dopamine receptors. No, you need to have a map. Who here uses GPS ever? 100% of normal sane people. If you ain't using GPS, you're insane. Like if you are like using the stars to find a Fairmont, you are weird. You are eccentric and weird, and you are not going to be a good business networker. So each of you, but the key thing, there's a lot. Do you think I'm the first person to ever say I'll help you grow your business? There's thousands, even hundreds of thousands of books, college courses. But was my mechanism simple? We'll get on the phone, 4 o'clock, California time, every Tuesday, once a week for 12 weeks. I'll teach you 12 fundamental things, and I'll be there live to answer your questions. Is anybody confused on how that works? It's pretty simple. Is anybody confused on how that works? 100% confusion rate. And there's something, one of the 25 cognitive biases is called availability bias. Anything that's not easily available and not confusing will be turned off right away. You ever gone to a website and you're just like, whoa, you're just like, click. Let's go back to Netflix. Would you say easily available to the mind? Is it confusing? I mean, it's a beauty. Netflix is a damn good site. That's all I'm going to say. If they hired me, I would add a few things. I think they could improve it a little bit, but maybe I couldn't. They might have done a lot of testing. This other one, now I got good news for you. For those of you I'm critiquing and criticizing your website, what is the good news about realizing you've done everything wrong? It's all upside. What is the great news about being super overweight and now you're going to start going to the gym? You will lose weight. You know who loses weight the fastest? When you are obese or overweight, you lose weight much faster. There's people who lose 100 pounds in 3 months. If you are in decent shape already, you ain't going to lose like that. The best time to lift weights, guys, and women, the first year you lift weights, you put on the most muscle. I did a DEXA where I lifted weights heavy for a year, and I added either 18 or 23 pounds of muscle in 12 months. But pure muscle on an x-ray scan. I can't do that. If you do that, I'd look like Rome. Imagine if I look like Rome. By the way, I did Rome on the DEXA scan, and normally it scans a person in 5 minutes. Or for girls, it takes about 3 minutes because it's going through your bone and muscle. We were at a conference. I was like, Rome, you jump in there real quick. It was at the Bulletproof conference. And it was like 25 minutes. I'm like, what? I go in there, I thought it broke. He's like, dude, this guy has a lot of muscle. I was like, Rome, I think you had 100, was it 200 pounds of muscle or something large? Most guys, like an out of shape guy has about 105 pounds of muscle. Rome's basically 2 humans or something. It was more. It was a wacky. But my point being is, when you're doing bad on your website, you should be more excited than when there's only a few changes on your website. Because are you already making some money?
Yeah.
How much do you mind sharing roughly?
I don't mind. Between 10K and 20K a month, depending.
10, 20K?
How much?
If you're making 10 or 20K with that, that's good. Here, I'm going to snap that. Here, pull up that website real quick. How much are you making with your website right now?
10 to 20K.
10 to 20 grand a month from this website. Not bad. But that means easy, the upside is 50,000 a month. Easy. If that's making you 10 to 20, you might make $100,000 a month. So. So I hope each of you will develop very thick skin, because you always want people destroying your ideas. That's where all the upside is. If everybody here knew, if we all knew how to get everything out of life we wanted, we'd already have it. So part of the problem, I know Joel, I heard him say to somebody who stood up, you think you know too much or something like that. You should take that. Who was it that he said that to? Maybe she left. She's no longer here. No? Did she actually leave? She was wearing a blue. Okay. Well, the point being for her, I would say, if she's already doing fairly well and she realized she got a whole new world mentally to open up, there's massive upside. You basically, I'll tell you this, for the most part, you don't want to accomplish your goals. I was talking about this earlier in the diamond ball. Let me just talk real quick on this. I'm going to change subject. We can come back to some practical stuff, but let me give you, business is a combination of practical stuff like we were talking about on the website and also philosophy. One of the philosophical things that I talked about in this diamond dinner, you don't want to reach your goals. I'm going to give you practical examples of why this is true. And I'm saying it somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but somewhat literal. Michael Jordan, the second he started winning championships, you know, he was 6 for 6 in the NBA Finals. 6 rings, 6 finals. He said the second he won, the next day he felt empty. Jim Carrey, you know the comedian Jim Carrey? He has a great quote. He said, I think everybody should become rich and famous so you realize it's not that good. It's not what you thought it was going to be. So what you want, and this is what I said I was going to talk about in diamond and switching. This is a very important little session. Do you guys okay without taking too many breaks? Trying to pack and much. Okay. Okay. If you need a break, you can just get up and go to the bathroom or whatever. Okay. By the way, I always talk later in these because I'm not a good morning speaker. So I'm trying to pack in at night as much as I can get for you, or towards the evening. And this is why I only do this for one day, because I've tested 2-day ones and I burn out and I'll never do them again. So now I'm just like, I'll do one day and give you everything I got in one day. And then if it's too much, you only wasted one day with me and you didn't get, didn't waste your whole life. So here's the thing about goals. So here's you today. Everybody's obviously not completely satisfied because you wouldn't be here. So let's say right now you're shooting for the stars. Okay? I was telling them in there, UNC coach, probably the best basketball coach of all time, Dean Smith, him and John Wooden. Dean Smith said, I've heard people say shoot for the stars because then if you only get halfway, you'll hit the moon. You ever heard that? He said, I never liked that. He said, just set realistic goals, hit them, and then set a new goal. It's much better. I don't do those, don't dream. If you were making zero money, stop thinking about becoming a billionaire. You can keep that as a far off vision or even a millionaire. Let's get to first base. What happens after first base? And then what's at the end is the home run, and you don't even want the home run. I'll show you why. So this is the moon. That's the stars. So here's the moon. So first philosophical tip, just shoot for the moon. It looks like a banana or something. Okay. So here's your goal. Forget the stars. Stars we omit. Ghostbuster symbol. Okay? No star seeking right now. I do agree, and this is a thing, goals versus vision. Okay? Vision is okay to be a star. So you can have a vision of becoming a billionaire, but it's not a goal. Because goals have to be reverse engineered. That's what I was talking about, the principle of inversion. So goal is the moon here. Let's say you're going to hit the moon. That's far enough off. It's pretty dang hard to hit. No human's ever been to a star, right? But we made it to the moon. We made it to a few planets, but no stars. Okay? No stars. No human. So trying to hit a star is wacky. It's rare. It takes a lot of luck. You only have one life. You could spend 30 years doing it and then realize you got nothing. It's very dangerous. So you go for the moon. Now, why you don't want the stars, beyond why it's hard is the second you get the star, there's something in your brain called contrast bias. It's another psychological, inherited from our DNA bias, that it immediately resets to what normal is. The second you, and they've seen this over and over, they basically, think about it this way. If a man or a woman always makes $100 million a year for the last 10 years, and then market crashes, business dissolve, but they still have some money in the bank, and now they're only making $1 million a year, from 100 to 1. Then you put them under an fMRI machine. It measures your brain activity, functional magnetic resonance imaging machine. Then you take another person who was only making $50,000 a year, and now they're making they jump to $300,000. Who's happier? Under an fMRI machine, under test. You know the person that goes from 100 to 1 million sometimes commits suicide. Because the brain can't do absolute numbers. It can't go, oh, I'm still making 1 million. Is the brain, most of your brain, is it logical or is it emotional? So when you have this much and now you have this much, does your brain know numbers? That 1 million is still a lot? Nope. You just get depressed. Now, if a person's making 100 or 50 and then goes to 300, does the vibe good or bad? Do humans go by emotions, even the most logical, or do they go by vibes? Right. So what happens is, the second everybody here figures out how to make $1 million, okay, it's reset. And now you're only happy if you make 1.1. And there's actual science, I forget the exact number, but the brain ratchets up by about 13% or something like that. So if you make 100,000, then you reset your lifestyle. You want the lifestyle of someone making about 113 grand. And then it goes up exponentially. So you're like, oh, 250. I've seen it. Trust me. I've been on both sides of this coin. I can tell you from personal experience, I remember being like, if I can make $1 million a year, this would be like, I remember being like, I don't know if this is possible. And now if I made $1 million in a month, I would have a heart attack. Because what happens, you ratchet everything up. I got more employees. I got more expenses. Got more expectations. So it's not, here's the better way. This is what I told them I was going to talk about out here. Because of contrast bias, happiness doesn't come from accomplishing goals. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So all of you that glorify goals, you're like glorifying the wrong thing. You're like worshiping false idols. Goals are necessary, but so is going pee. Do you worship going pee? You're like, you know what I live for? Urinating. No, it's just a thing you got to do. That's what goals are. I see people getting hyped for goals. They create goal journals. I'm like, why? The second you know nothing about the brain. That's what I want to say to them. You've never read a book. There's a great book, Social, by a guy, another reading assignment. Social by Matt Lieberman. He was a Harvard guy, now he's at UCLA. Studies the brain. It's a great one, by the way, on networking. So that's in the 1-year assignment, reading that book. So goals, bad goal. Bad goals are a bad goal. So what do you do then? That's the big question. Let me ask you guys, what do you think you should do instead of goals? Setting higher goals? No, that would just be more goals. Vision. Some people you hear talking about legacy. Legacy is not realistic. Who here is super excited about what their who here knows their great-great-great-grandparents' name? You know your great-great-grandparents? Who knows their great-grandparents on both sides family name? No one cares about legacy. I mean, I know that, I'm not saying it's not a noble goal. Lots of stuff is noble. Is it realistic to live your life for legacy? You don't even know who here knows what birthday of all 4 of your grandparents was? Probably half. When you go to great-grandparents, nobody knows. That means humans are not wired for legacy. One thing Joel Salatin used to tell me, Mother Nature laughs last. If you fight your DNA, you will lose. I promise you. Anybody here think they're stronger than their DNA? Anybody here go, I've decided sleep is a waste. I won't sleep. People die. There's a guy who died trying that. I read a thing. It's like trying to get in the Guinness Book of World Records. He stayed awake for like 14 days and he died of a heart attack. The heart stopped functioning. The longest somebody's gone was a young kid who went for, I think it was 14 days. Can you know how long to stay awake for 14 days? I call this biological imperative. Everybody here does not have free will. In fact, some of the greatest philosophers, Sam Harris, scientists, he's like, free will is an illusion, my friend. So, legacy is an illusion to set as a goal. It is noble, but you ain't gonna do it. Okay? So is solving all homelessness. Anybody here gonna personally give all your money away to help the home? No, it's not real. You should help the homeless and you should plan for legacy, but it's not a driver. So what is? I've never given this talk, by the way. Profits, somebody said? We know who likes money. It's not legacy, it's profits. I'm making money. You're like Gordon Gekko. We have Gordon Gekko here. Thank you. Progress? Progress is a better one. Who said that? Yeah, progress is, okay, so I'm going to list a few. It's closer. So what is a biological imperative? The guy making 50 who goes to 300 versus the guy making 100 who goes to 1 million. Which one had progress? The 53, even though it's still not even $1 million a year. So one of your life should be built around progress, number one, not goals. So here's the difference. A goal could be making $1 million. Progress is making $1 more next month than you made today. No, it's not absolute. See, goals is, I want $1 million. Who here has ever made a goal and not accomplished it? Everybody. The average person who sets a New Year's resolution by January 20th has broken them. Almost everybody. Gyms make so much money the first month. People, you know why they make you sign up for a year-long contract? Because you ain't coming back. You only need a space this big if you get 10,000 signups. You need nothing. People don't go but if we changed our mindset from goals to progress, it's almost like, it's similar to goals. It's almost like micro goals. So one of my things in life is I only care about progress, not absolute. Okay? Now, obviously, it's a necessity. If you know your bills are $5,000 a month, you can set a benchmark. You got to make $5,000, but it will not make you happy. And $1 million won't make you happy, but progress will. Number two, what else? There's one even more important thing. This is a complicated talk in a way and simple in another. What else could it be? Checkpoints, purpose, self-actualization, being your personal best. Enjoying, that's closer. So let's enjoying the journey. So let's talk about this. I have a different way of saying it. Optimizing the day. And I really focus on this. And I'm a big believer of breaking big units into smaller units. If you want to make $1 million, let me show you something. Can you pull up a calculator on there, Josh? I don't know if there's an online calculator, regular multiplying, dividing one. I'll show you guys something cool about what I'm talking about, subdividing units up into smaller units. Okay, put in 1 million. Who here would like to make $1 million? It's a good it's all American goal, million. You know who told, Joel, Alan Nation told me, I was at NC State and I was going to go back to college, and he goes, why do you really want to go to college? Is it because you want to learn? Da, da, da. I said, no, because people in America will respect me better if I have an undergrad degree from NC State. He goes, no, Tai, this is America. Make $1 million. It's like no one cares about the paper anymore. And he was right. You get a lot more respect with $1 million than a piece of paper from NC State. No offense to NC State. Okay, so 1 million. Now let's divide that into subunits of 12 months. Divide by 12. What do we got? 80,000. Now, what's a subunit of a month? A day, right? Divide by 30. Divide by 30. 2,700. How many hours in a day are there? Divide by 24. 115. Now, let's say who here would be happy making 100 grand in the next 12 months? Okay? So 100 grand's a tenth of that. So divide this by 10. Who thinks they can make $11.57 per hour? Remember, it's got to be 24 hours a day. It's more realistic. What's scarier? First, you never made six figures or making $11 an hour? $11 an hour is almost like, wait a second, your math has to be wrong. Do it on your calculator. To get to 6 or 7 figures, you only need to make between basically $10 and $100 an hour. Much more realistic than think about. So what I do, now let's step away from money. Let's talk about life, because life's not just money. There's a lot of other, you need love, you need health, you need happiness. So what I think about, what's the most simple unit of your life is a day, right? I mean, you could go hour, you could go minute, but I just found the happy median a day. Optimize the day. So instead of just trying to become a millionaire or whatever you're trying to do, focus on literally today. Because I'm pretty sure, almost guaranteed, by this time next year, if I do the same conference, there will be one or more dead people that are in this audience. I mean, this is facts. We got a full house. We can't really hold any more people. Whatever that is, 500, 600, 700 people here. Somebody's going to die in the next year. So, but what are the odds somebody's going to die today? Pretty low, right? In this group, probably everyone's going to be here at midnight. So we know that today is probably guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. You can die today. But the year isn't. So how do you optimize today? What are the things that is required in an optimized life for today? Okay. But let's just go, not just, health, wealth, love, happiness is a goal. Like you want to be healthy. Like what? Even more basic. Wake up early, plan. Okay, let's do plan. I like planning in a certain thing. So I talked about this a little bit earlier. There's this test called Hexaco. It's the most scientific personality test. No one knows it until I started talking about it. Now people are starting to learn about it. But this was developed in top Harvard, Yale universities. It's very accurate, way more than Myers-Briggs or any of these, okay? Now this letter right here is the one that needs to be interesting to you. Because scientists, so this is honesty, humility, emotionality, extroversion, agreeableness, conscientiousness, and open to experience. Each of these divides into 4 or 5, so there's 26 subfacets of your personality that you can measure on 1 to 100. Now here's what happens. When they try to figure out what makes people live a successful life, the main one that mattered was C. So I'm going to focus on this. So C stands for conscientiousness. Conscientiousness. What's the first step of the 67 steps? Awareness. It's similar. It's funny, I didn't know about this test when I built 67 steps. They're very similar. But I'm going to show you how it's divided. Okay, 25% of your success in optimizing today is 25, 25, 25, 25. That adds up to 100. The first one, okay, is diligence. And I'll explain what each of these are. Second one is prudence. The third one is organization. And the last one is, perfectionism. Perfectionism. By the way, whenever you tell people you got to work hard for success, just tell them you now know the real math. It's not true. What percentage is hard work? 25. If they want to argue with you, they're idiots. They know nothing about science. It's not true. As I told you, sometimes hard work makes things worse. Joel used to say the worst thing in life is getting good at the wrong thing. How many people have worked hard in their career, reached 65, retired, and realized they were extremely hard workers in the actual wrong business or job or career? It's almost 70% of people. Most people hate their job. I read it's about 80% of people would pick a different career if they could. Just ask around. Ask 10 of your family members that are 60. If you could go back in time, would you do the exact same career? Almost everybody's like, heck no. No. So diligence is a fancy word for hard work, or as Joel said, not quitting. Diligent is actually somebody who doesn't quit. So maybe I'll put no, doesn't quit, okay? Not a quitter. Prudence, you could call street smarts. or, and that's why I made the 67 steps, how to make good decisions. Organization, I don't need to explain, it's literally what you think, but you could talk about daily routine, stuff like that. And then lastly, you have perfectionism, which I call double checking. So to optimize today, you have to be good at these 4 things only. And then it'll allow you to optimize this unit here. Not a far off vision of being a millionaire or billionaire. Not a far off goal of I'm going to make $6 million and have 3,000 clients. But you optimize this. And I actually don't have that many long-term goals. I do and I don't. I have vision. I have a piece of paper, or it's actually a note in Evernote that I read to myself every day. It has every visionary idea I've ever had goal written into it. I read it at once in the morning and once at night. It takes me 10 minutes a day. So I spend 10 minutes on vision goal, and that's it. And then you know what I spend the next 16 hours of my waking day on? This. Optimizing today. So literally, today is optimized, even this conference, around my day. Like, I know that if I spoke at 9 in the morning, it wouldn't be that good. I didn't optimize around you guys. But I wasn't doing it to be selfish. It was part selfishness, but part you guys will have a better experience if I speak in the afternoon. Trust me. I've watched my keynote speeches at 9 in the morning. My mom said from a little kid, I was the same way. So I optimize today. I don't make any exceptions anymore. I don't go, well, I'm going to sacrifice today so that tomorrow will be better. I mean, in a way I do, and that sounds like, wait, how can you be successful without sacrifice? If I have the choice now, if I could go work out or make a little more money, I go work out. I go work out. It's not a sacrifice. And I set up my workouts exactly like I like. You know the number reason people don't get in shape? Because there's treadmills. Treadmills are horrific. Who likes a treadmill? I mean, some people do. Probably like 20% of people. Who here is like, you wake up and you're like, you know what make today great? More treadmill time. It's like with weird people next to me at a gym. Like it's a necessary evil. So I use a treadmill desk only when I'm doing other stuff. But I set up all my workout. If you set up your workout only exactly things that you like to do, like I've always liked martial arts. So I do like, yesterday I did boxing. I'll do jiu-jitsu tomorrow. Like I keep it optimized that exact day. I don't go, well, if I'm on the treadmill and I sacrifice my happiness for the next year, the same with jogging. Who doesn't like jogging? I mean, jogging to me is a nightmare. It's boring. So I figured out, how am I going to optimize today? I don't want to sacrifice today to jog for some ethereal future. So I play basketball. You know, the average basketball game, you'll run 7 miles. And it's better on your joints if you do it on a wood floor than repetitive jogging, because you move side to side, laterally, you don't get carpal type injuries. You can't get hurt in basketball, no, don't get me wrong, but that cross-training life is a great way. With business, I'm like, what do I like to do? Ooh, I can make a ton of money doing 4-day conferences. You do 4 months, you guys paid like, you know, between $100 and $400 or something to be here, depending on what package. There's people charge $2,000 for conferences, but you got to do 4-day ones. And I've done that, and it ruins my 4 days. And here's the thing, let me just write this down. When you feel like you lost, write down shedding dopamine receptors. Shedding, you know, like a dog sheds hair. So here's how your brain works. There's some new research that came out. It's so interesting. Here's your head. Here's your brain. So you have these little, let's pretend they're like hairs. They're inside your brain. They're dopamine receptors. Dopamine is the chemical in your brain that kind of makes you feel like you were rewarded. Okay? You know, like, you've seen those little air cushion things and you pop them with your finger and sometimes it just feels good? That's like releasing dopamine. Like, you ever see pop a pimple and you're like, yes! You're probably releasing lots of dopamine. When Michael Jordan won the NBA championship, for a brief period of time, that night, tons of dopamine released. And here's what scientists found. This is interesting. I just saw this year. When you win, what do you think your brain does with hairs? No part of your body is static. Your body, your skin is getting new cells and shedding off all the time. Okay, what do you think happens with these receptors? Do you get more or less when you win? More, exactly. So you get more. Now, what's the side effect of having more dopamine receptors? This is the interesting part. What do you think happened? Happiness? Maybe. Part. You get more ambitious. Who here a little bit struggles with procrastination sometimes? Be honest. Like, you know you should read more books, but you see it and you're like, nah, I'll do it another time. But there's ambitious people who go, no, I got to read that book because it's going to get me whatever I want, okay? So what happens when you lose? What did scientists find to these hairs? They're not hairs, but I'm just calling them hairs. What happens to dopamine receptors when you fail? Even small. Can your brain tell absolute numbers? Does your brain know, oh, $1 million, you were making $1 million, now you make 900,000. Do you think the brain perceives that as only a $100,000 loss? No, the brain is very what? Emotional. So it just says, we lost. And what do you think it does? It sheds off dopamine receptors. And you literally become less ambitious. It's funny, Joel, you'll like this. In the Bible, there was always this Bible verse that I never understood. But now, I think I understand it a little bit. Pull up this verse. I don't remember where it is. But I basically just put a Bible. To whom was given, more will be given. And to a person, how does that go? And the person who... No, it's not the... No, not that one. It's the story of the talents. And he says... Let me pull it up. I'll pull it up. I'll tell you where it is. This is a fascinating... It's not the Bible verse of more given. The parable of talents. I'll read you this. Yes. This is the one. So, parable of talents. Google that. Pull that up. Parable of Talents Bible. Okay. I always thought this was a very unfair part of the Bible. And this was Jesus saying it, so it was like you thought it would be super fair and everything worked out, but it seemed unfair, but now I realize, no, that's actually what scientists found. Can you pull up Parable of Talents on Google, Josh? My internet is very slow. Is there internet here? Okay, here we go. Here's the end. Basically, an employer gave two people some money and went away on a trip. When he came back, one had invested it and made more, and another person had buried the money and didn't even get interest. Okay? So this is what I thought was weird. For everyone who, this is verse 29 of where is this? Matthew 25. Can you pull that up? I want everyone to be able to read it. Verse 29. For to everyone who has, more will be given. But the one who doesn't have, even what he has will be taken away from him. What do people say is unfair in the world now? The rich. And that is a problem. You know that the top 10 men in the world, wealth-wise, have more money than the bottom 3.5 billion? People don't realize that. 10 men. Bill Gates, Buffett, Carlos Slim, Zuckerberg, Bezos have more money than 3.5 billion people. Does it sound kind of like that? Even the people who have more is given. Now, I'm not saying that's fair, but could this be a reason? Could it be that if you went under a microscope of Bill Gates' brain, that the reason he's getting more is because he is wired to win? And when we set up kids in the inner city to lose from childhood on, do you think they're gaining dopamine receptors or shedding them? So you've created billions of people set up to lose. And that's obviously, I'm not trying to oversimplify the problems of poverty and income inequality. I'm just saying, this was written 2,000 years ago. It was predicted what happened now. And dopamine receptors is the same thing. So here's the lesson for all of us. Do we need to win big today? Do you need to walk out of here with 37 things you learned and 18 new people in your phone that smile when you see them? What is the definition of progress? If you had money in your bank account, you had $1,000, what is the mathematical basic unit? $1,001 is progress, right? If you guys come away with one, you know now when I go to conferences, you might call me a non-ambitious person, but I never fail to accomplish progress, and my brain is complete. Everyone, I always now just go, I want to meet one person and learn one thing. That's it. Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. Some of you are hogs. You're getting slaughtered. Some people come and they're like, Tai, I was at a conference, I only learned one thing. I'm like, that's a lot. I went to, the last conference I was at was last weekend. I spoke at Grant Cardone, Cole Hatter's Thrive conference. And the one connection I made was really with Grant Cardone. Because I know Grant, but I had more time with him. And the one takeaway from that whole weekend was me and Alex are increasing our phone sales, because Grant is a king of phone sales. Okay? That's how he makes a lot. Like, I do bigger on social media, and he's bigger on phones. So that's it. I'm not greedy. And guess what happened to my brain? Do you think my brain feels like it's a failure to go to that conference or not? So guess who loves going to conferences? I never lose at a conference because I never shoot for the stars. Just like, give me one. Because I realize I've done it where I get like 17 phone numbers, 17 contacts, 17 tips. It feels the same as getting one. You have to know how to trick your own brain. You know what I do now sometimes in the gym? And I'm not in perfect shape, so I'm not a fitness trainer, but I've looked at my DEXA scores. My body has gotten a lot better shape. I'll just always work out even if it's only 5 minutes. And your brain can't tell the difference between 5 minutes. Your body can a little bit. But in terms of building a habit, you'll be fine. You will literally be fine. Bruce Lee said, I don't fear the man who practices 1,000 kicks in one day. I fear the man who practices 1 kick a day for 1,000 straight days. You know, who here thinks they should nap more? I'm going to give you a free takeaway that will change your life. I have tested this. Everybody's body's a little bit different, but start with this. Set the timer for 18 minutes on your phone. Lay down in bed. I don't care if you're going to fall asleep or not. Lay there for 18 minutes. No reading. It's just you go straight. One thing, set up your room exactly how you set it up to go to sleep. So I close my curtains all the way. I got a little sound maker machine. And I lay there. And it's funny, in the last 5 days, one day I haven't been able to sleep, but in the last 7 days, I literally exactly sleep. It takes me 5 minutes to fall asleep. Eventually your body becomes a machine. I just fall asleep for almost 10 minutes exactly every day. And I've tested it. It doubles your endurance. I go in the gym right after. You lift almost twice as much, twice as long. 10-minute optimization. Now, what do most people do wrong when they think about optimizing their day with a nap? What have you, I'm guilty of this. You ever been like, all right, I'm going to section off 5 to 6. And it's too long. You're thinking in absolute numbers. No, I hope you guys walk away with removal of absolute numbers. Absolute numbers don't matter. Make more money than you made last year. No matter how small it is, you will feel happy. Now, obviously, if you only make $1 more, it's not going to be massive. But try to make, what's a realistic amount? Who here is making 50 grand a year with their business, roughly? Okay. Is it realistic to make 75,000? Possible. Yeah. You'll feel great at 75. This is how I did it. I started with $100 when I was first starting out in business, or less than 100. I figured out how to make $1,000 a month. That was when I was with Joel. I made about, what, 12 grand that year? In about a year, I made about 12,000. But you know what happened to my brain? And I didn't do this because I was smart. It's just lucky. What do you think happened to my brain? However many dopamine receptors. I had that business with Joel. 1 year of work. I drive 2 hours a day, work manual labor on a farm. Do you think I added or shed dopamine receptors? Added. Even though it's only $1,000 a month, $12,000 in 1 year. I felt good. I was like, I can do businesses and they don't fail. So the next business that I did, I figured out how to make 100 grand a year. So I went from, basically making 10,000 to making 100,000. Do you think I grew more dopamine receptors or less? That was when I was in the financial business. Then I figured out how to make $100,000 a month. So I went from 10,000 a year to 100,000 a year to 100,000 a month. How do you think I felt? I remember at that point being like, it don't get better than this. I remember thinking that. I was like, boy, you make $1 million a year, you pretty much, that's when I moved back to, I was back in LA, it's like, pretty much could do what you want. I was like, but I just kept optimizing the day. I didn't really have a goal of whatever. Then I remember figuring out, it was probably 2008 or 9, I figured out how to make $100,000 a week with my businesses. And I was like, well, that, $100,000 a week, you make $5 million. And then I remember making $100,000 a day. And it doesn't matter. The main thing you just keep, and now I'm kind of have in the back of my mind, I wonder if I can make $100,000 an hour. The only problem, that's a big step, because that's $835 million a year. But, Alex's business he's made over $1 billion with his companies over the last years, not last 1 year. So it's doable. I haven't completely figured that out yet, how to make 100,000, 25 for it. But do you see the point is, it's just progress. Just from optimizing then. There's no time in my life where I actually was predicated on being where I am now. Because how miserable would I have been? Is it in 2008, when I was making $100,000 a month, a week, if I had said, I will not be happy until I make $100,000 a day. That took me a lot longer. I'd have been unhappy for like 7 years. And I meet a lot of entrepreneurs like that. I'm like, you have everything and you're miserable. So we're going to do a panel in a second, but I want to just give you some more practical things. That was the philosophy behind this. Let me just I'm just going to throw out like a ton of stuff at you guys that's like super practical, optimizing the day. I'm not even going to write it, so please write this stuff down. I've never said this stuff on stage like this either, so I try to make each of these unique. Number 1, 18-minute naps. What? Was this blocking? Okay. 18-minute naps. This will start optimizing the day. Your body will get used to it, and people go, it's not enough. I'm like, have you done it? It changes your life. It's crazy what a 10-minute nap does. And your body, don't worry if for the first month you don't fall asleep. Eventually, I fall asleep now like clockwork. It's weird. You just train your brain. It's just like, boom, goes off. And it only actually takes 3 minutes to really feel different. Because sometimes I haven't fallen asleep for 15 minutes. In 3 minutes, and sometimes I don't fall fully asleep, but I'm in this mid state where it's not full sleep and not fully awake. It's kind of like those lucid dreaming thing. And that you feel almost the same as sleeping. It's weird. So test that on your body. Don't go to like 45 minutes. Okay. Next thing. Sports. Whatever sport you used to do, go back to it. Especially what you liked in high school. If you like volleyball, set up a freaking volleyball thing in your backyard. If you like soccer, if you like basketball, I got a full court basketball in my backyard. That is the joy of, even Joel's wife, Teresa, she has a basketball. She played in high school, right? When I go to Joel's, sometimes I'll play her horse. She's pretty good. So sport is the best way to get cardio in a realistic way. Humans never did treadmills. But if you go to primitive Indian tribes in Mexico, they're still running. They run 80 miles a day, but they kick a soccer ball. Nobody does like modern. Americans are smart, and sometimes we're idiots. Like jogging. I mean, if you love jogging, keep doing it. But sports in your life. Another one I would add, especially for guys, little biohacking tip. Do and anybody who wants to increase testosterone. So I'm not keeping women out. Women, if you want more testosterone, listen to what I'm about to say. And yes to that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm just throwing out. Do combat sports. I've jumped my testosterone one time from 700 to 1100 just doing combat stuff. So combat would be like boxing, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, Muay Thai, anything that's a full body strain. Or you can live on a farm like Joel and go logging. Logging would be a prime example. Cut firewood. Some very, like, when I say manly, I'm not being sexist. I'm basically saying what we traditionally think of a man, like, blah, like just gets, you know, like if you see Fedor Emelianenko, probably the hardest hitting UFC fighter of all time. I'm friends with a guy named Minotauro Nogueira, who was the UFC champion. And I said, who hit the hardest? He go, Fedor. He's like, first time I got hit by Fedor, I was like, maybe I don't want to be in the UFC anymore. And you know, Fedor, when you see him, he takes his shirt off. He doesn't, there's no ripped definition. There's zero abs, but he has this big back. And you watch him train back in Russia or Bosnia or whatever, he just takes a hatchet and chops wood. And there's a guy, do you guys know the other fighter that Conor McGregor says he wants to fight? The Russian? Khabib? Khabib, Google Khabib, he grew up wrestling bears. His dad would bring a bear. I kid you not. Pull up Khabib bear. You have to see this. But here's the funny thing. Khabib has a lot of testosterone. The average man loses testosterone as you get older. Once you're over 25, it's even over 20. And your bones get more brittle. Lots of problems come from, and lack of ambition, procrastination, it's often hormonal. Let me show you. There's Khabib as a young child. Now, pull up Khabib highlights in UFC. So he trained with bears. You know what it looks like when he wrestles humans? He tosses guys around like you've never seen. This guy, go to UFC highlights or whatever. Right, Khabib the Eagle. This is what happens when you get stuck fighting a guy who's trained with bears. He is a monster. Wait, fast forward a little bit. We're watching Eagle. Yeah, here you go. He just tosses people all day long. He's one of the great fighters of all time right now. Look at that. He's suplexing people like WWE. Yeah, anyway, pause. We don't have to watch all the brutal. But, guys, you know that men's testosterone, almost all of them raised watching that? Does anybody feel 1% more hyped as a guy? Okay, so do something that's heavy. Firewood, squats, or wrestling. I have my jiu-jitsu teacher is 280 pounds, and it's hilarious. Every time I go up a guy that's my weight, I'm like, you are teeny. Like, wrestle a big dude all day, and life becomes a lot easier. Okay? Next, little quick hacks to optimizing the day. Let's talk about this. Organization, how to organize a day. Anybody want daily routine tips? This is a very common thing. Here, I'm going to disappoint you guys a little bit because people think I have a super sophisticated one. I'm going to show you my basic daily routine. So here's a clock, okay? I sleep exactly 8 hours from when I wake up. I would go to bed. So people ask, like, that's 8 hours. I've tested my body, 7.5, it's not good. 8 is so I make myself, even if I want to get up, I'm like, no. Don't train yourself to do 7.5 or 6. Now, you might be okay with less. That's just mine. So the next thing is I divide, let's say the day is 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., okay? So basically, in the day, I just do basically things related to work. I don't do any fun stuff in the day. What traditionally is fun. Never been to a movie in the day. Seriously. And I'm not saying you got to copy this exactly, but I just divide the day into 2 halves. Day, I just do stuff. I read, I get on the phone, I do business, I work out, all that stuff. And then night, I don't ever work at night. This will be the latest that I'll work at night. So once it's 9 p.m., I do something fun. And I've tested this. If you don't do something fun every day, for the most part, you lose enthusiasm. So if you say, you ever met somebody that goes, I'm going to work hard and then at the end of 3 months, if I hit my goals, I'm going to go on a trip? It's dumb. It's that the brain, I learned this training animals. You can't train animals long term. If you tell your dog to sit and you say, if you do this for the next 3 months, I'll give you a hot dog at the end, the dog stops sitting. The reason the whole world procrastinates is they don't understand the simplest behavioral patterns. My dogs are, when I have a trainer that comes, when he has hot dogs, you would think my dogs are Nobel Prize winners. Like literally. They learn, they understand everything. You know how sometimes you're like, I think my dog understands, but he's pretending he doesn't? I'll be like, let go of the ball. They'll be like, they don't know. But if I have a hot dog in my hand, these mini hot dogs, they're just the greatest trained dogs in the world. You and I are the dogs, ladies and gentlemen. And when you're giving yourself hot dogs too far off, you stop performing. That's my experience. Now, if you grew up like Joel, is from a different generation. Joel, the Amish, they do not follow this as much. But they do a little bit. Even Joel does. At night, spend time with family, read books. But Joel does not do play in the day. Do you ever? Yeah. I mean, Amish, you ain't taking 4 p.m. off and just chill. And it's such a good framework because it's just enough time to work and it's just enough time to reward. And so what I find in the modern world is there's entrepreneurs. Who here is doing 17-hour days? 15. I know some people are. Yeah, you're destroying yourself. But who here is not working enough on your projects? Yeah, divide the day up. Fun, work. Fun, work. Don't differentiate that much. Saturday is like Friday. Don't differentiate Monday, Tuesday. Now, next hack thing. So this is my simple, I call it 9 a.m., 9 p.m. division. You pick your hours. If you wake up at 5 in the morning, you can do 5 a.m., 5 p.m. 12 and 12. It's the simplest math in the world. Now, you got to sleep some in the other one. Another hack, next one, reading. Here's the deal on books. 5 minutes a day for your whole life is way better than 2 hours every Saturday. Just 5 minutes. Trust me on this. If you know how to read. Can someone hand me a book real quick? I'm going to show you a real quick practical hack. By the way, who here is coming to my next master plan seminar? Oh. Some of you already, because we didn't have enough room in the last one. My house only holds 100 people. So I do this master plan seminar, which is like this, but like more advanced because it's a smaller group. I think I did this in the last master plan. So I'll show you this real quick. So here's a book, 5 Love Languages. Anybody ever heard of it? Yeah. Okay, some of you know how to speed read. I've learned how to speed read, but I'm going to pretend you're a beginner to the world of reading. Is there a lot in this book that could help you? You ever been so overwhelmed you learn nothing because you won't open it because there's so much? Okay, do pigs get fat or slaughtered? Do hogs, you know the difference? A pig is a smaller hog. A hog's like really big. Hogs sometimes can weigh 700 pounds, okay? Pigs are like 200 pounds. Do you think, have you ever been guilty of being a book hog? Like, I ain't reading that book till I have time to read the whole thing and get everything on it and take notes. Be honest. Whoever feels that way with a book. Okay, this is a better way to think about a book. A book is a long-term friend. If you buy the right books, I've got a whole bunch I recommend on my website. If you buy the right books, this book will be on your shelf for life. Do you ever go to coffee with a good friend once and then go, well, I got to get everything out of this coffee because I'll never see you again? No. See, I look at books. Dr. David Buss's evolutionary psychology book, Richard Dawkins books, a book like this. I read these once a year, twice a year. I mean, I've read these books, Kentucky, read over and over. Peter Drucker's Managing Oneself. Over and over I've read that book. So here's what's happening. The main reason you're not reading correctly is you're a hog. You're like, if I don't get it all, I won't pick it up. This is what I do. Set the timer on your phone. Start with 5 minutes. I just go here and I look in the table of contents and I go, I need one gold nugget today. And you know how your life's dynamic? It's always changing. Every time you go to this book, it'll be a new piece of advice. So let's just see right now. What would speak to me the most? Loving the unlovely. That's a 161. So it's page 161 to 177. It's 13 pages. I'm going to go here right now. I'm going to do this literally real time. I have not rehearsed. Loving the unlovely. Okay, first thing is a story. In this case, if I only have 5 minutes, I don't need the story because people always summarize the story at the end. You know, when they write a story in a book, like, so let's just, one of the best things you can do is start at the end of the chapter. Most books recap whatever their thing was. Okay, it does, as I predicted. This is like a husband and wife book. Whenever your spouse indicates that he is seeing improvement, wait 1 week and then make a specific request. The request should be something you really want him to do for you. So this is about when people ain't paying attention to you. If they do not honor your request, continue to love them. Maybe next month you'll respond positively. Start speaking your love language by responding to your request. Your provider. It's like, be patient. I mean, it's not a profound chapter, but there you go. It's like, most books, there's not that many good ideas in the world. Just remember that. Sometimes people are like, that doesn't sound like a great lesson. I'm like, that's all the chapter said. It's not my fault. I'll do my personal favorite. Go to the end of a book. No, I like this book. This is good. See, they do these addendums where they like, let's go, my book was out of date, so now I'm going to give you the whole book in 2 pages. I love those. It says, it's like, in chapter 2, I warn the reader that understanding the 5 love languages and learning to speak the primary love language of your spouse will radically affect his or her behavior. There you go. That's the whole book. I'm telling you. There's 5 love languages. If you learn to speak the primary one of even your business partner, it will radically affect their behavior. So do you guys know what the 5 are? Yeah. I'm going to show you. This is a gold nugget. Done with this book. Basically, I try to apply it to my life. I'm not married, so I would think more like a business partner. The 5 languages are physical touch. I probably won't do that with my business partner. Alex, sorry about that. The second one is words of affirmation. The third one is acts of service. The fourth one is gifts. And the fifth one is quality time. So could you imagine you could improve your business partner relationship if you knew which of those, 4. See, I know Alex, I'm going to just say this. Alex does not respond to gifts, really. You're not a gift guy. It's not going to strengthen our relationship for me. Although I did help you get those shoes. Alex used to wear horrible shoes. I helped him. He had Jordan Zeros, and I helped him. And then we have, so the second one is quality time, which I'm pretty sure is the one for Alex. So what I started to do once I got to know Alex, what do I do sometimes? I call you at night, 1 a.m. when everything's died down, and I just literally sit. Quality time is just like, you're not distracted. So I just call and we just chat forever. Do you like that? Yeah. So, but do you notice, not physical, not touch? Alex, do you need a hug, man? Come on. No, but you need to know that. Now that's a simple thought, right? But how many moves are there in boxing? This is what people don't understand about power. They think power comes from complicated ideas. How many moves are there in boxing? 12. Maybe 12. You got jab, cross, right hook, right uppercut, left uppercut. You could count to the body. You could count jab to body. You could do slip left, slip right, and maybe under. That's it. And with that, you can decimate pretty much any opponent. So when I'm like, what are people trying to get from books? I literally feel people trying to get these complex things. It's better to have a simple concept and put it in practice. I promise you, 1 out of 100 people in this room are reading the language of communication of their partner or business partner or spouse and using it correctly. Guaranteed, there's probably 10 people in this whole room doing it. So for everybody who thought it's easy, then do it. It's not what you know, it's what you do. So in 5 minutes, I can get updated on, this guy spent 40 years of his life studying that, and if he's good, he'll distill it down to me in a very short 5 love languages. I memorized these 5 love languages. I've never even read the whole book. But I use it. You should do this test on your spouse. It'll blow your mind, or your business partner. One other hack, then we're going to do a quick panel. And then I got one more session. You guys gonna be able to handle this? Yeah. Nobody's dead, dying. It's good. Not many people have left. I've seen like 2. Okay. Last little light. Let me actually do 3 questions on this because there's so much. So things on optimizing the day, not having huge vision, crazy goals, just like today. You master today, you'll grow new dopamine receptors. Tomorrow will go better. And you make progress. Do you do it as a pig or as a hog? Some of you are in here are hogs, and some of you are too under-ambitious. Yes? Do you still do chunking, or do you scrap that for your thing? Do I do chunking? Chunking's a technique, yeah, within the day. So I told you my big picture, I divide the day in half. But what chunking means is basically, well, there's a few things that I do. One of the things I love the most is stacking. So if you want to know what stacking, you know you can't really multitask well, but you can stack well. Here's the difference. When I get my hair cut, I read a book. Is that multitasking? No, because he's cutting the hair. Focused on my hair, I'm stacking 2 activities on one thing. People who don't read when they eat, I think, are crazy. I know that there's this thing that families have to talk together, but would the world really be a worse place if 1 meal a day, instead of families talking, they all sat around and read a good book? I mean, is this going to lead to the disintegration of Western civilization? No, it'll be a better place. So stack eating is a great time to read. I've had people with bizarre theories. Oh, Ty, your digestion won't work if you're reading. I'm like, are you just making up science? Like there's literally zero. Why would that be? If you think and you eat, your body can't handle. I don't think that's true. So stacking is kind of and chunking is similar, but stacking I love because, for example, another thing, when I'm boxing, okay, remember I said try to do some kind of combat thing? Last time I was boxing, I had a guy came and he wanted to sell me his business software idea. And I was like, box with me. Now remember, you can't multitask, but he's doing the talking, right? I'm not doing any work. It's not like I'm talking. I wouldn't want to box and talk to you guys right now, right? If that would be multitasking. I'd be distracted. I wouldn't give a good talk. But I was boxing and he just wanted to pitch me. So I'm like, you know that Jeff Bezos takes 0 one-on-one meetings. He hasn't had a one-on-one meeting for years. He's a genius. He stacks meetings. It's like, okay, you can come in when I'm doing something else, and he likes 5 people, and he'll be like doing something else and 5 people, and you can tell very quickly if somebody has a good idea. So I never waste my time with if somebody wants to talk to me one-on-one, I'm like, let's do 2 things at once, but not multitasking, stacking. So try that. That's my answer. You will get so much done when you snack. Same with on plane rides. I love flying on planes now. You know, People are like, oh, I'm just like, planes are amazing. Sometimes when the plane's getting ready to land, I'm like, want to yell to the pilot, no, can we circle 3 times? Because never watch a movie when you fly. This is my opinion. I like movies. Never watch a movie while you fly. Because you are in the prime position to learn because you're captive. So bring a yellow notepad and pen, map out, draw out, read books. That's all I do. And take a nap. My 18-minute nap. But movies is a waste of time because you can do that and it violates my principle of half the day, right? Unless I guess it's the middle of the night. Next question on this daily routine thing. Yes? Yes. So people, so what, Lauren, is it Lorena? Yes. Lorena said she sleeps 8 hours, but people always tell her, oh, to be successful, you have to. That's called penny wise, dollar foolish. False economy. I mean, by that logic, why sleep at all? If 4 hours is better than 8, well, okay, but you have to have 4. Okay. Sometimes you want to follow science. Sometimes science is dumb, and sometimes it's genius. Just ask people who have devoted their life to studying sleeping if, for the most part, you can get by with 4 hours of sleep. I don't care if you do polyphasic, all this kind of stuff. It just doesn't work that way. You will spend 1/3 of your life in a coma, basically. 1/3. If you live to 80, 25 years of those are going to be spent sleeping, and I haven't figured, there's no hack. It's just, it's like I said, going to the bathroom, peeing. There's no optimization needed. It's a biological imperative. And I will tell you this, are the people that tell you that highly successful? Yeah, it's always not successful people who will give you the exact formula. I don't think that, I mean, Einstein said he needed 10 hours a day. He seemed to have been a fairly successful guy in the fact that he came up with a theory that no humans ever basically come up with. He needed 10. So sometimes you see the people are like, let me get this straight. Einstein needed 10. And he already had a huge brain that was but you only need 4. I don't believe you. You're probably dumb. Maybe that's right. Yes. Either one, yeah. While I'm doing this, you can bring the panel up here at the same time because I'm going to have other people answer questions now.
Good evening, Todd. My name is Bijan. Yep. What do you think about the law of attraction, and what are some ideas or techniques around the law of attraction that we might be able to use to achieve the good life, health, wealth, love, and happiness?
What do I believe about the law of attraction? So the law of attraction, if everybody knows, it's like you speak things into existence, you think positively, and things happen. So I have 2 opposite feelings. One is it's wrong and one is it's right. I'll tell you where I think it's wrong. It's been proven. I just read a really fascinating study they did. It's called reaching. People who reach, okay, who go to college and go, I'm going to be a straight A student, or entrepreneurs who say, I'm going to be really successful. I'm going to make a lot of money. They've followed them. The over-optimistic ones underperform. Okay? So it's possible to be too optimistic. So to the extent you perceive law of attraction to be speak it into existence and it happens, you will be over-optimistic. And they followed people. They're less likely. Some are successful, but most aren't. Now, here's where I do agree with it. Law of attraction. And again, I try to look for evidence for stuff I believe. You attract similar personality types, levels of idiotic things. So if you're a narcissist, trust me, who here has a lot of narcissists in their life? Okay, but it's a you issue. Who said that? You're probably, unfortunately, I won't say, but you may have. There's a great book called The H Factor of Personality. The guy who really pioneered all the stuff on honesty, humility, narcissism, he said almost always you attract similar levels of narcissism. Just think about this. To a normal woman who's not narcissistic, a narcissist will be repulsive. Okay? So the fact that, but how long were you with him? Yeah. I'm saying on the first date, the average woman, if they're with a crazy narcissist, will be like, I'm out. But you weren't out for 3 months. That's also a sign of being narcissist too, being super picky. But you should just go to tailopez.com/full quiz. I got a full quiz, just free. Try it.
I'm here because you stalked my social media.
I did?
Yeah.
You mean my ads did?
You're on my Facebook, you're on my Instagram.
Let me clarify what that means. Who here knows what retargeting is? Okay, so it was actually not me behind the computer, but let's be clear. Somebody who's narcissistic might go, I think Ty's following me.
No, that wasn't it at all.
I'm just joking, I'm joking. I'm only kidding.
You're fantastic.
I'm joking. You're probably not that narcissistic. It's good news you only lasted 3 months. If you are a bad narcissist, when I hear people are like, oh, 7 years with a guy who's a narcissist, I'm like, that's a problem. So 3 months is, you get a pass.
I recognized it. He was very good at hiding it.
But there's many types of narcissism. You should look in. Narcissism is insanely prevalent. Take the Google narcissist personality inventory. Answer honestly, and we'll talk about it after this next session.
Okay.
Google it. Yes. How do you prioritize? They can all come up, Josh, when they want. Yeah.
How do you prioritize? Hold on.
How do you prioritize your day if you have a number of tasks? You know, you guys really have to get good at hiring assistants. One of your first hires, I think your first hire is either a salesperson, a CPA, or an assistant. Probably an assistant. Because you'll be the best at your business. An assistant is like a clone. It makes like two of you because you don't have to do any mundane stuff. They do it all. Yeah. So, yeah, here. You guys want to, either one here. So we're going to do a panel so you don't have to you can hear from other smarter people than me. Yes? We got Joe. We got Alex.
What would you say your MO is on a day-to-day basis? Does it ever change? Is it
my what? Sorry?
Your motivational operative every
So
morning?
what motivates me? Let's talk about that as a panel, and I'll answer. Starting this way. So this is Alex Mayer, business partner with MentorBox. His companies have done $1 billion. He's spent $400 million on online advertising, Facebook ads. So you want to talk about a lot of Facebook ads? He's done $400 million on Facebook ads. So he's done an ad or two in his day. And so what motivates you? How do you stay motivated?
Winning motivates me. No, seriously. Like getting ahead, winning in whatever battle I pick. And I try to make it into smaller battles so that as I win, I enjoy the battle and I enjoy the war. Does that make sense?
Yep. Joe Soto. A lot of you know him because you're in my social. So Joe built multiple businesses, him and his wife, but one of them is social media, a marketing agency. He's got 8 kids, lives outside of DC, $1 million plus business, works with restaurants, and he's also a great teacher in my social media marketing agency. He's helped a lot of you. So Joe, how do you stay motivated?
It's easy, man. I don't sleep because of this many kids, right?
Forget all the sleep stuff you have 8 kids.
Yeah. It's being a role model for my children of what's possible.
Over here we have Samir and Juan, aka Jesus. I had some point in my brain decided his name was Jesus, so after like a year he's like, my name's actually Juan. So they have been in a lot of my stuff. You started out coming to a conference like this.
Yep.
When you came here, you're making what, $2,000 a month each or something? $2-3 grand?
Yeah.
I think I was pushing it for me.
Pushing it a little bit less. So they're making under $5,000 a month. They both came not knowing each other to one of these conferences. They were, how old were you, 19 or 20?
20, I would say.
Yeah.
I was 19.
19 and 20, they met. I had told them how to experiment, and they actually listened. It's amazing what happens sometimes when you actually listen. And they experimented for 8 months, and they figured out drop shipping, and they've made, what's your biggest month drop shipping, selling stuff online? 200?
225.
225s are, and last 30 days, you're at around 75,000 from drop shipping.
Yeah.
So they're fluctuating between 75,000 a month gross to 220, and it's profitable, right? There's profits, so it's not just all gross revenue. Absolutely. So it's not bad for, that's 21 and 22. So, how do you guys stay motivated?
Honestly, I would say potential. You know, when we see guys like you, Alex, you know, it's like, what's the limit? So it's just about doing as much as we can to, you know, really get to the next level and seeing what is really possible.
How about you, Juan?
I would say for me, what keeps me motivated is the progress. So I was able to do, you know, pretty much change my financial situation simply with a door-to-door job. So the progress that I was able to make simply going door-to-door, I just think about that progress and how the next opportunity I get, I want to try to progress in that as well. So I'm motivated by progress. Like, I love the feeling of when I'm able to get success from doing something.
Even they started door-to-door sales, which is good. Okay, Jaden Gross. So Jaden is one of the first students who you got in the day I opened.
Day one.
What were you following me on before? Just like Snapchat and stuff?
I think it was Snapchat first, yeah.
Okay, so he followed me on social media for free. Then he saw my social media marketing agency program.
Yeah.
He got in. You were 21 at the time, right?
Yeah.
He's a college dropout. You lived at your dad's, right?
Yeah.
You still live at home?
No. Moved out.
He never had a bank account before.
Nope.
And he sent me a month later, or a month or two later, his bank account, and he had, I think it was either 28 or 35,000.
35, yeah.
35 grand he had made profit.
The why?
He had gotten a couple doctor's offices to prepay for services. What one check was for how much?
20K.
20K up front. And now he's built it and got all kinds of stuff going, and now you're making what, about 100,000 a month?
A little bit over that.
You gonna make $1 million?
Trying to clear it.
Next month is, will you have growth?
No, this is actually, so it's actually ironic. I joined, my company was started October 18th, so I'm actually about to hit my 12-month anniversary for the company.
That's awesome.
So yeah.
What do you think, what will growth be? Will your gross be $1 million?
This year, yeah, it will be.
Yeah.
The gross will be. The adjusted, though, is going to be much lower.
Yeah, well, you don't want, if you make $1 million, you don't want to have $1 million in profit.
Right.
It's very, you know that Warren Buffett, this is a crazy thing about the U.S. tax code. He published his tax returns, his personal ones. You know how little tax Warren Buffett paid? He paid like 1.9 million in taxes. And he's the second richest man in the world. So part of making money is making money and then keeping money. And you don't want to cheat the IRS, but there's no reason to give the IRS more than it asked for, right? If you owe a parking ticket for $200, you don't tip the judge, 300. You just pay your exact, if the check's $201.04, that's what you write. And so, yes, so how do you stay motivated?
That's a great question. I try to seek discipline more so than motivation, but if I were to try to say, how do I stay motivated every single day? It's people. You know, I think it's a selfish thing to not make as much money as you can, because you can help more people with more money. I mean, it's kind of like what you know, Grant says. You know, I've been broke and I've been rich,
right.
And it's way better to be, you know, rich because you can help more people. And I'm not saying
that's Warren Buffett said that.
He did?
Did Warren learn that from Grant Cardone, or Grant Cardone learned that from Warren?
I don't know.
I think Grant learned it from Warren, I would guess.
Probably.
Yeah. So, questions. Let's keep going. And you don't have to ask them to me. We'll just direct them if you want to, or we'll go around. I'm going to let the mic guys pick whoever they want. I don't have to be involved in the picking. I can't quite see anyway because of the light.
Question.
Yes.
So the future of, I saw like the DNA sequencing, how is that changing habits and, you know, things you're doing moving forward?
Alex is into bio.
Who's asking? I can't see who's
over
asking.
There.
Right here, Keith.
Yeah.
Okay, so changing exactly what? Habits?
Just everything that,
on stage with these hitters?
I think the first thing it's going to change is medicine. So basically the fact that we eat the same stuff just based on what we feel like, or doctors give us medicine not knowing what our genetic makeup is just weird. It has to change.
Yeah, I will tell you this. For me, DNA, the more I study, you will not believe how many things are inherited. For example, if somebody was drowning in a lake right outside this hotel, if you could look at the DNA of the people in this group, you could predict who's the most likely to save somebody from drowning.
Yes.
It's actually, you could see it in DNA.
Yes.
There's certain markers and there's certain precursors that basically make you more of a risk taker, and somehow it's around saving people's lives, which makes sense. Throughout history, there's been people who specialized in saving lives. Firemen, policemen, SWAT team, all this kind of stuff. So for those, one thing I'll say, this is a good little point. For each of you struggling with a particular thing, anxiety, narcissism is very genetic, by the way. If your parents were narcissists, you will inherit. It kind of, Joel's here, and so talking a little more on the Bible. One of the things in the Old Testament of the Bible, it says the curses of your great-grandparents will be cursed down the line, and the blessings get blessed. There's truth to that. And so some of the things, some of us have inherited curses, and some things we have blessings. So things like anger, impatience, narcissism, sensitivity, overly sensitive to criticism. You got some of these from your mom and dad. It's very heritable. There's a few things that aren't heritable. Machiavellianism is not inherited at all. Being psychotic. If you have issues where you think of getting revenge on people, stuff, you got it from your parents. But here's the bad news. No one's going to give you an excuse because of your parents. You're still going to have a crappy life. So some people here, I just tweeted this, or getting ready to tweet this. Some people are more hardwired to make money in this room than others. Some people are more hardwired to find love than others. Some people struggle to find love. And some of that's genetic. But everybody has to figure those two out. So some people have to work harder. It's just like some people are more naturally get fat. So you have to watch your diet 10 times more than the average person. So don't ignore your DNA, but use the DNA and so if you are a procrastinator, that is genetic. You didn't inherit at probably as much dopamine receptors from your parents. So what you have to do, this is the most practical tip ever. You guys have to change who you spend a lot of time with. You really have to change. Like it took me, I grew up in not the greatest family, not the greatest upbringing, okay? And it took me, I was at Joel's for basically 2 years, sorry. And Joel comes from a family that's a good family. Mom and dad get along, very normal, functional family, no divorce. Has anyone ever divorced in your family? 0 divorce. My mom was divorced twice. My dad was married 6 times. It's like, all the opposite. My dad was in prison. So I went there for 2 years. Then I went to the Amish, who are, believe it or not, you wouldn't think this, they're the most normal people I've ever met. And I spent 2.5 more years there. It took me 5 years of changing my environment. I felt my brain change. It changed. And I would not be remotely like what I am now if it wasn't for those other people. So coming to a conference like this, practical tip, once a month you should find a conference. Really. Because at least for 24 hours, you're optimized around people who are more like-minded. You should spend, I did my TEDx talk. One of the big things I talk about is the law of 33%. 33% of your time around people who are below you, who you can help. 33% of the time around people who are like you. Those are your friends. But 33% of your time has to be with people 10 to 20 years ahead of you. Literally, how many hours did you spend this week with people that are literally 20 years ahead where you want to be? Did you spend 33% of a week is like 75 hours. If you take out sleep, let's say 40 hours. Who here has spent 40 hours this last 7 days with somebody they consider a role model or several people? 40 hours. Okay, it's a teeny bit of room. That will change your life. It's not what you learn, it's a who. Most of life is a who problem. Who you're around. So you could read all the books you want in the world, you can all do this. You gotta change. That's why I do online programs. We can't be everywhere, but if you can't be with them in person, videos, not too bad of an option. Okay, next question.
Hello? Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yep.
Don't be picky, just hand the mic out.
I got a mic right here.
Yeah.
My name is Nicholas Gontrov. My question is, I guess it's directed to everybody, but how do you increase productivity and attention span to get through that 9 to 9 divide?
Joe, what do you think? How to be more productive?
For me, it's all about time blocking. I can't multitask at all. I think there's a lot of myth in multitasking like Tai talks about. So for me, I have a daily system. I literally systemize my entire day. Personal and professional activity is all time blocked in my calendar. I mean,
How many time blocks do you have?
So a lot, all throughout the block. Now, some of them are bigger, so it might be that I block out time where I'm available for appointments or talking to clients, and so that's remained open, and then people book into my calendar. But I block out 30 minutes where I have to reserve time in case I'm needed to pick up my daughter from preschool, for example. I mean, that's blocked out, so I can't have appointments during that time in the morning or whatever it might be. So the daily system changes depending on the time of the year, or for instance, the summer to the fall versus school versus kids being out of school, because it revolves around my family life and work. I put it all together in the same calendar, but for me, it's time blocking.
Okay. Yeah. Who else wants to speak to that?
Oh, well, so I can add one thing. So time blocking is effective because multitasking really doesn't work. Stacking works, but multitasking really doesn't work. And I need maybe an hour to ramp, especially if it's a big task. I need an hour to ramp into it, and I need time to ramp off. So if it's if I'm going to spend 6 hours on a project, I need to have 6 hours of uninterrupted work. And that's why that's a commitment. So the night before, I say tomorrow I'm going to focus on Google Ads. My team knows I go in circles. Sometimes I'm focusing on marketing, sometimes I focus on different tasks, because the night before I've decided this is the most important thing to do for the company. The next day I wake up and I make sure that thing gets done, and everything else kind of diminishes in importance.
Homework. Deep Work by Cal Newport. Yes. Write that book down.
Great book.
Yeah. Deep Work. He's a guy, all he studies is, he's a professor that just studies how to get work done. He calls it deep work. Jaden, you had something on this.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of the opposite. I don't block any time. I'm really bad at kind of putting together a schedule, and so I kind of always grew up with people telling me what to do, and so I figured that structure was good, but I didn't want to listen to someone. I wanted to listen to myself. As an entrepreneur, I think that's what you have to do. So I actually downloaded an automation software. It's called RescueTime.com. I'm not affiliated with them. I'm not getting paid. But basically, it's a program that just runs in the background of your computer, your phone, and it sends you a report of everything that you did. So for me, it was really, really helpful because I think awareness is the first step in changing yourself from unproductive to productive. So I had to become aware first of what I was doing, and then I could actually change exactly how my days went. So I would look at my entire day, see which days I liked out of the week that were productive, see which days that weren't, and then just reflect back on that rescue time report and just see, okay, well, I was doing this a little bit more effectively today, and I felt more productive, so I would just kind of analyze and kind of experiment around. That's what I would do.
The biggest thing that helped us when we were trying to scale from low 5 figures to really higher numbers, we had to completely outsource anything that wasn't considered like a money-making activity. So, and I asked Alex this question just the other day, but before that, it was literally all about just focusing on what makes the money. I think we get so lost sometimes on trying to control everything and do everything ourselves, but in order for us to scale, we have to get a team around us that can handle the things that are really, really low money-making activities. So for example, when we first started off, and by the way, before you try to outsource anything, you have to do it yourself first so you know what is the right way to do it. And then after that, then you can really outsource it. Because if you don't know what it is that you have to do to get the result that you're looking for, then these virtual assistants are just going to do, whatever they think is right. But besides that, for example, like Facebook ads, I tried outsourcing it, does not work at all. I thought I could just teach someone to do it, but it doesn't work. So that is literally something that I focus on every single day. Optimizing funnels, sales funnels and whatnot. Can't really outsource that because they just don't really understand like too much psychology and what makes people buy. So they'll just whip up something where someone can put their name and email address.
Let me interrupt you a little bit.
Yeah.
So he called me and he's like, well, I don't have enough time to work on the funnels and ads. And I'm like, I'm running around. I'm like, do you have a maid? And he's like, no, I also wash my dishes. I'm like, do you wash your clothes? He's like, yeah. Do you clean your house? Yes.
Literally just got a maid
which
like
one
2
is
days ago.
easier to outsource? Optimizing funnels or washing your dishes? It's simple.
Yeah, I mean,
Did it work?
Like, of course it worked. Like, literally, they came by and it just makes, our whole place more comfortable. But the thing is that we don't really realize sometimes what takes time out of our day. But it also takes energy, right? So I know, like, what's his name? Steve Jobs wears the same exact outfit every day. Why? Because he doesn't want to think.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Mark Zuckerberg, sorry, yeah.
Right now.
But yeah, because he doesn't even want to spend the energy on. But the point is that I'm trying to make is that he doesn't even want to think about like what he has to wear in the morning, right? So that's like a little bit of energy, but that is a lot of energy sometimes when it comes down to really trying to calculate it all. But yeah,
it's called decision fatigue. So you try to minimize. Yeah.
Couple more. Whoever has the mic. Yep.
All right.
We'll just do a game. When you're done with the mic, toss it back. Whoever catches, no, don't do that, please.
All right.
Whoever catches is worthy of a question.
All right. So my name is Drew. Hello, Tai. I had a question, and I've been reading the One Thing really recently.
Yep.
And when you're focusing on your one thing, you go talk about how you want to have your obsession. You want to be really focused on this obsession. Should you stack on that obsession, knowing that there could be a lack of focus on that one thing if you are stacking another thing with it? Right. I know you're not trying to multitask, but for example, like your barber, should you be focusing on your one thing while your barber's working on you in lieu of lack of focus?
But I do. But my point is, like, I'm not going to focus on him cutting my hair because he cuts my hair. I'm not, when I'm boxing and there's another person there pitching me, he's doing the work of pitching. I'm just absorbing, and I've found that I can listen fairly well. Because when you box, you don't do it nonstop. It's hard. You do it for a minute or two, then take a break, and you listen. So, Alex, why don't you tell him Alex has a whole massive theorem. Alex is a PhD from Berkeley and all that stuff, and rocket scientist. So he has his he actually got a PhD in this subject of
objective
optimization, the greatest thing ever. So he spent, how many years were you in school? 12?
And not that, yeah, I did, my entire grad school was 3 years and a half. I was really fast.
But with undergrad too.
Oh yeah, 15 and a half.
So he's 15 and a half years.
Yeah.
You'll like this, Joel. 15 and a half years studying multi-objective optimization, and then I said, what'd you learn? He goes, that it's all BS. There is no.
So.
15 years to learn. I could have told you that.
It's title of my dissertation thesis, and I tell people all the time, it's on multi-objective optimization, meaning how you can you have a problem, you have several things that you want to optimize for. What's the best way to do it? And after really years of doing it, I came to the conclusion it can't be done. So it's always single objective. Everything else, I call them constraints. So you're optimizing towards a single objective. Everything else, you don't want it to be out of bound. Like you want to get from point A to point B without dying. You want to build a successful business while staying healthy. You cannot be a UFC champion and build a social media marketing agency at the same time. I think it's very difficult. So it's basically one objective, and everything else, you keep it within bounds. I call them constraints.
Yeah. Excellent. So you like, if you're building a social media marketing agency, you wouldn't try to be a UFC fighter, but you might train in a gym for 20 minutes a day because you need that to not die along the way of becoming I like how you put it. Alex is very blunt. They're like, I don't want you to die on the way. I'm going to put that as a special course. You bought my social media marketing agency program. Now, today we're going to talk about how not to die on the way. Yes, next person.
Can you guys describe the progression of your mindset throughout your years in business? Like, what you guys learn to focus on? What did you like take from that? And
Great question.
That is actually a pretty good question.
Joe.
Okay, so for me, it became a mindset of self-responsibility, right? So I lost my parents when I was very young. I lost my mom when I was 7. I lost my father when I was 18. So it really came down to here, I had no support. I had no financial support, and then I was having children when I was 19, right? So, and I'm on food stamps at 19, going, what am I doing? I'm in college trying to figure this stuff out. So I had to adopt a mindset of self-responsibility at a relatively early age, but it didn't really grab hold until I was probably in my late 20s, where I realized, I was doing the same thing over and over. It wasn't getting a different result, and I had to make a change. But I had to accept everything. See, I was the person who said my life would get a lot better if everybody else would just change. That wasn't happening, right? So I had to make changes in my life. I had a guy who sat with me one time, one of my mentors, and he said, you have to learn to get out of your own way, and until you learn that, you're not going to get any further. And so I started then questioning everything that I was believing about other people and my circumstances and why I was this way. I stopped blaming my past, and I started blaming myself for everything. So, this morning somebody was asking about proposals, and what was my feedback around sending proposals to clients? And I said, how many people here have ever sent a proposal and you waited for the person to get back and they never got back to you? And I said, it's your fault. You have to accept that as self-responsibility as an example, to where you didn't control the situation, to where you positioned a proposal to be a summation and a confirmation of an agreement you've already had verbally with your client prospect before you ever send them anything. And in fact, don't send them anything. Have the appointment to review a proposal so you can close in real time and answer the objections face-to-face or over the phone, through a web meeting or whatever it might be. That's taking responsibility, and that's how my mindset ultimately ended up helping me succeed more in business, because I started making everything about how do I effectively impact my situation. Because see, think of it like this. How many of you like to be in control? Show of hands, you like to be in control. So if you blame other people, you're forfeiting that control. You're saying that it's them. They didn't respond. They didn't hear me. They didn't listen. They're skeptical. They're a bad person. However you want to label them, but it leaves the control where? With them. They have to change in order for you to have your outcome you were after. So once I realized I have to make changes, and it may not always be true, but it's a useful belief, and useful beliefs are oftentimes as good as ones that are real. So I said, if I take control of my own situation, it's always me and my self-responsibility, I'm going to be able to make the impact change, be more persuasive, be more influential, have more success. So that's where it comes from. That's how it evolved for me. Long answer, sorry.
All right, I'm gonna try an experiment. Can you set up here for 2 minutes on the monitors? Can we set a timer up there? I'm gonna try an experiment. I've never done this, but I think it might be good. We're gonna try a micro, very similar to I was talking about, like micro nap kind of thing. We're not gonna try 18-minute naps for everybody. That might be a good idea though. If we could all fall asleep right now for 18 minutes.
That'd be sick.
That'd be like a cult meeting.
I could do that.
If someone looks in and we're all asleep, Kool-Aid in our hand. No, I want to try. I will try this one little thingamaboopy because I want to keep going, but I also want people to physically stretch. So what we're gonna do once we get this timer up, everybody's gonna stand up. I'll show you a few just exercises that pro fighters have taught me that I thought were decent ones that like quickly get you feeling better. But I want to wait till this is up, because if we do it. Let me say one thing on this thing that Joe was talking about. I did Shaolin Kung Fu when I lived in North Carolina. I found this guy, Brad Huffman. He was a SEAL assassin who opened up he was a sniper. You can also call them assassins. They're very similar. They assassinate people. And he opened this martial arts school, and I went to it, and he's the only white guy who ever grew up in the Shaolin Temple in China. His dad was an ambassador to China, so he grew up there. And so he was around all these. What?
Your ad is showing
your
up.
retargeting ad.
He's been targeted.
That's retargeting.
Wow.
That's funny. I like that ad. Anyway, he said that the Shaolin monk told him, he said, if when you're 25 years old, you're walking home from a restaurant or a bar and you get beat up, it's your fault. And he said, what do you mean? He said, well, if you had trained at 5 to 6 to 7 to 8, by the time you're 25, it's hard to beat you up. So when you take that mindset, life becomes very different. And we live in a world that's literally the antithesis of that. Like I'm on Twitter, and like Twitter is just, as Joel would say, it's a world of trying to fix the salvation by legislation. Like if there was just more government laws, everything would be better, but it doesn't always work that way. It's better to live in a society where if you could figure out a way to make people take responsibility for themselves. You know, in 2008, you had 6 million people lose their homes. And some of it was mortgage fraud, where like literally the piece of paper said your payment will be $4,000 a month and it was actually $8,000. Like they whited out the forms, but only about 1 in 1,000 of those cases. Most of it was people signing a contract for a house for $5,000 a month when they only made $5,000 a month. Well, you're going to have a hard time staying in the house. But nobody wants to have that conversation because it's easier to just blame boogeymen and the Illuminati and all this. And it's like, well, at what point do we look at ourselves in the mirror and go, well, maybe I am like I am because I didn't do something that other people did. So anyway, all right. With that said, let's try this for 2 minutes. So let's try this. We can keep asking questions. There's so many people that want questions. We'll just kind of keep doing this. We're going to try stacking. This is my experiment. Can I have 500-600 people stack? And I have no idea. This may fail miserably. So everybody so one person asks a question while everybody stands up without talking. So we can do this. So everybody stand up, and we're going to keep asking questions. So you're going to be able to exercise while you listen to smart people. So this is what I train with this guy named Joe Schilling, who's a fastest knockout in history, and he was the world kickboxing Muay Thai champion. He says if you only have time to do one exercise, Tai, open up your hips. So he said he literally just sits there for like this for like 2 minutes. So it looks weird. Okay, what's our question?
Tai.
It does feel good though, man.
Yeah,
this one is like
I have a Tai.
Do it, brother. All right, who has a mic?
Tai.
Right there. All right, go ahead.
My question is, do you guys use notes to track your day, and how important are your note taking on a daily basis to accomplish your goals?
Can you say it one more time? Sorry. No, I didn't hear the beginning.
You've been distracted. How important is note taking on a daily basis to accomplish your goals?
Oh, there, you're there. Okay.
Oh. And my name's Herman Gomez.
Herman.
Yeah.
Like my friend. Man, I think if you don't sit in a chair 10 minutes a day with a yellow notepad and draw things out and write things out, you are making half as much money as you'll make by just doing that one simple habit. That is one thing. That is a game changer. All right, let's switch to one other thing. Now, actually, I don't know how we're going to do this in the group. But basically, you want to dorsiflex. So like you want to point your toes straight and try to stretch your calf and the whole back. I don't know if you guys can see. Just like I usually do it. You can do it by walking on your heels, but that was not going to work because we're going to rock and stretch. Just put your heel and try to like push backwards so you feel the stretch from your calf to the back of your knee. The reason I came up, by the way, with these exercises, you point your toe up like you're going to kick somebody. Then you put the down. Yeah. We need a camera. Basically, all you guys who are going to start getting in shape, I can tell you the 3 injuries you're most likely to have, and women. Something in the shoulder, rotator, labrum. Something in the knee, tear, ACL, or Achilles. That's why I said this one fixes the Achilles. And almost everybody's hips are too tight. That's from sitting. That's why I said you open up the hips, then you open. I basically try to not hurt any of the main parts that get hurt. I had this guy, I told this story, this is so funny. So I have these employees that, a lot of times they work at my house, and I have these amazing trainers come in, like the guy, you know, the Gracie, Horion, he invented the UFC and all that, and he's a red belt. He comes. So I had this programmer, worst out of shape guy, and I was like, you need to get in shape. He's like 45 years old. Okay, one other, next exercise, by the way, this is a weird one, but you just pretend there's a wall behind you and run your hands like this up. This opens up like your rotator and all that.
Like shoulder.
And you can try this. Go all the way, pretend there's a wall. So you go there, and you try to touch your palms on the wall. That opens up this whole rotator labrum. It's kind of weird looking, but you guys ever seen Conor McGregor warm up? He gets all like all that. So this ain't that weird.
That's what I like about paddles with Tai.
Why, they're weird?
Yeah, they're good.
Anyway, so this programmer, one of the Gracies comes, Henry Gracie comes, and he's like, dude, I used to be a black belt in karate. So I was like, okay, you can come spar with us. So he comes, he gets his little, I had extra gi, he puts it on. Now this guy, he sits at a desk eating M&Ms and smokes cigarettes. He's the least healthy guy I've ever met. But he swore to me he's a master of martial arts, right? So he comes, and when you do jiu-jitsu, you usually start on your knees facing each other. You don't stand up and wrestle, it's too aggressive. And you do, like, you give each other a high five and fist bump. So I go, you can go against the teacher. So he goes, pulled a muscle doing the handshake, fell, I kid you not, fell on the ground writhing in pain and left it. I'd never see him work out again. And my teacher was like, he got hurt and no one touched him yet. Like literally, the process of shaking his hand, it was so I hope nobody's that out of shape. That would be bad. A great one that we're not gonna do now, you should learn how to shadow box. Shadow box will change your life if you can just get your body moving a little bit. Maybe we can try a little bit.
It's gonna.
No punches. So you could just do uppercuts. Pro fighters will be like. I learned this when it's cold. Geronimo used to do these little. But try your footwork. Bounce back and forth. We're gonna do this for 30 seconds. No, it's bounce back and forth, not kicking. Yeah. But while you're doing this, pretend you're Canelo or Triple G.
Shadow box.
Some of you remember it's from the elbow. There we go. There you go.
Come on, bro.
All right, now cool down. Cool down. I see the pro fighters here.
Yeah, I know.
You fighting? Give him we got a mic. That's a good one. If you go like this for like 2 minutes real fast and bounce around. Here, can we bring a mic up here? We got a portable one.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Great coaches, correct?
You can come up here by Alex.
Perfect. All right. So I've been seeing some of your coaches. And, I'm a boxing instructor myself in downtown.
By the way, go back. We're just going back. Try to open up the hips again.
And so,
try to get your butt way far back and way forward.
We all do this while you talk.
And so, your instructions are great. There's just a little tip I would like to give you when you're doing your uppercuts. When you're punching this way, and you're not. All your power comes from the bottom, from your feet. So when you're doing your uppercuts, you're dropping your right hand. Instead, if you even look at Mike Tyson, when you drop your hip down and you come here and you twist off that back foot and you keep your hand right here, you come up and you're safe. So when you're doing that uppercut, come here because it's like a gun. It's always loaded.
So we got. Well, I'm gonna tell you. So I have a teacher that has a different philosophy.
I've seen that. Yeah.
So I train with a guy named Ricky Funes. He was saying on uppercut, come up like Mike Tyson. My teacher says he's a street fighter. He's been in 38 street fights. I said, how many did you lose? He said, 1. I said, how'd you lose? He said, never act tough and take your shirt off. He did. You know how you do that thing where like, oh, you want to fight? Okay. He took his shirt off and the guy went, boop. And he said, I woke up on the ground. So his whole strategy in a street fight is he says anytime you project, so when you come low, the guy knows what you're doing. So he does everything you can't tell. But you're right, for power.
Yeah, and just like you said, Conor McGregor's shoulder. Everything comes from his shoulder. Everything comes from right here. Always thinking defense, never thinking
What's your business?
I train in people in person. I treat them boxing, and I do flexible dieting.
So now my question is,
yes,
how can I transfer that to online? Because my vision is to be able to
do the Dorsey flex again. Point the heel down, toe to the ceiling, toe to the ceiling.
Left hand here too.
Yeah, you can do that too, but no, that's going to hurt people here. You're in better shape. Point the heel. Who here's calves are tight? Everybody's. You crazy if you think your Achilles aren't tight. And I'm trying to warn you, I don't want to get in trouble. Then I said people should start working out, and then you get a gym membership, and then you come in here in a stretcher. Like, Tai told me to work out. All right, everybody, take a seat. You feel a little better?
If I want to transition from
to online?
To online, what's your advice?
Who here is in the fitness space? All right, I'm going to tell you my advice for fitness, but this applies to all of you.
He's always testing.
I'm going to quiz this room, see if you guys are learning. My goal is for you guys to leave smarter than me. What are the two things when you're designing your website, your whole business, the two core things you have to understand? I talked about it with my friend Ryan. Underlying desire. What's mechanism? Fitness is very easy to sell. I had a guy come to my house like last year. I did this influencer party. He goes, Tai, you don't know me, but I started following you in 2015. I had no money. I was basically about homeless, and now I'm making $500,000 a month in the fitness business. He's like one of the top guys on ClickBank selling fitness products. And what'd you say? Is that you? Oh yeah, Wesley. There's a guy named Wesley. And he's like, now I'm making, $500,000 a month. Pretty good change from 0 to $500,000 a month. And so the thing that's cool about some of these businesses you guys are trying to do, like the one on the website where we were talking, all these websites except the soul healing, soul medicine, which is more complex, they're very simple underlying root desires. What do you think most people want from a personal trainer?
Results.
Fitness is too general. Be very specific.
Hello.
Lose weight. Lose weight is by far the biggest health issue in America for people who go to gyms or trainers. There is another percentage of men who want muscles, and there's a smaller section of women who want to be super muscular, but it's much smaller. How many women here goal is to be extremely muscular? How many dudes wouldn't mind if they had, Rome has like 22-inch biceps. What guy here would be super pissed if he just woke up with like 20-inch guns? No guy, but some women would be. If you woke up with Rome's arms, Kate, can you stand up next to Rome? Let's just picture this for a second. Let's give a flex there. Uh-oh. But if you had arms like Rome, you would get a lot of looks. People, you look like an alien. But guys don't care. There's guys who put synthol in their arms and have like 26 inches. Anyway, my point being, the health market is easy to figure out the underlying desire. So it's usually losing weight. It's sometimes muscle. And overall fitness, but that's too vague of one. What's the next thing you do after you have the underlying desire? Mechanism. How are you going to actually get people to lose weight? And there's so much opportunity in fitness. Just let's come up right now. I'm going to show you who wants to know, who doesn't have a business idea right now? Who does not have a business idea and wants one? How to make money online. I'm going to show you a simple one. I'm going to give it to you absolutely free. I think if you guys want to go.
Say it again?
Yeah. I think give the panel a hand, by the way. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to give you 10, I'm going to give you 5. Let's just do 5 businesses. Always build the business off the mechanism because it's easy to come up with underlying desire. People want to sell their house, people want to buy a house, people want to be happier with their kids, blah, blah, blah. Okay. 5 business mechanisms that can be turned into a business immediately. Now, one thing you need to notice, they need to be specific, simple, and understandable. SSU. Write that down. SSU. Always remember that. Specific, simple, and understandable. If it violates any of those, it's not a good mechanism. So, mechanism for health. You lose weight. All right, let's do this. How you can literally steal this. One thing, I have many things I'm not good at. One thing I'm good at, and I have a basically zero failure rate, is picking businesses that'll make money. I've never launched a business that didn't make money. I have plenty of other things I'm an idiot and make mistakes on, not this one. So I promise you each of these will make money if you can figure out how to do them. I'm not promising you to be a billionaire or millionaire, but these will work. How to lose, I don't know, pick a number, 18 pounds by following these 18 stretches. There you go. Notice there's a lot of stuff there. 18 and 18, it kind of go together. It's like poetry a little bit. It's like how Kanye West rhymes by using the same word over and over. How to lose 18 pounds by following these, or by doing these 18 stretches. Now, if I was able to fulfill that, and all you had to do every day was do 18 stretches, is that remotely intriguing? Have you heard that before? Is it simple? Everybody understand what I'm trying to say? What's SSU stand for? Specific. Is it specific? 18 pounds, 18 exercise stretches? Do you understand what stretches are? Every word, how, everybody knows. To lose 18 pounds. Figure out how to have people lose 18. I guarantee you can do it. Here's why. You pick 18 good yoga stretches that are hard to do, because some stretches, like in yoga, basically burn calories. Right? Like yoga sometimes is hard. You try to hold a pose for a long time, and you put in, when they buy the program, okay? When they buy the program, you also say, and of course, while we're doing the stretches, here's 18 meals that you eat per week. Divide these up. We design 18 simple meals, chicken breast, da 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 da. People are dumb. They don't know what to eat. So you could say, you could even add, how to lose 18 pounds by doing these 18 stretches and eating these 18 recipes. No, but do you notice it's like intriguing? Like, I know I'm going to have a winning idea when as I'm writing, I'm like, what are the 18, Tai? And I'm like, wait a second, I wrote it. Like, I intrigue myself, not to sound narcissistic, but it's like, it's kind of intriguing. I see it as a business. I bet you I can come up with 18 easily. No, I'm not going to do it. I gave it to you guys. I'm giving you guys businesses. I'm showing you how easy it is to have the initial seed of launching a business. Like, that's a good seed. You plant that seed, one of you are going to make money and tell me a story. And next time. That's all I ask. Give the testimonial. You don't have to pay me. Let's do another one. I said I'll give you 5. Another weight loss one. This would be targeted at men. So the underlying desire would be men to be seen as, not Adonis, tougher. Men like to be thought of as tough. Women, if you want to test this, just go to a restaurant and when there's like a whole bunch of people, a crowd, and just be like, there's a guy over there harassing me. Will anyone protect me? Dudes are like, they love that. I mean, God, even the scrawniest dude will be like, yeah, it's like in a man's DNA to try to be tough, right? So underlying desire is already there to be tough. If you build a course, this is a business I wanted to do. I'd love, if any of you want to do this with me, I had this in my mind for 10 years. Learn these 8 techniques to, this is a guarantee, my friend. Guarantee. Learn these 8 techniques to win any street fight. Lay down. Dudes around the way, especially if you get the right people teaching it. Remember, you don't actually have to, I don't teach all my programs. I bring in other smart people, Joe and, Jaden, all this kind of stuff. You just go to some ex-fighter and be like, give me 8 amazing, simple techniques. I can tell you one. The choke is the most powerful thing known to mankind. If you know how to sink a choke, you can beat 99% of people in a street fight. It's like, you don't want to punch, kick, nothing. You want to choke them. Choke is your weakest point. One of my nightclub mentors, when I owned nightclubs, his bouncer killed somebody accidentally choking him. They brought the dude out in a chokehold. It was a big guy like Rome. When they got out of the club, they're like, okay, you can go. And the guy, it was dead. Yeah, you don't want to kill people at a nightclub. It's tough on business. You get a few lawsuits for that. Guaranteed business. And what you do is you pivot it away from fighting into losing weight and being stronger using MMA training techniques. There's guaranteed 100 grand business if you do it right. I can't guarantee, but I guarantee I could make 100 grand. Probably $1 million. Okay? One for women that don't want to choke people out. You know that almost every serial killer in history has been a man? There's like 2 serial killer women. Men, testosterone is mean. Okay, number 3, for women. This is targeted at women. Underlying desire, getting married. $77 days to finding your husband. People will buy it. So it's a book, it's an online course. It's got 77 simple things, step by step, from start to finish. At the end, you found your husband or your money back. Seriously. Now, it doesn't mean you're married, but you found the kind of guy that you want to marry. Would any woman in here, if I had that and it was a perfected system, would anybody be interested at least of getting a free ebook on that? You're a woman? Oh, okay. 77. My friend made a program that probably made him, I don't know, 50 to 100 million bucks. I don't know exactly, honestly, but more than 30 million. Oh, sorry. Thank you. 3 questions that get the girl. He basically said if you ask a woman 3 questions, you can know exactly how to attract her to you. It's actually a fascinating system. It's a smart one, too. It's not dumb. It sounds gimmicky, but it's very well created. Okay? Don't do this business. He already has this one on lock. But I was just telling you. What are some things you've noticed in all of these have in common? Numbers. What are the SSU formula? What's more specific than a number? The 67 steps. Go in my mentor program and we'll do 12 phone calls, or 8. Now it's reduced to 8. I realized 12 was too many. My new program's 33 foundations, or 17. We're testing which one does better. Okay, I told you I'd give you 5 business ideas. Well, this one won't count because this is already done. So this is technically 4. Here, just yell out an underlying desire that you're interested in. Somebody. I did health, fitness. Insurance? What kind of insurance? Life insurance. Let's talk life insurance. You know how much money is in life insurance in the United States? $5 trillion. The total supplement market in America is $30 billion versus $5 billion. Some people sleep on life insurance. Life insurance. Who's the best person to sell life insurance to in a family? The wife, because men die early. Really, it's almost the number one predictor if you'll be a centenarian, live into your hundreds, is being a woman. Men, we just burn out. There's something wrong with this. We actually kill each other because we bought the course on 7 techniques to win any street fight. So somebody got to die. So number 4, so we'll talk about life insurance. Oh no, I got a better one. This is just a headline. It's a little shocky, but this will get clicks. How will you pay your mortgage if your husband dies and leaves you with the kids? I was like the first person in the world to sell life insurance online, a lead generation system. I know this business well. I know it'll work. Sell to the women. Because, see, that's where people get remember I said if you get the underlying desire incorrect, you build the wrong business? A lot of people build the business selling to the husband. The husband doesn't have the desire for the most part. He's dead. He doesn't care. So the wives care, so you sell to the wives. And very few people do that right. So there's a business that will generate a lot of leads that you can call on the phone. How will you pay your mortgage? Just a simple ad. And you tell a story. You know what I used to do? Tell the true story. My Uncle Bill, he married my Aunt Lisa. They had 2 kids, 5, my cousins. They were 5 years old at the time. She was the healthiest. She was actually like a college athlete, played Division I softball, all this stuff. She one day started feeling bad, and she got Lou Gehrig's disease, like what Stephen Hawking got. And you literally drown in your own fluid. She died 6 months later, like a horrible death. It's a bad way to die. Left my uncle with 2 kids. He had a full-time sales job. He had to quit the job, take care of the kids. Blue Cross only covered, in those 6 months, she needed 24-hour care. It only covered 18 hours of care. So the 6 hours of care that weren't covered times 5 months was $300,000. And so he ended up declaring bankruptcy. Kids, disaster. He had to move to North Carolina. When I lived in a mobile home, he came and lived with my mom and family and all of us. It's a nightmare, tough on the kids. The craziest story, and I'll tell people this about life insurance. 1 year before, at her job, my Aunt Lisa that died, she was offered life insurance for $20 a month for $300,000. And she was afraid of the blood test, so she didn't get it. If a salesperson would have had a convincing story and really sold her on how important it is to protect your family, changed the complete trajectory of my uncle and 2 kids. They're still affected. It took them 10 years. Sometimes when you go bankrupt bad enough, not only do you lose money, but you're discouraged, your dopamine receptors are shed. If she had just done that, and so when you should have an emotional story right there on the website. You're just like, there's a true story of a woman, and you tell 2 stories. Here's a woman who got her husband to pay $50 a month, or family paid and didn't. So, okay. And then so this is the underlying desire. What would be the mechanism of fixing that? Life insurance. That's the easiest mechanism in the world. It's just life insurance. There's no complicated thing. All right, what is another underlying desire? Somebody's home-based business is broad. Oh, okay. Okay, it's not broad. Sorry. Go. What are a few more? What is the one somebody's saying? Riding a motorcycle? What do you sell? Motorcycles?
Yeah, motorcycle dealership marketing. I'm SMMA, so I wanted to...
Okay, let's try one I haven't thought through. Make it harder for me. Underlying desire. Oh, did you see that snap that I posted? When I was in New York, I walked by a Harley Davidson thing. They had a little sign. What did it say again? It was something like, dang it, I can't remember. You should use that ad. So what I think most motorcycle people either want to be tough, want to be cool, want to be free, right? We are tough and cool. We are. See? Okay. So basically, is this 5? This is 5. Well, one didn't count because it was my friend's business. You can't steal his business. How would I what is the way? So the mechanism is just get a motorcycle.
But how do I make the actual,
So you need the landing page headline.
Essentially, yeah. Go on the other side. How do I get them into the dealership? Give away something for free.
There you go. Let's go with that angle. Many angles. Mechanism. So the mechanism, I like this. Who said give away stuff? Every month, one person gets a free motorcycle. How much does a motorcycle cost, the average one?
About $7,500.
Oh yeah, this is a no-brainer. It's cheap. And what's your actual costs? If you're selling them for $7,500? Are these like mopeds? Are motorcycles only $7,500? And these aren't Harleys, right? Okay, easy, man. Once a month, have videos of you giving away a free motorcycle. That's a no-brainer, boy. You just give away motorcycle. I mean, Toyota is so smart and so dumb. Like, I want to call Toyota and be like, do you want me to make you the biggest social media account, bigger than Ronaldo, bigger than Selena Gomez? Give away a car an hour.
How would you persuade the owner?
You know how many Toyota extra cars they have? They can't sell for whatever reason, the color paint. Give away a car an hour for everybody who follows them on Instagram. The world would follow Toyota. I'm serious. It'd be 0 people they're so dumb. And total cost would be like, let's say, $50 million a year. They probably spend $2 billion on advertising. What would you rather have? TV commercials that go away, or 100 million people following? This is the opportunity for the social media marketing people. But for you, easy. You give away one motorcycle a month. You have a video after you do your first one on the homepage. Who wants a free motorcycle? This is the simplest thing ever. Join our raffle. Boom. And you can do lots. You could take that to the nth degree. You pick semifinalists. And so let's say 10,000 people join your list. What city are you in?
Denver, Colorado.
Denver, Colorado. So let's say 10,000 people join per month. You run some Facebook ads, okay? The other thing you can do is say, you and your friend join. Tell all your friends, because if they win, you both get a motorcycle. I kind of pioneered that thought. I've never seen someone do that.
How would you sell the owner on that? Because that's a pretty hard sell.
It's $7,500 of marketing spend. Is he a moron?
Yes.
Okay. Find a different boss.
He's not Tai Lopez.
Yeah, but there's lots of smart people that are me. I mean, lots. There's millions. So you basically go, then you pick semifinalists, pick like 500 semifinalists, and be like, they got to be there in person, where you draw it out of the hat. Then you got 500 people in the dealership. You pick one winner. There's 499 that you get there and go, hey, I could probably work you a deal if you want one. I guarantee you'll sell, out of 500 people, you sell 10 or 20 of them.
Wicked. Thank you.
Who thinks that's a good idea? I think it's a good idea. That's an easy idea. You guys have to know, I mean, people are so complicated. That's another thing, what I was telling you. Read history. Okay, note to everybody here. Homework assignment. Practical tip of the day. I shouldn't call it homework because it doesn't sound. What's more reward bias? Homework or practical tip? Practical tip. Okay. Practical tip number whatever we're on. 14, 16. Read The Lessons of History by Will Durant. Probably the best historian alive. Well, he's not alive. But of the last century. You should understand history, just like you should understand psychology. You can figure all this stuff out. And one of the and you should also study war. War is if you could, I know, who here hates war? War, like isn't interested in studying war at all. Okay, you need to study war to prevent war. And you also need to study war to be good at business. It's just the perfect analogy for business. Even though it's not violent, hopefully you're not bombing your competition or something like that. But the analogy holds very well. And one of the analogies that holds well when we're talking about this motorcycle thing is war. You know that war, who here has ever studied war strategy? It's very simple. There's like flanking. You guys know what flanking is? It's like you kind of come around the side, right? And about 90% of the time, if you flank, you win. It's like what's simpler, like let's say there's this row and there's me and my guys. If I can send 5 of them to run around the hall and come down there from the side, I win. Like almost always. You get shot all the way down. That's what they used to do in like wars. You try to get on the trench. Instead of shooting at the trench, you shoot the flank, right? They have another word for it. That's a complicated word. I forget. I'll remember in a second. But in business, people are looking for these like major breakthroughs. And I'm like, what if it's just give away stuff to get a bunch of customers in your motorcycle store? No one will believe me. I often say the things that are true, they're too true to believe. If you give away enough motorcycles, 500 people will show up. A motorcycle is $7,500. Who here likes motorcycles and might possibly show up at a store if you were named a semifinalist and they were going to pick it? Yeah, it's like all motorcycles. If it's 20 minutes away, I'm like, I'll go. So you get 10,000 people. You send 500 of them. You won. Randomly pick it. Be honest. I want to randomly pick 500. Put the names in a fishbowl. Have a pretty girl in a motorcycle outfit there. Pull one out. You might want to do that once a week. I've grown my Facebook at 1 million a week. I did an experiment. I grew 4 million. I was the fastest growing Facebook in the world. It's not that hard. Just give away. I gave away like once an iPhone. I mean, it's funny. People are like, what's this powerful strategies? I'm like, flanking, gift giving. They're like, no, it can't be that. You have to be some other kind of genius. No. Life's simple. I read this book on jiu-jitsu. The guy was black belt. He's like, dude, I always do 3 moves. That's all. I won all the championships. Do like basically 3 moves. Even my teacher, Higa Machado, he's like, Tai, learn butterfly guard and arm bar and that. And he picks them based on me. So everybody's different. So each of you don't need 63,000 techniques to win at business. Pretty much what we talked about today. Now, there is one thing where you need more specifics. That's why I was doing these websites. Website design is moderately tricky. Maybe it's kind of tricky. The reason websites are complicated is you got to plug in payment options. You need to build funnels. It's a little more advanced. Does that make sense? Like the analogy of war, it's like building a helicopter. Like, it's pretty simple. If you can get your helicopters to flank around the side, you win, but building the helicopter is a little tricky. So I want to talk about automating income in this last session here. I don't want to keep you guys too long. But I want to talk about automating income with the internet. Okay? Is that a good subject you guys want to hear? Yeah. Yes, question. Yep. Like pricing? That's a good question. How do you price things? I'm going to try to get to that. That is one of the ones that's slightly complicated. But the simple answer is you have to split test. But I did a split test. First time I started split testing pricing, 2008. Jeremy, who works for me, I said, test this for me. Months later, I came back. I said, well, how did the test results go? And this is when I was making about 100 grand a week at the time. So I was making 4 or 5 million bucks a year. And he goes, or the business was making 4 or 5. I said to him, like, what'd you find? And he goes, dude, we've been mispricing everything. And we actually found women, we should price one price, and men, we should price different. And I was like, well, how much money did we leave on the table by pricing incorrectly? He's like, dude, 2 years ago, if you had priced the correct way, which I found, you'd had 8 million net more in your bank account. So I call it my $8 million mistake. It's a very painful one. Now, guess what's something I test right away? Price. No more $8 million mistakes. You know, I would have an extra $8 million bucks. Let me tell you how nasty it is to not have $8 million. If I would have had the $8 million, it would have been profit, by the way. Put it in the bank account. Okay, let's say I lived another 50 years. And let's say I could grow the money at 8% a year. So using the rule of 72, if you can make 8% a year, it'll double every 9 years. So if I live 50 more years, it would double roughly 5 times, right? So let's do the math together. 8 million, what's doubling once? 64. Who likes to lose $250 million? Now, obviously there's inflation, so the money's worth less, but still, no one wants to lose $256 million. Had I known that and invested at 8%, maybe I'd have $256 extra million when I die. So pricing is huge. Let me see if I can get into that. For those of you already coming who didn't make it to my last master plan, that's what I'm doing a special master plan one in my house. Who, raise your hand if you're already coming, because I did one, I could only hold, no, it's at my house in LA. I did the master plan one. I saw like 10 people. Yeah, I can hold 102 people basically in my house without being too crazy. And we had like 115 or 20 sign up. So we spilled over. I decided to do it in November, but there's one in November. I'm gonna go a whole day on this, but I'm gonna try to get as much as I can. Obviously, I'm not gonna go for 8 more hours on this. We'll be dead, and they'll kick us out of this hotel. So let's go into the automation of income using a website. Here's the cool thing about the time in history you live right now. It's never been easier to launch, test, and profit in an automated basis now. I'm just gonna give you a practical example. In 2014, my cousin, you know Maya that's here, my cousin? Her brother, my other cousin, Aaron, he goes, Tai, I am going to med school and I need a job for 2 months. Can I work for you? This is 2014, right, Maya? 67 steps, 2014, right? So 2014, so he goes, I need a project. What can I do for you? I'm like, I couldn't think of anything, but he was asking me for help. So I said, you know what? Buy a whole bunch of whiteboards. And I was building a training program for my employees. Employees are always very frustrating, just so you guys know. Like Joe Soto has 8 kids. Tai Lopez, I got 70 employees. It's like having 70 kids. So Joe, I know you don't sleep much with 8, but 70 is even worse. And so I was like, I'm gonna build a training program. Everything I've learned from my mentors, I'm gonna write it down and I'm gonna put it in a training manual. And every time someone comes to work for me, I'm like, study this. If you don't learn it, I'm gonna fire you, right? That's basically the thing. So I said to my cousin, buy 10 whiteboards. I'm gonna sit with you for a couple days and write out everything that my mentors have ever taught me. So he wrote out 3, were you trying to tell me something?
Joel's got to leave for his flight. Do you want him to come say bye, or are you good?
No, I'll see him soon. Okay. Tell him bye. Joel's not sentimental. We don't have to say goodbyes like that. I see him now. We're now in business again together. So I said, write out everything for me. So I would just tell him. And we ended up being 300 principles I learned from my mentors, and I wrote them all down. And then I was like, oh man, that's too many. There's zero way it's hard to teach people 5 things. It was like 300. So I told my cousin, can you consolidate it? And he goes, into how many? And I had just read an article that said the average person takes 66 days to learn a habit. So I said, do 66. And Maya came along, who was just here, and she's like, dude, that sounds like 666. It sounds like the devil. I don't know why. So I was like, all right, add one more, 67. That's literally where 67 steps come from. So my cousin, who's making I'm paying him like $20 an hour or something to just do some 2 months work, he helps me write it all out. And I went to Palm Springs. You guys need a business retreat area in your city. I picked Palm Springs years ago. I'm going to Palm Springs Sunday. I got to Palm Springs. I'll talk about that in a second. How to create business retreats, thinking retreats. I went to Palm Springs. I recorded a few of these 67 steps, like the first one, second one, third one. He helped me organize it. We uploaded them. I remember the day. I think it was July 25th, 2014. And I had built a small email list, probably under 10,000 people, of people who followed my book reviews. That's it, just book reviews. I said, I want to get paid to read. I had other businesses going, unrelated to what you guys know me doing now. So I go to Palm Springs. I said, let's send an email to 10,000 people. Who wants the 67 steps? And I charged, I think it was $1, right, Maya? $1 or $10, something teeny, because I wanted to just test pricing. You got to know test pricing versus full pricing. So I sent out an email on the right when we checked out of the hotel. We're driving back to LA, and all of a sudden people were buying it. And I was like, okay. Then we raised the price a little bit. I remember in August 2014, I made $10,000 in 1 month from that program. But I hadn't recorded all the steps. So you get 1 step a day. So I had to stay ahead of people. Like the person I bought 5 days ago, like I got to record day 6. So I actually ended up getting behind. So I got like stuck at like number 30. But by December 2014, I had finished. I remember being like, Tai, why'd you make it to 67 steps? Because they were like an hour each. I'm sitting in my basement every day for like 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. But finally I finished it. I believe I finished in December 2014. Okay. And then I raised the price to $1 per video. So it's 67 videos. It's basically $67 plus I built a VIP ongoing coaching for another $69 a month. So last time I worked on the 67 steps, 2014. And it's had more students go through it than huge universities. I mean, it's had hundreds of thousands. I think it's at maybe a little under 200,000 people have gone through that program. It's made, I don't know, 20 to 40 million bucks.
How's the upsell? An accelerator upsell?
Yeah, we have an upsells part of it. But my point being, I don't do anything with it, and it makes money. What's the definition of automated income? I mean, building something in 2014 and never checking it again. Now, you have to check your funnels on the front end because you have to redesign the funnels. But point being, that thing, I remember it got up and it was making like, I don't know what it's at now. It was making like $400,000 a month on recurring people paying for the ongoing training. It's not bad. That means I could not work 1 day and I'd still make 400. That was back then. Now I have other income sources, but just that one thing making me 400, making me basically around $12,000 to $13,000 a day. Zero work. I didn't have to get out of bed. It's good money, right? Now, I'm not promising everybody's going to be able to do exactly like that, but the principle that I built is I've seen and helped people build it over and over again. So that's what I'm going to talk about now. For those of you coming, the few of you here that got the ticket from the last time, the spillover ticket, I'm going to do a whole day on specifically website, creating a web, because it has to be a website. I know of no other business that you can build automated like this. Because remember, people can say, well, I can automate a pizza store by just having my employees run it for it. No. If you ever had employees, if you leave your pizza restaurant for 2 years and don't walk in, do you know what that pizza restaurant is going to look like? First of all the cash will be stolen. I've been in the cash business, boy. There's no cash business that doesn't get robbed. So if you don't walk in the pizza place for 2 years, you're robbed, number one. Number two, do employees really care that much about your customer? No. But with a website, you set stuff up, and it's a machine delivering it. And machines don't make mistakes. As long as you keep your servers up, you buy 67 steps, you're getting as good of experience today as when I first built it. There's nothing changed. It's just robotic. So it's basically, they talk about artificial intelligence, robots thinking for us. Forget that. Who here would like a robot making you money? What's another word for a website? It's literally, if we showed websites to somebody from the 1800s, they'd be like a robot or a demon or something like that, right? It's like a talking thing on a screen. How'd you get the little people in there? All that kind of stuff. It's a robot. So that's the future for a lot of you. Some of you are going to build offline businesses. Some of you are going to do it. But even the offline businesses. I was one of the first people to advertise on Google. I was on Google AdWords in the second month it existed. And I did the same thing with an offline business. So I was in the financial services business. My business partner, John DeWar, and I, we had a business. We were doing wealth management, insurance, investments. The hardest part of there is getting new customers. Because I was 22 or so. No one wants to do financial services with me. And he was 30, roughly. And he was still young, and we weren't from the South. We lived in North Carolina. If you know anything about the South, it's a good old boy network. People from the South, I don't have a Southern accent. So we're like, how are we going to get customers? I said, well, why don't we build robotic income? He's like, what do you mean? I said, I had no money. So I was like, you put 100 grand in. He had a little bit of money. You put 100 grand in, I'll build it. And he was smart. He didn't give me 100 grand up front. He was like 10 grand. Then he watched I did some work. And he wasn't paying me. He was paying for building the websites and this stuff and marketing and testing Google ads. Same thing. We tested. We built it. He put in about 200 grand. And all of a sudden, we were getting leads pouring in. I built a website. I'm not sure if it still is up. Can you look this up? Lifeinsurancetricks.com. It's funny. I built this, and it has been copied. 1,000. There's 1,000 websites, but I think we still own the original domain. Josh, you there? Adrian? Lifeinsurancetricks.com. No, not lifeinsurance.com. I wish I owned that. That's a $10 million domain. Yep, it's still there. That's my business partner, John. Go down. There's me. That thing's been running for over a decade. I haven't even looked a decade. Robotic income. That business has made millions and millions of dollars. I sold my house. I used to own it 50-50. Years ago, I sold it to John because I moved from North Carolina to California. But that was an offline business. We built 6,000 customers in 1 or 2 years in financial services. You know how hard it is to get 6,000 customers in financial services? Like, most people take 30 years to do that. I didn't know that was hard. One good thing for all you people that don't know what's hard or not, you're just like, okay. I didn't know it was hard to do. People told me later, like, what? How'd you get 6,000? Most wealth management companies have maybe 200 clients. So we had 6,000. It's still a business. It's still a business to this day. That thing will run for 30, 40 years, is my guess. Now, it should be improved a little bit, but anyway, who here likes these ideas? Automate, robotic income. I'm telling you, by the way, for all of you who think it's not possible, Samir, Juan. Yeah, but I'm just saying, showing you regular. Sometimes when I say Netflix, people are like, yeah, but Reed Hastings is this super genius who maybe started with a lot. Reed Hastings was a pretty smart guy. Warren Buffett, he went to where'd he go? Not Columbia, but top school, had Benjamin Graham mentor him. People get intimidated. I'm just here to tell you, average people are doing things like this now. And I'm thinking of writing another book called Third Wave. Third wave. Let me show you this. This is how the world works. There's 3 waves to everything that you want. That's good. It's kind of a cool name for a book, right? Third wave for a business book. I'll show you why. So you have the first wave. Actually, this will be the third wave. You know that waves, who here surfs? I don't know how to draw waves. It looks like sharks. Actually, damn it, I ruined it all. Wait. That is exactly not what I wanted to show you. Okay. Now, this is supposed to be the waves that are going to curl that way. Who here surfs? You know, waves come in sets, right? And depending on where you are, they come in different size sets. But they generally come in sets of smaller to bigger. And then after they hit big, they go small again. Am I right, surfers? Roughly? Good way? Okay. So everything starts as first wave. So here's a good example. 1994, the internet launches, and there's lots of little random stuff. In those, let's say 1994 to 2004, did the people we know of now, were they billionaires then? Jeff Bezos? No, because the opportunity was a little bit what? Is it bigger or smaller? Smaller. Jeff Bezos was almost broke by 2004. Like, Amazon went well and then crashed, and everybody's like this. Go back and read articles in 2001 about Amazon. This is like, this is a stupid business. It'll be done. Okay. And these waves tend to come, I think, in 10-year general cycles. So we look at 1994, God, I drew this backwards again. Damn it. All right. As you can tell, I haven't written out the book yet. It should be this way. Small waves, big. Okay. Does that look more? It looks like mountains. Here's a dude surfing. How about that? Okay. We got my man surfing here. Okay, this was 1994 to about 2004. Waves of 10. And a lot of waves, aren't sets around 5 to 10 waves usually? Something like that? Okay, not a big surfing crowd. All right, that's first wave. Not a lot of money's created for anybody. There's some little bubbles and stuff like that. I was with a guy, Naveen Jain, last weekend, who built a company in this first wave, went to $8 million and then back down to $250 million. It's quite a nasty fall, so it wasn't worth that much money then. Now, second wave, what started around 2004? No, the internet started in 94, really. Amazon started in 1994. MySpace and Facebook. MySpace started, so if you guys saw my Snapchat, I've become pretty good friends with Tom, the co-founder of MySpace, and he started around 2002, 03. So you have this wave, okay, 10 years, right? Goes to like 2014. Okay, what happened here? Was wealth created for people? Serious wealth. You had Instagram, and the fall, Kodak went bankrupt in 2012. So you had complete disruption of a 100-year-old mega brand, Kodak, gone. Replaced by a young kid, Kevin Systrom, in California, and 25 employees. Boom. So second wave. Money's created. Zuckerberg becomes, remember he turned down $1 billion for his company? That's first wave. Snapchat even came in here. The rise and fall of MySpace, Facebook. But MySpace, Tom didn't do too bad. He sold it for $500 million.
What is he up to now?
He took the money and been chilling for 10 years. Exactly. Tom's like, I take pictures. That's all I do. He's like, I never have to work a day in my life. No, you sell a company for $500 million, you never have to work a day in your life. He might be there on. I'll try to have him come teach at my house. He won't. He doesn't like to come to these bigger ones. That's why I do the smaller ones. I can sometimes get people that I can't convince to come to a big audience. So, second wave, money's created. But what do you think is going to happen in this third wave? Which wave's bigger? Is going to be big. So you got 2014 to about 2024. And it's not an exact 10 years. It could be a little bit. It could be 3 more years. And then what's going to happen is, most likely, all this stuff you learned here is going to stop working. Because AI is going to come out. Virtual reality. People aren't even going to use websites anymore, you know. So you're going to have to relearn everything. That's the bad news. The good news is everyone in this room's in third wave right now. So how do we take advantage? You want to be in the third wave. And this cycle, by the way, I just read a fascinating book. I thought this was new. It's not new. Cycles like this have been going. Did you know the previous cycle was the Bill Gates cycle? Being born in like the mid-1950s, there's actual waves. Just so, because some of you skeptics might think, oh, but Tai, it just keeps going forever. No, it just keeps getting bigger. It doesn't. You can correlate when billionaires were born is a big part of why they're billionaires. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, almost the same birthday. A class is you know, the being born in the 1850s is one of the biggest predictors of becoming a billionaire. Guess who was born in the 1850s, roughly, that wave? Rockefeller, Carnegie, Ford. I mean, it's just like, wow. I read a crazy book. This is where I started realizing this wave is continuing. So the reason being is there has to be certain economic tools in place to be. You couldn't become a billionaire in the 1600s. There's no laws. There was no Constitution. There was no America. It was harder to become a billionaire in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Do you know how few billionaires? Just Google this. How many billionaires were alive in the 50s? It's a teeny number compared to now. Teeny number. Because the tools and mechanisms were there as a corporate world. You got to remember, between basically end of World War II, 1940s, 1980s was a corporate age. And the guys that were rich were like Tom Watson. He created IBM. Then that was like first wave back then. Or you could, actually first wave was like Rockefellers. They died though in like the 30s. You see a lot of those dudes died like, I think Rockefeller died 1 year after the big crash. So he died like right after 1929, early 30s. Then there was a kind of no one had money then. So you remember, we could hit a recession where for 10 years, things are tough for all of us. That's what happened. If you were our age in 1931, it doesn't matter how smart you were, things were tough. And then World War II came and revitalized the world, ushered in the corporate age, 1940 to about late 1970s. And what happened in the late 1970s? People born in the 50s by the name of Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, they come around. What happens in the late 1970s or 1980s? It becomes second wave. So these little waves are 10-year ones. There's also like 100-year ones. This thing, as far as you want to go down the rabbit hole of thinking through this, you can go further. But the first waves was like these Rockefeller, Carnegies. Then you had the Bill Gates. Now there's never been a time. Evan Spiegel was a billionaire at 24. Never happened. The waves, the big cycles are getting even bigger. This never happened. It's much better to be a billionaire at 24. Warren Buffett became a billionaire at 60. Who here would rather be a billionaire at 60? It's not that cool. If you're 90 and you have a Ferrari, you look like an idiot. You know what I'm saying? I see that in Beverly Hills. Like Beverly Hills is the land of like old dudes with just like Ferraris and girls that are just composed from, they're like sculptures, like pink, let me put this on your face, and just so much plastic surgery, and I'm just like, I don't want to be like that, right? So within this big wave here, there's the little wave. There's a third wave inside the third wave. That's what we're in now. Rockefellers, the Gateses, now we're inside the young. And it's better to be rich young. I even saw Bill Gates do an interview. He said he'd give away all his money if he could be 20 years younger. All of it. He's like 68 now, 4, 6, something like that. Bill Gates. I just heard an interview. It's a good one. It's when he gave his Harvard speech. You know, he gave a speech at Harvard commencement. Listen to the whole thing. He literally goes, the guy asked him, if you could be 10 years older, would you give up all your money? And he goes, nope, but for 20 I would. So this third wave is the best time to be alive because you can actually, I'm dropping blueberries everywhere here. And the third wave, you can actually be young enough and have the money. Look at these guys that are all on this panel. But especially look at Jaden. Jaden is going to make $1 million at 22. I didn't make $1 million at 22. Who here who's making money now made $1 million at 22? 1, 2. How old are you now? 27. So you're still young. So you guys got to catch the wave within the wave, which is the third wave. And 2014, I tell you why I think it was 2014. 2014 is like the year that like the internet fully won. And if you don't think it's fully won, ask Walmart. Walmart is the most powerful corporation of Sam Walton was the richest guy of the last 100 years. It's in relative shambles. Sears, I just saw, you know how many stores, there'll be 100 retail brands go out of business in the next 18 months, they project. 100. It's a great, but you guys should be more excited at the opportunity. The opportunity is pinch yourself, everybody pinch yourself. That's why I said, stay healthy, guys. Get up from your computer, open up the hips, Open up the heels. Are you going to be one of these, you know, Beverly Hills old dudes? You're going to need help getting in and out of your Ferrari. Really, you're going to need help. So how do we take advantage of the current third wave? So you got to understand what's happening in the wave within the wave. It'd be a cool book, right? This book? Don't say yes if you don't think so. Do you actually think it'd be a good one? I like negative. I like people not liking my ideas, but I think this one is good because it's accurate and it's optimistic. People like those two things. So here's what happened in 2014. The internet fully won, okay? Because there was still like fighting. It's like, oh, no, people, Netflix fully, who gets DVDs mailed to them? Anybody weird here? Okay, one. Sorry, I'm not calling you weird, but it's okay if you like. The answer is my 99-year-old grandma. Whatever my 99-year-old grandma is doing, you don't want to be doing. She is always 10 years behind. She's like, Tai. She's 99. She's going to be 100 in February if she makes it that long. She said to me, there's this new thing. I don't know if you know about it. Netflix will send you DVDs. I didn't want to say anything. I was like, oh, that's fascinating. I'm going to have to try that out. But 2014, ain't nobody. After 2014, especially 2017, it's done. Postal's done. How many of you really buy stuff on Amazon now? I mean, Amazon is powerful. Women, how many women here, or men, now buy some clothes online? Just some, maybe not all. How many, 10 years ago, were you buying your clothes online? It's almost none. Even 5 years ago. Social media, when did it really kick in? Like, we were hearing about Instagram in 2012, but like, how long has everybody here been on Instagram for? What year? 2013. 15, 14. If you look at the average of this room, it's around 2014 we bought in. But Instagram started, what, 2010, I think. Okay? So, most powerful online digital media is Facebook, has 2 billion users. What's happening in newspapers? They lost. They just done. What's happening? I mean, it's the destruction of half. What happened with even taxis? You know, taxis is a 200-year-old business. They had taxis in the 1700s. I mean, Uber is now worth $70 billion. Now, when did Uber start? Who knows the answer to this? Google it. None. Who here was using it in the first wave? Who here was using Uber, in wave 2, between 24 and 2014? Anybody here using Uber that much? Who here has used Uber in the last 3 years a lot more than 5? Everybody using you. Airbnb displacing hotel. Boy, hotel business must be nasty. Rental car company, oh my gosh. Who here is in the rental car business? Please change businesses. Unless you're renting out Lambos or something. It's a tough business. You know this Zip car thing where you could like rent car? This is done. It's done. So, what's not done? And what can we grab a hold of? Okay. Write this down. There's going to be some characteristics of things. I believe, and I mentioned one of these already, we're in, forget automatic income, it's a robotic income time. And as I told you, I'm trying to back this up with statistics, but also I got to put in a little of my own life experience. People can argue with me, but they can't argue with me that I use social media starting in 2014 to make something that made 20, 40 million bucks. I need to look it up, but it's a lot. It'll make $100 million, probably when it's all said and done. And it took me 67 hours to build. It's a good return on investment, right? I believe everybody in this room, even persons new to business, can build some form of robotic income. I don't overpromise. Most of you will not be able to build $20 to $40 million robotic income on your first try. Some of you will surpass me by a long shot. I don't care. I'm happy I would love. My greatest thing is like everybody is kind of on the stage over here. These people that kind of say, "Oh, Ty helped me at the start." Wouldn't it be a great story if they're all 3 billionaires? It's great to be a billionaire maker. I've determined if I'm a billionaire or not, it ain't gonna affect my life. I already have what I need in life. I don't really need more money. You know what I mean? Sometimes I need less headaches on certain things, but I don't really need to make more money. If I do, I do. Now I pretty much optimize my life, as I told you, around the day. I'm concerned about today. Do I like today? So far, I like today. You guys are great. You know, you guys are interested. It's a good group. The second is, believe it or not, it's going to be a psychology play. When I say play, I mean angle. Let me say angle. The third wave, you're going to understand psychology. It's going to be the reason I've been talking to you about and building psychology tests, it's going to be a psychology angle. Here's why. Robotic income. Are we the only ones in this world realize there's robotic income to be had? How many people out there realize you can make money online now? What would your guess? Out of 200 million adult Americans, how many do you think realize, man, there's some money to be made online? Well, no, I mean just realize it, not doing it. I would say almost everybody. Even my grandma realizes people making money online. I told you, when my grandma figures it out, everybody knows it. She's 99. Okay, so what the differentiator will be are the people who speak to their customers' psychology. You know, I said the 5 love languages book was good that we went over that. That's about love. Same thing about business. Your customers have to fall in love with what you do. And you know, I'm not perfect. There's a lot of people who don't like what I do. I talk about money, so it pisses off about half the planet because they've become robotic zombies that think anybody who breaks the status quo is scamming people. But there's a lot of people who love me. And not just me, but what I'm talking about. And so I've chosen to take a psychology angle that differentiates me from other people. And you need to do the same with your business. If you're doing personal fitness, if you're doing rental cars, if you're doing life insurance, you're not going to completely out-robot the other life insurance company, the other, you know, you're doing the soul medicine, the travel company. You will not completely out, but you can understand people better than other people. It's not hard. Nobody's going after this field. Psychological marketing, you would think all marketing would be psychological. It's not. If you don't believe me, ask somebody you think's good at marketing. Say, what are the 25 cognitive biases? And name them for me. 0 people can name all 25. I often do a contest in my office. If you can name 25. 0 people know all 15. Samir, are you here? Juan. Oh, they're in the hall. Those guys have memorized my 25 cognitive biases. And they're making, I mean, their first month they made 225 grand drop shipping stuff on Facebook. And they started, I didn't give them money. They came to one of my master plan seminars. They were at the first one I did. I've only done 2 ever. It's a crazy story. They understand psychology. So the psychology angle is going to be part of you catching the third wave. The third thing is you're going to understand websites and social media. All third wave people will be masters of website design, website optimization, funnel building. They got to be joined. Your social media. Like some people just have websites and they're dumb. That's what I'm saying about Toyota. Let's look at Coca-Cola. Pull Coca-Cola up. You know Coca-Cola is considered the #1 recognized brand in the world. #1. By name recognition. If you go to Madagascar, Somalia, Finland, they know Coca-Cola. So let's pull up Instagram.com/Coca-Cola. I want to show you how big the opportunity is, because you know you're in the right wave. Can you put it on there? You know you're in the big wave when the biggest brands in the world haven't figured it out. Remember I told you my 99-year-old grandma, if she knows it, it's too late. If the big brands haven't figured it out, you're early. Who wants to be early? Yeah, Let me just prove my point. I don't want anyone believing me just because I'm on stage. That doesn't mean I know anything. So 2.2 million followers. Just click on any post that you want. One of the top 3. 10,000 followers. Okay, let's go down. Let's look at a video. There we go. 51,000 views. Okay. My last go to Tai Lopez, Instagram.com/Tai Lopez. So they're getting about 10,000 Instagram.com/Tai Lopez. They're getting about 10,000 likes per picture and between, let's say, 50,000 views. The number one, now they have 2.2 million followers. I got 2.4. It shouldn't be that in the world. Why should I have more than Coca-Cola? It's bizarre. Just click on wherever you want. Just click into one of the videos. You have to click on one. So that one has 285,000 views. Okay, go back. Do one that's more me. That's a comedy one. Click into it. So that has 173,000 views versus Coca-Cola 50. They don't know what they're doing. Go to a picture. Their average one gets, I just posted a picture. There, I did do the one. Yeah, click. 47,000, go to the bottom there, you can see 47,000 likes. That was out of my plane during Vegas. Go to the picture before it, click into it. So they're getting 10,000, click the toilet one. 60,000 likes. Why am I? No, that's not mine. I said I should make this. I do not, I'm not that hardcore into reading. So, yeah, stacking, literally stacking. Hey Maya, check your WhatsApp. Okay, so when I see that versus Coca-Cola, I know I'm third wave, and we're early enough in it. Now notice one thing about Coca-Cola, what they're not doing, if you don't have a website you sell on your website, you cannot really sell actually on Instagram. They can't put their credit card number in on Instagram, right? They can't put it in on Facebook for the most part. They can't put it on YouTube. So you have to have a website. So what I'm saying here is the close merging of these two is what will allow you. So the integration, we'll call it. Remember, in the third wave, people had websites. Websites have been around since, 1990s. But social media integration, and here's why. Let me just show you this. Think of it this way. Here's your house, and you want people to see your cool house. What if you build a house and you forgot to build the door? How many people come in the house? You know how many websites there are in the world right now? At least 1 billion. So imagine a world where there's 1 billion houses and you're here and they're like, all want you to go in. Well, it's too many choices. It's too much. So what happens is, what you need is, and a lot of people have literal websites. Who here has a website that not many people visit? Just be honest. Okay? I'll tell you what you basically did. You built a house, very not steep roof, and you forgot to build a door. You don't have a door. No one ever goes into your house. You built this immaculate thing. You got products. There's no door. So when I say the integration, social media is represented by what? The door. Who here found me through social media? Raise your hand. Any form of social media. Who here found me by just going to my website, tailopez.com? Raise your hand. One. A lot of you have websites that are getting 1 versus 600. You're like a 600th of your potential. Who has a business making 10,000 or less per year? Be honest. What's a 600th of 10,000? 600 times 10,000? No? 600 times 10,000, 6 million. You probably could make 6 million a year. Gross. Totally realistic. Not everyone will do it, but it's somebody in this room going to make $6 million a month with their website. You can, if you don't know what you're doing, there's probably a 600x potential to what you're doing. That's the bad news. And the good news. Who here is making 100 grand? Yeah, a year. With the website. Revenue, people putting in a credit card on their website. Raise your hand. Or close, they're wiring you money by finding you. Okay, what's 100,000 times 600? Somebody here going to figure out how to make 60 million. You can probably, who here is making, let's just do a show of hands, 30,000 a year from a website? Raise your hand. 30,000 or less. 30,000 or less. 50,000 or less. 0 or less. Who here is making 0 from a website? Okay, I'm confused. What's the rest of the people? Or is everybody here billionaires? 100,000 or less. Raise your hand. Okay. Who hasn't raised their hand? Raise your hand. Okay, what are you guys making? I said 0 and I said... How much? You have a what? So even a solar. So remember what I said happened here? I said, what happened in third wave in 2014? What won? There is no brick and mortar business. You just haven't realized that yet. There are no there are vestiges. You know what a vestige means? It means like, you know people who lose their leg in a car accident? Sometimes they still feel their leg. It's called phantom pain or phantom feeling. That's what retail is. Few things will exist, gas stations. It's done, whatever you feel now. So solar business, okay, yes, you're going to have to go out to people's house. It's a physical thing. Whoever designs and integrates social media with solar website is going to make 600x the people who don't. How much does Amazon make right now? What's Amazon's revenue? Alex, what's Amazon's revenue? 150 billion. I saw Nordstrom's. You know, it's a huge brand owned by the Nordstrom family. What's Nordstrom's revenue? Can somebody Google? Anybody have Google? No? Alex, Nordstrom's. 14 million. So, I mean, billion, yes. And Amazon's 150. So what is that? 10x. So even the established brands are 10 times. They lost. They lost. And they're going down, by the way. And Amazon's going up. So I need you guys to catch the third wave. I want people to say, I went to Ty's conference and I didn't just pay money and not learn anything. I came out with something. So how do we integrate? And this is the final thing I'm going to talk about. If any of you, by the way, we'll talk about this later. If you want to come to this master plan seminar in November, I'm going to open it up. Yeah, some of you should come. Not everybody here, because I would say 20% of you, it will help you a lot. Because it's going to be only on the website integration. Like this conference, I have to touch on many things because not everybody's here for the same thing. But let's talk. I'm going to jam in as much as I can get in. Did you see my thing, Maya, that I wrote you? Can someone tell Maya to check WhatsApp and write it up here? Okay. How do you integrate tightly a website? Who here doesn't really have a website that's making the money? Raise your hand. Okay, so about half the room doesn't have a website. So first step, get a website. You can use Shopify. You can use WordPress. Those are two good ones. Write that down if you don't have a website. Shopify. Anything else I should add to that, Alex? ClickFunnels. Infusion, but Infusion, yeah, okay, you can do Infusion. Yeah, WordPress, I said. Namecheap is no, I'm talking about to build your actual website, not GoDaddy. Magento is very old. Okay. So, yeah, Wix. Wix is if you don't want to make any money. Tell your competitors about Wix. Be like, dude, I went to this conference. I learned about Wix. I went to this mastermind. Remember I told you my friend who doesn't like people that much, but he's really smart? So I go to this mastermind in New York. People paid like, a lot of these, who's been to a business mastermind ever? Most business masterminds in America are 25 to 100 grand. You come a few times a year. I did one 2 years ago. Who here was in my mastermind, my business builder? Anyone here? Yeah. So people paid 25 to 50 grand, and they stayed with, I worked with them for one whole year at my house. They came 4 to 6 times. I told them I was only going to do it once. I don't do that anymore because I travel a lot now. I don't want to do it like that. But my friend goes to this mastermind. Everyone there paid 25 grand. He goes, because he wants to learn from other people, but he doesn't want to help others. He's like the opposite of like a good Samaritan entrepreneur. So he goes there, and they're talking about landing pages and how to get more sales. And he's drawing these things, and just like, oh, you want to make your button like this, and you want this wording, and people are like, they know he's good. In the industry, he's just writing notes and taking pictures. At the end, we went to lunch. He got done. I'm like, because I know him. We were in business. I'm like, that doesn't sound like what actually converts. He's like, dude, I know. I just threw them off for 5 years. They'll be he literally puts up all his losing ideas and teaches them to people. It's, I mean, because what will happen is people will like put it up and be like, it's not converting, so they think it's something wrong. And he's like, I just got rid of a whole slew of competition for myself for 5 years. Oh, did you also see what I wrote?
I did, and I wrote you back, and I put a note.
Okay. Sorry, it's October 21st is my next mastermind. Okay, so, yeah, be careful who you learn from. Don't learn from my friend. So step 1, let's build the whole thing right now. As much as we can do in the remaining hour or something we have. By the way, those of you who end up coming to my master plan, I'm going to do a private dinner. I can't take everybody, obviously. It wouldn't be a private dinner if it was all of us. But a few of you I'll get to meet after this too. I'll try to say hello to everybody. I can't take pictures with everybody. I tried this at my house when I had 100 people, and it was insane. I was like, I'll take a picture and talk to everybody. And there was 105 people, and we started at midnight, and at 3:05 in the morning, Rome started getting mean. He's like, don't talk. Take a picture. Get the hell out of here. I got to go to bed. So now we have like 600 people. I'd probably die. But I'll try to do a group picture. That's what we did in there with like little groups. And okay, I can take pictures now, or I can do this. Which would you guys rather have? Okay, I can't do both. So number 1, this is a start from scratch, or you can redesign what you're doing now. Okay? Step 1, I'm going to recommend Shopify. Okay? I'm just going to pick one. There are other alternatives. ClickFunnels is one. I don't work for Shopify. I'm not even an affiliate. So I don't make a penny off this. And yeah, but you could use ClickFunnels, possibly WordPress, but they don't have Shopify and ClickFunnels. I'll just put that up there. Or ClickFunnels. Not Wix, please. No, not GoDaddy e-commerce. No. Sorry?
What about Squarespace?
Yeah, Squarespace. These are more like placeholder. I'm trying to talk about a site that people go and they buy stuff. Okay? So you can do it many different ways. Yeah, you can do many ways. You can have your members area hosted, like on MentorBox. We have our software. That's a little too advanced. Let me just go through this. Then I'll try to get more and more advanced. For those of you come into the master plan, we'll go like super, because we have a whole day to just do this robotic income concept. Okay, so number 2, we basically have set up Stripe. For most things, you can use Stripe to collect credit cards. The other alternative is Braintree. So it used to be this step right here, collecting credit cards, used to be so hard. I mean, it was huge. I actually am sad that it's this easy now because I used to have no competition because only a handful of people knew how to do merchant accounts really well. So Stripe or Braintree, you know, back in like 13, this guy that I told you that throws everybody off, he paid me $75,000 to do consulting for him just for like a week. And I showed him how to set up merchant accounts, and he's made an extra $20 million a year since 2013. So I've made him almost $100 million. That's why I said, coming to these conferences, learning can be worth a lot of money. I mean, he paid almost 200 grand just for that tip. But beautiful thing is now, on that specific subject, you can use Stripe or Braintree. And you get access to Visa, okay? It's even better than PayPal. Be careful with PayPal. PayPal's annoying. Although PayPal now own Braintree. Yeah, okay. The third, now, certain industries you will not be able to use Stripe or Braintree. Supplements is tricky, certain subjects, but this is for in general, like the divine healing will be able to use this, personal fitness, people will be able to use this. Step number 3, okay? This is the order you should start building your social media, because the social media is the what to the house? What's the website? The website's the, how good is a house if you have no, it's not a house, it's a box, it's a prison, right? A lot of people's websites, prisons keeping people out, really. So okay, so step 3. So this is the order of social media that I want you guys to follow. So I'm going to build it in tier 1. These are your highest priorities. Tier 2 and tier 3. And I'm going to do this on a separate page. It'll be this is a lot of writing. Okay, your tier 1 is the most important. Okay, so very simple. I want you doing Instagram and email, collecting emails. If you're more advanced, you can collect phone numbers for SMS marketing. This is an advanced thing that I'll teach at my house. Extremely powerful, but extremely dangerous. If you do the laws wrong, you get fined $15,000 per email SMS you send incorrectly. But 95% open rate. So long time ago, I have my own SMS numbers that I bought from basically like, I have my own short code and all that stuff. You don't want to start with that. That costs a lot of money and it's complicated. But simple, instant email. If you're advanced, you can move to SMS. Tier 2, okay, is YouTube. All right. Now, depends on your market what I'm going to write next. If your market, who here's market is older? Okay. Just over 30. Over 30 we'll say. Okay? So then if your market's older, you want to go Facebook, is in tier 2. If your market's younger, I would go Snap. I still like Snap. Me and Alex argue on Snapchat. As of today, Snapchat is good. In 5 years, Alex is convinced it'll be gone. Okay. So tier 1, tier 2, older market, younger. Tier 3, okay, again, a little bit depending on your market. If your market's older, I'm going to go podcast and Twitter. Okay. If my market is younger, I'll still, so younger. I heard somebody disagreed. I like disagreement. Who said no way? No? Okay. Phantom noises. Was that you that said no way? Okay. What? Good. What would you do? What do you disagree with?
Podcast for younger audience. I know that me and my friends watch like Asian podcasts that Sharon, we watch a few others on our car rides to work.
Yeah. Okay, so he was saying they're younger and they're listening to podcasts. It's evolving. I just got on Spotify. That's a younger market. H3 is a big podcast that has a younger audience, but they haven't been podcasting for that long. And they don't sell that much. So yeah, I mean, this is all a judgment call. If you're doing gamers, but they're on Twitch, it's like still, maybe I should put iTunes. Not many younger people listen to iTunes. So if you can get on Twitch and that's a more advanced thing. Twitch, not SoundCloud's done. Twitch and Spotify. I was able to get approved to be on Spotify, but it's hard to get on Spotify. Twitter, I like both directions here. What did I miss here? Insta, email, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Snap, podcast. I think we got everything. LinkedIn, I'm not going to speak on what I'm not good at. I don't know much about LinkedIn. It's my weakest area of knowledge. One thing in life, try to not speak on whatever you don't know. Whatever the hell you don't know, don't talk about it at all, because you sound like an idiot. So LinkedIn, you guys probably know more than me. I've never loved LinkedIn. I've never seen somebody making a ton of money on it. I've seen a few people talk about how it's fine if you're looking for a job, or maybe, I don't know. Like I said, there's other things. There's other things that you can do. There's there's Telegram. There's all these things that people are using. But I'm just going with the core root ones. Any questions on this? Sorry? Pinterest. Not good at it. It's very specialized. What? What's it called? Oh, Periscope. No, that's part of Twitter. It's purchased by Twitter. Meerkat's dead. YouTube's there. YouTube's in tier 2. Reddit, very specialized marketplace. Anchor, yeah, I'd put Anchor FM. I'd put a lot of those ones you guys are mentioning as tier 3. They're still important. I still think Twitter's important. But I'll tell you what, if you guys can just think of it this way. What do you think is going to make you more money? A big email list, big Instagram, or having a big Twitter? Email and Instagram. Here's why. Let me talk about why you need Instagram. Instagram now is the way that people verify you're legit. They do. Who here has ever looked at how much followers somebody has? Be honest. Who has ever looked at the follower count on an account that's not yours? A lot of people. I'm going to raise the hand for everybody in this room, unless you're my 99-year-old grandma. Okay? So when you have everything else working and they go to your Instagram and there's like 38 followers, people are going to be like, something wrong with this guy or girl. Something's wrong with his business. Okay? So I believe you need Instagram. Is a powerful, it's front-facing, it's visible. YouTube subscribers are too hard to get. I got 1 million followers, basically. It's a pain in the butt. I know people working on YouTube trying to get subscribers and get it's like, I'm 5 years in and I've got 20,000 followers. If you go 5 years hard on Instagram, you'll have 200,000 followers. Instagram's easier to crack the code. YouTube subscribers, they're not as valuable unless you're Jake Paul or something like that. Businesses. What you want on YouTube is to know how to upload videos to YouTube. Okay. Any questions on tier 2? Yes. Yes. Okay, let me talk about this where there'll be some confusion. The door can be two things. The door can be organic people, and it can be paid people. So, I'm glad you brought that up. Everything I showed you was, and write this down, very important word, branding. This is branding door. So how many doors does a good house have? 1? You got a front and a back. Branding is the back door. B for B. Branding. So who here found me through something free? Like, who just saw my TEDx talk or something like that and like, oh, okay. So we have people like that. Now, the next door, okay, is the front door. And that's the paid traffic. And that, now let's talk about paid traffic. Paid traffic tier 1 here is Facebook. Facebook's the best place for you guys to start driving people to your website without much skill and with less money. Google Ads is tier 1 too, also. So that's called AdWords. That's tier 1. Tier 2, you could put YouTube there. Tier 3 is pretty much, tier 1 is also email. You can drive paid traffic to email. And then you have podcast. You could even have here. You can buy traffic on podcasts cheap. You can sponsor people's podcasts for relatively cheap. Sorry? Bing is, Bing's great, but it's no volume. Bing's not much volume. Do you click, there's a button on Facebook ads. Do you click the button that says post to Instagram too? No. I tend to think that every platform needs to be treated separately. You know, there was a man who had 1,000 wives. His name was something or other the Bloodthirsty. He lived about 1,000 years ago. He had 1,100 kids. If you, what? Paid, what'd you say? Yeah, in Africa. He was Algeria, Morocco. Here's the interesting thing about that guy. If you met that guy in a time machine, I bet you his advice would be, he probably had a lot of women mad at him. Imagine having 1,000 wives. This would not be a good life, right? Or 1,000 husbands for the women. You got to treat each one specifically. When you make a Facebook ad and you press also add this ad to Instagram, it doesn't perform that well. Best example of this, have you ever seen people whose Twitter is full of like what they posted on Instagram? And it has like a few words that they'll link to Instagram. It's the worst Twitter post known to mankind. If any of you are doing that, I beg you, stop. If you look at somebody who normally gets 100 likes on their average tweet, those ones get like 3. But people keep doing it because when they post to Instagram, it says share this on Twitter. Don't. Nothing should be shared. Only thing I share is I'll put my snaps on my Insta story. The rest is unique content for the most part. My YouTube videos are built for YouTube. I build them for YouTube and Facebook you can put together. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of questions. Yes. Let me do one quick thing before this, because yeah, I'll have time to do this. I don't want to sell you guys anything crazy here, but I want to bring up, I did 2 master plan seminars. If you're interested in a whole day, just this, at my house. So I live in LA. I live here, Beverly Hills. It's in my house. I open it up. I have one room. It's like kind of like a living room. I put tables there, and it's an all-day thing at my house. I'm there. I bring in a couple other people, kind of we have here, and I'm going to go through this we're going to go through this for basically 8 hours. It'd take at least 8 hours to do this. So is anybody interested in that? Because I want to talk about it for just a second, but I don't want you to feel like you came here and I'm just going to sell you something else. It's not. This is not the main thing. These conferences, I just do them because people get a lot of value, and I haven't done them for like a year or 2. So I was like, all right, I'll do one. It's a good time to do it in the fall. But these master plan seminars are getting huge results. Basically, it goes like this. The bigger the group, the harder it is to give specific advice. I mean, it's just common sense. So we have 500-600 people here. If there's only 5 people here, and I worked with you, and you pulled out your laptop, and I sat with you, we could build out this whole thing. You could literally walk out in one day, built. Then you just have to grow it. I can show you how to build it, but I can't show 600 laptops how to do it. Just imagine, it would be insane, unless we were all building the same business. But since everybody's different. So at this event, it's usually not 100 people. It's a smaller group, let's say 50 to 100. It's small enough, we'll walk through this whole thing and build stuff. I'll probably have like 5 or 6 people from my company help. So I've never done that in the history of me doing any kind of advice. I've never actually sat down and had people, I've done it, but I've never done it in a seminar. So there's gonna be a special seminar coming up. It's October what, Maya? 21st. Okay, it's a Saturday. October 21st. You fly in, wherever you're coming from, come to LA. We start at around 10, 11 in the morning. Then we go, we have dinner, all the food's provided. You just gotta provide, you gotta get to my house. And if you wanna go home the same day, you can, or you can stay in a hotel. There's lots of hotels for like $100 a night near me. You come, you bring your laptop, I'll give you a little bit of like background work, so when you come, you're ready. And we'll just build this stuff in one day and be done with it, and then you go and grow it, okay? And this is the same, by the way, I give you guys stuff, I don't really hold back that much. The only time I hold back is like when it's not realistic. Some people are asking me very advanced things. It's not realistic. I'm gonna go into Twitch, podcast strategy. Look at how many strategies we need to go through. But I want you to walk out, and one day, those of you who come, we'll work on the website if you need help with Shopify. We'll build out the social media. If you already have the social media up, we'll go through and create a model of templates of what you need to be posting. I will give you this advice. I promise you, people will pay me $1 million for this advice. Corporations all day. If you notice, I haven't gone to one corporation. Now, I've had Toyota come to me, and I've done a little bit, but my dream in life is not to make the maximum amount of money by helping Coca-Cola grow their brand. Like, my friend is friends with the CEO of Coca-Cola, or it's actually the CFO. I can get to Coca-Cola at any time with one phone call. But I'd rather help people like you, because you guys are like me. I didn't grow up. Corporation to me is like a rich kid who was born to a rich dad or a rich mom. It's not that exciting, right? If I can, Jaden's story, Samir, you know how many stories I have? I'll put it this way, I get so many testimonials from the stuff we're teaching that I had to assign 1.5 full-time people to keep track of testimonials coming in. It's a lot. Sometimes people, even on H Street, he was like, no, don't thank the people doing it. Thank the people doing it. One thing I asked Jaden and Samir, and they're like, what did you do different that you're getting such big results? They're like, we just did what you showed us. And if I could go back in time and be 21 and have somebody just lay out the third wave, I can show you the third wave, okay? I'm not gonna put this up on my YouTube video. I'm not stupid. I'm not gonna create, a lot of people watch my YouTube video. I'm not gonna create 10 million competitors to me. But at my house, we got 50, 60 people there. I'll show you, okay? So if you wanna come to that, I'm gonna talk a little more, and then what we're gonna do, because we gotta be out of here by 11. Towards the end, it's 10 now, basically. About 10:30 or 10:45. Everybody who's not interested can just get up and go out, network, eat, whatever you want. We'll basically be over. If you are interested in just learning more details, because I don't want the people not interested, I don't want you to have to listen to something you're not interested in. If you're interested in learning more, because you have to apply to the master plan seminar at my house. I don't let everybody in. Now, we let in 80 to 90% of people, but 10 to 20% of people, either we won't help them or they're trying to build a shady business. I don't want to like help somebody build Silk Road, drug paraphernalia, I don't want to be involved. So we have an application. So by staying in the room, it doesn't mean you're paying any money. It doesn't mean anything. If you just want to hear more details on exactly all the stuff, then if you're not interested, go out, network, hallways. Okay, does that sound good? Yeah. So I'm gonna go back to this. Paid traffic. You need both. You need a front door, you need a back door. I know a lot of people with front doors with no back door. I know people with back doors with no front door. Now, what do you practically do? This is still not enough. What's the website built on? Most of you should build on? Shopify or ClickFunnels. Okay. Nope. What do you then plug in the credit card to? Stripe or Braintree. Okay. Then what's your tier 1 backdoor branding? Instagram and email. Or text if you're advanced. What's your front door that you need to get set up? Facebook and email and possibly Google AdWords. Sounds like a lot. Nowadays, I can build all that. What can we build it in, Alex? One day? Imagine what happened in wave 1. When your parents were young, you went to high school. From elementary to high school, you spent 12 years in school. Then you went to college, 4 years. And then you worked. You know what the average pay increase in America is? 2 to 3%. You started out at 50 grand, you retired at 100 grand. Using third wave techniques that are set up in one day. They're not finished, but they're started in one day. You have Jaden, no bank account in his life 11 and a half months ago. He only had enough money to afford my course, $1,000 he paid. And then he just did it. And within 1 month, he had $35,000 in his first bank account. Not bad. My first bank account had like $100 in it. They're like, you got to fund the bank account. I'm like, oh, that's going to be a problem. You know, I fund it with pennies, nickels. So anyone who feels overwhelmed a little bit by what I just said? If you're feeling overwhelmed, you got to recalibrate your brain. It used to take 15 years or 50 years, and you still wouldn't make 100 grand a month or a year. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying you guys are learning it here in an hour or two. Those who come to master plan, one more day, and you're up and going. If you think that's overwhelming, there is no solution for you. You will never make money. I'm a realist. I meet people, I just look them in the eye, I'm like, don't buy my programs. You are so far down the matrix with the wrong pill, you're unfixable. Now, I hope it's not someone here, but I promise if I went person to person, there's some people here that, and now all you got to do is take the other pill, and all of a sudden your life changes. That's like the moral of the matrix kind of thing. Once you buy into something, and it's not a cult following, it's, put it this way, anybody who thought they would be fat for the rest of their life will never even step into the gym. If you have zero belief, why would you go to a gym if you're sure nothing will ever change? So the first step is you must have a little faith, but you don't need much faith. That's the cool thing about the young people that follow me. They have more faith. For all of you older, you have an advantage. The older people in this room have an advantage. Your advantage is very simple. You have more capital, more connections, more experience. Your disadvantage, but you have a disadvantage. It's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. Although an old dog can learn new tricks if it decides to. That's what scientists have found. The main thing is older people are stubborn, and they're also too in love with their own ideas. The downside of being young, for those of you young, you don't have much cash, much connections, or much experience. The upside is young people have more faith. And I think it evens out. I think if you're young here, you got about the same chance as somebody who's old. No less, no more. And older people don't have any of it. That's the cool thing about the third wave. It equalizes everybody. Third wave equalizes everybody. Oh, you're Kodak? You've been in business for 100 years? I don't care. The market doesn't care. Goodbye. Oh, Sears, you've been around for 200 years? Close your stores. There's a new boss in town. He's 30. Goodbye. But you also have older people. Warren Buffett. He's taking the third wave. The two richest people in the world are both old. Bill Gates. And so don't think it's an age thing. Don't think it's a gender thing. More female billionaires than any time in history that didn't inherit their money. Females. Black, white, Asian. You got everything going rock and roll now. So now it really comes down to who's guiding you, number one. Because remember I said hard work when you're going in the wrong direction gets you what? More lost. I had a guy come to my house the other day. Oh, Tai, I got an app idea. This da-da-da-da-da. What do you think of it? The second he told me the idea, I was just like, oh my God. It may be the worst idea in history. Can you pull up American Idol, worst singer in the world? You remember when Simon looks at the guy and he goes, you may be the worst singer in America. And then he has another guy come and he goes, remember I called that other guy the worst singer in America? You may be the worst singer in the world. It's the Madonna one, put in the Like a Virgin. Well, this guy came to me and I wanted to be like Simon Cowell. You, sir, have the worst idea in America. All right, here we go. Yes.
So Keith, why are you here? I'm here because I think I'm the next American Idol. Very entertaining and unique. Okay, and what are you going to sing? I'm going to sing Like a Virgin from Madonna. Okay, cool. I was big and complete. I've been had. I was sad, blue, but you made me feel. Yeah, you made me feel shiny and new, like a virgin. Touch for the very first time, like a virgin. Keith. Yeah? Last year I described someone as being the worst singer in America. I think you're possibly the worst singer in the world, based on that performance. And I'm absolutely serious. I've never, ever
He's
heard
so
anything like that in my
downtrodden.
life. Ever.
Watch what Randy says.
Keith, that was horrific, man. Well, it was you, when you said interesting and unique, you said a mouthful. Oh my God.
No, but Keith, you've got to hear yourself to believe it. There is nobody on this planet who sings like you. Really. You got to be kidding me. I'm being absolutely serious. I mean, are you serious? I don't think I'm the best singer in the world, but hey, I think I'm a good singer.
What else
All
do you
right,
love
you
to
can
do?
pause it.
Well, I like to dance.
I love he goes, Randy Jackson goes, what else could you do, man? He goes, well, I can dance. He goes, maybe you should become a dancer. But when this guy came to me, he goes, I got this app. I literally was like, it was so bad, I don't even want to say it. I'm just like, I go, how much money did you put in this? He's like, I put my life savings, $1 million into building it. I said, have you launched it yet? He's like, no, I wanted it to be perfect before I launched it. 1 million, and it was his life savings. He was like 61 years old. I see that all the time. So there was an example of a guy working hard, had cash, had connections, had experience, but no guidance. Guarantee he's done. I've never heard from him again. I wasn't even mean. I didn't even say anything. I just was like, you're very interesting and unique, kind of like they said there. It's a very interesting, unique. So if you can combine all those things, this is not that hard. The guidance is not that hard. Now let's talk a little bit. We got enough time for a little bit specifics. Is there anything you know? We'll do a rapid fire session on this stuff right here. Yes. Just yell out. We won't even wear from a mic. I'll record.
Yeah, I'm in your social media marketing class. I'm a photographer, and my day reality is 9 to 5. My daughter most of the week. And one thing you said was, at least on Snapchat, you have to live an interesting life.
Yes. Okay, so you have a non-interesting life. How can you make good social media? Good answer for you. Who here doesn't have a business partner? Okay, you're making a mistake. There's a great book called Working Together. Practical tip. Working Together by Michael Eisner. Great story. Goes through how many billionaires had business partners. Most of them. I have a business partner. I've had 13 business. I think you're my 14th business partner, Alex. Lucky 14. I don't know if 14 is lucky. But they're all friends. Joel Salatin's my first business partner. We're still business partners. I have 0 bad experiences with business partners. Knock on wood. I had 1 bad experience before we signed the document to become business partner. Thank God. Woo! Yes. But by having a business partner, find an interesting business partner, he does the Snapchat or she does the Snapchat. It's simple. Dude, MentorBox is making $1 million a month, okay? I spend exactly, no more, no less, than 1 hour a month on it. So divide by 30, I spend 3 minutes a day. Maximum. I don't think I spend 3 minutes. Now I spend 3 minutes because I check the Stripe account every day. That's my complete work. So if you make $1 million a month, working 1 hour, who can do the math on how much I'm making per hour? Now, it's not me, it's the gross revenue, but what is that? $1 million an hour? 1 hour, 1 million. Who here would like to work for $1 million an hour? No, it's $1 million an hour. $1 million an hour. That's because I have a business partner. Some of you doing too much on your own. That's why I said, come to this, find a business partner. Master plan seminars, people even more serious. Find somebody who's a business partner. Yes. Yeah. Advice to start with something, robotic income. That bad boy right there. Remember earlier I gave 5 businesses? What was one of the businesses that stuck out to some of you? 18 for 18. How to lose 18 pounds doing these 18 stretches. So what are we going to do? Let's go back here. I gave you the formula. What are we going to do? We're going to go to Shopify.com. We're going to open up a website. We can also, maybe I'll add one step before this. GoDaddy. Somebody here is going to buy something related to 18. It doesn't have to be. It can be anything. It can be long domains. If your domain's taken, don't spend 100 grand. It could be 18 exercises that get you thin.com. Trust me, it'll still index on Google. People find sites by just typing it in. You don't have to. They don't do direct typing that much. So you buy a domain on GoDaddy. You put it up on Shopify or ClickFunnels. You get your Stripe account. You focus on the back door first, which is you get a simple Instagram account up and an email account that's going to start dripping out some of the 18 tips, but not all of them. You're going to create some videos. You're going to find, who here is not in great shape but can find somebody who's in better shape than them? Yeah. You're the business person. You don't have to have the six-pack. Get a six-pack of the mind. Let them have six-pack of the ab. You can have six-pack of the bank account. It's a good deal.
Mr. Lowe, I had a different question.
Okay.
I'm 16 years old and I'm like totally at the beginning with, you can say nothing. What would be your advice if you turn like time back? Because I'm from Germany, it's different. Competition is in Germany different than in...
I wouldn't sell in Germany. I've been selling in the United States from Germany.
Yeah. So what would you say yourself when you were 16 and you were at the beginning with nothing? What would you do? Like, what would be the greatest
Steal those
advice?
3 pages from Tai Lopez's whiteboard and do them. That's what I would say. Go to GoDaddy. Well, no, there's one page before where I gave the 5 things. Take a picture of those. Do one of them. Why not? Why not? Are you interested in health at all?
In
health? What about in street fighting? Make the website. Who here is going to make the website? I'm telling you.
I just want to use these sites for making money as a tool to invest in bigger stuff.
Of course.
So would you say your greatest advice from my age is to learn or to work? What is it?
Simultaneous learning, working.
Both?
Both.
Okay.
Every time I do a jiu-jitsu class, there's no jiu-jitsu academy that's just chairs.
Okay.
They go, come on here.
What?
Go there.
Me?
No, not you. I'm telling you what. But the jiu-jitsu, you go sit there. Okay, let me show you this general technique. You're going to do the guard. This is to protect you when you're on the bottom and someone bigger is trying to beat your ass. You're going to put your legs around their leg and hold them back. Around their back. Ready? Let's do it. See, that's integrated learning, doing. That's what we're going to do. I wish we had more. I wish I could do it with 600 people. It'll be chaos from hell if everybody has their phone or laptop. But you could do this if you had a laptop. Make sure you bring a laptop if you come to the master plan thing.
Ty, can I have a question real quick?
Yes.
So investing, so if I'm running an affiliate marketing business right now and I need more capital for my Facebook ads, what would be a good percentage when I'm pitching investors to say, hey, if you give me $20,000, I give you 10%, 20% royalty, what would be a good?
You don't want to give royalties. You basically, so here, okay, let's talk real fast about how to get money from people. You want to know how to get money from a lot of people in an ethical, safe, profitable way from investors? Find 20 investors who each give you $1,000. Say, give me $1,000 for a week. I'll give you $1,100 back. Now, not everybody's going to do it, but if you get 20 people who give you $1,000, that's how much? 20,000. If you give them back $100 on top of their 1,000 a week later, how much is that? 22,000 you have to give back. So that you take 20,000 from them, you put it in a bank account. You then wire it all back to them but with $100 on top of it. So that costs you $2,000 to do, right? Now you have 20 people who trust you. You call them back and say, you mind giving me 20 grand? You'll triple your conversion rate. Some of you should have started borrowing small amounts. Pigs get what? What do hogs get? Every kid, every woman, every man coming is just a hog with money. I've never borrowed money. I've never had an investor. Do you mind giving me 500,000? Yes, I mind. 500. Somebody come to me, give me 500. They have a real simple business plan I can understand. I just want to show you that I'm trustworthy with your money. I'll send you back 550 bucks. Does the brain look at absolute numbers or contrast or emotions? Do super quote-unquote intelligent people still act emotionally? Would you trust somebody? What do you think when you give somebody money, Lynn? Do you really, are you a little suspicious you're not going to get it back? Yeah, so is everybody. Somebody you just met, you must plant the seeds with a lot of investors, small amounts, not being a hog, being a pig, and give them their money back on time, a little ahead of time. And then the purses start opening up. It only takes 1 or 2 times like that they trust you. So that's my advice. That's how you raise capital. Now, you can still do the way of going to VCs. You can do all that, or you can try a way that's available to everybody here. Even if you can't get 20 people to give you 1,000, get one person in your family to give you 1,000. Tell them you give them, and don't touch the money. It's the key. And say, I'll give you 10% on your money in 1 week just to show you I'm trustworthy. Give them back $1,100 1 day early. Show up, thank you.
Tai.
Then leave and wait for a week or 2 or 3 and be like, remember, I got something better. 10,000. You just go up in zeros. Yes?
Is everything that you're talking about up here, is this for like drop shipping, or are you just talking about selling information?
Everything. This formula right here, robotic selling, if I wanted to sell a health product, if I want to sell protein shakes, if I want to sell fitness, if I wanted to sell bras on Amazon, if I wanted to sell solar, I would do the same thing. One thing you might not need is Stripe as much, but I'll tell you one thing you can do with an offline business. You can charge people for a consultation. What is a better lead for solar panels on the house? Somebody who you're coming off as, I want to talk to you, or, oh, you want to talk to me? It's $100. Put in your credit card. I'll create a high-level consultation. It instantly changes the psychology. You know one of the best tricks in cold calling? I did this with life insurance. I didn't charge because I didn't know how to use Stripe back then, but I made people fill out a long form, and then it would say, it would put a time they wanted me to call. I'd call them and I'd say, it's the best opening line to cold calling ever. Hey, this is Tai. I saw you wanted to talk to me. Like, it changes the whole call. I saw you put on this form you wanted to take some of my time and you wanted to talk to me. So what's up? That's how I do my cold calls. And then I'd mute the phone, and it's just like people were like, oh yeah, I really wanted to understand what you wrote in life insurance tricks and da-da-da-da-da. My first week in life insurance, I did a case that the commissions, it ended up not closing, but we did a different type of deal, was $150,000 commission from a kid who never made any money. I remember going, what? The CEO of GE Financial called me. He was the CEO of the Southern region, John McGilchrist. We're still friends. He called me. He goes, I got to talk to you. I said, why? I said, are you doing something illegal? I said, why? He said, you're submitting, I did 33,000 in 1 week of commissions, okay? Which the average life insurance person makes $500 to $1,000 a week. And I submitted 33,000 with no experience, no contacts. And he literally, he's like, dude, what are you doing? I didn't want to tell him I was using the internet because I thought other people would steal my idea. So I was like, dude, it's totally above board. These people want me to call them. And I was doing like 20 life insurance applications. I was doing more applications that the average person did in a year. I was doing it in 1 week because I automated robotic income, a non-traditional funnel. It's not, so yes, the answer is it's not just for drop shipping. Use this same freaking thing for everything. You might not need Stripe, but you could use something, ClickFunnels, you can set up a non-credit card funnel easy. I have my own software, but that's more complicated. I spent 10 million bucks building my own. And then ClickFunnels came along and I'm like, damn it, I already spent $10 million building my own, so I still use my own. Yes? Go ahead. Just yell it out.
So first of all, I just want to say thank you because my social media agency is free.
Awesome. So the social media agency is already making you money. That's awesome.
Yeah, I started my social media agency in Ecuador. So I just want to know what are your thoughts on starting these new automated businesses in developing countries?
Yeah, so can you take this to non-US countries? Absolutely. You will kill it. I was talking to a friend who built a funnel in Brazil, and his funnel was not to sell stuff, it was to raise capital. He did a cryptocurrency ICO. You guys know what a cryptocurrency? It's basically raising money for investors. He raised, this is hilarious, $10 million from the country of Brazil in 3 days with a funnel. They gave him $10 million in cryptocurrency, which he can convert to US dollars to build a business. You know what the business is? He hasn't figured it out yet. It's like an online clock or so. It's the weirdest idea, but he knew how to create, and he did exactly this. Now there's one thing that I didn't, that's an important thing here, that's I think on this page. He understood, so the psychology angle, he positioned an ICO as something you don't want to miss out on. 10 million, who would like to bring in $10 million from investors in 1 week? That's what he did. He's an American, but I don't know why, he targeted Brazil as his marketing. Maybe he had a friend or something in Brazil, but he got thousands of Brazilians to put money in, legally, by the way. One more question.
How's it going, Ty?
Yeah.
I was just wondering what, back here. With the growing prevalence of live video with stuff like Facebook Live and YouTube Live, how do you see that impacting social media marketing? And do you have any plans for utilizing it?
I use Live. Live is more advanced. Some of you can use Live, but I see people doing Live and they have like one person on it. I'm like, I have a friend who tweets 10 times a day. He's never gotten one like. I'm like, who are you tweeting to? Like, yes, you want to start from scratch, but you don't want to tweet to 0 people. Same with Live. In the formula I have up here, you're going to get the back door, which is Instagram tier 1, 2, 3, to at least ideally 10,000 followers. Then you start going live. So Live is tier 4. Yeah, I've gone live. When I play basketball, sometimes I get 350,000 people watch me shoot basketball and talk about business. The LA Staples Center where the Lakers play only holds 18,000. I literally have like 30x what the Lakers have, or 20x, it's insane. So Live is powerful, but it's a more sophisticated tool. Some of you, don't start with Live. Start with Instagram followers and email addresses. Trust me. I'm talking about, you won't get this advice from people who don't know what they're talking about, but if you want to talk about making money, remember money, if each of you can start making money, you can reinvest the money. You guys see what I'm saying? You need money as the fuel to keep growing the business bigger and bigger. If I stopped making money with my businesses, I wouldn't be able to grow my social media. So, it's 10:35. There's still time for networking. And I'm going to do this. Is there any super urgent questions? Just like you're near death. Yes, just yell them out real fast. The quicker, the better. What would I do differently on 19 again? I answered that question, man. I'm telling you, this third wave, I would try to, well, the third wave wasn't around when I was 19, but if I was 19 today, I would be so locked in on this third wave thing, it's going to be gone. Some of you in this room are going to remember this conversation, and you're going to go, I knew better, and I missed it. And you're going to have an amazing excuse why you missed it. Well, I didn't have the money. I didn't have bull. If you could go back in time and start Netflix, you would put everything onto it. You would quit your job, you would take all your money, you'd borrow from your friends, you would get it done. I'm telling you, get it done. There will be a lot more Jadens. Jaden's making $125,000 a month, guys. Probably 50% profit margins. Are you making, he's 21. 11 months ago, he started listening to me. This is not a made up story either. I've looked at bank accounts, my lawyers have looked at it. This is real stuff that works. Yeah, he's got a mic. Go ahead.
Greenenergyfilters.com. I wanted you to take a look at that website.
Green Energy Filters. Pull that up. We'll do it while take somebody else's question.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Go ahead. Just yell it out.
All right. So in
Yes.
You did similar websites and mine. I saw a little bit different. It's actually similar to yours, so I just wanted to see if I'm on the right.
You have a website too? All right, this is the thing. You guys should come to my master plan thing because we're going to run out of time.
Questions, bro?
Okay. Good. Yes. Let me do this website right here. What do we think? I'm testing your guys' skill. Who has skill? What's bad?
It's everywhere. Responsive. It looks bad on the responsive.
Yeah, the design is slightly off. Another thing that's wrong is I cannot tell what it does quickly. Green energy filters. I don't know what I unfortunately don't know what a green energy filter is. Do you guys know what a green energy filter? So I don't know what it is. The guarantee thing is too big. You want a guarantee, but not that big. Yeah, that's a filter behind. Oh, it's like a green, okay, like an air filter? Yeah, this needs to be reworked. This needs to be reworked. It's too yeah, you should be on autoplay if you could. All right, let me stop here because or else it's going to go, we're going to have 2 trillion questions. By show of hands, who got something? Remember, pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. Who got one thing at least, doesn't have to be from me, from any of the speakers that you can take away? Okay? Who knew everything we talked about, every speaker spoke on? Anybody? Okay, good. So we have no pure narcissist. It'd be impossible to know everything that every speaker talk about. So here's what we're going to do. I want to do a quick Snapchat to say, I'm going to do a group video. And then what we're going to do is, everybody who's not interested in learning about the Master Plan Seminar, I want you to go network right out there. Everybody who wants to learn more, how it works, what the application process is, what it costs, all that, stay in here. I don't want to waste anybody's time who's not interested. But let's do this. Was this worth the $100 or whatever you guys spent? Okay. All right, everybody, say hello to Snapchat. We're still going here. If you want this video, take another phone, go to Snapchat, watch my story, and video it. It's the best way. Unfortunately, you can't download Snapchat. Okay, so here's what we do. Anybody not interested, by the way, there's still good networking. Use the tools. What was one of the tools to be a better networker when you walk out of here, if you do walk out now or later? What's the #1 word that should be in your head? Be cool, just normal. You don't have to go up to somebody with energy. You know what? Tai Lopez here. Great to meet you, sir. We should talk, but it's too weird. It's too dramatic. Don't also be like, hi, Sty, I'm shaky. Just like, hey, everybody's a human here. Okay? So, thank you guys so much. Thank you. All right, everybody stay seated and come towards the front who wants to hear more. Everybody else, I'm gonna have a security just to make sure if you want to talk, right out there. Infinite talking. Everybody else who wants to hear more, you just go in the chairs. You don't have to come all the way up. I want you to be comfortable. Come to the front rows here. Oh, everybody, raise your hand. We're gonna do a few pictures. All right, we'll do it again. No stage, no stage. Rome's gonna start tossing people in the crowd. Yeah, man. All right, as everybody come in, you can stay in your seats. Come in the front 7 rows if you want to learn more how to apply for this. Robotic learning.
Not doing that, you need to exit.
Yeah.
Not doing pictures and none of that. So if you're not staying for the session,
How you doing, man?
you need to exit.
What's up, man? How you doing? Okay, let's start. I'm gonna start talking about it right now. Everybody else, either stay or go network. Get value. Yes. Scaling an art business. You selling art? You should sell your art and other people's art. Both. And you got multiple sources of income. Yeah, but I'm saying you could become a broker of other people's art too. Yeah. Here, let's do it once the mic comes so everybody can hear. All right. We got everybody here who's interested. If somebody's talking near you, just tap them on the shoulder. See if we can get everybody. Where's the dudes who are tough here? I need 100 bouncers. Start practicing right hooks on anybody who's talking. No, just joking. Don't do that. There's only 12 moves you got to learn. All right, everybody. Shh. Thank you. Good lesson there. You know what works better than one person telling people to shh? A whole group. What psychological bias is that? Social proof. By the way, you know the best way? Who here has ever had a hater comment on their comments? Like somebody said something nasty to you. Let me show you what destroys them. It's not you replying because they don't like you. What you have to do is get your followers to reply to people. Then they freak out because they're like, ooh, I don't like them, but I don't want 1,000 people mad at me. This one guy one time said something mean about my grandma. I don't know why. And I posted on my Snapchat, I was like, I wish I could find this guy and beat his ass. And I posted it. Don't do that. My lawyers later are like, oh my God. This dude was a Wilhelmina model in LA. He had 30,000 Instagram followers. 20 minutes later, he deleted his Instagram. He sent me a DM. He's like, dude, I'm getting death threats. I beg you, take down your Snapchat. He didn't care when I said something to him. But the second 500 people wrote him like, where do you live? I'm coming for you, son. He just was like, nope, I'm off Instagram. I've checked, he's gone. I didn't do that on purpose, but the practical lesson for your website is, did you guys notice none of these websites had testimonials on them? Like, that's not good. That's what I was saying about the travel one. It should have shown people on amazing trips. So make sure, what? But not up high. I didn't see any above the fold. And it doesn't count when it's too low. No one ever sees it. Okay, so let's talk real quick on this master plan. So I don't have room for everybody here. There's probably 200 and... Everybody over there, tap Kate. Kate, can you be a bouncer over in that corner? No? All right. So here's how this works. I'll get to the point because we got to be out of here in like 15 minutes. Oh yeah, everybody take a seat. So everybody, because you're blocking the people behind you, if you don't mind. Everybody in the back still talking. See how that works? A group works better. Okay, so here's how it works. It's going to be October 21st. So it's not too far from now. It's a couple weeks. Saturday, at my house. You show up around 10:30, 11 in the morning, and we go till 9, 10. We'll have food at my house. We'll have a lunch. We'll go out to dinner, usually, at the end. I'll go. Sometimes if we got time, we'll go to a comedy club. There'll be between 50 and 100 people there, most likely. I've had a small one. I didn't announce it. I've done a few where I hardly announced them. We had about 35, and the biggest has been 100. I've only done 3. I've never done this one. This is going to be a cool one. They get better. You're going to bring your laptop. If you don't have a laptop, borrow a laptop, because it'll be too hard to do on phones. We're going to start at 11 in the morning building. Okay? The goal is, by the time we go to eat, 8 p.m., your business is off the ground, at least the seed. It's obviously in one day not going to be a finished product, right? But you'll be surprised. We're going to get a lot done. If you don't have the right social media channels up, we're going to build them. If you don't have a Google AdWords account, we're going to build them. Now, between me and Alex, I'm going to try to get Alex to be there. Where is Alex? We've spent $600 million on advertising. We can teach. There's very few people in the world that have spent as much as me and him. We'll be there. So you can buy a book on it. Perry Marshall has a good book on Google AdWords. I was almost the first person ever on Google AdWords. So I can show you, I know what it was like in 2001, and I know what it's like today. Alex, when did you get on ads? Yeah, so he's a newbie. No, I'm just joking. 2007, he's been on there 10 years. I've been on there basically about 17 years. It'll be us. I'll have a couple other of my guys that I work with. Maybe we'll get Joe Soto. Joe, you want to come? Is he here or out networking? We'll be there. There's going to be a cool test group. Now, just so you know, I do these test groups, and these test groups have amazing results. What I mean by test group is I'm not going to do this all the time because it's a lot of heavy lifting, and it's going to be a brain damage day. That's what we call it. Like, I'm going to build businesses for people. So if you want to do that, you got to do 3 things. Number 1, we have an application. How many people from my team is here? Raise your hand. You can see the shirts. Okay. So you're basically going to go to the back of the room and talk to them because they'll get you all set up. I'd say 80 to 90% of people who want to apply, we're going to let you in. Like I said, be honest. If you're about to start heroin cartel, Cali Cartel, Medellin, I'm not building, CaliCartel.com, buy your Kush stuff. Like Kush is legal, but not Yayo. Yayo.com. We're not going to do. So that's step number 1. Step number 2, there's a fee, obviously, but I'm going to do this one because I've been testing different prices. I did a 2-day one, was $10,000. And I've done ones that I've tested a few things. Here's the deal. It's $5,000, but for anybody who's here today, if you're done, if you sign up, pay today, I'm going to do it for $2,500. By the way, that's a real price. So it's not like I'm saying it's $10,000 and you know how like my friend went to Mexico and a Mexican guy came up to me, he's like, you want this rug? My friend's like, how much? And he's like, okay, $10,000, but for you, my friend, I'm gonna divide it into 5,000. And you know what? I really like your shoes. So I'm gonna do it times 0.5. And he went all the way down to $100. So this is not a Mexican rug sale. Okay, the 2-day one was $10,000. This one's a little different, and I want to do, in order for the test group to work, I want to have enough people in there because I don't want to just help 3 people. Right? Because some people are skeptical. There's like 3 people on stage, right? So like, I work for those 3. Now, I could have invited 100 people or 1,000 people, but if I take a test group of 60 people, build 60 businesses in a day, I'm pretty sure that's a Guinness Book World Record thing. There's never been one afternoon. And if you already have a business, we'll refine the business and fix the business, okay? I only promise that I'll be there one day. This is not lifelong access to me or Alex. It's not realistic. I wouldn't do that for $2,500. So, and then the third thing is, the third thing is good for you, is I got a 100% money back guarantee. So you come there, you don't think it was worth it, I'll send you your money back. Cannot get better than that, okay? All right? And to date, I've refunded any person who's ever asked. I have no pending refunds anywhere. Any human that's ever wanted a refund has gotten a refund, okay? I've done this refund guarantee on things where people paid me $50,000. I have a very low refund rate. I had a consultant come in. In my industry, I was 1/3 of the average refund rate. That's how all of you will know, and that's a lesson for each of you. Put 100% money back guarantee on your stuff. If you believe in your stuff, believe in it. You know what I mean? Go all the way.